This marked the first visit of Luo Yi to the police station, albeit under rather unfortunate circumstances. Caught off guard while immersed in a video game at home, he was unexpectedly approached by two officers, who kindly adorned his wrists with handcuffs and invited him on an impromptu journey to the station in their patrol car. Seated in the interrogation room, Luo Yi gazed innocently at the officer before him, his expression one of bewilderment. Name? Luo Yi. Gender? Male. Occupation? Student. Which institution do you attend? Jiangxing University. I am to register tomorrow. The officer scrutinized him for a moment longer. The young man appears rather handsome. He certainly does not seem like the type to stray from the path of righteousness. The officer then inquired, "Are you aware of the offense you have committed?" Luo Yi shook his head vigorously. Unaware? The officer regarded him with a hint of suspicion. Then kindly elucidate why you unlawfully entered a private residence. The officer harbored doubts that Luo Yi was perhaps motivated by less than honorable intentions. After all, upon speaking with the owner of the residence, this seemed to be the most plausible explanation, given the undeniable beauty of the young lady in question. What unlawful entry? Luo Yi expressed his confusion. The innocence reflected in his eyes suggested he was not deceiving the officer, too felt a twinge of uncertainty. What were you doing in Unit 614 of Building 5 in the faculty apartments? 614? That's my home. The officer, rifling through his documents, grew incensed. Young man, this is the police station. Honesty will yield leniency, while resistance will be met with severity. Now confess, why were you in 614? That truly is my home. Luo Yi was exasperated. Why was his truth met with disbelief? Was he to find himself behind bars before his promising university life even commenced? The owner of 614 is a professor at Jiangxing University, who has rented the room to a female student IU. Rented? A professor? Luo Yi's expression began to clarify. Is that professor named Gu Mingxian? Oh my, you've done your homework. Luo Yi replied. Gu Mingxian is my brother. The officer paused, glancing back at the records. He'll reiterate. This is the police station. Your surname is Luo. His is Gu. Are you fabricating tales even here? Luo Yi pondered briefly. His brother should be airborne at this hour. His phone switched off, making it impossible for the police to reach him. As a newcomer to Jiangxing University, what had compelled Luo Yi to apply there? It was the promise made by his high school crush, who had assured him that if he gained admission to Jiangxing University, they would be together. Furthermore, his brother Gu Mingxian was a professor there, granting him certain advantages. However, he had not anticipated that after enrolling him at the university, his brother would depart abroad to pursue a second doctoral degree, with merely one day remaining before the commencement of the school term. He made his way to the faculty apartment assigned to his elder brother, specifically located at Building 5, Unit 4, Room 614. In other words, that apartment had indeed been rented out by his brother, and to a female tenant, no less. Upon her return, the young woman noticed some commotion and discreetly called the police. After a series of analyses, the situation became clear to Luo Yi. He was astounded. Gao Mingxuan's 6-hour flight still required at least another 3 hours before landing, and here he was, destined to linger at the police station for the same duration. Soon, an elderly officer entered, exuding an air of seasoned experience. The younger officer yielded his position and addressed him with a respectful chief. Luo Yi was taken aback. The chief? The head of the police station had come personally to interrogate him. Even if Luo Yi was innocent, a tinge of concern crept into his mind. The senior officer handed a dossier to the younger officer, whose expression shifted markedly upon reviewing its contents. It was Luo Yi's file. The son of a martyr, both of his parents were police officers who perished in the line of duty. He was raised by his aunt and was a cousin to Gao Mingxian. Though related by marriage, they had grown up together, akin to brothers, and oh wonder the chief had come in person. Youth, it seems we have misunderstood you this time, he remarked. Not at all, Luo Yi replied, his voice barely above a whisper. The chief regarded Luo Yi with a comforting gaze, commending, Jiang University is a prestigious institution. Study diligently and serve your country well. Luo Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Then, he politely declined the chief's warm invitation to stay overnight, opting instead for a simple dinner before departing. The evening in Jiang City was cool, with the September air particularly refreshing. Yet, Luo Yi's spirits were dampened. With the school year starting tomorrow, he discovered that all nearby hotels were fully booked, and returning to the faculty apartment was out of the question. What an unfortunate turn of events. He had journeyed over 1,700 kilometers from the capital to begin his university life in Jiang City, only to spend part of his first day at the police station with nowhere to rest. That night, what a splendid beginning. A gentle breeze soon swept by, accompanied by a light drizzle that fell upon Luo Ye's head. Taking refuge under a tree, he pulled out his phone and opened the chat interface with his crush, sharing the day's events with her. However, he received no response. Perusing the chat history, he let out a sigh. Ever since he had informed her of his acceptance into Jiang University, she had ceased to reply. Perhaps he had been deluding himself all along. He could vaguely sense that she had merely found an excuse to reject him. If he remained oblivious to this reality, that would indeed be his folly. During the summer following his graduation from high school, he had 3 whole months. Perhaps by then, he had already outgrown his infatuation with her, merely clinging to a faint sense of regret. Now that he was a university student, it was time to embark on a new chapter in his life. It is indeed true that the rain in Jiangsheng is quite abundant. It would be prudent to find an internet CAF to pass the time. With his identification card in hand, Luo initiated a computer session. This internet CAF, conveniently located across from the university, would allow him to register for classes upon awakening the next day. As he opened the computer, Luo navigated to the Tomato novel platform and commenced his writing. He had gained a modest degree of fame as an online literature author under the pen name Falling Leaves Return to Roots, and during the 3 months of summer vacation, his first romance novel had garnered significant attention at his age. On the cusp of becoming a university student, his earnings from writing were quite substantial, alleviating any financial burdens he might have faced. The following day, the light rain persisted as it was the season of enrollment at Jiangxing University. Luo first made his way to the faculty dormitory. Upon arriving at room 614, he lightly knocked on the door, but received no response. After a moment's hesitation, he produced his key and opened the door. His suitcase, left from the previous night, still rested in the living room, accompanied by a neatly written note. "I apologize, I recently rented this room. As the landlord is abroad, I mistook the noise for a thief." The handwriting was tidy and elegant. He realized he had been so engrossed in gaming the night before that he had failed to notice the arrival of another person, and thus he felt justly apprehended. Luo tucked the note into his bag and departed, heading towards the university entrance. Despite it being the first day of school, the rain intensified, and a senior student approached, holding an umbrella. "Are you a freshman? May I see your admission letter?" Luo retrieved the letter from his bag, and the senior glanced at it. "Computer science, yeah." Upon observing Lia's handsome visage, the senior's demeanor became even more amiable. "Come, follow me." Under her enthusiastic guidance, Lia completed his registration and located his dormitory. Room 515 in Building 8. After declining the senior's invitation to dine together, he bid her farewell and entered his dormitory. His future roommates had yet to arrive. It was said that newcomers from out of town would register on September 1st, while those from within the province would come on September 2nd, meaning they would not arrive until the next day. After organizing his bedding, Luo contemplated rearranging the dormitory once his roommates had arrived. Suddenly, his phone rang, the caller being Gu Mingxian. Luo answered the call. "Hey, Luo, I need to inform you to not go to the faculty dormitory. I rented it out while I'm abroad for the next 2 years. I went there yesterday. A moment of silence ensued on the other end, followed by, "She didn't cause you any trouble, did she?" "No, she just locked me in." "Huh, just as I expected." "Luo, she is my student at Jiang University. You will inevitably meet her. She's quite a nice girl, albeit a bit difficult to get along with." After ending the call, Luo stepped onto the balcony, a ray of sunlight streaming in. The rain had ceased. Perhaps a leisurely stroll would be in order. Luo strolled leisurely around Jiang University. The most magnificent edifice on campus was undoubtedly the library, which stood directly opposite the main intransigent emblem of Jiang University. As he approached the library entrance, his gaze fell upon the facial recognition system, prompting him to lapse into contemplation. At that moment, a tall girl with sleek black hair and clad in loose denim jeans gracefully passed by him. One might wonder how Luo could discern her long legs despite the baggy jeans. Some attributes cannot be concealed by clothing. Although he did not catch a glimpse of her face, her silhouette alone ignited a myriad of imaginations. Her clothes were slightly damp, and the white laptop bag she held bore traces of moisture, evidently a result of her recent exposure to rain. "Senior," Luo Yi called out to her. The girl turned slightly, casting a tranquil glance in his direction. "Are you calling me?" she inquired softly. Upon seeing her face, Luo Yi could not suppress his astonishment. He had heard tales of the stunning beauties in Jiang City, yet he never anticipated encountering such an exquisite girl upon his arrival at the university. Despite her lack of makeup, she radiated elegance, embodying the essence of beauty that could rival the legends of the sinking fish and falling geese. Luo Yi, somewhat tongue-tied and introverted, had never been in a romantic relationship and was easily embarrassed. "Senior, could you please assist me with the facial recognition?" The girl hesitated for a moment, standing before the recognition system. In the next instant, the electronic gate opened. "You may go in first." "Thank you, Senior." Luo Yi entered, akin to a bashful young man. The girl cast a surprised glance back at him, not expecting that his reason for stopping her was merely to request assistance with the facial recognition system. To be candid, Luo Yi was the fifth new student she had encountered that day. The first four had all sought her contact information. "Zhou, why are you in such a hurry?" Another girl approached, jogging slightly. Compared to the former, this girl, while still beautiful, was not as striking. Her name was Qin Yuan, a third-year student from the School of Management and known as the Campus Belle. The girl beside her was her close friend, Su Baizhou, the president of the Student Council at Jiang University. She was also the university's only campus beauty, renowned for her icy demeanor and relentless work ethic, a rare gem in the computer science field. "The freshmen have many matters to attend to," Su Baizhou said matter-of-factly. "By the way, what was the outcome of yesterday's incident? Was the thief brought to justice?" "It was merely a misunderstanding," Su Baizhou replied with an impassive expression, having already received a thorough explanation of the events from the police. Luo Yi stretched, glancing at the time, and realized he had spent 2 hours in the library. His writing tasks for the day were complete. As he exited the library, a light rain began to fall once more. Is this the weather typical of the South? If only it rained like this during military training every day. Luo Yi prepared to return to the dormitory, holding an umbrella at the entrance of the library. Behind him, the attractive senior who had assisted him with face recognition also emerged. Qin Yuan glanced at Su Baizhou, then cast her gaze outside. For some unknown reason, the light rain seemed to intensify. "Zhou, shall we stay in the library for a while until the rain stops?" "No, there's something I need to attend to at the freshman area." Su Baizhou looked at the fine drizzle outside, feeling indifferent. "Wenwen, please keep an eye on my computer." "Hey, Zhou, are you really going?" Qin Yuan followed to the library's entrance. Watching Su Baizhou's retreating figure, he could see that moment. Luo Yi, who had already exited the library, sensed movement behind him and turned to look. He discovered that the senior was walking hastily. The previously light rain had escalated into a torrential downpour. The weather in Jiangxing was remarkably capricious, with heavy rain arriving unannounced. Su Baizhou shielded her head with her hands, but such a deluge could not be contained. Raindrops drenched her, clinging to her clothes and revealing her silhouette. Such a figure was undeniably striking. No, that was not the focal point. Luo Yi hurried after her. "Senior." He raised the umbrella over Su Baizhou's head. "Thank you." Su Baizhou, with her somewhat aloof demeanor, did not even glance at Luo Yi. Suddenly, a thunderclap resonated. The previously hurried Su Baizhou froze in place. "Senior?" Luo Yi noticed her stillness, gazing at her in confusion. This beautiful senior was evidently afraid of thunder. "My apologies." Su Baizhou maintained an expressionless visage. Boom! Another thunderclap echoed. Su Baizhou froze once more. The rain poured down more heavily, with lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Luo Yi's umbrella was small, and since the senior maintained her distance, half of his body was soaked. Luo Yi glanced at the nearest classroom building and inquired, "Senior, shall we seek shelter over there?" Su Baizhou silently nodded and followed him beneath the umbrella. The two stood in the corridor of the first floor of the classroom building. A long silence ensued. Should he say something? Luo Yi pondered and asked, "Senior, what year are you in?" "Junior." "Ah." "Senior, what is your major?" "Computer science." "Ah." "Senior." Luo Yi pointed at a robust tree not far away. "That tree looks quite sturdy." Haha. An air of awkwardness pervaded the atmosphere. Luo Yi was truly inept at handling interactions with girls. He had lived for 18 years without ever experiencing a romantic relationship. Stealing a glance at the senior beside him, he found her expression to be one of indifference. Su Baijiu also felt the weight of the awkwardness, opting for silence. As for the student council duties, they were the last thing on her mind at that moment. If only she had chosen to remain in the library with Qin Yuan until the rain ceased. She harbored a fear of thunder, yet she had not anticipated the storm would be accompanied by it, as the weather forecast had not indicated a thunderstorm. Habitually, Luo Yi reached for his phone, glancing at the chat interface with his crush. After a moment's hesitation, he exited and opened a conversation with another individual. Fond of hot pot. This person was one of the two friends his brother, Gu Mingxian, had introduced during their gaming sessions, reputed to be quite skilled. Eventually, Luo Yi discovered that the individual indeed possessed remarkable gaming prowess, prompting him to exchange contact information, and they would often game together and engage in casual conversation, effectively becoming gaming companions. However, since this person was brought in by Gu Mingxian, they were likely his friend. Regardless, their relationship was merely that of online acquaintances. Luo Yi was indifferent to titles or names, valuing the simple joy of chatting to alleviate boredom, with no intentions of meeting in person. Luo Yi activated the input method. Let me tell you, I am currently hiding from the rain with a senior who resembles a fairy. In the next moment, Su Baijiu's phone chimed. Upon checking, she saw, Luo Yi. Let me tell you, I am currently hiding from the rain with a senior who resembles a fairy. Su Baijiu. She turned to look at Luo Yi. Then, she silently activated silent mode and replied, How beautiful is she? Send me a picture. Ding. Luo Yi's phone chimed again, and he glanced at the message. Luo Yi. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to take candid shots? Fond of hot pot. You should find an opportunity, just ensure she doesn't notice. Luo Yi chose not to respond. Su Baijiu dutifully turned away, pretending to admire the view outside. Before long, Luo Yi. Image. Luo Yi. She's quite beautiful, right? Animated emoji. Su Baijiu gazed at the photograph, lost in contemplation. Indeed, anything could happen in this world. The boy she frequently gamed with was known to her as Professor Gu's younger brother. The professor had previously asked her to look after him before leaving the country. Yet, she never imagined that her first encounter with the professor's brother would unfold in such a scenario. She wasn't prepared for this. Su Baijiu sensed that the situation had become somewhat complicated. The rain continued to fall. The thunder roared, and the atmosphere grew increasingly gloomy. A chill swept through, causing Luo Yi to shiver. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, turning to look at the senior. She maintained her previous posture, though her body trembled slightly. Such beauty, so delicate, as if the heavens themselves conspired to create her. Luo Yi regretted not having given himself a harsh reprimand upon returning home. On such a frigid day, the senior had been caught in the rain, and he had allowed her to suffer in the cold. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Yi removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. Thank you, she murmured. Time seemed to stretch as the thunder receded and the rain softened, transforming into a gentle drizzle. The torrential downpour had lasted merely 20 minutes in Jiangxin. Such storms were known for their suddenness and brevity. The light rain danced gracefully in the wind, making it seem not too troublesome to venture outside. Su Baijiu said nothing and departed with an expression devoid of emotion. Watching the silhouette of the senior, Luo Yi found himself entranced. She stood at approximately 167 centimeters, while Luo Yi himself was around 178 centimeters tall. Thus, his coat, though slightly oversized, fit her quite well. The senior possessed an alluring figure and striking beauty, yet her demeanor was somewhat aloof. It was hard to believe such a captivating individual had not already captured someone's heart. Luo Yi sighed, reflecting on his own romantic inexperience. He had harbored secret affections for another for 3 long years, during which he had scarcely exchanged words with any girl other than his goddess. As he reminisced about the senior's visage, a flicker of emotion stirred within him, but he quickly shook his head. It was merely infatuation that if one were to develop feelings based solely on a fleeting encounter and physical beauty, it would be nothing short of frivolous. Luo Yi stepped outside the academic building, umbrella in hand, and returned to his dormitory. To his surprise, he discovered a new occupant had arrived. A robust young man, approximately 175 centimeters tall with a buzz cut and slightly tanned skin, sat up immediately upon noticing Luo Ye's presence. "Are you my roommate?" "Hello, I'm Li Haoyang, a native of Jiangsheng," introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Luo Yi from Beijing," he replied. "Beijing? Wow, a big city dweller." The two exchanged contact information and began to converse. "Isn't school starting for locals tomorrow? Why did you arrive today?" "Well, my home is nearby, and with nothing to do, I thought I'd move my luggage into the dormitory early." "I didn't expect it to rain," Luo Yi explained, glancing at Li Haoyang's slightly damp attire with a peculiar expression. "Is it a trend here to tempt with wet clothes?" Noticing Luo Yi's gaze, Li Haoyang chuckled. "I brought an umbrella, but I saw a little girl getting drenched at the school entrance, so I lent it to her." He continued, "You won't believe it. I thought she was just a small girl, barely over 150 centimeters tall, yet she ended up carrying luggage into our school. I even helped her carry her bags the whole way. Ha ha ha. Never judge a book by its cover. I always thought Southern people were petite, but I must say, you are quite the sturdy fellow, Haoyang." Li Haoyang flexed his arms to showcase his muscles, saying, "I work out every day." As they bantered and laughed, the presence of a companion in the dormitory lifted Luo Ye's spirits. The following morning, the sound of knocking echoed. Luo Yi rose to open the door. "Hello." A strikingly handsome man, nearly the same height as Luo Yi, appeared at the doorway. This individual was exceptionally attractive, radiantly so. Luo Yi found himself momentarily believing that this man was equally as handsome as he was. A mere illusion, surely. "Are you a celebrity?" Luo Yi instinctively intuited. The man chuckled, as he was accustomed to such assumptions. "I'm not a celebrity, I am your roommate. My name is Shun Xiao." Behind Shun Xiao followed a rather unimposing boy, standing at about 1.7 meters tall, with an unattractive demeanor. "Hello, I am Wang Dachui." The name felt oddly familiar to Luo Yi. He immediately threw an arm around Wang Dachui's shoulders, pulling him into the room. At that moment, Li Haoyang remained blissfully asleep, one bare foot, size 44, protruding from the edge of the bed, emanating an alluring scent. Once Li Haoyang awoke, the four of them ventured to a store to purchase a trash can, broom, and other necessities before heading to the third hall. There are 3 halls at Jiangxing University, with the first hall being closest to the boys' dormitory. So why choose the third hall? Because it is nearest to the girls' dormitory, providing ample eye candy. "Tomorrow marks the beginning of military training," Wang Dachui lamented. "What's there to fear? Isn't military training a beneficial experience?" Li Haoyang flexed his muscles, eliciting a wave of exasperated expressions from the others as they settled into a corner of the third hall. Nevertheless, Shun Xiao's extraordinary looks attracted the attention of several girls, one of whom, blushing, approached shyly and asked, "Classmate, may I have a green bubble from you?" "I'm sorry, but I already have a girlfriend," Shun Xiao politely declined, clearly accustomed to such encounters. The girl departed, disappointed. "Oh my goodness," Wang Dachui remarked enviously. "Why doesn't any girl ever ask me for my WeChat?" "Do you want girls to ask for your WeChat? Then you ought to work out. Possessing a perfect physique will inevitably attract their interest," Li Haoyang asserted. By the way, Shun Xiao, do you really have a girlfriend?" Wang Dachui inquired with a mischievous glint in his eyes, glancing around with a rather unsavory demeanor. "I do have a girlfriend," Shun Xiao stated firmly, his tone heavy, devoid of any jest. Luo Yi silently regarded him, choosing not to respond. After finishing their meal, the group shifted into casual conversation. "Are you aware of Jiangda's rankings of beauties?" Wang Dachui initiated, though it was evident that the other 3 seemed disinterested in women. "I'm not aware," Luo Yi innocently replied. Instantly, Wang Dachui's eyes brightened. "Young man, you are quite perceptive. Every department at Jiangda has its own beauty. For instance, the beauty of the School of Economics and Management is our senior, Qin Yuan, who ranks 4th on Jiangda's beauty list." "Qin Yuan?" Luo Yi expressed his confusion. What exactly is Chinese language? Why isn't it called mathematics? Doesn't that name seem rather hasty? Merely a play on words. Why take it so seriously? Wang Dachui shot him an exasperated glance. There are photos of Sister Qin on Jiang University's forum. She must be incredibly beautiful. Wang Dachui pulled out his phone, revealing a picture of Qin Yuan. The first images showcased a series of campus portraits, and the girl indeed appeared pure and charming, even capturing the attention of Li Haoyang, a muscular lad. The last photograph depicted Qin Yuan strolling through the campus, stealthily captured by someone. Yet, unexpectedly, another girl appeared in the frame. Only her profile was visible, but her breathtaking beauty was discernible. She possessed a tall stature, and her formal attire did little to conceal her alluring figure, rivaling even Qin Yuan, if not surpassing her. This seemed to be the senior from yesterday. Luo Ye's eyes widened in awe, prompting Wang Dachui to retract his phone, gazing at him with a protective demeanor. Brother Luo, let's be clear. The campus beauty Qin is mine, so don't harbor any thoughts. Please, as if you're worthy. What did you say? Brother Dachui is an ideal match, top tier. Luo Yi feigned indifference but couldn't help but inquire, who is the girl next to the campus beauty in the last photo? Upon hearing this, Wang Dachui cast a disdainful glance at Luo Yi. That's the current star of Jian University. Her name is Su Baizhou. I suggest you refrain from prying too much. She's a talented student in computer science, with countless candid photos that have earned her the title of campus flower. Even standing next to Qin Yuan, she casts her in the role of a mere supporting character. She has also received numerous awards, leading the computer science department to its current glory, naturally becoming the president of the student union and earning qualifications for graduate school. Word has it that her demeanor is incredibly aloof, and none of the brave souls who have confessed to her have succeeded in getting close. Thus, don't even think about it, such an exceptional woman is beyond our reach. Upon hearing this, Shun Xiao and Li Haoyang displayed expressions of astonishment. This senior is remarkable. Indeed, she is outstanding. Luo Yi fell into contemplation. The senior who arrived that day turned out to be so exceptional. Yet, she has no boyfriend. That thought echoed repeatedly in Luo Yi's mind. In our freshman cohort, there's also a stunning beauty. They say she's the freshman campus flower named Tang Enki. While she may not quite measure up to Su Baizhou, the difference is minimal. S. Wang Dachui spoke. He noticed Luo Yi's expression darkening and quickly reassured him, "Don't be disheartened. My friend, once I've won over these goddesses, he'll share one with you." "Get lost," Luo Yi replied, exasperated. After their meal, the group strolled around the campus and playground before returning to their dormitory. In the evening, after receiving their military training uniforms, several students entered the classroom and sat side by side. This was the computer science department, class 1 of computer networks. Luo Yi and his 3 companions were all majoring in this field. A young man approached the podium. "Hello, students. I am your counselor for the next 4 years. Chan Xiangjin, I understand that this is your first time in university, and coincidentally, it is also my first time as a counselor. You are the inaugural class I will mentor. Having just graduated from my graduate studies, I may be inexperienced, yet I will endeavor to guide you through our journey of learning together over the next 4 years. Today, we shall introduce ourselves. Starting tomorrow, you will begin a military training program lasting for half a month. That if anyone is unable to participate due to health reasons, please inform me afterward so I can take note. Moreover, once the military training concludes, we will hold elections for class representatives, but for now, we need to appoint a temporary class leader. Is there anyone willing to volunteer?" The students began to murmur among themselves. "You should do it." Luo Yi widened his eyes, incredulous as he looked at Wang Dachui. "You want me to be the temporary class leader?" "Brother Dachui, I never imagined your charming persona belied such a bold nature." Half a minute passed, yet no one in the class raised their hand. It is worth noting that being a temporary class leader does not guarantee one will become the official class president, and it involves managing various tedious matters during military training, an ungrateful task that no one seemed eager to undertake. Chun Xiangjin scanned the room, and for reasons unknown, his gaze landed on Li Haoyang, a muscular individual with slightly tanned skin and a buzz cut, seated in the first seat of the 4th row. "You there, the first student on the left in the 4th row. You're a veteran, aren't you?" Li Haoyang, caught off guard, stood up, and all eyes in the classroom turned towards him. "Ah, the muscular guy. Am not. Oh, with your build, I assumed you were a veteran. Well, if there are no objections, I shall appoint you as the temporary class leader." Without giving Li Haoyang a chance to respond, Chun Xiangjin continued. "Everyone has seen this student's appearance. For any matters during military training, you may report them to him first. If he cannot resolve the issue, feel free to come to me. Oh, by the way, what is your name?" "Teacher, his name is Li Haoyang." Wang Dachui shouted enthusiastically, appearing as if he would defend his friend at all costs. Everyone, please scan the class group's QR code, and if there are no further matters, you may return. Li Haoyang will compile a list of those who cannot participate in military training. All right then. Li Haoyang expressed his resignation. He had not even been given the chance to refuse. Of course, he dared not decline the counselor in front of the entire class. It must be said, the counselor played his cards quite cleverly. Shall we return to the dormitory? Return? No way. Let's head to the playground to see the girls. Under Wang Dachui's instigation, the group made their way to the playground. Shun Xiao, however, was unwilling to join them. Due to his strikingly handsome visage, reminiscent of a male celebrity, he invariably attracts attention. The moment he graced the playground with his presence, he captivated the gaze of every girl present. Waves of young women approached, seeking his contact information. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? After traversing the playground twice and rejecting numerous requests for his contact details, Wang Dachui could no longer contain himself. Do the girls here not see the dashing and charming Wang Dachui? The three were momentarily speechless. Our fresh-faced companion Leah and the fitness instructor have yet to utter a word. What gives you the confidence to claim such handsomeness? Shun Xiao's retort was merciless. Upon hearing her words, Wang Dachui promptly turned to counter, but upon encountering Shun Xiao's strikingly handsome face, he gradually became entranced. What a gaze! Step aside. Shun Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. I was merely jesting. You don't truly believe I'm fond of men, do you? Wang Dachui's smile was mischievously cunning. In the girls' dormitory, Qin Yuan was applying a facial mask while scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, she spotted a photo of a young man on the Jiang University confession wall, accompanied by the caption, "The boy I encountered at Santang at noon was exceptionally handsome." Qin Yuan focused intently, double-tapping to enlarge the image. As she scrutinized it further, her eyes brightened. A flawless male god. The photo featured none other than the male celebrity Shin Xiao. Zhou, come quickly. When did our school have such a handsome guy? The girl nearby, clad in a spaghetti-strap dress and oversized black glasses, was engrossed in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Her aloof demeanor, combined with a statuesque figure and adorable large black glasses, created an enchanting contrast. As Su Baizhou paid no heed to Qin Yuan, she exhibited no interest in men whatsoever. Zhou, take a look. He's genuinely handsome. What if you find him appealing? We can't remain single for a lifetime, can we? Qin Yuan presented her phone to Su Baizhou, who cast a dismissive glance at it. Suddenly, she froze, her gaze fixated on Shun Xiao's photograph. Yet, her attention did not linger on him, but a silence enveloped them. Qin Yuan stared at Su Baizhou, almost incredulously, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Though she intended to share a good man with her friend, she had never imagined Su Baizhou would take an interest. As Su Baizhou, interested in men, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Baizhou's gaze flickered away in an instant, returning to the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, as though nothing had transpired. Zhou, stop pretending. Qin Yuan grasped Su Baizhou's arm, excitement bubbling over. Are you interested in men now? No, keep pretending. Wasn't that you looking at men just now? Qin Yuan seemed to have stumbled upon a monumental secret. Would the ice-cold beauty finally welcome the arrival of spring? What? Su Baizhou inquired with an air of indifference. What man? Qin Yuan was left speechless. You can feign ignorance all you want. Yet, that boy truly is strikingly handsome. Qin Yuan glanced again at the photo of Shun Xiao on her phone. In the picture, Shun Xiao was enjoying his meal, completely oblivious to being photographed. Perhaps it was his overwhelming brilliance that caused many to overlook the fact that Luo Yi, seated beside Shin Xiao, was equally attractive. After applying her facial mask, Qin Yuan proceeded to wash her face. Suddenly, she discovered a man's jacket in the laundry basket beside her. Is there anything amiss with a man's jacket appearing in the girls' dormitory? Not really. However, Qin Yuan was utterly astounded. This laundry basket belonged to Su Baizhou. Although Su Baizhou had rented a place outside, many of her belongings remained untransferred. Zhou, a voice several decibels higher than before, resonated from bathroom. Su Baizhou paused momentarily, suddenly recalling that jacket had yet to be washed. But it wasn't a significant issue. Qin Yuan was adorably naive and easy to placate. Qin Yuan emerged, demanding, Zhou, whose jacket is that? Guess. Curiosity surged within Qin Yuan, yet Su Baizhou's demeanor drove her to the brink of frustration. Just tell me. I bought myself. I don't believe you. Believe it or not. Qin Yuan expressed her dissatisfaction, yet felt powerless to change it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Yi and the others returned to their dormitory. Let me gauge the prowess of my 3 sons, Wang Dachui decisively declared, initiating the first gaming session of the dorm. The group unlocked their phones. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Brother Luo Yi, you're the last one. I'll invite you to the team. He clicked to invite. Luo Yi accepted. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from the trio's phones, nearly blinding them. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Wang Dachui, Shun Xiao, and Li Haoyang stared in astonishment at Luo Yi. Are you seriously the number 1 on the elimination leaderboard? The invincible warrior returning to his roots? Indeed. Please carry me, big shot. I want to ascend to warrior status too. Let's squad up for a 4-player match military base. Here we come. Wow, a golden legend. Wang Dachui gazed at the golden Maserati in Luo Yi's game, drooling with envy. Come on, Shun Xiao, you old turtle. What do you know? Patience nurtures talent, survival conquers the world. Brother Haoyang, what are you doing? Help me. Assist me. As Li Haoyang continued to loot, Wang Dachui had already collapsed at his feet, yet he remained oblivious. In the next instant, a grenade soared in, abruptly ending both his and Wang Dachui's lives. Luo Yi gazed at the 3 individuals in silence. You lot possess no awareness whatsoever. Observe my actions. With remarkable swiftness, Luo Yi executed a series of intricate maneuvers, dodging, firing in advance, deploying instant explosives, and crouching in a fraction of a second, all executed with finesse. Ultimately, he achieved a complete annihilation of the opposing team. Behold, this is true skill, courtesy of brother Luo Yi. Wang Dachui brimmed with pride, as if he were the one to have secured the victory. Wow. Suddenly, Luo Yi erupted with a curse on the screen. A distant adversary, several hundred meters away, landed a headshot with an AK, taking him out. Cheater. Even the most formidable players ultimately succumb to the prowess of technology. The delightful evening concluded amidst the excitement of their gaming session. In the deep of night, Luo Yi powered on his computer, embarking on a journey of writing. Chapter 4. Military Training. Attention. Stand at ease. The rigid stance endured for 30 minutes. Any movement would incur an additional 5 minutes. The collective sentiment was one of despair. Meanwhile, the 4 companions, Luo Yi and his friends, were on the brink of slumber. After an all-night gaming session that extended until the early hours of 4, they had to rise at 6:30 for formation. At this moment, they were all in a haze. The instructor patrolled the ranks, his keen eyes scanning for any signs of weakness. Suddenly, he frowned. One boy had his eyes shut, appearing to be asleep. Is it possible to doze off while standing? The instructor approached the boy, and the others stifled their laughter. Student. The boy was abruptly roused, locking eyes with the instructor. Attention. Wang Dachui instinctively shouted, his eyes widening as he beheld the instructor's stern visage. What is happening? Wasn't I in bed? How did I end up standing at attention? Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, but the instructor remained stoic. This indicated serious consequences. As silence enveloped the group, the instructor finally smiled. What a sight. Why has everyone stopped laughing? Laugh, I say. No laughter now? An additional 30 minutes in this posture, he declared. Turning to Wang Dachui, he added, this student seems rather drowsy. Go run 10 laps around the playground to wake yourself up. In that case, I'll run 15 laps. Wang Dachui grimaced as he raised his arms and sprinted towards the field. Poor Wang Dachui, his friends silently wished him well. Everyone else, take 10 minutes of rest. Luo Yi collapsed onto the ground. After an all-nighter and an hour of standing at attention, it was too much to bear. Wang Dachui sat on the ground, questioning his existence. After completing the 15 laps, he felt as if he were floating. Are you all right, Wang Dachui? Luo Yi inquired. Wang Dachui gazed up blankly, his expression devoid of life, as though he had been utterly exhausted. Alarmed, Luo Yi began to shake him. Hang in there, brother. Wang Dachui showed no sign of response. His head bowed, his lips moving. What are you saying, brother? Are you thirsty or hungry? Luo Yi leaned in closer, striving to catch his murmurs. I want a girl. Luo Yi was taken aback. Suddenly, Wang Dachui's eyes widened as if he had spotted something extraordinary. Following his gaze, Luo Yi saw a girl not far away, handing a bottle of sports drink to Li Haoyang. Wow. Wang Dachui's jaw dropped, instantly revitalized. That rascal is courting girls behind my back. He feigned to rise, ready to charge forward. Calm down, brother. Don't jeopardize Li Haoyang's lifelong happiness. Luo Yi grasped Wang Dachui's arm, only to discover a more extravagant scene unfolding in another direction. A throng of girls surrounded Xin Xiao, leaving no room for escape. Handsome, try mine. I brought the peach-flavored energy drink. I love you, my idol. I want to bear your children. The military training formation resembled a fervent fan meet, leaving the military training commander in the audience momentarily stunned. At a crucial moment, the instructor bellowed, "Everyone, stand up." The formation straightened, and all returned to their original positions. Luo Yi, positioned at the front row of the formation, noticed the girl who had given Li Haoyang the energy drink was directly opposite him, also in the front row. Clad in military training attire, she possessed a youthful visage reminiscent of a lowly, radiating vitality and sweetness, standing at approximately 170 centimeters with a commendable figure. A long-legged lowly, one might say. Periodically, she cast glances toward their formation, presumably observing Li Haoyang. Indeed, there were girls who admired muscular men. Haoyang was truly remarkable, already attracting attention on the first day of military training. As evening approached, they transitioned into the performance segment. After singing "Unity is Strength" several times, the instructor began soliciting any fresh talents. "We want a one-on-one challenge." Wang Dachui pointed at Li Haoyang, declaring, "Let us see who is more formidable, the instructor's martial arts or our fitness coach." Upon hearing this, curiosity peaked among the crowd, and they began to chant, "One-on-one, one-on-one." The instructor glanced at Li Haoyang, shaking his head resignedly. "Since everyone is eager for a duel, would you kindly stand up, student?" "Oh no, not again." Li Haoyang rose, feeling utterly disheartened. From the classroom to the military training formation, he was either being called out or on the verge of being called out. He feared for his collegiate experience. Would the professors continuously call on him in class as well? The competitors took their positions. Although Li Haoyang was labeled a muscular man, his physique was only slightly more robust than the instructors, who had mastered martial arts to an extraordinary degree. Within moments, Li Haoyang was unfortunately subdued by the instructor and returned to his seat with a forlorn expression. "Are you all right?" The girl who had given Li Haoyang the energy drink sat beside him, her concern evident. "I'm fine." He waved his hand dismissively. This girl, named Lu Bingxin, trained in a formation close to the boys' group where Luo Yi was situated, allowing them to share downtime in the evenings. With girls present, everyone performed with even more enthusiasm. The two instructors, observing the fresh university students displaying their youthful exuberance, couldn't help but smile. Luo Yi and Wang Dachui joined Li Haoyang at his side, while Xin Xiao found himself surrounded by girls, unable to escape. "Hey, coach," Wang Dachui said with a grin. "Care to share how you met this lovely lady?" Li Haoyang gazed at Wang Dachui with a look of innocent confusion, unsure of what to say. It was Lu Bingxin who, with utmost grace, interjected, "This morning, I went to buy water for my roommates, and one of them didn't fancy drinking Pulse. Noticing that classmate Li Haoyang seemed a bit parched, I decided to sell it to him." "Ah, so it was merely a transaction for water. I had thought my son was on the verge of finding romance." Wang Dachui mused, his spirits instantly lifted. "May I inquire which major you are in?" "I am Wang Dachui, and it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Lu Bingxin, a student from Multimedia Class 2, hailing from Leking." "Leking indeed. I have heard of the Grand Leking Buddha." The conversation between Wang Dachui and Lu Bingxin flowed effortlessly, with the amiable Li Haoyang seated between them, his expression one of endearing bewilderment. It seemed that all of Li Haoyang's emotional intelligence had been invested in his physique, as he glanced left and right, unable to interject, merely observing their exchange with longing. Luo Yi, resting his chin on his hand, attentively watched a male student performing a song. Truth be told, the singing was mediocre at best. It paled in comparison to his own vocal prowess. He had a passion for singing, having been somewhat of a songbird in high school. Memories of sheltering from the rain with a senior fairy flitted through his mind, and he unconsciously stood up. After the boy finished singing, he took the microphone. Wang Dachui, engrossed in conversation, was momentarily taken aback. "You can sing too? I will perform a piece titled Rainy Day. As there is no accompaniment available, I shall sing it a cappella. I hope you will be forgiving." Taking a deep breath, Luo Yi began softly. "Suddenly, it started to rain while waiting for you. Suddenly, you are in tears. Bearing countless grievances, I wait. I think, yet I cannot reach you. If the heavens would clear yet fail to grace you, I would lead you through the bustling crowd. Listening to Luo Ye's gentle melody, even in its unaccompanied form, captivated everyone present. Chapter 5. The Senior Fairy Zhou. This year's freshmen are truly remarkable, Qin Yuan remarked, placing her phone before Su Baijiu. It was yet another confession wall. Confess to the boy who sings. His voice is simply enchanting. Following this was a brief video clip, showcasing a boy in military training attire singing. Captivated by the magnetic timbre of his voice, Su Baijiu's gaze flickered to Luo Yi on the screen. Observing that Su Baijiu was genuinely absorbed, Qin Yuan triumphantly declared, I told you, Zhou, even if you are the Ice Queen, you cannot resist the allure of a beautiful voice. Besides, this singer is rather handsome too. Yet, only Su Baijiu understood the deeper significance of the song Luo Yi had chosen. Rainy day, she slowly recalled the events of that day. The military training had finally concluded. In room 515 of Building 8, Luo Yi and his companions were brimming with excitement. Having endured the rigors of military training, their delightful university journey could now truly commence. Let us feast, the four friends unanimously decided, marking the beginning of their inaugural gathering in room 515. Brother Haoyang. Wang Dachui grasped Li Haoyang's shoulder and inquired, as a local of Jiacheng, do you have any recommendations? Of course, came the reply. I will take you to the restaurant downstairs from the gym for some nutritious meals. Wang Dachui then turned to Li Ya, saying, we three are natives of this province, and you are the only outsider. Thus, you shall decide what we eat for this meal. After a moment of contemplation, Loya suggested, let us have hot pot. Thus, the decision was made with cheerful agreement, and they set off for hot pot. The four hailed a taxi to the highest-rated hot pot restaurant near the school. Is anyone not drinking? Shen Xiao asked. Not drinking? Wang Dachui exclaimed in anger. We are all brothers. It's our first gathering. I dare anyone to refuse. There is no way the inaugural feast of 515 could lack alcohol. Come on, boss. Bring us each 2 bottles of beer. 2 bottles? Luoya's expression turned increasingly disdainful. Huh. A mere 2 bottles are nothing but an appetizer for a robust northern man like me. Half an hour later, laughter erupted. We are brothers. From this day forth, the 3 of us shall swear brotherhood despite our differing surnames. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, second brother, youngest brother. Shen Xiao observed the trio, arms slung over each other's shoulders, feeling a sense of helplessness. What happened to the drinking capacity of northern men? Can't handle just a few dozen bottles? Countless empty beer bottles surrounded him, for he, Shen Xiao, was indeed the one with the greatest capacity. Suddenly, Wang Dachui approached Shen Xiao, his face flushed yet composed. Brother Shen, I am the handsome one of 515. Shen Xiao responded, all right, finish this bottle. Whoever cannot drink at all is the sun. With that, Wang Dachui took a swig from a bottle of Brave the Heavens. After a couple of gulps, he was unable to continue. I, Wang Dachui, accept defeat. Noticing this, Shen Xiao instinctively began recording. Dad. Shen Xiao smiled slightly. I didn't catch that. Dad. Wang Dachui's expression was earnest. Ah, my dear son. At that moment, Shen Xiao noticed Wang Dachui bowing his head. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. He instinctively stepped back 2 paces. In the next instant, Wang Dachui vomited a colorful mess right where he stood. Oh my goodness. I can't bear to look. Shen Xiao stifled his disgust and called for the waiter. They then took a taxi back to the dormitory. In the taxi, Wang Dachui suddenly bowed his head once more. Shen Xiao exclaimed, don't vomit in the car. Fortunately, Wang Dachui retained some awareness. He quickly rolled down the window, sticking his head out. The taxi driver muttered in disbelief. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the 4 returned to the school. Shen Xiao, with Li Haoyang on his left and Wang Dachui on his right, struggled to make their way toward the dormitory. As a northern lad with a notable capacity for alcohol, Leia had regained some clarity and was cheerfully trailing behind the 3. Suddenly, he halted. A singular thought occupying his mind, his urgent need to find a restroom. He scanned his surroundings, but was unable to locate the lavatory. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised that there must be a restroom within the teaching building. Thus, he made his way towards it, unfamiliar with its layout since he had yet to attend any classes there. Meanwhile, Shen Xiao had not noticed Luoya's departure. At the entrance of the teaching building, Su Baijiu emerged, carrying her bag, clad in a resplendent azure gown, and draped in a white coat, her feet adorned with crystal high heels. Today, she had adorned herself with exquisite makeup, enhancing her already striking beauty. Senior sister, a faintly familiar voice called out, prompting Su Baijiu to turn her head. There stood Luya, looking somewhat daft and innocent. Were you calling me? He inquired, finally recognizing the enchanting senior sister from the other day. I need to find the restroom. But I'm not sure where it is, he stammered sheepishly. Su Baijiu pointed in a direction, her expression serene as she replied, once you enter, turn right and keep walking. The restroom is straight ahead. Thank you, senior sister. Observing Luya's unsteady retreat, Su Baijiu tilted her head and murmured to herself. At least he didn't stutter when expressing his gratitude. Upon exiting the restroom, Luya wore a perplexed expression. Did I just see the enchanting senior sister and converse with her? He was still somewhat dazed, pondering whether it had been a mere illusion. Shaking his head, he stepped out of the teaching building. As he emerged, he was greeted by the sight of a stunning figure standing at the entrance. It truly is the enchanting senior sister. Luya stood frozen, overwhelmed by her presence. Noticing his astonishment, Su Baijiu found his demeanor rather endearing. Have you been drinking? She asked. Yes, he admitted. Upon hearing this, Su Baijiu removed her white coat and draped it over Luya's shoulders. Beneath it, her azure gown sparkled with rows of crystals. Complemented by her makeup and high heels, and adorned with a delicate blue necklace resting on her exquisite collarbone. To Luya, she appeared as if she had descended from the heavens. He vowed that this enchanting senior sister was the most beautiful girl he had ever encountered in his life. I didn't bring my black coat, so you may keep this one as a token of compensation, Su Baijiu stated casually. She had just finished her evening study session and changed into the gown in the teaching building's restroom. Little did she expect that the first person to see her in formal attire would be this junior. It was a fortunate encounter for him. With that, Su Baijiu turned and walked away, leaving Luya captivated by her graceful silhouette. She proceeded towards the venue for the welcome party rehearsal. President Su, your timing is impeccable. The rehearsal has just commenced. I never anticipated that President Su is not only proficient in computers, but also possesses a melodious voice, the host chuckled. Su Baijiu felt a sense of helplessness regarding this matter. For the welcome party, each major was required to present a performance. However, in their computer science department, not only were there few girls, but the ones present were solely adept at typing away on their keyboards. Reluctantly, this led to Su Baijiu stepping in to bolster the event. Chapter 6. The freshman welcome party. The following day, Luo Yi awoke in his dormitory. His eyes still half closed as he surveyed his surroundings with a pair of bleary, fish-like eyes. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? A trifecta of questions loomed. Awake, are we? Remarked Xin Xiao, who was engrossed in a game. In the entire dormitory, only Xin Xiao was awake. The other two roommates remained in slumber. Fortunately, there were no classes scheduled for the morning, or they would have missed their first class of the semester. Drinking leads to trouble, Luo Yi mused. Admiring Xin Xiao, I underestimated the Southerners. It seems you are the hidden powerhouse. Being able to hold one's liquor isn't always a blessing, Xin Xiao replied quietly. Indeed, in our capital, being able to drink signifies one's status, Luo Yi marveled. As he prepared to rise from his bed, he noticed a white jacket among the pile of clothes that did not belong to him. Where did this garment come from? Luo Yi picked it up and examined it closely. A delicate fragrance wafted from the clothing, fresh and reminiscent of strawberry milk. A girl's jacket? Luo Yi seemed to recall something, yet the details eluded him. He remembered that something had happened last night, but the specifics were lost to him. When I returned to the dormitory yesterday, I noticed you were missing. Not long after, when you returned, you were wearing an extra piece of clothing and seemed quite amused. Xin Xiao explained. Oh, and you were talking in your sleep, mumbling something about a fairy senior, which nearly left me in shock. As he listened to Xin Xiao's account, Luo Yi had an epiphany. So that incident last night was not merely a dream. Luo Yi's spirits soared. Was this white jacket a gift from the fairy senior? Excitement, joy, astonishment, and honor flooded his heart. He cradled the jacket as if it were a priceless treasure. Seeing Luo Yi's reaction, Xin Xiao displayed a look of utter disdain. Youth certainly shows, he remarked. Luo Yi, by the looks of it, you've never been in love, have you? How could you tell? Luo Yi asked, surprised. It's obvious, Xin Xiao replied. So, do you want me to teach you a few tricks? At this, Luo Yi, now dressed, sprang up and perched eagerly on a stool, gazing at Xin Xiao with anticipation. Please, teacher Shun, enlighten me. A teachable spirit. Xin Xiao nodded in satisfaction, then added, but you'll have to wait until I finish this game. How much longer? I just started. Half an hour later, Shen Xiao adopted an enigmatic demeanor. Brother Luo Yi, allow me to enlighten you on the art of courting women. First, one must strive to understand the other person. Understanding is a fundamental process for moving forward. Only through genuine comprehension can one discern whether a person is truly compatible with oneself. If one enters a romantic relationship without a clear understanding of her, one may find regret in the future. After grasping her temperament, personality, and interests, one can confidently identify engaging topics for conversation, making it a process of self-matching that ultimately reveals the compatibility between the two individuals. Having said this, Shen Xiao glanced at his phone and continued, secondly, financial and material investment is essential. In today's society, it is utterly impossible to achieve success without effort. Modern women are often raised in affluence and many are financially independent. They do not lack for money. However, as a man, when pursuing a woman, one should present oneself with dignity. Purchasing items that she enjoys or her favorite snacks is quite necessary. Luo Yi nodded vigorously, clearly convinced. Shen Xiao stifled a laugh, glanced at his phone again, and resumed his discourse. Wait, Luo Yi interrupted. Why do you keep looking at your phone? Because you're searching on Baidu? With his keen intellect, Luo Yi immediately sensed Shen Xiao's ulterior motives. Sure enough, upon querying how to pursue women on his own phone, he found information identical to Shen Xiao's earlier advice. Ahem, you caught me, Shen Xiao admitted, feeling uncomfortable under Luo Yi's scrutinizing gaze. Brother Luo Yi, let me show you something amusing. Shen Xiao swiftly decided to change the subject, sharing a video he had recorded on his phone the previous day. As they watched Wang Dachui, visibly intoxicated, loudly calling for daddy, Luo Yi couldn't help but laugh. Yet, it must be said, while Shen Xiao appeared charming on the surface, he possessed a rather cunning nature. It is often the case that those who are aesthetically pleasing may harbor some character flaws. Luo Yi's mind drifted to the image of the enchanting senior sister. Except for the enchanting senior sister, he mused. It wasn't until noon that Li Haoyang and Wang Dachui finally stirred from their slumber. The moment Wang Dachui opened his eyes, he shouted, "What time is it?" The sudden outburst startled Li Haoyang, who was nearby. "Why are you so loud? You nearly gave me a heart attack. What do you know? Tonight at 6:30 is the welcome party. There will surely be many second and third-year sisters performing. I heard that senior sister Qin Yuan dances exceptionally well. I must see the goddess dance." After glancing at the time and realizing it was still midday, Wang Dachui declared, "Puffed. It's still early. Back to sleep." Luo Yi felt exasperated. "Brother Chui, you might not realize that we have a class during the first period this afternoon." "And so what?" Wang Dachui retorted. "It's a moral education class, and the instructor is the department head. He said that if you miss 3 classes, you'll fail outright." Upon hearing this, Wang Dachui sprang up and hastily donned his clothes. "In truth, I relish attending classes, particularly the ideological and political education course. Come, let us dine and then return to class." Luo Yi, indeed. Shen Xiao, quite so. Li Haoyang, snoring away. This fellow has dozed off again. The ideological and political education course, a session replete with tedium, found Shen Xiao intently focused on the podium. "Male star, are you truly absorbing this?" Wang Dachui inquired. Curiosity piqued. Shen Xiao remained unresponsive. "Male star? Did you call for me? What did you say?" I was momentarily distracted. As twilight descended, Wang Dachui pulled Luo Yi to attend the welcome party. As for the other two, Shen Xiao, fearing an encirclement by girls, dared not approach. While Li Haoyang claimed he had matters to attend to, his destination unknown. Only Luo Yi, utterly bored, was dragged along by Wang Dachui. "Brother Chui, is the welcome party truly that entertaining? I've had little exposure to such things. Please do not deceive me." "Yezi, how could your brother Chui possibly mislead you? Rest assured, the performances at the welcome party will undoubtedly pique your interest." Luo Yi sat expressionlessly in the audience. "Is this what you deem interesting?" Observing the stage, where several seniors performed an exceedingly dull skit, Luo Yi felt immense discomfort. Why not spend this time lounging in the dormitory? Wang Dachui too was taken aback by the party's monotony, noting that his goddess, Qin Yuan, seemingly had not signed up for any performance. "Well, since we are here, there is but one final act before the welcome party concludes. Let us endure to the end." Chapter 7. The astonishing remarks of Brother Chui. The concluding act was somewhat engaging, featuring the lively dance of several second-year female students, which excited Wang Dachui. Afterward, as the welcome party reached its successful conclusion, Many began to rise and leave, yet the host lingered, failing to deliver the closing remarks. "Dear freshman, please hold on a moment." The audience, puzzled, gazed at the host. "Are we to wait after the performances have concluded? Do you truly think we enjoy hearing your closing speech?" The host smiled mysteriously. "In fact, our welcome party has a hidden performance, saved for the very end, arranged by the university's art troupe. We have reserved this surprise for last and did not disclose it in the program list. Here, on behalf of the art troupe, I extend my apologies and hope you will enjoy the surprise we have prepared." When Jiang University is mentioned, one immediately thinks of our esteemed computer science department. And when the computer science department is brought up, one cannot help but think of her. As for her identity, allow me to maintain some suspense. Feel free to make bold guesses. Now, let us welcome our special guest to perform The One Beyond. As the concluding act of this welcome party, the audience sat in stunned silence. A portion of the freshmen seemed to have an inkling of what was occurring, dutifully returning to their seats, while another segment of the audience remained bewildered. However, upon observing others settling back down, they too followed suit. Upon hearing these words, Luo Yi appeared to grasp something, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. Wang Dachui, puzzled, mused, could it be? When one thinks of the computer science department, the first name that springs to mind is undoubtedly the goddess Su Baizhou. Yet, I have heard that her demeanor is as frigid as ice. How could she possibly attend a welcome party? But apart from Su, who else is renowned in the computer science department? Could it be Li Meng from the artificial intelligence major? Wang Dachui fell into a deep contemplation, secretly hoping that the special guest would indeed be Su Baizhou. Despite her reputation as the ice goddess, perceived as unapproachable, she was undeniably a sight to behold. With a figure reminiscent of a mature beauty, fair skin, striking looks, and a pair of long, elegant legs, coupled with her ethereal visage that exuded an aura of unattainability. Her presence at the welcome event would certainly create a sensational buzz at Jiang University. As the host receded into the background, the lights dimmed. The welcome party plunged into darkness. Suddenly, the crisp sound of heels echoed, reverberating through the silent venue. High-heeled footsteps. Were they from a girl? For some inexplicable reason, Luo Yi recalled the enchanting senior from last night, adorned in a crystal blue gown, gracefully striding in her heels. Could it truly be her? Soon, the sound of heels faded, and a figure stood center stage, enveloped in silence. The performance by the university's art troupe indeed stirred a sense of anticipation within their hearts, as all eyes were fixated on the stage. Then, melodious accompaniment filled the air, and a spotlight illuminated the center of the stage. There, amidst the glow, stood a girl resembling a fairy, microphone in hand. With her flowing long hair and opulent crystal blue gown that accentuated her alluring silhouette, she was breathtakingly beautiful. It was indeed Su Baizhou from the computer science department. Even without makeup, Su Baizhou was a rare beauty, now adorned with exquisite cosmetics. She emerged as the unequivocal flower of Jiang University. Around her, people nodded in agreement, none daring to contest the sentiment, for at that moment, Su Baizhou on stage was undeniably stunning, akin to a celestial being, exuding an aura of refreshing elegance. The applause thundered like rolling thunder, resounding continuously, even overshadowing the musical accompaniment. Watching the fairy-like senior bask in the spotlight, Luo Yi felt a surge of unexpected emotions. An indescribable discomfort welled up within him. He found it difficult to share in the joy of the moment. It was only now that he comprehended the immense popularity of his fairy-like senior within this university. Such a figure was beyond the reach of an ordinary freshman like him. The mere fact that he had shared 2 light encounters with her was a stroke of fortune that others might not achieve in a lifetime. It is likely that the coat left for him by the enchanting senior was merely a gesture of gratitude for the assistance he had previously rendered, as she, with her character, would undoubtedly detest being in debt to anyone. Wild lad. It's Su Baizhou. She is even more beautiful than the goddess Qin. Wang Dachui exclaimed with excitement, only to notice that Leah sat beside him, lost in thought and enveloped in silence. What's wrong, wild lad? Wang Dachui inquired, puzzled. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him as he cast a curious glance at Leah and lowered his voice to ask, Wild lad, your expression is akin to having eaten something foul. Have you experienced a heartbreak? Get lost, Leah replied with a dark expression. However, Wang Dachui's guess was not far from the truth. Leah's experience had ended before it even began. A person like Su Baizhou was destined to be admired from a distance. Gradually, The sounds from the audience faded away as Su Baizhou began to sing. Her melodious voice resonated throughout every corner, plunging the audience into silence. Each individual transfixed by the ethereal figure upon the stage. She was not only breathtakingly beautiful, but her voice was also enchanting, captivating all who listened. Perhaps, after tonight, the title of the Seoul campus beauty at Jiangxing University would be uncontested. The notions of a new student beauty or an ancient Chinese goddess paled in comparison. The audience unanimously agreed that no one could rival Su Baizhou in both grace and beauty at that very moment. She was so extraordinarily beautiful that she seemed to belong to another realm. Some individuals pulled out their phones to capture the image of Su Baizhou on stage, and her photographs were fervently shared across platforms such as Tieba and Douyin. At that moment, her personal account saw an influx of hundreds of new followers, a number that continued to surge with each passing second, despite her account containing only a few shared insights on computer science. She yearned to become an internet sensation. Though her aspirations remained uncertain, the more radiant she shone, the more Liye acutely felt the distance between them. Yet, Liye himself was uncertain of the nature of his feelings for the enchanting senior. From their first encounter in the rain, he had developed an affection for her, which deepened upon their meeting again the previous night. In Liye's heart, the enchanting senior was akin to a moonlight illuminating his path. Whether this constituted love, he could not ascertain. Loving someone can be both complex and simple. Perhaps in a fleeting moment, a feeling is firmly grasped and unknowingly tucked away in the heart, leading to a sense of belonging. Much like the girl he had secretly admired for 3 years, his feelings had evolved without his conscious awareness. But could an unreciprocated affection, stemming from a lack of interaction, truly be considered love? It was merely a one-sided yearning, reflecting on the enchanting senior's unparalleled beauty. Luoya quietly gazed towards Su Baizhou on stage. She was indeed exquisite. Like others in the crowd, he could only quietly admire her beauty from the shadows, watching the celestial being from afar. Perhaps this is what unrequited love feels like. Wang Dachui glanced at the strangely pensive Liye before refocusing his gaze on the stage. Once the performance concluded, Su Baizhou turned to leave, only for the host to step onto the stage and take the microphone from her hand. In that very moment, an unexpected voice erupted from the audience. "Goddess Su." Luoya's eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Wang Dachui, utterly taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Why did he stand up? What was he intending to do? Wang Dachui offered Liye a bewildering smile, reminiscent of a father attempting to reassure a disheartened son. Subsequently, he shouted towards the stage, "Senior, what did you think of the song Rainy Day performed by a freshman a couple of days ago?" The host froze. Bewildered, this was not in the script. Su Baizhou turned her gaze towards Wang Dachui and, almost simultaneously, noticed Liye sitting beside him. Silently, she reclaimed the microphone from the host. "Not bad," she uttered, her concise response serving as the utmost affirmation she could offer to Liye at that moment. Wang Dachui chuckled and shouted louder. "He's right next to me. We want to see the senior duet with him." Chapter 8. A duet on stage. Liye was stunned. The audience was astonished. The host was equally taken aback. Su Baizhou stood on stage with an impassive expression. This was a welcome party, and a request from a freshman would typically be accommodated. Declining might cast a negative light. Yet, this was Su Baizhou. Asking her to acquiesce to such a thing was preposterous. Just as the host anticipated her refusal, she coolly replied, "Sure." The host was taken aback. He had prepared a contingency, never expecting Su Baizhou to agree. Wang Dachui nudged Luoya. Luoya was dumbfounded. "Are you serious, Brother Chui? Why are you hesitating? Wild boy, the opportunity is right in front of you, go on." Wang Dachui forcibly pulled Luoya to his feet. With great reluctance, Luoya made his way to the stage, feeling the weight of countless curious eyes from the audience upon him. He couldn't help but feel a rush of nerves. Appearing quite bashful and youthful, the host handed another microphone to Luoya. "What song will you sing?" Su Baizhou inquired in a chilling tone, her commanding presence creating an overwhelming aura on stage, leaving Luoya feeling utterly unworthy and timid. "Anything will do," he stammered. Su Baizhou stifled a chuckle internally and then suggested, "Since it's a duet, how about we sing something relatively simple, a little sweet?" "A little sweet?" Luoya pondered for a moment, slightly taken aback. Luoyu remained silent. While in the audience, Wang Dachui was nearly beside himself, desperately signaling him with his eyes to hasten his agreement. Witnessing this scene, Luoyu found it somewhat amusing, and the tension within him began to dissipate considerably. "Good." Wang Dachui was the first in the audience to shout, igniting applause that soon cascaded through the crowd, many of whom hesitated but eventually joined in. Although many had never heard of the song Rainy Day sung during military training, Luo Ye's singing video had gained a modest amount of fame when shared on the wall of confessions. Nonetheless, the promotion had not been extensive. Even Wang Dachui was wagering whether Su Baizhou had heard it. As it turned out, he had guessed correctly. Upon hearing Su Baizhou's angelic voice, the audience felt that no one could share the stage with her. At that moment, their gazes towards Luo Yi were tinged with skepticism. At the host's cue, the accompaniment of a bit sweet began to play. The first verse was sung by a male voice. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yi closed his eyes, conjuring the memory of his encounter with the enchanting senior, and gradually his mood lightened. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with tenderness. Since it was a love song, he decided to immerse himself fully in the performance. He turned to Su Baizhou and slowly opened his mouth to sing. Plucking an apple as you pass by my door, delivering it to you to quench your thirst. At that moment, seeing the gentle gaze in Luo Ye's eyes, Su Baizhou felt a stir in her heart. This boy indeed had a talent for singing. Like summer's soda, like winter's cocoa. You were the right moment in the right role. As they sang together, though Su Baizhou's expression remained unchanged, her eyes were no longer as indifferent as before. Luo Yi would not let the opportunity to perform alongside the goddess slip away. This time, he would exert every ounce of strength to showcase his abilities. The audience, having shifted from skepticism to enjoyment, began to notice that Luo Yi had a certain charm, embodying the quintessential shy young man. Everyone listened intently to the song that the two performed on stage. I do not know why, the wound has yet to heal. You intrude into my heart just like this. With the most romantic chorus, she gently harmonized, their gazes affirming their choices. Upon finishing their performance, the audience erupted into an even more fervent applause than before. The host stepped onto the stage, took the microphone from Luo Ye's hand, and exclaimed, "I never anticipated hearing such a performance at the welcoming party. Thank you, Su Baizhou and this junior, for making this event so much more meaningful. I hope everyone's university life is vibrant and fulfilling. I wish you all success in your studies. This concludes our welcoming event. Please exit in an orderly manner." As they left the venue, Wang Dachui draped an arm around Luo Ye's shoulder. "So, how does it feel to perform alongside the goddess Su?" Luo Yi replied without hesitation. "It is indeed an honor." Wang Dachui responded with a sly smile. "This opportunity has been bestowed upon you by your brother Chui. Shouldn't you express some gratitude? How about breakfast this week? A month? No, at most 2 weeks. Deal." Observing Wang Dachui's triumphant demeanor, Luo Ye's expression darkened. He felt deceived. Yet, recalling the moment when Wang Dachui stood up at the welcome party warmed his heart. Despite Wang Dachui's often lewd behavior, he always rose to the occasion when it mattered. Never faltering, truly a commendable roommate. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shen Xiao was still engrossed in a game. "You two are quite the pair," Shen Xiao exclaimed. "The duet video of you and Su Baizhou has taken the school chat and the confession wall by storm. They say you are a match made in heaven." Wang Dachui leaned closer to Luo Yi, grinning mischievously. "So, my wild lad, do you really have feelings for Su Baizhou?" "No." Luo Yi's expression shifted as he firmly denied it. Upon seeing his reaction, Shen Xiao and Wang Dachui exchanged knowing glances and smiled at one another. "This kid can't lie," Wang Dachui remarked. "If you like her, just go for it. I support you. However, if you truly end up with Su Baizhou, I believe all the boys in school would want to kill you. Of course, I doubt Su Baizhou would ever be interested in you. It's not that I look down on you, brother, but after all, she is known as the ice goddess for a reason. She likely has no interest in men." "What are you talking about?" Li Haoyang entered with a bright smile. "Well, why do you look so radiant? Did you go on a date?" Li Haoyang chuckled foolishly. "Classmate Lu Binxin invited me to the cafeteria for a meal." "What? Lu Binxin?" Wang Dachui gazed at Li Haoyang with incredulity. "Binxin clearly likes me. Why would she ask you?" Hearing this, Luo Yi and Shen Xiao were utterly speechless. Lu Binxin, a leggy girl standing at 170 centimeters, made Wang Dachui seem shorter in comparison. If Wang Dachui walked alongside Lu Binxin, she would likely tower over him. And looking at our muscular brother Haoyang paired with a leggy girl, it seemed only natural. I never expected our coach, who usually appears a bit foolish, to outshine us when it comes to friends, Luo Yi lamented. "Don't be ridiculous. I just went to the office to handle some matters for the counselor. And Lu happened to be there, so we simply went for a meal together. Oh, just a casual meal. The three exchanged teasing glances, their expressions filled with skepticism. Come on, let's get back to gaming. Luo Yi, are you joining? Absolutely. As he opened his phone, Luo Yi suddenly remembered he hadn't checked his messages in a while. He glanced at the screen and noticed several unread messages. One was from Su Xiaojia. Is that muscular guy posing as a senior in your dorm? The last time I saw you in the cafeteria, he was also there, serving as the class monitor. The muscular guy looks impressive. Well done, Luo Yi. I heard you sang during military training. What are you up to, Luo Yi? Aren't you checking your messages? I can't believe you're intentionally ignoring me. If you truly aren't going to reply, I'll be quite impressed. Luo Yi was momentarily puzzled. Who is this? He hadn't memorized all the names of his classmates yet. However, it didn't take long for him to recall, as a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth indicated he finally remembered. How could he have forgotten this loquacious young lady? Chapter 9. Don't Speak. There's a girl. Luo Yi hails from the capital, and among his classmates is another fellow townsman, allowing them to quickly bond. After all, being far from home, it is quite comforting to have someone from the same place. However, after exchanging contact information, Luo Yi began to regret it. This Su Xiaojia was quite the chatterbox. I forgot to check the green bubbles. Just 7 words. And before Luo Yi could send them, Wang Dachui urged, What are you dawdling about, Luo Yi? Hurry up and log in. All right. Closing the green bubbles, Luo Yi logged into Honor of Kings. He was quite skilled at this game. While not the absolute best, he was certainly capable of leading others to victory among casual players. I'm up. Wang Dachui's Marco Polo unleashed a powerful skill in the team fight, inflicting massive damage before being gloriously killed, truly a model worker. Subsequently, Luo Yi's Kaisa charged into the fray, dispatching enemies with ease, effortlessly racking up kills. I've told you countless times, I initiate the fights, and you handle the kills. That way, neither of us dies. Yet, you insist on starting the fights yourself? Luo Yi remarked. Don't talk. My Marco initiates with finesse, and the details of my demise are all part of the craft, something you simply cannot grasp. Wang Dachui retorted. A large question mark hovered above Luo Yi's head as he prepared the team for the second match. During that half-month of military training, Luo Yi had led his team to achieve over 30 stars in the King's top-tier rank. After each game, he spent around 3 hours writing updates, leaving him with little time to rest and resulting in a pair of dark circles under his eyes. Today, the 515 dormitory was gearing up for another gaming session. Don't start yet. It's no fun without a girl. Let me check if there are any nearby, Wang Dachui said. With your skills, you think you can attract girls? Don't let that rank fool you. We've only reached this level because of Luo Yi's guidance. Suddenly, a friend request appeared on Luo Yi's game interface. Loves Hot Pot. Does she play Honor of Kings too? Luo Yi accepted the request. Upon seeing the suddenly appeared girl's avatar, Wang Dachui exclaimed with excitement, Shoo, there's a girl. He assumed she had been invited into the lobby by him, as he had just sent requests to several girls. Loves Hot Pot has joined the team. Hello, do you have a mic? Wang Dachui directly asked upon opening the voice chat. Yes. The mere mention of Hot Pot elicited an extraordinary excitement from Wang Dachui. The voice, cool and composed, belonged to a refined lady, instantly stirring emotions within. My goodness, what luck! You've brought forth a goddess, he exclaimed. Luo Yi, rendered speechless, thought. Can't you see this is my gaming companion? Let us get started, Wang Dachui urged eagerly. For players, each boasting over 30 stars in the game, alongside a king-tier player with 48 stars, ventured into the virtual realm. However, it soon became evident to Wang Dachui that this enchanting lady spoke only a single word during the team formation, resorting to typing throughout the game. In the hero selection phase, she wisely opted for a support role, understanding the dynamics of teamwork amidst 4 formidable male players. She selected Yao, initially intending to assist the marksman, only to discover that this Marco Polo was utterly inept. How could such a novice even achieve a high rank? She pondered, thus deciding to accompany the jungler throughout the match. Marco was left alone in the bottom lane, contending with the enemy marksman and support, while occasionally facing ambushes from the mid lane and jungler, not to mention the frequent incursions from the opposing Guanyu. Help! After falling to a score of 0-6, Wang Dachui once again activated the voice chat, lamenting, Yao, come quickly. Yet, Princess Yao remained unmoved. If the marksman faltered, following him would only result in a double sacrifice, gifting the enemy 2 kills. As expected, they ultimately lost the match. despite Luo Yi securing a quad kill at one point. The incompetence of his teammates proved insurmountable, and even the seemingly capable hot pot enthusiast garnered little impact with her Yao. I'm done. I'm done. After a whole day of gaming, I'm going to lose my mind, Shen Xiao declared, exiting the game. Observing the 0-11 score of Marco Polo, Wang Dachui finally grasped the issue at hand. With a forlorn expression, he remarked, I'm done too. I'll practice against bots instead. Li Haoyang scratched his head, hesitated, then also exited the game, his fingers dancing across the screen, seemingly engrossed in a chat with someone. Only Luo Yi and the hot pot enthusiast remained. I'm done, Luo Yi typed before logging off. In the next moment, an invitation from Love Hot Pot beckoned him back into the team. Once again, he found himself drawn in. Only 3 stars away from glory, the message read. No problem, I'll take you there. No, you'll assist, she insisted, leaving Luo Yi utterly perplexed. Before he could gather his thoughts, she had initiated matchmaking. Assist me? He thought, bewildered, though he didn't mind the position. Choosing Master Lu Ban at the start, he felt confident. A teammate on the 3rd floor inquired, can Master Lu Ban play? If not, switch out, don't be a hindrance. Silence, replied Love Hot Pot. Oh, the little lady is quite protective. Is this your man? The 3rd floor teammate jested. Love's Hot Pot. The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 30 seconds. Luo Yi closely followed the marksman controlled by Love's Hot Pot, skillfully unleashing the abilities of Master Lu Ban. By the end of the match, Luo Yi, the support player, had accumulated more kills than his teammates on the 3rd floor. Soon, they achieved 3 consecutive victories. And the formidable alliance between Luo Yi and Love's Hot Pot elevated her rank to Glory King. Well played, support, she typed. You are quite impressive as well. The two exchanged polite words, after which Luo Yi inquired through text, do you also play King of Glory? I thought you only played Battle Royale. Love's Hot Pot replied. I play both. She merely logged into the game out of habit and happened to see Luo Yi online. After all, she usually played either solo or with other girls. And she only had a gaming partner in Battle Royale. Luo Yi opened Love's Hot Pot's profile and discovered that she was actually Jiangqing's 7th son Shangxiang. This wasn't surprising. What mattered was that she was also in Jiangqing. Luo Yi, are you in Jiangqing too? Love's Hot Pot, Jiangqing University. Upon realizing this, Luo Yi felt a slight astonishment. Could it be that Gu Mingxian had invited a colleague of his? Luo Yi. Hello, teacher. Love's Hot Pot. Su Baizhou nearly burst into laughter upon reading the message. To make the aloof goddess smile was no small feat for this junior. Love's Hot Pot. I am a student. Luo Yi was taken aback by these 4 words. Gu Mingxian had actually invited a student to play games? Finding typing cumbersome, he opted to speak directly. Hey, I didn't expect we were alumni. Although Luo Yi had never used a microphone while playing Battle Royale with her, being alumni meant that Hot Pot could soon become a real-life friend. Love's Hot Pot, however, did not respond verbally. She swiftly exited the team interface, leaving Luo Yi momentarily stunned. On the other side, in the girls' dormitory, Su Baizhou was startled by Luo Yi's voice and quickly exited the game. She never used her microphone in games and typically muted those who did. In the online world, she was quite socially anxious, which was why it took so long for her to make even one gaming friend, thanks to Gu Mingxuan's introduction. However, the idea of an online friend becoming a real-life friend, though exciting, was also intriguing. Unexplainably, Su Baizhou's mind flashed back to that rainy day and the youthful face of the young man. The icy demeanor of the goddess softened slightly, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of her lips. Chapter 10. Late-night conversations that night, Luo Yi tossed and turned on his bed, unable to sleep. The dormitory echoed with Li Haoyang's loud snoring. Although noisy, he had gotten used to it after half a month. In his mind, he replayed the events of the game, unable to resist opening the chat interface to send a message to Love's Hot Pot. Luo Yi, are you a senior? While tidying up her room in the teacher's dormitory, Su Baizhou heard the notification sound and read the message, responding to the sender. Love's Hot Pot, yes. Upon seeing this, Luo Yi realized that the 2 girls Gu Mingxian had invited to play games with him were likely his students. This fellow, how could he engage his own students in gaming without a pang of conscience? Nevertheless, Gu Mingxian teaches computer science. Could it be that this senior is also majoring in the same field? With this thought in mind, Luo Yi sent another message. Luo Yi, do you know Senior Su Baizhou? Upon reading this, Su Baizhou settled onto the sofa, a flicker of wicked amusement surfacing in her mind. The younger brother of Professor Gu, the boy who wreaked havoc in the game, appeared so bashful and innocent in reality. Loves hot pot. Yes, quite well. Luo Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had merely posed a casual question, not anticipating that the response would not only confirm familiarity, but also indicate a close relationship. This revelation left him at a loss for words, and a tinge of anxiety stirred within him. His prolonged silence prompted Su Baijiu to cross her legs and, after a moment, she inquired, "Loves hot pot. Are you interested in her?" Upon reading those 4 words, even while lying on the bed in the boys' dormitory, Luo Yi couldn't help but flush crimson. Given his appearance and academic performance, he had garnered the affection of many girls throughout his life. Yet, due to his 3-year-long infatuation with his goddess, he had spurned the advances of others. Moreover, his parents had met in college, leading Luo Yi to believe that love should blossom in university. To this day, he remained a naive young man, untouched by the experience of romance and ill-equipped to handle relationships with girls. After a prolonged silence, Luo Yi finally replied with a simple no. The corners of Su Baijiu's mouth curled upward slightly. Those 2 words had taken him 3 minutes of hesitation. With her striking looks, she had encountered suitors of all kinds. Yet this innocent younger student was a first for her. Luo Yi. Senior, what is your name? Su Baijiu pondered for a moment before sending a name. Loves hot pot. Qin Yuan. The 2 girls Gu Mingxian had invited into the game were indeed her and Qin Yuan, making it entirely reasonable for her to mention Qin Yuan's name now. Luo Yi, what a coincidence. The name Qin Yuan was not unfamiliar to Luo Yi. She was the dream girl of Cui Gu. With this thought, he sent another message. My roommate likes you. Wang Dachui. Seeing this, Su Baijiu couldn't help but smile, finding the situation amusing. Who converses with girls in such a manner? Unbeknownst to them, the 2 had been chatting until the late hours of the night. Engaging in dialogue with Luo Yi felt to Su Baijiu as if she were conversing with a child. She relished the sensation, as the words from the other party exuded a certain clarity of foolishness. However, throughout that evening, Luo Yi continuously inquired about Su Baijiu. Yet by the end of their conversation, he could hardly muster the courage to request her green bubble. After all, he had always used QQ to play games with his friend who adored hot pot. Conversely, Su Baijiu's green bubble was primarily reserved for relatives and a select few close female friends. With a slight smile, she typed under the name Qin Yuan, I recommend her. I'm well acquainted with her. Green bubble QR code, replied the friend who loved hot pot. Yet, Luo Yi was utterly fatigued and, unbeknownst to him, drifted off to sleep. Su Baijiu soon noticed that her green bubble had not received any new additions, and messages on QQ went unanswered, prompting her to frown slightly. Has this little stutterer fallen asleep? Suddenly, her brow arched as she gazed at the hundreds of chat messages exchanged with Luo Yi and the disarray of her surroundings, revealing a contemplative expression. What have I done this entire night? Subsequently, her brow relaxed, and she murmured, helping Professor Gu take care of his younger brother. Adding a green bubble isn't such a big deal. Upon waking, Luo Yi casually unlocked his phone and saw the last 2 messages sent by Senior Qin Yuan the previous day. He then noticed a green bubble QR code. Qin Yuan mentioned that it belonged to Su Baijiu. Instantly, he found himself wide awake. The green bubble of the fairy-like senior? Without hesitation, he clicked on it and accessed the personal homepage of the enchanting senior. They were not yet friends, so he could not view her moments. Only seeing that her nickname was simply Su Baijiu, humble and unadorned, using her own name as her green bubble identity. It is worth noting that Luo Ye's name is Luo Yi, and his gaming alias is Fallen Leaves Returning to Roots. Although it is a homophone, it is also a direct adaptation of his own name. What to do? To add or not to add? But surely the fairy-like senior does not know him yet, right? Should he introduce himself as the boy who sang with her at the freshman party? Or the one who sheltered from the rain on the first day of school? With Su Baijiu's personality, those reasons surely would not suffice to win her approval, would they? And once rejected, he would have no second chance. Sitting on his bed, Luo Yi hesitated. With the first class starting at 8:30, he awoke at 7, yet remained in indecision until 10 minutes past 8. Luo Yi, what are you dawdling for? If you don't get up soon, you'll be late, Li Haoyang reminded him. Oh, coming right away. Luo Yi shut his phone and hurriedly began dressing. During the first class, Luo Yi found himself staring blankly at the green bubble QR code. His 3 roommates all turned to look at him in unison. You've been staring for ages. Are you going to add her or not? Shen Qiao laughed from the side. I want to add her, but I'm too afraid. Luo Yi replied weakly. After all, this was the green bubble of the campus belle of Jiangda. What right did he have? Moreover, what if he were to be rejected after adding her? Shen Qiao glanced at the QR code business card, and upon seeing the three characters Su Baizhou, he paused momentarily. A subtle smile graced his lips as he inquired, "Brother Luo Yi, may I ask what your relationship with her is?" "Strangers," came the reply. "Then what are you afraid of?" Shen Qiao pressed further. At this, Luo Yi experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, what was he afraid of? He had never been afforded the opportunity to know the goddess senior, so the worst outcome would merely be to remain in the status quo. With this thought, he promptly typed his name into the friend request, offering no other explanation and directly applying to become friends. Finally, he turned off his phone. Shen Qiao expressed his astonishment. "Why are you shutting it down?" Luo Yi turned back to him with great difficulty, his nervousness rendering his movements sluggish. "I can't bear to look, for fear of rejection." Shen Qiao remarked, "How can there be such an innocent man in college? Oh no, this fellow clearly resembles a boy." Chapter 11, Senior Qin. I'm finished in the third year of university. Classes had dwindled significantly, and with Su Baizhou now focused on her graduate school applications, she had been busy with part-time work. Her family was not particularly affluent, but as a talented student in the computer science department, she had numerous ways to earn money. However, on this occasion, having stayed up late the previous night, Su Baizhou did not awaken until noon the following day. Her graceful figure curled comfortably in bed, with her alluring, fair legs enveloped in the covers, and the neckline of her sleepwear revealing expanse of pristine skin. She exuded a languid charm reminiscent of a playful kitten. It was hard to imagine that the Ice Queen of Jiang University could appear so endearing in slumber. As for the reason for her sleepless night, even she was unsure. She had simply stayed awake inexplicably. Each time she was on the verge of drifting off, any slight noise from her phone would instantly obliterate her drowsiness. She was uncertain of what she was anticipating. Upon waking, she unlocked her phone and discovered a friend request. Falling leaves returned to their roots. Sent a friend request. Note, Luo Yi. Seeing these two characters, Su Baizhou was momentarily speechless. What kind of elementary school student would add a girl this way? Without hesitation, she accepted the request. Her QQ account was filled with numerous photos from Jiang University's activities, which she, as the student council president, was required to share. Thus, she blocked Luo Yi from viewing her space, as he was merely an online acquaintance from gaming, and she wished to keep her academic life separate from friends outside the university. Unbeknownst to this young lad, how would he react upon discovering that his gaming partner was the president of Jiang University's student council? Meanwhile, Luo Yi and his three companions, after exhausting early morning classes, arrived at a small restaurant across from the school, utterly fatigued. Although they had been seated during class, enduring a continuous morning of lectures was particularly vexing. More importantly, they still had an afternoon of classes ahead, and even an evening study session awaited them. Today was Monday, a day filled with a grueling schedule, truly a hellish Monday. They ordered 3 bowls of beef noodles, black pepper grilled meat rice, and 2 servings of chicken offal noodles. Subsequently, the boss turned to Li Ye and inquired, "Handsome, what about you?" Noticing Li Ye's distracted demeanor, Wang Dachui nudged him and remarked, "Hey, wild boy, your lack of enthusiasm for food suggests a troubling mindset." "Huh? Oh, I'll have 2 portions of braised chicken with noodles," Li Ye replied. At this, the onlookers were collectively taken aback, and Wang Dachui's mouth twitched. "Do you even realize what you just said?" Clearly, this lad had zoned out during class. "Order the same beef noodles as I did. Beef gives you strength." When the boss placed the noodles before Lu Ye, he remained lost in thought. Shen Qiao sighed and said, "Brother Lu Ye, your unrequited love is written all over your face." "Not at all," Lu Ye retorted, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, visibly agitated. "And you?" Shen Qiao shot a glance at Li Haoyang, a smirk playing on his lips. "Are you now involved with Lu Binxin for military training? What's with that silly grin?" Lu Ye and Li Haoyang embodied the essence of one being perpetually displeased and the other blissfully ignorant. "What?" Wang Dachui exclaimed in shock. "You and Binxin are an item now?" "Not yet, but she invited me to the mall tonight," Li Haoyang replied, his muscular frame contrasting with his simple-mindedness. Shen Qiao cautioned, "Be careful with the pace of your relationship. You might get duped by a high-level tea sipper. I won't allow you to speak ill of Binxin." Before Li Haoyang could respond, Wang Dachui was already flustered. Observing this, Shen Qiao couldn't help but smirk inwardly, thinking, "You are the true love-struck fool." After finishing the meal, Lu Ye gazed at his turned-off phone, his expression one of inner turmoil. He needed to power it on to make the payment. Over 3 hours had passed since he had sent a message to the enchanting senior. Surely, he wouldn't see a rejection message the moment he turned it back on. Would he? Wild boy, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up, urged his roommate. With a pained expression, Loya powered on his phone. Reboot requires you to enter your password, 362589. The moment he entered the main interface, a notification appeared. Subaijo has accepted your friend request. The next instant, delight illuminated Loya's face. He hastily settled the bill and dashed towards his roommates. Upon witnessing his expression, Shun Xiao chuckled. It seems she accepted. But this is merely the beginning. I know, Loya nodded. For him, gaining the enchanting senior's attention was already a cause for great joy. After an exhausting day of classes, the fatigue among the group was palpable. They hadn't even had time for dinner. All except Li Haoyang, who, fueled by excitement for his date, seemed invigorated. It was nearly 8 o'clock, but the mall wouldn't close until 10, so a little shopping was still feasible. Noticing Wang Dachui and the others preparing to return to their dormitory, Li Haoyang queried, "Aren't you all coming with me?" "What?" Instantly rejuvenated, Wang Dachui exclaimed. "Can we really go together?" "Of course." Binxin mentioned that her roommate would join as well, so I was told to bring along my roommates. "Good bro." Wang Dachui embraced Li Haoyang's shoulders, embodying the spirit of a brother ready to fight for his kin. "I shall not go," Shen Xiao declared, disinterested in the unfolding events. As she prepared to return to her dormitory alone. Just then, Luo Yi was about to speak when Wang Dachui pulled him aside, mischievously suggesting, "Young lad, you must come along and follow your brother Chui, observe how he charms the ladies, and learn a thing or two." This piqued Luo Yi's interest. Meanwhile, Su Baijiu returned to the girls' dormitory to retrieve her everyday essentials, which she had neglected to bring to the staff building. Presently, only she and Qin Yuan occupied the dorm, as the other two had either ventured into entrepreneurship or internships, thus no longer residing on campus. Qin Yuan belonged to a family of considerable means, allowing her to indulge in a leisurely lifestyle. After tidying up, Su Baijiu sat on a chair, propping her chin with her hands, lost in thought. It suddenly struck her that the little stutterer had yet to send her a message. "Is it not peculiar that you added me? You'd expect me to reach out first?" She opened the chat interface with Luo Yi and sent her initial message. "Who are you?" At that moment, Luo Yi's phone vibrated in his pocket while he was engrossed in watching Wang Dachui flirt with the ladies at the mall. The enchanting beauty, Lu Bingxin, needed no introduction, and her roommate was none other than Tang Yanqi, the new campus belle of their college, also the object of Luo Yi's secret affection throughout high school. How embarrassing. Had he known, he would have refrained from attending. The two were evidently well-dressed, one in denim shorts showcasing her long legs, the other a delicate fairy in an elegant gown, drawing glances from passers-by. However, as they walked down the street, flanked by the muscular Li Haoyang on one side and the somewhat shifty-eyed Wang Dachui on the other, Luo Yi remained silent, his head bowed. The trio of 2 women and 3 men deterred many aspiring suitors from approaching. Upon hearing the notification sound, Luo Yi extracted his phone and saw Su Baijiu's message. The senior asking who he was made sense. She still did not recognize him. His heart raced as he engaged in his first online conversation with the celestial senior. He typed in response, "I am Luo Yi." Subsequently, feeling that his reply was overly formal, he recalled how he had followed her popularity at Jiang University earlier that day and added, "I am your fan." Upon receiving his message, a faint smile graced Su Baijiu's lips as her slender fingers began to type. "Su Baijiu, I am not a celebrity. I do not require fans." Reading this, Luo Yi's heart sank. Did not requiring fans imply she had no need for him? Could he possibly be unfriended? He found himself in a quandary, uncertain of how to respond next. Noticing the prolonged silence from his end, Su Baijiu wondered if she might have frightened the little stutterer. The next moment, her QQ notification chimed with a new message. "Luo Yi. Chat screenshot Luo Yi. Senior Qin, I'm done." Upon hearing this, Su Baijiu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 12. Shopping Mall. What? Qin Yuan, engrossed in her game, turned to look. "What's wrong with you, Zhou? Why are you grinning foolishly at your phone screen? You've been acting quite strangely lately." Qin Yuan positioned herself behind Su Baijiu, unable to concentrate on her game any longer. "We're already in our 3rd year, Zhou. Could it be that you're finally blossoming like an iron tree?" "Guess," Su Baijiu replied with a mysterious smile. Seeing her roommate's expression, Qin Yuan set her phone down, exclaiming, "There is something wrong, something major." With a strong desire for gossip bubbling within her, Qin Yuan was on the verge of losing her composure. Su Baizhou ignored her and began messaging Luo Yi on QQ. Hot pot lover. This is just how she is. If she accepts your friend request, it means she is willing to get to know you. Luo Yi, really? Hot pot lover. Indeed, I'm her roommate and know her very well. What I say is all genuine, with no deceit. Soon, her green bubble signaled another message from Luo Yi. This junior is truly innocent. Noticing Luo Yi engrossed in his phone, his fingers tapping away, Lu Bingxin curiously inquired, "Are you chatting with your girlfriend?" Huh. No. In the presence of other girls, Luo Yi exhibited a maturity that belied his youth, even exuding a hint of a charming aura. This handsome young man has no girlfriend? Lu Bingxin teased. She then pulled Tang Enki over, stating, Luo Yi, I believe no one is disinterested in romance. It's merely a matter of encountering someone they like. Look at my friend Chi Chi. She has an enviable figure, is beautiful, and performs well academically. Wouldn't you find that appealing? Suddenly thrust into the spotlight, Tang Enki appeared somewhat shy. She fluttered her lovely eyelashes, lowered her head bashfully, and said, Luo Yi, it's been a while. Unbeknownst to others, her timid demeanor was merely a fade. Only Luo Yi understood that she, like him, felt awkward at that moment. Wild child, what is going on? Wang Dachui exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. Lu Bingxin blinked knowingly, clearly aware that Tang Enki and Luo Yi were acquainted. In the girls' dormitory, she had overheard Tang Enki mention a boy who confessed to her after the college entrance exams. In truth, Tang Enki harbored feelings for him as well, but was uncertain how to respond. After all, she had heard that Luo Yi was an orphan and might not come from a well-off background, leading her to ponder for an entire summer without arriving at a conclusion. However, if Luo Yi demonstrated significant potential in university, she might consider granting him the opportunity to pursue her. At that moment, Luo Yi glanced at her eyelashes, seemingly spotting something peculiar, and couldn't help but ask, what is that? Huh? What? Tang Enki replied, taken aback. At this moment, Wang Dachui pulled Luo Yi aside and whispered, Hey, do you not know about double eyelid tape? What? You can actually stick that on? Luo Yi exclaimed, astonished. Is there not a girl around you to enlighten you with such common knowledge? Wang Dachui sighed, observing Luo Yi's bewildered expression. Never mind, just keep quiet for a while. I sense that the enchanting Bingxin beauty intends to play matchmaker for you with the captivating Tang de beauty. Watch how your brother helps you meet her. Don't. Luo Yi hastily shook his head. No matchmaking. What? Have you lost your senses? That's Tang Enki, the new campus flower. You don't wish to make her acquaintance? Wang Dachui was nearly exasperated, wishing he could pry open Luo Yi's head to see what was inside, incredulous that he wasn't interested in beautiful women. Meanwhile, on Luo Yi's phone, a final message from Su Baizhou arrived, stating she was organizing the student council's work log and would chat later. Still working at this hour? The senior must be really hard-working, Luo Yi thought, sending a message offering to play games with her if she was tired from work, promising her a guaranteed win. To his surprise, she replied positively, indicating that she too enjoyed gaming. Finding common ground was crucial. As for how Luo Yi came to understand this principle, it was thanks to Senior Qin Yuan. She had advised him that to get to know a girl, one must first identify shared interests. As Su Baizhou's roommate, she often observed her gaming in their dormitory, mentioning that Su Baizhou always played solo and frequently lost, with no one willing to join her. Thus, Luo Yi had offered to carry her to victory. He was grateful to Senior Qin Yuan for imparting such valuable insights. In the girls' dormitory, while immersed in her game, Qin Yuan suddenly sneezed, pondering, strange, is someone thinking of me lately? Why do I keep sneezing? Soon after, the screen displayed the word defeat. Lost again. Qin Yuan felt like smashing her phone. Watching her in a fluster, Su Baizhou asked, 1-1, are you playing games later? Will you carry me to victory? Qin Yuan looked at her with sparkling eyes. Not quite, my account got banned. If you're not playing, can I borrow yours for a bit? Of course. My unbeatable account. Qin Yuan had already been on a losing streak all day. Free coaching was an opportunity not to be missed. Meanwhile, Luo Yi and his companions emerged from the mall, burdened with bags. Wang Dachui and Li Haoyang wore expressions of dismay. They had spent 500 yuan dining in the mall, followed by another 500 accompanying two girls on a shopping spree. Naturally, the two young men footed the bill, and they had willingly done so. It was inconceivable for them to let the ladies pay while out with them. As for Luo Yi, he only contributed to the meal. The other purchases were of no concern to him, as he had no intention of currying favor with the two young women. He simply could not comprehend why Wang Dachui and Li Haoyang bore expressions as if they had just consumed something repugnant. Was it merely a few hundred yuan? Although he had grown up in his aunt's household, his aunt and uncle operated a business in the capital, which provided the foundation necessary to cultivate a young polymath like Gu Mingxian, a holder of multiple degrees. Luo Ye's parents had tragically passed away at a young age, sacrificing their lives in the line of duty as police officers, a source of enduring pride for their family. The remaining Luo Yi was cherished by his grandfather, who treated him as a precious gem, while his aunt's family regarded him with the same affection as their own son. Thus, despite losing his parents at an early age, the love he received was abundant. His family was by no means impoverished. Furthermore, his own literary endeavors yielded a profit, allowing him to seldom rely on his family for living expenses. The trio returned to school, escorting the two girls back to the female dormitory. During this time, Tang Enki deliberately walked beside Luo Yi, casting furtive glances at his phone screen, seemingly curious about whom he was conversing with. At the entrance of the dormitory, Tang Enki bid a warm farewell to Lu Bixing, who enthusiastically remarked, "Next time, be sure to bring along that handsome guy from your dorm." "No problem. Leave it to me," Li Haoyang and Wang Dachui declared with fervor, akin to having been invigorated by a burst of energy. Luo Yi watched in astonishment. "Brother Dachui, is this what you intend to teach me about emotional intelligence? Though we may not understand, it is evident that you are being led by the nose." As the figures of the two girls gradually receded, ultimately vanishing from sight, Wang Dachui draped an arm around Luo Ye's shoulders, grinning. "So, what do you think? Have you learned anything?" "Apologies," Luo Yi coldly pushed him away, his expression indifferent. "I refuse to learn. I have no desire to be a sycophant." "What did you say? Are you getting a bit too full of yourself, wild child?" Wang Dachui retorted angrily. "Without the courage to be a sycophant, how can one attain true love?" At this, Li Haoyang gazed at him in disbelief. Has the sycophant truly gone too far? Chapter 13. The first date regardless of the circumstances. Today's outing with the two girls had depleted a quarter of Wang Dachui and Li Haoyang's living expenses. By the end of the month, they would likely be reduced to eating nothing but dirt. With this thought, they returned to their dormitory feeling dejected. Meanwhile, Li Haoyang lay on his bed, opening his phone to chat with Lu Bixing. Money should not be spent in vain. One must pursue the girl. Seizing the moment, he sought to deepen their connection. Wang Dachui also added Tang Enki's contact information and sent her a greeting, yet he received no response, which puzzled him. Is Enki perhaps busy? In the dormitory, Shen Xiao observed their antics and shook his head silently. Sycophants seldom meet with good endings. His gaze then shifted to Luo Yi, sensing that he and Su Baizhou might have an intriguing chemistry. It was merely an instinct. Su Baizhou, the aloof campus beauty, had inadvertently shared the stage with Luo Yi during a singing performance. In general, such occurrences are often orchestrated by fate itself. Wang Dachui chuckled. While today he witnessed Lea adding green bubbles to Su Bizu's kanji, and it appeared that the latter had agreed to it. Clearly, there was potential for romance. With this thought, Shen Xiao burst into laughter while sitting on his bed. Indeed, Shen Xiao, with his exceptional emotional intelligence, could read situations with unparalleled accuracy. A true detective wielding the script of life. The other three in the dormitory stared at Shen Xiao, who had suddenly erupted in laughter, as if he were a fool. Wang Dachui remarked, "Fool." Li Haoyang questioned, "Has he lost his mind?" Luoya inquired, "What is going on?" At that moment, Luoya's phone rang. It was a message from the enchanting senior. Upon opening the chat interface, he saw the senior had finished her tasks and was asking when he could join her for a game. The answer was undoubtedly immediate. Subsequently, Subiizu sent him the game she was playing, titled I Am Bear, You Are Free. Luoya pondered the name, contemplating the stark contrast of the enchanting senior's persona within the game. Perhaps she was aloof in reality but vivacious online. In the girls' dormitory, Subiizu blushed at the name and couldn't help but remark to Qin Yuan, "How shameless." Startled by the comment, Qin Yuan responded, "Why are you scolding me? I've always had this name. Why didn't you voice any objections before?" She then noticed that Subiizu's team interface showed only 2 players but thought little of it. After all, besides her, Subiizu had a close friend studying medicine at Jiangsheng Medical University. It was likely she was playing duo with her friend. Furthermore, Subiizu had donned headphones and was directing the game. Qin Yuan was fairly certain she was indeed gaming with her friend. After all, only someone familiar could draw out a socially anxious person to speak. However, even though Subiizu had her microphone on, She rarely spoke, embodying a rather cool demeanor. Yet for Luoyi, it was more than sufficient. Hearing the enchanting senior's voice filled him with an overwhelming sense of contentment and a profound feeling of happiness. The emotions of a young man infatuated with a girl are likely akin to Luoyi's, easily satisfied. Luoyi played as a support, though he excelled in the jungle role. However, the enchanting senior requested him to assist. Interestingly, her gaming style bore a striking resemblance to that of Senior Qin Yuan, showcasing their undeniable synergy as roommates. They played 5 matches that evening, losing only 1. Luoyi mused, the senior isn't bad at gaming. She is certainly not as inept as Qin Yuan claimed. Hearing his words through the headset, Subaiju softly replied, she is not bad, much better than Qin Yuan. At that moment, Qin Yuan, who had been watching videos, suddenly heard her name called. Sitting up, she exclaimed, Zhou, I feel as though you're insulting me. Her voice was quite loud, reaching even Luoyi despite Subaiju wearing headphones. Listening to the lively tone of Qin Yuan, he chuckled and remarked, Senior Qin's personality differs somewhat from her online persona. Do all girls possess dual facades? You might think so, Subaiju replied nonchalantly, although the fairy-like senior spoke in a rather frosty manner. Each word she uttered was a sincere response to him. This indicated that he had already become a friend of the fairy-like senior. Otherwise, given her reputed demeanor, she would certainly not have acknowledged him. Having arrived at this juncture, Luoyi pondered whether he should invite the fairy-like senior to dinner. What excuse would be most fitting? With that in mind, he opened the chat interface with Qin Yuan on QQ and inquired, Senior Qin, do you think Su Senior would agree to a dinner invitation? Upon seeing the message, Subaiju fell into contemplation and replied, after knowing me for so long, you're planning to invite her first? Luoyi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had known Senior Qin online for quite some time, having played numerous games together, and now by sheer coincidence, they were attending the same university. Yet, he had never met Senior Qin in person. Logically and emotionally, he ought to invite Senior Qin to meet first. But isn't it a bit inappropriate for a boy to meet a girl alone? He asked. Subaiju responded, it won't be a private meeting. You want to see Baizhou, right? I'll bring Baizhou along. But you can't bring friends. She suffers from social anxiety. All right. He added 3 exclamation marks to express his excitement, then asked, are you free tomorrow evening? I know a wonderful restaurant. It was the same restaurant where Wang Dachui and Li Haoyang had taken 2 girls earlier that day. I won't be free tomorrow, came the reply. Huh. Baizhou is usually very busy, but she will be available on the weekend. Not a problem. Understood. You've just arrived in Jiangxing and aren't familiar with the area. Let me treat you to dinner. Consider it a way to cover my share with Baizhou, she offered. Is that really okay? That's settled then. After concluding the conversation, Luoyi felt immensely joyful. Playing games and chatting with someone he admired was indeed a delightful experience. However, there was a common notion online that love could render a person foolish. He did not feel that way. He believed himself to be quite astute at the moment. With a heart brimming with anticipation, Luoyi gradually drifted into slumber. In the dormitory, the sounds of Li Haoyang's snoring and Wang Dachui's sleep-talking echoed around. Soon enough, the weekend arrived. Luoyi discreetly slipped away from his roommates and headed to the barber shop across from the school to style his hair. As he was not skilled in hairstyling himself, the reason for concealing this from his roommates was his desire to keep it under wraps until there was a definitive outcome. After all, the person he was inviting was the aloof campus belle of Jiang University, and he could not afford to be careless. More importantly, after his observations, it became evident that apart from Shen Xiao, the remaining 2 in the dormitory were merely putting on a facade, utterly incapable of charming the opposite sex. Relying on their counsel would only lead to chaos, rendering their input futile. Luoyi had the barber style his hair into a sideswept fringe, which accentuated his already handsome visage, making him appear even more radiant. He resembled a quintessential sunny boy. The barber had also persuaded him to obtain a card. And under the barber's enthusiastic farewell, he departed from the quaint little salon. Today marked the first weekend of classes following the conclusion of military training. Those in the know were well aware of the hormones that blossomed between the genders during the training period, as well as the senior students eagerly seeking to rendezvous with their junior counterparts, all of which converged at the school gate today. Pairs of boys and girls were visibly present, along with small groups of 7 or 8, comprising both genders, engaging in lively conversations. Luoyi suddenly felt a wave of nervousness. Although he had been out with girls before, it was only alongside his aunt while shopping. never in a scenario with just himself and a girl. Chapter 14. I invite you. Luo Yi sent a message to Qin Yuan on QQ, only to find that she had not responded. He then messaged Su Baizhou on Green Bubble, but again, there was no reply. What was happening? Was this what they referred to as being stood up? Crouching on the ground, he stared at the unresponsive chat interface, a look of disappointment etched on his face. However, he did not hold it against Qin Yuan or Su Baizhou. They were both in their third year, and the latter was the president of the student council, undoubtedly preoccupied with other matters. He felt disheartened, but suddenly, a beep sounded beside him. Luo Yi looked up to see a pink four-wheeled vehicle, the Spicy Fish Head, parked in front of him with its hazard lights flashing. Just as he was puzzled, a message from the hot pot lover appeared. Get in the car. Luo Yi stared in astonishment at the pink vehicle. Was this Qin's car? No wonder she hadn't replied. She must have been driving. A flutter of excitement surged within him as he nervously opened the passenger door of the Spicy Fish Head. Inside sat only one person, Su Baizhou, at the wheel. Luo Yi's nerves intensified, and he stammered, "Where's Senior Qin? She had something to attend to, but didn't want to leave you in the lurch. So she entrusted me with the task," Su Baizhou replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi couldn't help but mentally commend Qin Yuan with a thumbs up. "Thank you, Senior Qin. My life has become remarkably vibrant because of you." At that moment, a certain young woman named Qin in the girls' dormitory sneezed. In his overwhelming anxiety, Luo Yi completely overlooked a crucial detail. Although Qin Yuan was not in the car, it was indeed the hot pot lover who had just messaged him. With the angelic senior so close, Luo Yi's mind went blank from sheer nervousness. He retracted his words from last night. Indeed, love can render one foolish. Moreover, he is currently enduring unrequited affection. If this were true love, would he not find himself stammering in front of the enchanting senior? Today, Su Baizhou donned a vintage khaki long dress, her face adorned with light makeup, primarily a hint of lipstick. It is noteworthy that Su Baizhou typically eschews cosmetics. In the car, silence enveloped them, reminiscent of that day spent taking refuge from the rain beneath the eaves. It was Luo Yi who broke the stillness, inquiring, "Is this your car, Su?" "Yes, I just purchased it. It wasn't expensive," she replied. After 2 years of part-time work during her university studies, she had saved enough to acquire a vehicle worth approximately 40,000 yuan. As a talented computer science student from a prestigious university, earning such a sum during her time in school was hardly a daunting task. Su Baizhou's driving skills were remarkably steady. The renowned ice queen of Jiang University bore no distinction from an ordinary girl while behind the wheel. She drove with utmost seriousness, her gaze shifting attentively between the road ahead and the side mirrors. Observing this scene, Luo Yi felt a twinge of anxiety. "Senior, I got my license last week. This is my first time driving," she interjected. At her words, the corners of Luo Yi's mouth twitched. If it were not for the fact that it was the celestial senior at the helm, he would have been tempted to shout for her to stop the car immediately. He had once been a passenger in his aunt's vehicle, which ended with a crash. Although he was unharmed, his aunt spent half a month in the hospital, leaving him too terrified to ride in her car thereafter. Su, perhaps I should drive instead?" he suggested. In response, she parked the car by the roadside, opened the door, and swiftly made her way to the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt with a fluid motion as if fleeing from the conversation. Once Luo Yi settled into the driver's seat, Su Baizhou casually inquired, "Do you have a driver's license?" "Yes, I obtained it during the summer," he replied. Sitting beside him, Su Baizhou exuded an alluring fragrance that captivated Luo Yi. Meanwhile, the steering wheel bore faint traces of moisture, likely the result of nervous sweat. It was clear that the enchanting senior had driven from the dormitory to the school gate in a state of anxiety, which explained her prompt shift to the passenger seat. Luo Yi's driving skills were commendable, and with Su Baizhou beside him, he felt an unspoken elevation in his abilities. Following the navigation, Luo Yi steered the car to a park, Jiangqing Park. After parking, he curiously asked, "Senior, what are we doing here?" Su Baizhou cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "It is 3 in the afternoon. If we don't find a way to pass the time, should we head straight to dinner?" Luo Yi was taken aback. That made sense. Then, Su Baizhou asked, "Do you usually stutter?" "No," he answered, taken aback. It was only then that Lia realized that he had been stuttering since the very beginning of their conversation. Finally regaining his composure, he cleared his throat and said, "No. It's just that it's my first time out alone with a girl, and I'm a bit nervous." Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou chose not to reply. The fact that he could adjust himself after recognizing his nervousness indicated that he was not truly a stutterer. He merely felt instinctively anxious in her presence. Oh, he was still just a young boy with little experience interacting with girls. The two walked side by side in the park, their youthful and attractive pairing creating a striking tableau amidst the already pleasant atmosphere. A subtle distance lay between them, not intentionally created by Su Baizhou, but rather a result of Lie's own doing. It was his first stroll with a girl, and considering their unfamiliarity, he believed maintaining some distance was appropriate. Unlike the last time he met Wang Dachui and Li Haoyang, who engaged in playful banter right from the start, Lia preferred a more gradual approach. Of course, this did not imply that Wang Dachui and Li Haoyang's manner was incorrect. Rather, it reflected the diversity of personalities and styles in relationships. Luoye favored a slow and steady progression, believing that the deeper the emotional connection developed through shared experiences, the more unbreakable it would become. However, in this fast-paced era, it was rare to find someone willing to accompany him on such a leisurely journey. Yet, he would not alter his nature for this reason. After all, rarity did not equate to absence. He remained hopeful that eventually, someone would be willing to take their time with him. The weather today was splendid, a stark contrast to their initial meeting marked by torrential rain. The thought of strolling through the park with the enchanting senior sister was something Lia had scarcely dared to imagine just days prior. He owed this opportunity to senior sister Qin Yuan, for it was entirely her doing. As they walked through the park, they passed a small cart selling ice cream. Luoye asked, "Senior sister Su, would you like some ice cream?" Immediately regretting his question. He recalled his research the previous night to ensure he made a good impression on their first formal meeting. One crucial piece of advice stood out. When buying something for a girl, one should not ask if she wants it, but rather just buy it for her. However, Su Baizhou had a rather unconventional approach. Upon hearing his question, she raised an eyebrow and replied, "Do you want some? If so, I'll treat you." Her words left Lia momentarily speechless, and without looking back, she headed toward the ice cream cart. It seemed she also lacked experience in interacting with boys, her demeanor a bit stiff. Chapter 15. An interesting little thing, not giving Lia a chance to decline. Su Baizhou had already purchased the ice cream. "I wasn't sure what flavor you liked, so I got vanilla and chocolate. Which one would you prefer?" Luoye found himself wavering between the two flavors, visibly unsure. He favored chocolate, yet the vanilla seemed appealing as well. Observing his indecision, Su Baizhou inquired, "What is your zodiac sign?" "Libra," he replied. "No wonder," she remarked. "What about you?" "Scorpio," she answered. "No wonder," he echoed. Despite the aloof demeanor of her senior, their initial formal encounter was marked by an unceasing flow of conversation. Noticing Luoye's hesitation, Su Baizhou promptly placed a chocolate-flavored ice cream into his hands, as her preference leaned towards the original flavor. As they strolled along, Luoye unconsciously slowed his pace, trailing behind the enchanting senior. He discreetly took out his phone and captured a quick shot of Su Baizhou's silhouette. Feeling a surge of delight, he hastened to rejoin her side. Su Baizhou cast a fleeting glance at him, but chose to remain silent. Utilizing the reflection from her phone's dark screen, she discerned that Luoye had been secretly photographing her from behind. Though it was merely a shot of her back, she felt no particular concern. His meticulousness in capturing her silhouette suggested that he had never taken a frontal photograph of himself, merely yearning for a picture of her back. Observing his expression, it appeared as if he wished to cherish the image in secrecy, akin to a small creature discovering a treasure and hiding it away. She found it perplexing that a photo capturing only a back could evoke such joy. Today, she wore a long skirt that concealed her legs. What was there to photograph in a mere silhouette? Yet, Luoye's gleeful demeanor sparked a sense of curiosity within her. What was it about a photo of her back that could bring him such happiness? If he were to capture her face, or even a shared portrait, would his joy elevate to the skies? Recalling his previous comment on the Green Bubble platform, where he declared himself her fan, he indeed resembled a devoted admirer. Suddenly, Luoye's phone chimed with notifications from the dormitory group chat. "Wang Dachui." "Luoye, where are you, you rascal?" "Wang Dachui. You, a stranger in a new city, are out and about alone on a weekend?" "Shen Xiao, something's amiss." "Li Haoyang, picture." "Wang Dachui, no way. You're actually on a date with the stunning Bingxin." Overwhelmed by the lively chatter in the group, Luoye promptly shut his phone. He decided to feign ignorance to these messages, for the current circumstances were not easy to elucidate. However, it appeared their dormitory's fitness instructor was indeed under the spell of the long-legged beauty. They frequently dined together and spent weekends in each other's company, a notion he found hard to believe given their acquaintance of less than a month. Perhaps Luo Yi was simply too naive. The first time he had encountered the enchanting senior was on the very first day of the semester, and he had only just connected with her on the green bubble platform. Of course, Su Baizhou's first meeting with him occurred the day before the new student's orientation, when she had escorted him to the police station, a fact he remained oblivious to. In the span of an afternoon, it was implausible for the two to merely wander the park. After exploring the area thoroughly, Su Baizhou led Luo Yi to a quaint afternoon tea establishment. To be frank, Luo Yi was uncertain of the purpose of afternoon tea. Why add an extra meal to the already established 3 daily meals? As he gazed at the enchanting senior seated before him, a cup of coffee resting on the table, Luo Yi felt a stirring in his heart. Unable to suppress his admiration, the enchanting senior exudes such elegance. What are you drinking? Su Baizhou, donning a pair of black-framed glasses, retrieved a volume of the complete Sherlock Holmes from her bag and began to peruse it. I'm not accustomed to coffee, Luo Yi murmured softly. On the table lay a plate of petite cakes and an assortment of nuts. He had been contemplating the menu for quite some time, yet the sight of the senior in glasses was so captivating that he found it difficult to look away. Ultimately, he resolved to order the same drink as the enchanting senior. Observing this, Su Baizhou remarked nonchalantly, "It's quite bitter. I didn't add any sugar." "It's of no consequence," Luo Yi replied confidently. "I relish bitterness." "Are you a fan of Sherlock Holmes, senior?" he inquired with curiosity. "Not at all," Su Baizhou responded, her eyes still fixed on the book. Luo Yi discreetly glanced at Su Baizhou's black frames, noticing they appeared to be mere frames, devoid of lenses. Recognizing this detail, he asked, "Then you must be a fan of Death Note, correct?" "Oh, what makes you think so?" Su Baizhou inquired, intrigued. Noticing her reaction, Luo Yi realized his guess had struck true and said, "Those glasses are reminiscent of the ones worn by the character in Death Note. And considering you're reading this book despite not favoring Sherlock Holmes, I surmise it's because the character admires Holmes." Su Baizhou nodded silently, acknowledging the accuracy of his deduction. Luo Yi could make such an inference as he had once been an avid fan of Death Note himself, especially given that both of his parents were police officers. He had delved into Sherlock Holmes novels due to the character's profound admiration for them. Suddenly, Luo Yi's expression turned serious as he pretended to ponder deeply. Su Baizhou raised an eyebrow in surprise, while the waiter, who was bringing over the coffee, struggled to stifle a laugh. Luo Yi awkwardly withdrew his hand, scratching the back of his head, and said, "I couldn't help it. Heh, I couldn't help it. This guy is rather endearing," Su Baizhou thought to herself, redirecting her focus back to her book. Luo Yi took a tentative sip of the coffee, only to furrow his brows in response. "So bitter." Su Baizhou turned to the nearby waiter and requested, "Could you bring 2 packets of sugar?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yi quickly shook his head, exclaiming, "No need, senior, I can manage." Su Baizhou regarded him with an expression of indifference and said, "If you can't handle bitterness, then opt for sweetness. It's not a matter of shame. Just be true to yourself." Stunned by her words, Luo Yi gazed at Su Baizhou. The senioress long, delicate eyelashes framed her beautiful eyes. Though she appeared aloof, she was, in truth, a gentle soul. After the addition of 2 packets of sugar, Luo Yi stirred the coffee a few times and took another sip. While the coffee had initially been bitter, it transformed into something delightful with the sugar, proving to be quite enjoyable. Luo Yi finished his drink with a satisfying gulp. Su Baizhou, without uttering a word, returned to her book. The afternoon slipped away quietly. As dusk approached, Su Baizhou closed her book, only to find Luo Yi dozing off at the table. This little stutterer, clearly bored to tears, had said nothing and had simply succumbed to slumber. Su Baizhou chose not to rouse him. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. She took out her phone and captured a photograph of Luo Yi in his slumber. His eyes were gently closed, lashes fluttering softly, lost in the sea of dreams, resembling a carefree youth hidden amidst blooming flowers. Gazing at the image, Su Baizhou murmured, "Not bad looking." Subsequently, she sent the photograph to Gu Mingxian, who was far abroad. In no time, a question mark appeared in response. Gu Mingxian. He then added, "Wait, dear disciple. Why is my brother asleep in front of you? I entrusted him to your care. You're not trying to woo him, are you?" Reading this reply, Su Baizhou fell into silence before closing the chat interface. She looked at the innocent junior before her, a contemplative expression dawning on her face. Woo him? This little one could certainly make things quite amusing. Chapter 16. The first meal together. Not long after, Luo Yi groggily opened his eyes. Upon noticing this, Su Baizhou remarked casually, awake now? At her words, Luo Yi rubbed his eyes, momentarily disoriented. When he focused, he found himself in the presence of a fairy-like senior. He suddenly became flustered, stuttering. I'm so sorry, senior. I fell asleep. No worries, Su Baizhou replied, rising to her feet. Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal. I'm okay. Luo Yi shyly followed Su Baizhou, resembling a younger brother in her wake. Upon returning to the pink, spicy fish head vehicle of his senior, Luo Yi revved the engine. Having driven this car for the second time, he was clearly more at ease than during the first. After a few blocks, they arrived at the entrance of a barbecue restaurant. It is well known that university students either dine on hot pot or barbecue. Luo Yi had previously enjoyed hot pot with his roommates, and now he was brought by his senior to experience barbecue. Although the restaurant appeared small from the outside, its interior was beautifully decorated, offering a tranquil atmosphere with few patrons. It was a hidden gem, ideal for someone like Su Baizhou, who preferred to dine without disturbances. The proprietor was a plump lady, who, upon seeing Su Baizhou, greeted her warmly, exclaiming, "Zhou, it's been ages since you last visited." With the new semester starting, I've been busy with freshman matters, Su Baizhou replied, revealing her familiarity with the establishment. This barbecue restaurant was named Zhoujia Barbecue. Upon seeing Luo Yi, Sister Zhou's eyes lit up with surprise as she exclaimed, "Is this young gentleman here with Zhou?" To which Luo Yi bashfully nodded in affirmation. Sister Zhou chuckled. Zhou has always dined alone, occasionally bringing along another girl, but this is the first time she has brought a boy. At this remark, Luo Yi's face flushed, and he smiled shyly. Observing Luo Yi's innocent and endearing demeanor, Sister Zhou's fondness for him grew immensely. Seated opposite Su Baizhou, Luo Yi felt a bit awkward, genuinely fearing that any of his actions might displease the senior. However, it was evident that Su Baizhou was also unaccustomed to dining with boys, and was equally uncertain about how to engage. Once Sister Zhou brought forth the dishes that Su Baizhou relished, the latter began to grill quietly. Luo Yi, noticing her movements, attempted to imitate her. Upon realizing her lack of familiarity with the technique, even neglecting to brush the oil, Su Baizhou inquired nonchalantly, "Haven't you ever had barbecue before?" "I have," Luo Yi replied timidly. Yet, his past experiences with barbecue had always involved waitstaff handling the grilling, leaving him seldom to take the reins himself. Nevertheless, it was not a daunting task. After observing Su Baizhou for a moment, he felt he could grasp it reasonably well. "Would you like to drink?" Su Baizhou recalled Luo Yi's inebriated state during their last encounter and couldn't resist asking. No, Luo Yi declined. It was his first meal with the senior, and he wouldn't dare to drink, especially since she would be the one driving. He truly felt apprehensive about that. "Then I shall have a bit," Su Baizhou said, requesting a bottle of green plum wine from Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou explained, "Zhou orders this every time she visits. It's homemade and quite delightful." "Really? Then I shall buy a bottle as well," Luo Yi responded. Hearing this, Su Baizhou frowned. "Who will be driving?" Luo Yi quickly shook his head. "I want tea drink. I'll have it back in the dormitory." He merely wished to discern the flavor of the wine that the senior enjoyed, having little experience with green plum wine himself. Su Baizhou savored her food slowly, taking her time. However, upon witnessing Luo Yi burn a slice of pork belly, she couldn't help but assist him with the grilling. From the beginning until now, Luo Yi had not managed to grill a single piece of meat correctly. As he watched the senior help him, a bashful expression crossed his face. Although generally capable, he felt utterly inept when it came to culinary endeavors. Whether it was the simplest fried rice or the barbecue at hand, he seemed unable to learn. Nonetheless, grilling was simpler than instant noodles, and perhaps with a few attempts, he might master it. Before long, Su Baizhou placed several slices of pork belly into Luo Yi's bowl. Upon tasting a piece, his eyes sparkled. The meat grilled by the senior was indistinguishable from that prepared by the staff at high-end Japanese barbecue restaurants. Rich, yet not greasy, perfectly cooked. Most importantly, the dipping sauce at this establishment is exceptionally delectable, which explains why the senior enjoys frequenting it. Luo Yi eagerly began to indulge, momentarily forgetting about the senior in the presence of such culinary delights. His inability to master the art of cooking rendered him utterly defenseless against the allure of exquisite food, something he yearned for yet could not attain. Su Baizhou observed, her expression tinged with surprise as the tall boy swiftly emptied his plate of meat. "What is this sensation? Why does it evoke a sense of fulfillment akin to feeding someone?" She prepared another round of grilled delicacies, refraining from partaking herself, and instead placed everything onto Luo Ye's plate. Watching him relish the food she had cooked with unabashed enthusiasm, a flicker of satisfaction appeared on her otherwise aloof visage. An unexpected thought began to blossom within her. Perhaps she might have the opportunity to cook for Luo Yi. Yet, she questioned the peculiarity of such a notion. However, he truly resembled a child at that moment, his focus entirely consumed by his meal, grease smudging the corners of his mouth. Seeing Luo Yi in this state, Su Baizhou discreetly captured a photograph of him and sent it to her teacher. Gu Mingxian replied almost instantaneously, "Luo Yi actually dined with you?" In response, Su Baizhou donned a frosty expression and replied, "What do you mean? After all, she was the esteemed school beauty. Should it not be a surprise that she would dine with Luo Yi?" Subsequently, Gu Mingxian texted again, "You don't actually intend to pursue my brother, do you? If so, you have a challenge ahead." He continued, "Luo Yi has harbored a crush on a goddess throughout high school, but for reasons unknown, they never ended up together in university." Su Baizhou's demeanor cooled further. She gazed at Luo Yi, feeling inexplicably discontented. She uttered coldly, "I'm leaving." "Huh?" Luo Yi, cheeks stuffed with food like a chipmunk, stared blankly at Su Baizhou. In that moment, any irritation she felt dissipated. How could she remain angry at such an expression? And why was she angry in the first place? At that moment, her phone chimed again with a message from Gu Mingxian. "However, since Luo Yi is willing to dine out with you, it indicates he has drawn a clear line with that girl he fancied. Unless something unforeseen occurs, it should be over. I can assure you of Luo Yi's character in this regard." After reading the message, Su Baizhou suddenly lifted her gaze towards Luo Yi, who was already standing and preparing to leave. She softly inquired, "Where are you going?" Luo Yi, puzzled, responded, "Senior, aren't we leaving? Sit down and eat." "Huh, sit down." "Oh." Luo Yi obediently returned to his seat, though he had nearly reached his limit. Su Baizhou prepared another round of grilled items. Watching his bowl once again brimming with food, Luo Yi sighed internally. "I suppose I must eat it," he thought. Chapter 17. Good night. After finishing the meal, Su Baizhou bid farewell to Sister Zhou, the proprietress, and returned to her dish of chopped pepper fish head. Luo Yi sat in the driver's seat, feeling a twinge of nervousness. The date had come to an end, and he wondered if the senior had developed any fondness for him. "Let us head back to the teacher's dormitory," Su Baizhou remarked casually. Though her tolerance for alcohol was not particularly high, she was unlikely to overindulge on her first outing with a boy. A bottle of green plum wine had little effect on her. She merely appeared slightly inebriated, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Luo Yi caught a glimpse of the senior's current appearance. She maintained her aloof demeanor, yet her delicate features bore a hint of blush. A mere glance sent his heart racing uncontrollably. Truly, the senior was ethereal. Her beauty was simply breathtaking. As the evening rush hour had passed, the roads were relatively clear. Moreover, the car bearing the chopped pepper fish head had a conspicuous internship sticker affixed to it, coupled with a pastel hue that unmistakably suggested it belonged to a girl, deterring other vehicles from causing any trouble. Before long, the car arrived at the teacher's dormitory and parked in the lot. After stepping out, Su Baizhou picked up her bag and remarked, "Your phone has been buzzing incessantly since a while ago." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi retrieved his phone. He had been unable to check it while driving, and now he saw that his roommates were in a frenzy over his absence late at night. They suspected that he might have found a new romantic interest, abandoning them. "The empty nesters. My roommates are urging me to return home," he said, glancing around in surprise. "Senior, you also live in the staff building?" After a brief hesitation, Su Baizhou nodded and replied coolly, "Yes, I'm in room 614. The room number sounded vaguely familiar to Luo Yi, yet he could not pinpoint why. After all, he had only visited once and had not memorized Gu Mingxian's home address. Coupled with the half-month of military training, it had slipped his mind entirely. Even if he were to visit Gu Mingxuan's residence again, he would still need to consult the address she provided to remember it. Subsequently, Luo Yi waved farewell to Su Baizhou but did not leave immediately. He watched her ascend the stairs before departing. Upon reaching the entrance of his dormitory, he hesitated to enter. He knew that once inside, Wang Dachui would surely pester him for a drink. Thus, he took a swig of the green plum wine right at the door. Sweet with a hint of tartness, it was delightful, yet it did not induce any feelings of intoxication. Discarding the empty bottle into a nearby trash bin, Luo Yi finally stepped into the dormitory. In that instant, he was surrounded by several roommates. Wang Dachui stood at the forefront, his eyes wide with inquiry. What is going on? You better explain yourself to your three fathers. Xin Xiao added with a grin. You've grown too big to be kept at home. Luo Yi pushed Wang Dachui aside and swiftly returned to his desk, exclaiming, Do you still wish to rank up? Yes, we must. Wang Dachui's face lit up with excitement. However, today's novel had yet to be updated, prompting Luo Yi to decide to first complete today's article. Not far away, Wang Dachui observed Luo Yi typing away and, filled with curiosity, inquired, Hey, Luo Yi. I've been meaning to ask, ever since the first day of classes, you've been incessantly typing away. Do you harbor some unspeakable secret? I am a web novelist. Luo Yi replied, wiping his nose nonchalantly, exuding an air of confidence. Yet, this declaration was interpreted quite differently by others. What? You write those kinds of stories? Wang Dachui rushed over, peering intently at Luo Yi's draft. Don't spout nonsense. Writing that is illegal. Luo Yi retorted. Come on, just let me read it in private. Wang Dachui's expression turned utterly lewd. Get lost. Luo Yi resumed his writing. By the time he finished, his roommates had already succumbed to slumber, leaving only Xin Xiao, who was still engrossed in her phone, seemingly reading a novel. As Luo Yi prepared to retire to bed, he began to unbutton his pants only to discover something in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he was taken aback. The car keys to the Fairy Senior's spicy fish head? Oh no, after disembarking, he had instinctively pocketed the keys. The senior was unfamiliar with the car and had no recollection of the incident. With this realization, Luo Yi intended to message the Fairy Senior, but suddenly became aware that it was already 2 in the morning. Unbeknownst to him, time had slipped away. However, for a novelist, staying up late was an utterly commonplace affair. Is it too late to send a message now? Luo Yi pondered, recalling that he hadn't messaged the Fairy Senior since returning to the dormitory. Inwardly chastising himself, he tapped his head and muttered, You blockhead. Wouldn't it be courteous to check in on a girl after she gets home? He had never pursued a girl. Throughout 3 years of high school, he had merely harbored a secret crush, ultimately confessing upon graduation, after which nothing materialized. Yet, he was certain of his feelings for the Fairy Senior. Although he felt a spark upon their first encounter could be seen as superficial attraction, such attraction need not carry a negative connotation. It could indeed signify a new beginning. After all, an appreciation for one's appearance does not imply a lack of depth. At the moment affection blossoms, every nuance of the other person, their words, actions, strengths, and flaws, falls within the realm of that affection. After sending a message, Luo Yi prepared to sleep, but to his surprise, he received an immediate response. Su Baizhou, I'll leave it with you for now, I don't drive often. In the teacher's apartment, Su Baizhou's lips curled into a slight smile. Was she, in a sense, getting a free chauffeur? She glanced around, satisfied that her new home had finally been tidied up. The 3-bedroom apartment had been previously occupied by Gu Mingxian, who had left his belongings in the secondary bedroom before renting the place to Su Baizhou, allowing her to reside in the master bedroom. For young girls, a more spacious room often appears more relaxing. The other vacant house, uninhabited, was originally intended by Gu Mingxian for Luo Yi. However, since Su Baizhou has already taken residence there, whether Luo Yi can stay hinges on Su Baizhou's willingness. One is a goddess-like campus belle with a cool demeanor in reality and social anxiety online. The other is a shy young man in person, but can summon storms in the digital realm. They seem to complement each other quite well, don't they? Luo Yi, a gaming prodigy and a budding online literature author, frequently engages with others on the internet. Good night, Senior. He sent this message before closing his eyes, ready to drift into slumber. Yet, he tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Without a response from the enchanting Senior, sleep eluded him. Meanwhile, Su Baizhou paused slightly upon reading the good night, Senior message. It reminded her of a boy from high school who would always bid her good night. However, she had no interest in him. At a reunion after graduation, he confessed his feelings for her in front of everyone, only to be rejected on the spot. Embarrassed, he sought her out after the gathering, attempting to coerce her into being his girlfriend. Once again, she turned him down and severed all contact. In a fit of rage, he spread rumors about her, and coupled with her beauty, which drew both admiration and jealousy, she soon became perceived as a dubious character among her peers. It is well known that human nature often craves to mend what is flawed while desiring to dismantle what is perfect. Consequently, Su Baizhou developed a disdain for men and found herself with few female friends, becoming socially anxious until she relocated to a new city for her studies. where she gradually earned the title of the Iceberg Goddess. Looking at her phone, Su Baijiu chose not to respond, casting it aside instead. She tapped her fingers on the keyboard, feeling a sense of disquiet, as if something was amiss. Her thoughts drifted to Luo Ye's image. The boy, innocent and bashful, had protected her even while gaming together. He might not have even been aware of his own gender at that moment, yet he cared for her simply because they were teammates. He was also someone who could not handle bitter coffee. This boy must be sweet, she mused. A phrase from Gu Mingxian echoed in her mind. I asked you to look after my brother. You wouldn't want to pursue him, would you? Su Baijiu felt her cheeks warm slightly. Retrieving her phone, she opened the chat interface with Luo Yi and typed 2 simple words, good night. Chapter 18. Morning Run. Receiving a reply from the enchanting senior lifted Luo Yi's spirits immensely. He soon fell asleep. The following morning, Luo Yi awoke. The morning class commenced at 8:30, yet Luo Yi awoke at 7, roused by the clamor around him. Li Haoyang had donned his athletic shoes, appearing prepared for a morning jog. Observing Wang Dachui, who was blissfully asleep beside him, and Xin Xiao, who had also been stirred from slumber, Luo Yi could not resist commenting to Li Haoyang, Coach, your discipline is truly commendable. Indeed, would you care to join us? Li Haoyang extended an invitation. His physique was impressive, every muscle defined, complemented by a healthy bronze complexion, reminiscent of a retired soldier. During this period, they had affectionately dubbed Li Haoyang their fitness instructor. We are already in university. I have no desire to partake in morning exercises. Xin Xiao turned over, intent on stealing a few more moments of sleep. Luo Yi, however, contemplated his own identity as a web author. It was said that this profession, if not coupled with regular exercise, could lead to numerous occupational ailments. With that thought, he abruptly sat up. Wait for me, coach. The two descended the stairs together, arriving at the playground. There, they encountered another girl, none other than the leggy lowly Lu Bingxin. At that moment, she was clad in shorts and a tank top, showcasing her long, fair legs, a sight to behold. The snug tank top accentuated her figure splendidly. The scattered students jogging on the field could not tear their gaze away. It was undeniable that such beauty, alongside the robust Li Haoyang, formed a striking pair. Luo Yi found himself trailing behind them, jogging alone. It appeared that Li Haoyang had planned to run with Lu Bingxin, leaving Luo Yi feeling like a mere third wheel. If I had known, I wouldn't have come, he mused bitterly. As the pair jogged side by side, Luo Yi could only run by himself. Meanwhile, another figure caught his attention, dressed in loose black clothing. She wore a black cap, with a ponytail cascading from the back. As she ran, her ponytail swayed gracefully. This figure seemed familiar. Lost in thought, he became distracted while jogging, resulting in a sudden tumble to the ground. Fatigued from a sleepless night and unaccustomed to exercise, he had stumbled on level ground. The fall attracted a multitude of gazes. Luo Yi felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment as he lay there. How humiliating. Just as he prepared to rise, a hand appeared before him. Startled, he gazed up to behold a hand that could only be described as exquisite. Delicate as a flower bud, with skin smooth as cream, and fingers tapering like tender bamboo shoots. This hand was truly beautiful. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze to find it belonged to the girl in black with the ponytail. Wait, is that not the fairy senior? She observed him with an impassive expression and coolly inquired, Aren't you going to get up? At her words, Luo Yi's face reddened further. How mortifying to have fallen before the fairy senior. He gently placed his hand on the fairy-like senior's hand, and then stood up. Once upright, he quickly withdrew his hand, revealing a bashful expression. Although the senior's hand was soft and pleasant to touch, further contact would be impolite. Nonetheless, this simple physical interaction quickened Luo Yi's heartbeat, and the sensation of infatuation lingered. Su Baijiu paused momentarily, then lowered her hat slightly. After all, if others discovered that Jiang University's Belle had a habit of morning jogging, it would undoubtedly attract attention, making her morning runs far less tranquil. Shall we go together? Su Baijiu inquired casually. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the fairy-like senior also bore a pair of faint dark circles beneath her eyes, much like him. Luo Yi replied softly, All right. Others in the playground noticed a figure strikingly similar to the campus beauty Su Baijiu, but upon seeing the male companion beside her, they immediately shook their heads. It could not possibly be Su Baijiu. She would never be accompanied by a man. Luo Yi ran alongside the fairy-like senior, maintaining a stoic expression. Why the impassive demeanor? Because he was merely feigning it. In reality, he was struggling. On his first morning run, he was already fatigued after a single lap. Yet, the senior showed no signs of exhaustion. How embarrassing it would be if he succumbed to fatigue first. However, no matter how much he pretended, his body betrayed him. Su Baijiu noticed the boy beside her breathing increasingly heavily. Originally intending to run 6 laps, she stopped after 3. She retrieved a towel from her small bag to wipe the sweat from her face. Amidst his heavy breathing, Luo Yi inadvertently caught a glimpse of Su Baijiu's current state. Sweat dampened her hair, and tiny droplets cascaded down her delicate collarbone. As she dabbed her face with the towel, she slightly lifted her chin. The morning sun illuminated her profile, and a gentle breeze tousled her hair. Luo Yi was momentarily entranced. How beautiful! He turned his head away, his cheeks flushed. Too shy to look again. Noticing this, Su Baijiu asked nonchalantly, "Do you find me beautiful?" "Very beautiful," he stammered again. Why was he faltering? If she was beautiful, why not gaze upon her? Su Baijiu pressed further, "Then why aren't you looking?" Hearing this, Luo Yi stuttered, It's impolite." Upon hearing his response, a subtle smile graced Su Baijiu's lips. Suddenly, she noticed a wound on Luo Yi's wrist, bleeding slightly, likely from a recent fall. She pulled out a band-aid from her bag and said, "Extend your hand." "Huh, extend your hand," Su Baijiu reiterated, her tone slightly cold, as though concealing something. "Oh, okay." Luo Yi, bewildered, extended his hand, and Su Baijiu affixed a pink bear-shaped band-aid to his wrist. At that moment, he realized he had sustained an injury. Such a trivial wound hardly warranted a band-aid. It felt rather effeminate. However, since it was the fairy senior who posted it, Luo Yi felt an inexplicable joy in his heart, not at all embarrassed, and even wished to proclaim to the world that the senior had adorned him with a pink bear-shaped band-aid. Yet, he could only entertain such thoughts silently. After applying the band-aid, Su Baijiu turned and departed towards the dining hall. A conflicted expression appeared on Luo Yi's face as he pondered his options. At that moment, he had 3 choices: to wait for Li Haoyang and have breakfast together, to go alone for breakfast, or to catch up with the fairy senior and shamelessly dine with her. Looking toward the playground, he noticed Li Haoyang was still jogging alongside Lu Bingxin, and he immediately shook his head. Clearly, the first option was not viable. Wouldn't the third option be too audacious? Thus, he settled on the second choice, to eat alone. The school had several dining halls. The first was adjacent to the male dormitory, while the third was near the female dormitory. Su Baijiu headed towards the third dining hall, whereas Luo Yi made his way to the first. Upon glancing back, Su Baijiu noticed that Luo Yi was not following her, but was instead walking in the opposite direction. She paused for a moment, feeling an inexplicable urge to head to the first dining hall. It had indeed been a long time since she last dined there. An occasional visit wouldn't hurt. Yes, the food at the first dining hall was far superior to that of the third. The cafeteria staff at the first dining hall were more amiable than those at the third. Plus, it was more economical. A plethora of reasons flooded Su Baijiu's mind, making the idea of going to the first dining hall suddenly seem perfectly reasonable. With that thought, she turned around and headed towards the first dining hall. Meanwhile, on the playground, Lu Bingxin and Li Haoyang had completed their run. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Lu Bingxin asked, "Class monitor, who was that girl beside Luo Yi just now?" Hearing this, Li Haoyang responded with confusion, "Was there? I didn't notice." His attention had been entirely focused on running and Lu Bingxin. No matter how oblivious he might be, he was still a man, and Lu Bingxin's allure was simply too potent for any male to disregard. Chapter 19. Turning back, the first dining hall was not particularly large, merely a third of the size of the third dining hall. Aside from its affordability, it possessed no redeeming qualities and served food of questionable taste. Moreover, the patrons of the first dining hall were predominantly male, with only a smattering of females scattered in the corners, conversing as they dined. The breakfast crowd was substantial, with nearly every table occupied. Luo Yi purchased 2 meat buns, a cup of soy milk, an egg, and a corn cake, then casually chose a seat. Although another male was seated at the table, it did not hinder him. The table could accommodate 6 people, and they sat at opposite corners, quite distant from one another. Suddenly, more than half the male patrons in the cafeteria turned their attention towards the entrance. There, a tall and alluring woman clad in black entered. Her captivating appearance rendering the otherwise unappetizing food suddenly seem like a culinary masterpiece. A young man suddenly devoured 2 buns in one bite. Was that not Su Baijiu, the campus beauty of Jiang University? What brought her to the dining hall? Luo Yi had yet to notice the peculiar glances from those around him as he took a sip of soy milk, only to find it rather salty. Why would there be salty soy milk in the South? He craved the sweetness. Su Baijiu casually purchased some breakfast, and upon glancing back, she discovered that every table was occupied. Although there were a few vacant spots, it meant she would have to sit with the boys. Soon, she found Luo Yi's table, striding over with elegant long strides. The air around her seemed to sweeten as she passed by. Despite not wearing any makeup, her aloof and enchanting beauty captivated all, drawing them in. Luo Yi was momentarily taken aback as he noticed someone seated before him. He looked up in confusion, only to find it was the fairy-like senior. What a delightful sight! His expression, still marred by distaste for the salty soy milk, oscillated between surprise and disgust upon seeing Su Baijiu, but ultimately, joy triumphed over the latter. All in the dining hall wore expressions of astonishment. What the heck? Why? They were all men, all handsome in their own right, occupying tables with nearby vacancies. Why was this fellow so fortunate? Soon, another boy timidly took a seat beside Su Baijiu. Observing this, she frowned and said nothing. Luo Yi was at a loss for words. The atmosphere turned awkward, and Su Baijiu's icy demeanor radiated an unsettling pressure that left the boy next to her fidgeting. Even Luo Yi lowered his gaze, unable to meet Su Baijiu's presence at that moment. Before long, the boy hastily finished his meal and departed. He had approached with the hope of sitting near the campus beauty, only to realize that not just anyone could claim a seat beside the Ice Queen. Luo Yi began to understand why the senior was nicknamed the Ice Princess. Once the boy left, Luo Yi sighed in relief. The pressure dissipated instantly. Unfortunately, he had already finished his meal. Wiping his mouth, he cautiously remarked, "Senior, I shall take my leave." "No," Su Baijiu replied coldly. "Wait until I finish." If he left now, she would be left to dine alone in the dining hall, where the food was so unpalatable that she could hardly manage to eat. Luo Yi offered an awkward smile, remaining seated to wait for her to finish. A few minutes later, Su Baijiu wiped her mouth, glanced at Luo Yi, said nothing, and departed. This was the true nature of the fairy-like senior. Luo Yi watched her retreating figure, utterly transfixed. He realized he had often found himself admiring the backs of others in this manner. For 3 years of unrequited love in high school, he gazed at the girl he admired, watching her silhouette as she moved away, yet he dared not approach her, contenting himself with silent observation. Even when it came to the enchanting senior, he mirrored this sentiment. Upon their first encounter, he watched her retreating figure. During their first dormitory gathering, he chanced upon her again, observing her silhouette. On their inaugural date, as he escorted her to the parking lot of the faculty apartment, he continued to gaze at her departing form, a habit that has persisted until now. He could only watch from afar, safeguarding his feelings, powerless to act. Unaware of what was amiss, feeling a vague sense of unease within his heart. It was not until the moment Su Baijiu stepped out of the cafeteria and suddenly halted that clarity emerged. She slightly turned her head towards Luo Yi. Noticing his dazed expression, a subtle smile graced her lips before she departed. That smile ignited a fervor among all the boys in the cafeteria. The ice goddess smiled at me. Surely, it was meant for me. Nonsense. Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. What did you say? I am the Peng Yuyin of Jiangqing. I am the Wu Yinzu of Jiangqing. Be quiet. I have something heartfelt to say as Jiangqing's most romantic soul. Amidst the commotion, only Luo Yi sensed that the smile from the enchanting senior was directed at him. At last, he understood what he had been lacking all along, the act of turning back. It was the journey of chasing her silhouette, where she could turn around and see that there had always been someone behind her. It transformed a one-sided pursuit into a mutual connection. What are you doing? A sudden voice interrupted Luo Yi's reverie. He lifted his gaze to find Li Haoyang, accompanied by Lu Bingxin. They had just completed their morning jog and were now headed to the cafeteria for a meal. The fact that the girl was willing to accompany the boy to the boys' dormitory cafeteria indicated that the coach had been completely swayed by her sincerity. However, the thought of Lu Bingxin's roommate being Tang Enki made Luo Yi feel a bit awkward. Nothing much. By the way, class is about to start. I'll head back to grab my textbook. I can help you with that too, Luo Yi replied. Sure. Remember to wake up to Chue. Li Haoyang chuckled before heading off with Lu Bingxin to buy food. It seemed that the earnest Li Haoyang was on the verge of forming a bond with the long-legged Lu Bingxin. They merely needed the right opportunity to ignite their connection. Upon reflection, the military training had lasted half a month, and now, they were in the second week of classes, totaling no more than a month. The progress was astonishingly swift. Luo Yi returned to the dormitory, finding Shen Xiao had already gone ahead to secure a seat in the classroom, leaving only Wang Dachui snoring peacefully. Today was Monday, the day filled with the most classes, the dreaded hellish Monday. Luo Yi retrieved his phone, cranked the volume to its maximum, and selected the song Gni Tai Mei, placing it beside Wang Dechui's pillow. The moment the music resonated, Wang Dechui jolted awake, leaping from his bed and instinctively retrieving a basketball from beneath it, performing a spontaneous dance reminiscent of the legendary deities. As clarity dawned upon him, he grinned at Luo Yi, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Hey, wild boy, I dreamt that I was performing on stage alongside my beloved Gugu. Got it, let us go have some fun." Luo Yi promptly silenced the music and picked up the textbooks he shared with Li Haoyang, remarking, "There are only 15 minutes before class starts. If you don't freshen up, brace yourself for failure." Upon hearing this, Wang Dechui's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily replied, "No worries. Your brother will slide right into the classroom in a flash." Impressive. Chapter 20. Club Recruitment During Lunchtime. Luo Yi and his companions arrived at the third cafeteria, their faces weary. After enduring 2 lengthy classes from 8:30 to 11:50, they had no respite before resuming classes at 2 in the afternoon. Truly, the infernal Monday is deservedly the most arduous day of the week. The cuisine at the third cafeteria was exponentially superior to that of the first, and its trendy decor made it a popular spot. Most notably, the third cafeteria boasted 2 floors, occupying 3 times the area of the first. Wang Dechui and Li Haoyang devoured their meals with fervor, akin to insatiable gluttons. If one does not approach their meal with enthusiasm, there lies a flaw in their mindset. By the way, coach, male stars, wild boy, club registration is about to commence. Which club do you wish to join? Wang Dechui inquired suddenly. I shall not be joining any clubs, Shen Xiao replied, shaking her head. Naturally. I would prefer a sports club. A fitness club would be ideal, Li Haoyang stated earnestly. As for Luo Yi, he had yet to make a decision, simply responding, I'm not sure. I'll leave it to fate. Noticing the nonchalant attitudes of the 3 before him, Wang Dechui donned a look of exasperation, solemnly declaring, My dear children, I must remind you that we need to earn credits. Joining clubs and participating in activities can significantly enhance our credit accumulation. Upon hearing this, Shen Xiao regarded him with a teasing smile, saying, Have you lost track of your standing? Would you like to watch that video again? That must be a fabrication. We are all studying computer science. Compiling a video is a trivial task, isn't it? You rebellious child. How dare you frame your father? Dad. Suddenly, Shen Xiao produced her phone, revealing the video, in which Wang Dechui could be heard vociferously exclaiming Dad. She had even set it as her alarm tone, ensuring it blared at precisely 8 each morning in the dormitory. Shen Xiao, for the next 4 years of university, I shall remain your adversary. Luo Yi and Li Haoyang erupted in laughter. There are 3 days for club registration. We can check it out together tomorrow, Li Haoyang suggested. Each club had established a registration point along the school's pathways, promoting their merits and inviting new students to join. I'll pass. I have no interest in going, Shen Xiao remarked, her face expressing disinterest. During this period, Shen Xiao has gained considerable fame at Jiang University. Among the new students, there is a pure and innocent campus belle named Tang Anqi. However, with Su Baizhou around, Tang Anqi can only hold the title of a new student beauty, never the campus queen of Jiang University. On the male side, there is a strikingly handsome young man, Shen Xiao, who captivates countless young girls with his youthful charm and striking features, making him the star of the 515 dormitory. Although Shen Xiao's demeanor is not particularly aloof, one could describe him as somewhat reclusive. Apart from the other 3 members of his dormitory, he hardly knows any of his classmates. All right, let us see which club has the most girls tomorrow, Wang Dachui remarked with an excited expression. Every dormitory seems to have its own lecherous individual. And even before he spoke, his expression revealed his intentions. Yet, he only dares to indulge in such thoughts within the confines of their dormitory. Once outside, he transforms into a paragon of virtue. Before long, the next afternoon arrived. It was the 2nd day of the club recruitment, and the computer science major was fortunate enough to have no classes. The 3 friends strolled through the recruitment area, dazzled by the vibrant performances of various clubs. Wang Dachui's eyes widened, especially at the dance and anime clubs. He rushed over to a member dressed as Asuna, solemnly declaring, Beautiful lady, may I join the anime club? Of course. The anime club always welcomes newcomers, Asuna replied with utmost gentleness, instantly drawing Wang Dachui into a realm of tenderness. Soon, a group of senior girls began performing an otaku dance in the anime club's area. Wang Dachui, although not in costume, dazzled everyone with his exceptional dancing skills. Overshadowing all the members of the anime club, a genius, Wang Dachui emerged as a prodigy since the inception of the anime club. Luo Yi and Li Haoyang looked on in disbelief, fully aware that their roommate was no genius, but merely a homebody, and quite the social butterfly at that. Li Haoyang ventured to the Fitness Enthusiast Association, while Luo Yi approached the Literature Club. The recruitment points for the Literature Club and the Magazine Club were adjacent. Placing Luo Yi in the middle, where the eyes of the recruiting seniors from both sides lit up. What a handsome young lad. The seniors from the Magazine Club and the Literature Club flanked Luo Yi, exchanging glances as if poised atop two mountain peaks, ready to engage in a spectacular duel. Luo Yi felt an invisible pressure surrounding him. Should he have come here? Suddenly, both seniors took a step forward, each grabbing one of Luo Yi's arms. Junior, join the Magazine Club. Join the Literature Club. Upon hearing each other's voices, the two women widened their eyes in fury, glaring at one another, and began to argue vehemently. The last junior was taken by your Magazine Club. This one belongs to our Literature Club. What is the reasoning behind this? Must registration be limited to one per person? Our magazine possesses greater strength than your literary society. Is it not natural for you to join us? Our literary society is the foremost organization at Jiang University, while you are but an imposter. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves aside. Although the magazine was established more recently, it undoubtedly surpasses the literary society. What do you have to say? The magazine is superior, and if you disagree, let us settle it. The next issue of the campus newspaper will surely reflect a higher approval rating for our magazine. Two similar organizations divide the monthly funding allocated by the school, resulting in fierce competition between them. Luo Yi found himself caught in the middle, bewildered. At that moment, a figure approached slowly. What are you doing? Upon hearing this voice, the two senior sisters from the magazine and literary societies changed their expressions, swiftly assuming the demeanor of obedient little girls. They released Luo Yi's arm, lowered their heads, and spoke softly, like children who had misbehaved. Senior Su. They were sophomores. While Su Baijiu was already a junior and the president of the student council, her authority was undeniable. During the recruitment of new members for clubs, it was prohibited to compete for new students. We apologize, Senior Su, we understand. The two retreated back to their respective societies. Yet they were reluctant to give up on such a handsome junior. Where do you intend to go? Su Baijiu asked Luo Yi gently. I haven't decided yet. I just came to take a look. As an online literature author, he merely wished to observe the artistic societies. However, upon arriving, he was overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the two clubs. Senior, are you here to maintain order? Luo Yi inquired. No, I am here for club recruitment. Su Baijiu replied nonchalantly. I am the president of the Hanfu Society. After saying this, she bypassed Luo Yi and walked towards the recruitment point for the Hanfu Society, cradling a red Hanfu in her arms, likely in haste, as she had not yet had the chance to wear it. Chapter 21. Unusual treatment towards him. Seeing the enchanting senior head towards the Hanfu Society, Luo Yi could no longer remain seated. His feet unconsciously moved to the entrance of the Hanfu Society. The recruitment seniors from the literary and magazine societies displayed expressions of disappointment at this sight. There was no contest against Su Baijiu's charm. All their efforts were in vain. The Hanfu Society was indeed cunning to have Su Baijiu in charge. Yet, in the next moment, another equally beautiful girl passed by them. This was the new campus belle, Tang Anki. The two seniors' eyes lit up, but before they could act, several tall, robust boys rushed forward. Hello, I am Ma Baohua, president of the Martial Arts Association. I see that you have extraordinary potential. Would you be interested in apprenticing under me? Go away. What does your Martial Arts Association have to offer? Hello, I am Wang Chuyang, known as the Winter Swimming Odd Pigeon. Join my swimming club, and let us revel together in the water. Disgusting, utterly repugnant. I, Xiao Dan, refuse to accept this. My basketball club is in need of a manager. Is that really you, Xiao Dan? Amidst the bustling atmosphere, I find myself in need of a charming cheerleader for our football team. Should you grace us with your presence, the entire team would shower you with adoration. The competition among the new students is fierce, and the enthusiasm of the boys appears to rival that of the girls. In their eyes, Tang Enki is nothing short of a coveted prize. Beside her, the leggy beauty Lu Bingxin, while not as striking as Tang Enki, also finds herself the object of much attention. At that moment, a petite girl, barely over 5 feet tall, passed by and was taken aback by the scene before her. She glanced around, finally spotting a familiar figure. She dashed over, tapping Luo Yi on the back, hands on her hips, and with the demeanor of a little adult exclaimed, "Luo Yi, why haven't you replied to my messages?" Hearing this, Luo Yi turned around and, upon seeing her, wore an expression of mild exasperation. Su Xiaojia, his hometown compatriot, was quite the chatterbox. "What brings you here?" Luo Yi feigned surprise. "I'm a new student too. Why shouldn't I be here?" Su Xiaojia retorted indignantly. She then looked around curiously, asking, "Where's the class monitor?" "You mean the coach? He has gone to the Fitness Enthusiast Association." "Wow. I want to go too." With that, Su Xiaojia ran off toward the association, seemingly intrigued by Li Haoyang. However, the coach was already captivated by the long-legged beauty, leaving little chance for the petite girl. Despite Su Xiaojia's adorable appearance, her childlike stature and demeanor made it challenging for her to attract the attention of boys. Luo Yi's focus remained on the Hanfu Society. At that moment, Su Baizhou had changed into her Hanfu nearby. Dressed in a flowing red gown, she appeared ethereal, enchanting, and almost like a celestial being descended from the heavens, an exquisite vision to behold, akin to a painting come to life. Luo Yi stood quietly to the side as the Hanfu Society's performance commenced. Su Baizhou took center stage, accompanied by 4 senior sisters. As they gracefully executed a traditional dance, the performance was elegant, dignified, and imbued with a subtle solemnity. Yet, if not for Su Baizhou's commanding presence, the audience was rather sparse. Not everyone could appreciate the beauty of Hanfu and the profound artistry of classical dance. Once the dance concluded, Su Baizhou prepared to depart. As the welcoming tasks were under the purview of the vice president of the Hanfu Society, leaving her with other commitments. Just then, Qin Yuan arrived, making her way towards Su Baizhou. Noticing her, Luo Yi waved and called out, "Senior Qin." At this, Qin Yuan seemed momentarily puzzled, while Su Baizhou's expression changed slightly. "Did you call me?" she asked, turning to Luo Yi with a look of recognition dawning upon her face. "Ah, you're that junior from the military training who was featured on the confession wall." Before she could finish her thought, Su Baizhou suddenly seized her hand and hurriedly pulled her away. Qin Yuan, still processing the situation, asked as they walked, "What is going on? Is it the end of the world?" "Indeed, it is the end of days, and we must flee." Su Baizhou seldom indulges in such jesting. Yet in this moment of urgency, she found herself echoing Qin Yuan's words. Luo Yi scratched his head, utterly bewildered. What has transpired? Why are Senior Su and Senior Qin departing so hastily? However, once the two left, Luo Yi relaxed somewhat, shedding his earlier restraint. He approached the recruitment point of the Hanfu Society and inquired, "Senior, may I join the Hanfu Society?" The vice president of the Hanfu Society, a young man who appeared quite amiable, responded, "Oh, what a charming young lad. Of course, you may join." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi was taken aback. Something felt amiss. There was an unmistakable effeminacy about him. The way he looked at Luo Yi made the latter take a step back. Yet, the thought of the enchanting senior in this society prompted him to step forward again, steeling himself as he declared, "I wish to enroll." "Junior, allow me to offer a word of caution. If you are here solely for Sister Zhou, it is unnecessary, as she is already in her 3rd year and will soon be departing from the society. Both the student council and the societies are undergoing a transition, with 2nd-year students set to take over. No, I simply have a genuine affinity for Hanfu," Luo Yi asserted with conviction. "Is that so?" The senior regarded him with a knowing smile, then elegantly wrote Luo Yi's name on the registration form while saying, "Join our group. We will notify you of the first gathering." "Very well." With that, Luo Yi registered for the Hanfu Society, concluding his day's endeavors. Meanwhile, Tang Enki and Lu Bingxin finally escaped the throngs of boys and found their way to the Hanfu Society. "How beautiful!" Tang Enki exclaimed. "Indeed, Chi-Chi. Shall we join the Hanfu Society?" Lu Bingxin expressed her interest. "Why not?" The two approached the Hanfu Society's entrance. The same senior, still delicately sipping tea, frowned upon the arrival of the two beauties and replied in a matter-of-fact tone, "Ladies, do you wish to join the Hanfu Society?" "Yes," Tang Enki nodded eagerly. "I'm afraid we are at capacity. Please consider returning next year." Upon hearing this, Lu Bingxin questioned, Can second-year students not join the society? Not at all. Then are you not making things difficult for us? Lu Bingxin furrowed her brow in discontent. My sincerest apologies, Junior. Our society has Su Baizhou, and thus the number of applicants has exceeded our budget. With such a rejection, even though Lu Bingxin felt a surge of frustration, she and Tang Enki had no choice but to leave the Hanfu Society and contemplate other options. After their departure, a girl approached the vice president, puzzled, and asked, Lu Jiang, we are indeed at capacity, yet how was that fellow Luo Yi accepted as an exception? As Lu Jianglai revealed an elegant expression, he recalled the hurried departure of Su Baizhou and smiled gently, saying, I believe that Senior Zhuozhua holds a special regard for him. In Chapter 22, titled Here Comes the Chicken Soup, I am Wang Dezue from the Anime Club, I am Li Haoyang from the Fitness Enthusiast Association, and I am Luoye from the Hanfu Society. In the dormitory 515, the three solemnly announced their achievements of the day, then turned their gazes towards Shen Xiao, who sat on the bed. Shen Xiao responded with a hint of sarcasm, I am an unemployed drifter, Shen Xiao. After this topic concluded, Wang Dezue excitedly exclaimed, let us play some games. Come on, log in. On the third day of the club recruitment, the Hanfu Society had concluded its welcoming activities. New members would attend a gathering, and due to the large number of participants in the Hanfu Society, it was bound to be lively. If all went according to plan, Lu Jianglai would soon become the new president of the Hanfu Society. It was merely a matter of time. On Friday evening, Luoye stood at the school gate, waiting for a taxi. The following day marked the newcomer gathering for the Hanfu Society, where members would get to know each other. Naturally, it would be more fitting to wear Hanfu for such an occasion, prompting him to purchase a set of traditional attire today. Moreover, there were over 300 new members in the Hanfu Society's group chat, which was indeed quite excessive. However, most of these individuals were not drawn by a genuine love for Hanfu, but rather because Su Baizhou was part of this club. Luoye was no different. He found himself appreciating Hanfu simply because of Su Baizhou's admiration for it. Nevertheless, there was an unspoken rule regarding the first gathering. Those who did not attend would likely be removed later, and ultimately, only around 40 individuals registered for the event. Luoye. Suddenly, a female voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he recognized Lu Bingxin and Tang Enki. It was Lu Bingxin who had called him. Luoye greeted her and inquired, Lu, aren't you going to train with your coach today? At this hour, I'm heading to the gym. Lu Bingxin replied with a smile. She then glanced at Tang Enki and jokingly remarked to Luoye, you too, don't you have feelings for my friend Enki? How come you've changed your heart since coming to university? Upon hearing this, Luoye looked at Tang Enki. She remained the same as before, yet he no longer possessed the same feelings. He chuckled softly and replied, in my youth, I was naive. Now, I simply wish to be a good person. Lu Bingxin and Tang Enki exchanged puzzled glances. However, Tang Enki soon chuckled lightly and said, actually, it doesn't matter. I have never been in a relationship with Luoye, and whether he still likes me is entirely his choice. Afterward, Luoye remained unaffected, causing Tang Enki's expression to momentarily falter. For reasons unknown, she felt an odd sensation within her heart. She had promised Luoye that if she were to gain admission to Jiangcheng University, she would be with him. Yet, she fell short of that promise. The university was a vibrant tapestry of experiences, filled with an abundance of remarkable young men. Upon her arrival, Tang Enki felt as though she had stepped into a broader world. The allure of novelty often cast a shadow on the familiar, rendering what she once cherished easily overlooked. In retrospect, she realized that the boy whose eyes were filled with affection for her had faded from her life without her even noticing. Before long, Luoye's taxi arrived before them. He opened the door and cheerfully remarked, goodbye, ladies. Lu Bingxin waved her hand, and once the taxi had departed, she turned to Tang Enki with a sigh, saying, Chi-Chi, I think Luoye is quite a catch. Why didn't you accept him before? At this, Tang Enki offered a resigned smile and replied, I always believed that I could encounter someone even better. Yet, being here has made me realize that if I wait for someone extraordinary to appear, I may wait in vain. In our lifetime, encountering someone who truly cherishes us is a rare fortune. Lu Bingxin, astonished, remarked, Chi-Chi, when did you become so enlightened? I recently read a romance novel by Luo Yi Gui Jin, Tang Enki confessed. I immersed myself in the protagonist's journey and gleaned many insights. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on the vanishing taxi, a faint smile gracing her lips as she whispered, I wonder what the outcome would be if I pursued him? Huh? Chi-Chi. You are the campus belle. You want to chase after him? I'm not sure. Tang Inky hesitated. The path of love is one of growth for everyone. Missed opportunities bring regret, yet they are not necessarily missteps. Lu Bingxin chuckled and encouraged, if you like him, go for it. Just like I did with Hao Yang. If it doesn't work out, we can always part ways. Oh, Bingxin, I can't agree with that. Just kidding. The two girls erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, Luoya had arrived at a Hanfu shop, perusing the selection of traditional attire. The options for men were rather limited. Most of the garments were designed for women. After trying on several outfits and capturing photos to send to his senior, Luoya messaged, Senior, which one do you think looks better? In the teacher's dormitory. Su Baizhou received the messages and scrutinized each photograph attentively before responding. Not bad. The light blue one is particularly appealing. Good eye? Luoya replied with an animated emoji. That's the one. He happily purchased the Hanfu for 1,299 yuan, a significant sum for a student, yet inconsequential for Luoya as it would be deducted from his earnings. Su Baizhou, glancing at the photos Luoya sent, recalled the club meeting scheduled for the following day. Initially, she had no intention of attending, but now, she took out her phone and composed a message to Lu Jiang. Tomorrow's gathering will also see my attendance. Please remember to count an additional spot. After sending the message, Su Baizhou entered the bathroom, shedding her garments. She approached the mirror and gazed at her reflection. Her skin was as smooth as fine jade, her figure exquisite, and the delicate contour of her collarbone resembled a work of art, captivating the eye. Below the collarbone lay even more enchanting vistas. She caressed her face, reflecting on her recent behavior, and couldn't help but murmur, have I been bewitched? Once her bath was complete, Su Baizhou donned her pajamas and reclined on the bed, her expression blank as she stared at the ceiling. Having resided here for nearly a month, the room was now imbued with her unique fragrance, though she herself could not perceive it. Soon, her phone chimed with a message from Luo Yi. Luo Yi. Senior, you've been busy all day again, haven't you? Rest early tonight. Good night. During this time, Luo Yi had been exchanging good mornings and good nights with Su Baizhou daily, and their relationship had improved somewhat. They had reached a point where they could acknowledge each other in passing at school. Gradually enhancing their bond was akin to progressing through a game, nurturing their feelings for one another and crafting more memories for the future. Upon reading the message, Su Baizhou replied, good night. Of course, she had work online that night. It was her part-time job, allowing her to take orders via the internet. It had been ages since she had fallen asleep before midnight. The earliest she would manage was 1 o'clock, and often she would stay awake all night. On this particular night, she persevered until 4 in the morning to complete her tasks, earning a commission of 150 yuan. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door, and Su Baizhou felt a surge of confusion and tension. At 4 in the morning, who would be knocking? Moreover, no one knew she resided here. Yet, her curiosity was swiftly appeased. Hello, delivery from Little Yellow Man. Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou walked to the living room and peered through the peephole, confirming it was indeed a delivery. She replied coolly, I didn't order any takeout. The recipient is Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo? Luo Yi? Su Baizhou remained cautious and refrained from opening the door. She intended to inquire with Luo Yi. However, Luo Yi had already sent her a message in advance. Luo Yi. Senior, I see you have dark circles under your eyes. You must be staying up late often. I specially brought some comforting chicken soup for you. Your health is of utmost importance. Luo Yi. If you're already asleep, you can heat it up when you wake and have it for breakfast. Upon reading this, Su Baizhou paused momentarily. She opened the door and gazed at the delivery person handing over the chicken soup, her expression somewhat dazed. Chapter 23. So it turns out it's the senior. It was yet another weekend, coinciding with the end of the month and the school's opening term. As September drew to a close, once this weekend passed, there would be just 3 more days of classes before a delightful 7-day holiday awaited. Many young couples in the throes of romantic ambiguity will solidify their relationships this weekend, embarking on adventures during the 7-day holiday. Naturally, the destination must be distant, a place where returning home is not an option, thus necessitating hotel accommodations. If you understand, you understand. Alternatively, they may return to their respective homes, initiating a brief long-distance romance, only to reassemble after 7 days, embracing the sentiment of a reunion more delightful than a newlywed's bliss. Take Li Haoyang, for instance, clad in a fresh outfit today. He has arranged to meet Lu Bingxin, fully intent on confessing his feelings. Wang Dachui, overwhelmed with emotion, lamented the loss of yet another beautiful girl from the world. bemoaning his inability to provide a home for every girl he encounters. He patted Li Haoyang on the shoulder and solemnly declared, "Coach, you must take care of Bingxin. If you dare treat her poorly, I shall disown you as my son." Li Haoyang, scratching his head and grinning foolishly, inquired, "Brother Chui, do you think I look handsome today?" "Handsome, my foot," Wang Dachui retorted, incensed. At that moment, Shen Xiao poked his head from the bed and asked, "So, Brother Chui, do you have a chance with the stunning Tang?" "Absolutely, without a doubt. You should know my charm by now," Wang Dachui asserted confidently. However, Tang Enki had been indifferent to his advances. This weekend, he had attempted to ask her out, only to be politely declined, with her stating she already had plans. Alas, am I, Wang Dachui, so dashing yet destined to spend another weekend in solitude with these two clods? Does no one recognize my allure? Suddenly, his expression shifted as he noticed Luya, who was shouldering his backpack. He could not help but ask, "What are you up to, kid? Sneaking away again after last weekend?" "I'm heading to the Hanfu Club gathering. I've brought my Hanfu just in case it's required," Luya replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Dachui breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wasn't off to court a girl. Though his own failures stung, the success of a friend was nearly unbearable. "Coach, if your confession succeeds, you're out of 515. If it fails, you're still my son." Li Haoyang chuckled at Wang Dachui's words before turning to leave the dormitory. Suddenly, Wang Dachui stepped forward, addressing Li Haoyang. "Coach." His gaze resembled that of a concerned father watching his son marry into another family. "If your return bears ill tidings, I shall be even more disheartened." "How sentimental," Shen Xiao remarked, speechless, while Luya nodded in agreement. Li Haoyang departed, leaving behind a solitary figure. The wind is bleak, and the waters are chilling. A hero departs, never to return, he mused, crafting a poignant verse. With their plans for the weekend set, after Luoye's exit, the 515 dormitory was left with only Shen Xiao and Wang Dachui. One languidly slept most of the time, while the other, day and night, immersed himself in gaming, though his skills were rather lacking. After Luya left, he received a message from Su Baiyo. He altered the note for Su Baiyo, transforming it into Fairy Senior Sister. "Fairy Senior Sister, my car keys are still with you." Upon mentioning this, Luo Yi suddenly recalled the matter. Indeed, he had almost forgotten about it. Soon after, Su Baijo sent another message. "Fairy Senior Sister, come to the teacher's apartment. I'll send you the gathering address." Upon seeing this message, Luo Yi was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended her intention. The Fairy Senior Sister wished for him to drive her there. An exhilarating sensation surged within him, as if he had been invigorated by a stimulant, his once empty heart now brimming with emotion, radiating an aura of joy. He proceeded towards the teacher's apartment and arrived at the parking lot. Su Baiyo was already standing beside the car. Before him stood Su Baiyo, clad in traditional Han attire. A striking red ensemble, gracefully poised beside the incongruous pink chopped pepper fish head. Su Baijo's figure and appearance complemented any garment, particularly this red hanfu. As if a classical beauty had stepped forth from a painting, she resembled an ancient heiress, captivating and impossible to look away from. Noticing Luo Yi in casual attire, Su Baijo subtly furrowed her brow. "This fellow, he hasn't done hanfu." Luo Yi, realizing this, shyly remarked, I packed my bag. Ugh, why is this clumsy tongue stuttering again?" "Change," Su Baijo replied nonchalantly. "Huh, here?" Luo Yi glanced around, somewhat doubtful of his hearing. "There's still time. Let's go to my place to change." "Your place?" Luo Yi's expression turned puzzled. Su Baijo nodded casually. She initially intended to suggest changing at her home, but hesitated, remembering that Gu Mingxian was the brother of this junior. It was hardly her home. If anything, it belonged to Luo Yi. Yet, suggesting they go to his home felt even more difficult to articulate. Thus, she opted to omit any pronouns and simply referenced home. However, it seemed that no matter how she phrased it, misunderstandings were likely. Luo Yi understood but refrained from jesting about it. He was merely curious as to why the Fairy Senior Sister would directly mention home. He had not yet reached the level of narcissism to believe she considered them akin to family. His affection for the Fairy Senior Sister did not imply they could joke as couples do before officially being together. At this moment, Luo Yi remained unaware that it was Su Baijo who had initially led him into trouble and that she was indeed the tenant of that apartment. "Follow me." Su Baijo thought little of it and began to lead the way. Building 5, Unit 4, Room 614. Upon arriving at the door of 614, Luo Yi suddenly felt a flicker of familiarity. When the number 614 was mentioned, Luo Yi displayed little reaction, but upon arriving at the entrance of 614, a sudden realization struck him. Senior Yu. Luo Yi began to stammer. Su Baizhou was also taken aback. Did he not know that he was renting a room from Gu Mingxian? Earlier that day, Luo Yi had ordered takeout for her, and she assumed he was aware of their arrangement. The thought that the junior had been taken to the police station before the school term even began made even the icy goddess feel a twinge of embarrassment. Fortunately, Luo Yi did not inquire further. Both were aware of the unspoken truth, and neither broached the past. An indescribable atmosphere thickened the air. Upon opening the door, Su Baizhou did not enter, but pointed inside, saying, "That is my room, and the other two are for Professor Gu's belongings and the room he left for you." "I understand, Senior." Luo Yi's body tensed slightly. As he stepped into the room, he finally confirmed it. This was indeed Gu Mingxuan's residence. The very place where he had been abruptly arrested by the police, bewildered and proclaiming his innocence, only to be ignored. He had not anticipated that the day before the semester began, it was the fairy-like senior who had facilitated his arrival there. Gu Mingxian had actually rented his home to the enchanting senior. It seemed that he and the senior had already shared this connection prior to the beginning of classes. Luo Yi entered the room left for him by his cousin and began to don a hanfu. Chapter 24. Hanfu Tea Party. As he was changing, Luo Yi suddenly realized a startling truth. He did not know how to wear this garment. Yesterday at the shop, it had been the staff who assisted him, and his visit to the Hanfu Club was solely because the enchanting senior was a member. He had rarely worn such attire before. How embarrassing it was to be unable to don the attire of his ancestors. Especially the belt. Wasn't that what it was called? Luo Yi opened the door to the room, feeling somewhat bashful, and said, Senior? Before he could finish his sentence, Su Baizhou already understood what he was trying to convey. You don't know how to wear it? Yes. Seeing this, Su Baizhou stepped into the room. Although Luo Yi struggled with the outfit, he managed to wear it adequately, revealing nothing too indecorous. The hanfu was predominantly white, adorned with numerous blue patterns and designs that drew the eye. Su Baizhou extended her delicate fingers, assisting Luo Yi with the garment, occasionally brushing against him. He was too shy to speak, his heart racing, and his breath becoming slightly hurried. In truth, Su Baizhou was somewhat nervous as well, but she concealed it far better than Luo Yi. In this shared silence, they helped Luo Yi into his attire. He had prepared thoroughly, even having a wig. Once he donned the wig, his entire demeanor transformed, as though he had become an entirely different person. The graceful young gentleman resembled an elegant scholar, his youthful visage exuding a pristine aura, with his eyes seemingly concealing countless stars. Luo Yi retrieved a folding fan from his bag, spun around in place, and with a flourish of the fan, struck a pose, a slight smile gracing his lips as he softly invited, Miss Su, please. Su Baizhou paused momentarily, then, with an expressionless demeanor, replied, please. The moment he donned his hanfu, Luo Yi felt that speaking casually might tarnish his image. Thus he adopted a more dignified demeanor. Su Baizhou, however, required no such pretense. Her elegance was inherent. Yet, as they settled into the small pink vehicle resembling a fish head in Chile, all semblance of decorum was nearly obliterated. The petite car housed two strikingly attractive individuals clad in hanfu. As the engine roared to life, Luo Yi cleared his throat and commanded, drive. Su Baizhou responded with a perplexed, huh? My apologies, he chuckled. I couldn't help myself. The vehicle sped along, swiftly arriving at the gathering. A meeting of the Hanfu Society was surely unlike any other. This was a tea party, where the offerings were light and devoid of heavy smoke, emphasizing a delicate flavor. The attendees, resembling ancient scholars, either recited poetry over tea or indulged in jovial libations. Naturally, the beverages were mildly fermented, with low alcohol content, ensuring that even those with low tolerance could partake in tea. At the tea gathering, Lu Jianglai sat poised on a bench. Though a male, his comportment was more graceful than that of many females. A circle of girls encircled him, not in infatuation but viewing him as a confidant. Ahem, my dear juniors, your enthusiasm is overwhelming. I shall now commence the roll call. Su Baizhou. The first name called happened to be that of their president. However, the first name was absent. Lu Jianglai seemed unfazed, well accustomed to Su Baizhou's frequent absences from society events, and thus continued with the roll call, until he reached Luo Yi. No response. Luo Yi. Still, no one replied. Upon completing the roll call, Lu Jianglai realized that only Su Baizhou and Luo Yi were missing from the attendees. His expression swiftly transitioned through confusion, surprise, delight, and excitement. Could it be that our esteemed senior, Baijo, has finally blossomed? A satisfied smile spread across his face at that thought. As a fellow companion of the girls, he lamented not being a woman himself. Were he a woman, possessing the beauty of Su Baijo, he would certainly have throngs of admirers. Arriving at the Hanfu Society and witnessing Su Baijo's unparalleled beauty, Lu Jianglai's initial reaction was not one of desire, but rather envy. Such a captivating visage was indeed a pity not to grace the role of a youthful heroine in a campus romance. Yet Su Baijo remained uninterested in romance, often unaware of the boys around her. At long last, it appeared that there was a glimmer of hope. The time for the tea gathering swiftly approaches, and as Lu Jianglai observes a group of young men and women clad in traditional Hanfu mingling and getting acquainted, a look of satisfaction graces his face. Suddenly, the lively chatter subsides. At the entrance of the hall, two figures emerge, a gentleman, gracious and holding a folding fan, with a kind visage, and a stunning woman dressed in red, resembling a bride from an ancient aristocratic family, her demeanor cold yet breathtakingly beautiful. Their presence starkly contrasts with the others. As if they have stepped from another realm, the Hanfu they wear appears as though it has been tailored exclusively for them, devoid of any modern influence. An audible gasp ripples through the crowd, captivated by the enchanting duo. Most attendees are newcomers, predominantly female, and not all are acquainted with the aloof campus beauty, Wang Dachui, let alone the enigmatic Luoya. They are simply mesmerized by the striking appearance of the two individuals before them. Lu Jianglai rises and announces, "This is someone many of you have yet to meet. She is our Hanfu Society president, Su Baijo." Upon hearing the name Su Baijo, many faces light up in recognition. Though they may not have met her, they have certainly heard of her, the illustrious Jiang Daxio, a prodigy in computer science, a role model for countless students. No wonder she is so stunning. It is indeed Su Baijo. However, this raises a question. The rumors depict Su Baijo as frigid and uninterested in any social pursuits, particularly with men. So why is she here now? And what is the nature of her association with the young man beside her? Noticing the curious expressions around them, Luoya slows his pace, shifting from walking alongside the ethereal senior to trailing behind her, creating an impression that they merely happened to enter together, strangers to one another. He cannot afford to tarnish her image. This subtle maneuver convinces those nearby. Soon thereafter, a few young women approach Luoya, intrigued by his handsome appearance. As the tea gathering commences, waitstaff deliver an array of pastries and tea to each table. In the center of the hall, a traditional ensemble plays a captivating melody. Su Baijo sits beside Lu Jianglai, who takes a sip of tea and glances at her with a light chuckle, remarking, "Zhozhou, you must have come with that junior, right?" He is Professor Gu's younger brother. With a stoic expression, Su Baijo replies, "Indeed." Lu Jianglai muses, "No wonder. Yet, even being Professor Gu's brother, I doubt you would be inclined to associate with him given your disposition." He understands Su Baijo well. Even though Professor Gu is her mentor, it is unlikely she would extend any preferential treatment towards his sibling. Thus, her willingness to engage with Luoya must indicate that there is something about him that intrigues her. Chapter 25. Your privacy is mine. During the tea gathering, two girls approached Luoya, inquiring about his green bubble QR code. Luoya scratched his head, recalling how Shen Qiao would often decline others by claiming he had a girlfriend. Thus, he emulated this tactic and replied, "I have a girlfriend." Upon hearing this response, each girl who approached him for the green bubble left in disappointment. Although Su Baijo was engrossed in her phone, her peripheral vision remained fixed on Luoya. Noticing that the girls had all retreated unsuccessfully, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief, affirming her decision to attend the gathering. Had she not come, would this junior have added all those girls on social media? One foot on the boat. It must be said, women possess a rich imagination. Su Baijo gradually immersed herself in a world of fantasies, envisioning scenes where Luoya was irresponsible, abandoning many girls. Lu Jianglai, standing nearby, was taken aback. When had the Ice Queen ever displayed such an expression? Was she angry? He had rarely seen Su Baijo lost in thought. Yet now she was not only dazed, but also seemingly upset. What could possibly be the cause of her anger? After the performance of the traditional music ensemble concluded, they departed from the venue. The remaining performances would be conducted by their Hanfu club. Each member was to introduce themselves, with some classmates even preparing acts, whether singing or dancing, to leave a lasting impression and facilitate quicker acquaintance. To be frank, in most clubs, even after a year. One might not make many new friends. However, the atmosphere of the Hanfu Club was indeed unique. Everyone gathered due to a shared passion, united by their love for Hanfu and traditional culture, resulting in an endless flow of conversation. Soon, it was Luoye's turn to introduce himself. He stood up, suddenly feeling anxious under the gaze of many. Instinctively, he glanced at the only familiar face, Su Baizhou, and discovered that the enchanting senior was also watching him. In the quiet hall, their eyes inadvertently met across the space. The next moment, Luoye's face flushed, and he quickly averted his gaze. Su Baizhou, too, slightly turned her head to conceal her reaction. This scene was clearly captured by Lu Zhonglai, who wore a silent smile on his face. This was an opportunity. As the initiator of the gathering, Lu Zhonglai encouraged, "Junior, there's no need to be nervous. Boldly introduce yourself." "All right, senior." Having just completed military training less than a month prior, Lia stood in his Hanfu, adopting a serious posture, and declared, "My name is Lia. I'm a freshman. I enjoy playing video games, singing, and writing with boundless imagination. I'm 18. My birthday is all right. Next." Su Baizhou suddenly interjected, her first words at the gathering abruptly interrupting Lia's self-introduction. All eyes in the room turned towards her. Even Luo Yi appeared momentarily taken aback. The collective thought among the crowd was that Su Baizhou must not harbor any affection for Luo Yi, which prompted her to interrupt his self-introduction. Luo Yi shared this sentiment, displaying a hint of disappointment as he quietly took a seat. Observing this, Su Baizhou maintained her impassive demeanor, yet her mind was anything but tranquil. What had she just done? She merely felt that if Luo Yi continued, he would divulge every shred of his privacy. His birthday? She was unaware of it herself. Why should anyone else know? However, whether or not he revealed his birthday to others held no relevance to her. Why did she feel an inexplicable urgency? As if a precious secret was at risk of exposure? It was akin to the anxiety one feels when someone else spends money that is rightfully theirs. Under what circumstances would one feel such urgency over another's expenditure? Clearly, it would be when the money spent belonged to oneself. While Su Baizhou was lost in thought, she noticed Luo Yi had grown increasingly reticent, his demeanor shrouded in gloom, appearing quite pitiable. Lu Jiang, resting his chin on his hand, leaned closer and spoke softly, audible only to Su Baizhou. "Zhou, you ought to make it up to this junior when you return. You've upset him." Su Baizhou remained silent, at a loss for words. After the gathering concluded, the members of the Hanfu Society departed, while Luo Yi lingered at his seat, looking despondent and lost. Lu Jiang cast a perplexed glance at both Su Baizhou and Luo Yi before making his exit. Only the two of them remained, accompanied by a few staff members tidying up the tables in the hotel lobby. Su Baizhou approached and said coolly, "Let us go." "Oh." Luo Yi seemed at a loss for what to say, but managed a strained smile as he rose from his seat to follow Su Baizhou towards the parking lot. The pink chopped pepper fish head remained as delightful as ever. Yet as Luo Yi gazed at Su Baizhou's retreating figure, he felt an insurmountable chasm separating them. Indeed, she was the ice goddess, the aloof campus belle. How could he dare to hope for her affection? Perhaps, in the eyes of the fairy-like senior, he was not even a friend, merely an acquaintance, at best just a gaming partner. Upon reaching the faculty apartment parking lot, Luo Yi retrieved the keys to the chopped pepper fish head and handed them to Su Baizhou. In an effort to mask his sorrow, he forced a smile and said, "Senior, here are your keys." Su Baizhou did not reach for the keys, but instead inquired, "What is your birthday?" "Huh?" Luo Yi looked puzzled. "Your self-introduction is not yet complete. When is your birthday?" Su Baizhou asked earnestly. "The fairy-like senior is asking about my birthday?" "October 6th, he replied. On the penultimate day of the short holiday around October 6th and 7th, the arrival of the day was imminent. Su Baizhou nodded thoughtfully and remarked, in future self-introductions, "There is no need to divulge every detail about oneself." "Oh, understood," replied Luo Yi, observing Su Baizhou's adorably naive expression. He then inquired, "Is there anything else to share in a self-introduction?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yi glanced at the stunning visage of the senior sister and, perplexed, asked, "But didn't you just say that one need not reveal everything?" At this remark, Su Baizhou fluttered her beautiful lashes. Her icy demeanor bore no expression, yet inexplicably, Luo Yi sensed a hint of amusement. This time is an exception. This statement was indeed a considerable challenge for Su Baizhou to utter. It required a substantial amount of inner fortitude. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yi declared, "My parents are police officers. They are my greatest pride." "Parents who are police officers?" It became clear why this junior exhibited a commendable moral compass, displaying politeness and respect in his demeanor. As he glanced at Subayo, he chose to keep his final revelation close to his heart. The person I admire is the enchanting senior sister. It is you. Chapter 26. The senior sister in the kitchen. Please keep the car keys until I learn how to drive, Subayo said softly. She then turned to leave the parking lot. After taking a few steps, she suddenly looked back, her gaze fixed on Luoyi, and added, "Why are you just standing there? Aren't you going to change your clothes?" If he did not change, Luoyi would have to return to school in his traditional hanfu. "Should I change at your place?" he asked, but Subayo offered no reply. Realizing the redundancy of his question, he tucked the car keys into his bag and followed the senior sister back to the teacher's apartment, Unit 614 in Building 5. Upon returning to 614, they each retreated to their respective rooms to change into casual attire. This time, Luoyi finally had the opportunity to take a closer look at the room that Gu Mingxian had left for him. Although he had visited once the day before school commenced, he had merely entered to play a game and had not familiarized himself with the surroundings. Once clad in his casual wear, Luoyi surveyed his room. A bed occupied half of the space, complemented by a wardrobe, desk, bay window, and chair. The room contained only these essentials, but all the fundamental necessities were present. Upon noticing the air conditioning unit, he expressed his satisfaction. An air conditioner, how splendid. My dormitory lacks such a luxury, only a buzzing fan that spins incessantly. As he opened the door, he discovered that the enchanting senior sister had changed into a long dress and donned an apron, busily engaged in the kitchen. Is she cooking? It made sense, as the refreshments and tea from the tea party were hardly sufficient, and it was likely that she felt hungry. Peeking in, Luoyi exclaimed in surprise, "Senior sister, it smells wonderful." To my astonishment, the enchanting senior not only possesses beauty and talent, but also displays remarkable domestic skills. She effortlessly transitions between the grand hall and the kitchen. In the kitchen, Subayo diligently stirs and sawdusts, remaining silent despite the conversation around her. As she continues her culinary endeavors, Luoyi emerged from his room and approached the kitchen, standing beside Subayo. Observing the abundant ingredients in the pot, he realized that it was far too much for just one person, indicating that she had prepared a meal for two. With this thought in mind, Luoyi boldly offered, "Senior, allow me to assist you." Subayo paused momentarily, recalling how inept Luoyi had been at grilling even simple cuts of meat during their previous barbecue. Swiftly, she wielded her spatula to block his approach. "No need," she replied, returning to her cooking. After a brief interval, she added, "This is a reward for the takeaway you ordered for me earlier today." At her words, Luoyi could only watch eagerly from the side. Before long, Subayo had completed 2 dishes and a soup, accompanied by freshly steamed rice. Though the meal was not extravagant, the fact that it was prepared by the enchanting senior made it feel like the most delectable feast he had ever experienced. Indeed, Subayo's culinary skills were exceptional. Compared to Luoyi, who was utterly clueless in the kitchen, it seemed as though all the culinary expertise points had been bestowed upon her. As Subayo maintained her stoic demeanor, a hint of anticipation flickered in her gaze, prompting Luoyi to take his first bite of her cooking. Instantly, his senses were awakened, and he exclaimed, "Delicious." Receiving his affirming response, Subayo felt a wave of relief and fulfillment wash over her, and she too began to enjoy her meal. Under Luoyi's ravenous consumption, the meal was swiftly devoured. Rising with a sense of joy, he declared, "I'll do the dishes." Without waiting for Subayo's response, he began to clear the table and headed straight to the kitchen. It was now Subayo's turn to observe Luoyi busily washing the dishes. However, the task did not take long. Within minutes, he returned to his room, picked up his bag, and prepared to leave for the dormitory. "Goodbye, senior," he waved as he departed. Subayo merely nodded in silence. After Luoyi left, she sat at the table, gazing at the now empty living room, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. What was this feeling? Why did his departure evoke a sense of emptiness, as if something essential had been lost, despite only spending a little over an hour together? Furthermore, it seemed their encounters had become increasingly frequent of late. Shaking her head, Subayo acknowledged that her feelings for this junior might indeed be evolving, but she reminded herself to remain composed and reserved. Once outside Building 5, Unit 4, Luoyi dialed Gu Mingxuan's number. "Hello, brother. May I ask if you have rented your place to Senior Su?" On the phone, the laughter of Gu Mingxian resonated, followed by his inquiry, What's the matter? Su Baijiu is my student. Is there any issue with renting her the house while I am away? There's no problem, but the dormitory lacks air conditioning. If I'm not in the dormitory, where shall I stay? Most importantly, the holidays are approaching, 7 days. Where will I reside? Ah, you're still unaware? My dear brother, you should pursue Su Baijiu. Whether you can stay there hinges upon your ability to win her heart. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi exclaimed in panic. What do you mean pursue? The senior is not a game character. It's merely a metaphor. Don't pretend you don't like her. I know your character all too well. Luo Yi fell silent. My dear brother, give it your all. I want to return for at least half a year. I hope by then, I will have a nephew. Luo Yi was taken aback by this statement. Half a year to produce a nephew? Yet, the call had already ended, leaving him to sigh helplessly. His parents, both police officers, had him at the age of 32 due to their demanding jobs. At that time, Gu Mingxian was already 10 years old. Thus, he had effectively been raised by Gu Mingxian, who could almost instantly decipher his innermost thoughts. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Wang Dachui was exhausted from gaming and lay fast asleep on his bed. Meanwhile, Shen Xiao sat on his bed, lost in thought. What's wrong, Star? Luo Yi inquired with curiosity. Shen Xiao turned to Luo Yi, revealing a bittersweet smile as he replied, It's about my family. Every family has its own difficulties. Luo Yi reflected. The fact that Shen Xiao was troubled even at school indicated that something significant was occurring at home, likely related to him. Speaking of which, the star had often claimed to have a girlfriend. Initially, they assumed it was merely a tactic to fend off girls seeking his contact information. However, whenever asked by his roommates in the dormitory, he affirmed the existence of a girlfriend. Curiosity piqued, Luo Yi asked, Star, honestly, I'm quite intrigued. Do you really have a girlfriend? I do have a girlfriend. At the mention of her, Shen Xiao's expression softened slightly, his smile brightening. Yet the sadness in his eyes seemed to deepen. He took out his phone to show Luo Yi his wallpaper, exclaiming, This is my girlfriend, Xiaolei. Isn't she beautiful? She's stunning. Luo Yi marveled. No wonder she's the girlfriend of a star. I met Xiaolei in our first year of high school, and we've been together for 3 years. This revelation astonished Luo Yi. It made sense why Shen Xiao appeared so mature. He had considerable romantic experience. In this fast-paced era, the ability to maintain a lifelong relationship with one person seemed an extraordinary blessing. Where is she now? Is she at a school in Jiangxing too? Yes. Shen Xiao's eyes bore an inexplicable expression as she forced a smile and said, At Jiangxing Medical University. That evening, Li Haoyang returned. Upon seeing his carefree demeanor, Wang Dachui exclaimed in anger, Coach, with that radiant smile, have you perhaps taken my cabbage? Indeed. Li Haoyang's grin was uncontainable as he glanced at the 3 others in the dormitory and proclaimed solemnly, I, Li Haoyang, am the first to be single no more. Expel 515. Wang Dachui began to chant slogans. Simultaneously, he altered the group chat name of the dormitory, changing it from 515 to dog, everyone, incorporating 2 dog emojis and a couple emoji, depicting a man and a woman holding hands. These 4 emojis formed the new group chat title for Dorm 515. Wang Dachui draped an arm around Luo Yi's shoulder and lamented, Wild lad, what is so great about being in a relationship? Let these obnoxious lovebirds witness the joy of us, single dogs. As he spoke, Wang Dachui suddenly furrowed his brow upon noticing an unexpected detail about Luo Yi. Long hair? The length reached at least to his waist. Realizing this, Wang Dachui's mind raced, conjuring the faces of countless girls, ultimately landing on one. Oh my wild lad. I wondered why you were absent all day. Turns out you were on a date with Tang Enki. Luo Yi responded, puzzled. What nonsense. Wang Dachui pondered for a moment. There was only one person who could possess such long hair and had known Luo Yi for less than a month since the start of university. And that was his high school classmate, Tang Enki. Furthermore, given that Tang Enki had declined his invitation for a date today, claiming she had plans, Wang Dachui's conviction grew stronger. Ah, wild lad. You dare to pursue my woman, huh? Where do you stand now? The first half of Wang Dachui's statement feigned anger, while the latter half revealed his true nature, brimming with curiosity. I didn't go out with Tang Enki. I was with Xianyi, a senior. Senior? Wang Dachui looked at Luo Yi with skepticism. Indeed, a senior. What year? 3rd year. Wow. Wang Dachui exclaimed incredulously, a 3rd-year senior? Wild lad. I advise you to be cautious. Typically, those in their 3rd year who pursue 1st-year fresh meat are those who can't find partners among their peers. Be wary lest you fall prey to a ravenous tiger. At this remark, Luo Yi envisioned the ethereal beauty of Su Baizhou, a senior goddess unable to find a partner. What a joke. Luo Yi was incensed. The admirers of the senior could line up all the way to the moon. Not a chance, Wang Dachui scoffed. Then winked and teased. Unless you show me a picture. It is not possible. I have not yet become involved with my senior. Wouldn't sharing a photograph tarnish her reputation? Surely, it is merely a photograph, dear fellow. Do you perhaps have your own little secrets? It pains me deeply as a father. However, Wang Dachui did not insist on the photograph. Upon noticing Lu Ye's reluctance, he gracefully shifted the topic. By the way, with the holidays approaching, what are your plans? This question was primarily directed at Lu Ye, as the other three are locals and will be returning home. Only Lu Ye's hometown is in the capital, over 1,000 kilometers away from Jiangcheng, making a trip home rather time-consuming. I am uncertain, Lu Ye replied hesitantly. If I do not go home, I shall likely spend my time in the dormitory writing. Yet, I cannot possibly write all day. Perhaps I will take some time to explore Jiangcheng. After all, the picturesque waters of Jiangnan are abundant. I cannot remain cooped up near Jiang University. Regardless, if you find yourself alone, remember to let us know if anything arises. Wang Dachui advised. Li Haoyang nodded in agreement, adding, Brother Luoya, if you need anything, do not hesitate to call. My home is very close in Jiangcheng. Shen Qiao, seated on the bed, chimed in, though my home is not in Jiangcheng, I will visit my girlfriend at the medical university. Reach out to me if you need anything. Luoya felt deeply touched by his roommate's concern. At that moment, Wang Dachui flashed a charming smile and remarked, No need to be moved. As your father, it is entirely natural for me to worry about you. Both Li Haoyang and Shen Qiao nodded in agreement, affirming this sentiment. Luoya, however, felt a sense of exasperation. Yet, today is merely Saturday. The holiday does not commence until Wednesday of next week, so there is no need to rush. For days later, Luoya bid farewell to his last roommate and gazed at the empty dormitory, feeling a wave of loneliness wash over him. How dull, without his roommates. The dormitory was eerily quiet, and he found himself somewhat out of sorts. Even gaming had lost its allure. They had only one class in the morning. So once that concluded, it felt as if they were already on holiday. Shen Qiao had shared lunch with Lu Ye before departing the campus. The dormitory was not only quiet. The entire male dormitory building felt deserted, to the extent that even speaking in the hallway echoed ominously. How frightening. I hope there are no monsters lurking tonight. As a web fiction author, Lu Ye possessed an abundance of imagination. If there were truly monsters, that would be terrifying. How frightening indeed. In need of a comforting embrace from my fairy senior. With this thought, Lu Ye opened his messaging app and sent a message to his fairy senior. Lu Ye, are you also returning home? The reply did not come immediately, likely due to her being occupied with something. At that moment, he received a call from Gu Mingxian. Upon answering, he heard his cousin's voice on the other end. Hey, little brother, your aunt is asking whether you are coming home for the holidays. She wants to prepare some dishes. Upon hearing the word stir-fry, Luo Ye's expression shifted, as if he was reminded of some unpleasant memory. He quickly replied, No, it's unnecessary. My aunt is usually so busy, I wouldn't want to trouble her. I'm quite content here in Jiangcheng. I see. Your aunt must be rather disappointed, then. Are you truly not going back? Gu Mingxuan's tone bore a hint of peculiarity, evidently amused by Luo Ye's predicament. It is often the case that the most attractive individuals harbor a touch of cunning. Both Gu Mingxian and Shen Qiao are filled with mischief, unlike the ethereal senior sister. I won't be going back, Luo Yi declared with unwavering resolve. What a pity. However, the reason I called you was not solely regarding this matter, my dear brother. Your beloved must certainly be returning home. Don't blame me for not reminding you. You ought to pay more attention to her recently. Upon hearing news related to the enchanting senior sister, Luo Yi grew earnest, inquiring, What about her? There are quite a few rumors circulating about her family. However, knowing you as I do, even if I didn't mention it, you would still act accordingly. Abroad, Gu Mingxian concluded before hanging up. At that moment, a handsome man approached and asked, Is that your brother? Yes, but it seems I was unnecessary. With Luo Ye's nature, there is likely no one better at looking after others than he. Due to the loss of his parents, Luo Yi had been raised in their household since childhood. Living under another's roof, he had learned to be more considerate than his peers. Just then, a woman, seemingly colder than plain kanji, appeared beside them. She was breathtakingly beautiful and tall. This was Ai Wenjun, an international superstar and the pinnacle of the entertainment industry in Xia Country. Is she your sister-in-law? Have you finally decided to bring Qingyu back to the country? The man inquired. Yes, Qingyu is not suited to grow up in this country. Wenjun and I have decided to take her back to Xia country, he replied. AI Wenjun had become pregnant upon her university graduation, but at that time, she was already a leading star. To avoid detection, she and her husband, Yi Mingjia, chose to give birth in another country. Gu Mingxian glanced at the little girl hiding behind AI Wenjun, who was peering at him with a look of trepidation. Noticing this, Gu Mingxian smiled gently and softly asked, Little Qingyu, do you have any dreams? I want to be a top diva like my mother. The girl mustered her courage to respond. Hearing this, Gu Mingxian smiled warmly. That day will surely come. Chapter 28. Decision. Although today was a holiday, tomorrow marked the beginning of a 7-day mini-break. After finishing the content he needed to update in his dormitory, it was already 4 in the afternoon. He glanced at his phone and noticed a message had come through, not from Su Baizhou, but from Tang Yanqi. She asked if he was returning home, mentioning that if he did, she would accompany him, as it would be nice to have company on the road. Had this been the old Luo Yi, he would have been immensely excited and readily agreed at that very moment. Yet now, his mind was entirely consumed by thoughts of the enchanting senior and the peculiar remarks made by Gu Mingxian, leading him to outright decline the other party's advances. In addition to Tang Yanqi, Su Xiaojia also sent a message to Luo Yi. Although Su Xiaojia was not a classmate of Luo Yi from high school, they both hailed from the capital, making their paths somewhat aligned should they choose to return home. She too inquired whether Luo Yi would be going home. Despite his tendency to view her as a chatterbox, Luo Yi felt a twinge of sympathy for her. It seemed that Su Xiaojia harbored feelings for Li Haoyang. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that the coach had already been captured by Lu Bingxin, leaving Luo Yi at a loss as to how to convey this information to her. This young girl had come alone from the capital to study in a place 1,000 miles away, and due to her loquacious nature, she often found herself overlooked. On the first day of school, burdened by heavy luggage and caught in the rain, she fortuitously encountered Li Haoyang. Mistaking him for a welcoming senior until a class meeting prior to military training revealed that he was, in fact, her classmate. Furthermore, with Li Haoyang serving as the class monitor and Su Xiaojia being a mischievous girl who frequently sought his assistance, it was only natural that she developed a fondness for the dependable class leader. Alas, the class monitor had already been taken by a long-legged lowly. What a pity. Luo Yu similarly informed Su Xiaojia that he would not be returning home, then stepped out of the dormitory to wander about. As he was leaving the school grounds, his phone buzzed once more. Upon checking, he discovered that the enchanting senior had finally replied. Enchanting senior, not particularly eager to return home. In light of this, Luo Yi pondered for a moment and typed back, If you don't want to go back, then don't. Su Baizhou remained silent for a while before responding, My mother is unwell. Upon reading this message, Luo Yi finally understood the reason behind the senior's frequent returns home during holidays. It was no wonder she burned the midnight oil, taking on online computer jobs to earn money. Before long, Su Baizhou sent several more messages. Enchanting senior, I bought a train ticket. I will leave tomorrow. Enchanting senior, after I depart, you may stay in the faculty dormitory. Luo Yi contemplated these messages thoughtfully. Gu Mingxian had mentioned over the phone that there were numerous rumors surrounding the enchanting senior's family, which explained her reluctance to return home. Each time she went back, she had to endure the unfounded criticisms of relatives and friends. Surely, returning home would be a source of great distress for her. With this thought in mind, Luo Yi sent her an affirmative response and quietly began searching online for tickets to the enchanting senior's hometown. Her home was located near Jiangqing, in a city known as Hangcheng, one of the picturesque water towns of the Jiangnan region, less than 200 kilometers away from Jiangqing, with a train journey of about an hour. However, once in Hangcheng, Luo Yi was uncertain of the senior's exact residence and could not directly inquire about it. They had only known each other for a month, and their relationship had yet to reach the level of sharing such personal details. Yet, the mere thought of his senior's sister possibly feeling sorrow instilled in Luo Yi a sense of restlessness. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not remain in Jiangqing. Doing so would render him powerless to act, and even if something were to befall his senior sister, he could only remain indifferent. As for other matters, they could be addressed upon his arrival in Hangzhou. Should his senior sister's spirits be low, he would be there in Hangzhou, able to rush to her side at the earliest opportunity. Conversely, if she encountered no troubles, that would indeed be splendid. Were Shen Qiao present? She would likely scold him for being a lovesick fool. Yet, To love deeply is not a fault, without the courage to stake everything. How could one hope to encounter that rare and genuine affection? At the very least, after taking such a leap, even if the outcome is less than desirable, one can hold their head high, having honored their own feelings. When reflecting on this moment in the future, one would harbor no regrets. Nor would they feel a sense of loss, for they have exerted their utmost effort. With resolute determination, Luo Yi purchased a train ticket for that evening, returned to his dormitory, packed a few sets of fresh clothing, and proceeded directly to the school gate to hail a taxi to the train station. While waiting for the taxi, he encountered Lu Bingxin and Tang Yanqi. The two girls were present, with Lu Bingxin carrying luggage, seemingly preparing to head home, while Tang Yanqi bore only a small bag, evidently assisting Lu Bingxin. Upon seeing Luo Yi, Tang Yanqi expressed her confusion. Luo Yi, did you not say you weren't going home? To this, Luo Yi replied, I'm heading to Hangzhou for a couple of days. Upon hearing this, before Tang Yanqi could respond, Lu Bingxin interjected, Hangzhou, indeed, has seen remarkable development in recent years. I would like to visit there with Hao Yang when the opportunity arises. Tang Yanqi playfully poked her, puffing her cheeks. I told you, no flaunting your romance. Haha, you're no different. Didn't you go out with the handsome senior last weekend? It was him who kept asking me out. I had no intention of agreeing. But he waited for me at the girls' dormitory, which was utterly infuriating. As she spoke, Tang Yanqi glanced at Luo Yi's expression, only to find him unresponsive to her words. For some reason, she felt a twinge of disappointment, as though something that once belonged to her had been irrevocably lost. Yet, what right did she have to feel this way? With a bitter smile, Tang Yanqi said, Luo Yi, I hope you have a great time. Yes, and I wish you happiness as well, replied Luo Yi as he boarded the taxi, heading towards the train station. Watching the taxi's retreating figure, Lu Bingxin casually inquired, Chi, do you genuinely not like the handsome senior? He has asked me out numerous times, but I do not wish to consent. Last Saturday, he waited for me at the girls' dormitory, and with you suggesting I give him a chance to date, I finally agreed, yet I felt no spark. At that moment, another boy appeared nearby, and Tang Yanqi realized that her youth had lingered on the visage of a sunny boy who had always stood behind her, never leaving her side. Yet, she had never once turned back to glance at him. One day, she turned around and discovered that the young man was no longer present. It was at that moment she realized she had missed someone of great significance. There are many ways to discern the importance of something to oneself, yet the most direct method is through loss. Upon arriving in Jiangxing, she comprehended the immense courage it took for a young man to accompany her to a foreign city. From the instant Leia enrolled in Jiang University for her sake, it signified that he had committed to remain there for at least 4 years. However, she, who had personally brought Leia to Jiang University, had abandoned him in this place. Yet, beauty would not succumb to her abandonment. It would be discovered, reclaimed, cherished, and possessed by others. Chapter 29. This photograph is truly white compared to airplanes. Leia preferred traveling by high-speed train or regular train. Airplanes felt too constricted, with hours spent crammed into a small seat, creating an unbearable sense of confinement. Admittedly, first class was an exception, yet the cost was several times higher. Although he could afford it, Leia was reluctant to spend such a fortune on mere transportation. The high-speed train sped along the tracks, with the scenery swiftly receding. The lakes, elevated roads, tunnels, and mountains whizzed by. The journey was not particularly lengthy, yet Leia had not dined during the ride, and by the time he disembarked, he felt nearly famished. While he was unaware of how other authors operated, he personally enjoyed exploring diverse locales and witnessing various landscapes, as this would enable him to craft more captivating stories. This trip to Hangzhou, even if merely to wander the city, would bring him satisfaction. However, Hangzhou bore a notorious moniker, the culinary desert. Leia entered a restaurant, intending to savor the local specialty, West Lake vinegar fish. Upon noticing his order, the server cast him a peculiar glance and softly remarked, Handsome, is this your first visit to Hangzhou? Yes, I just arrived, Leia replied, looking at the server with curiosity. Is something wrong? Nothing, just one order of West Lake vinegar fish, the server said, glancing at Leia with a sympathetic expression before departing. When she returned, she bore a plate of fish. Leia regarded the dish and thought it looked decent enough, so he took a tentative bite. At that moment, his brows furrowed. Although he was not a cook, he found the fish exceedingly unpalatable. Not only was it distasteful, but it was also expensive, 200 yuan for a single fish. Observing the fish's lifeless expression, Luoya sighed and poked its eye with his chopsticks, lamenting, "Oh, fish brother. I suppose you never anticipated that your demise would lead to this dreadful dish." Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, Luoya grimaced as he finished it, then proceeded to the front desk to settle the bill. Admiring the somewhat dashing yet innocent countenance of Luo Yi, the receptionist gently suggested, "Young gentleman, if you are new to Hangzhou, you might want to explore the street stalls, indulge in some blue porridge noodles, or perhaps try the river catch. If all else fails, there's always the option of dining at a Shaxian eatery." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi nodded earnestly. The suggestion held great significance. After departing from the venue, he resolved to find a hotel to settle down for the night. Having secured a room, he reclined on the bed and glanced at his phone, contemplating a message to his senior sister regarding her current endeavors. At that moment, Su Baijiu had just finished her shower in the faculty dormitory. She had already booked her ticket home, set to depart early the following morning, hence she would not be staying up late tonight. However, had it not been for her mother's presence at home, she would have had no desire to return. The relationship between her parents was far from harmonious. Her mother was in poor health and required care, yet her father had never attended to her mother's needs. The mother who bore Su Baijiu, a paragon of beauty, had once been a stunning woman herself. Thus, her father frequently harbored suspicions about his wife, and on occasion, resorted to physical reprimands. When Su Baijiu was merely a child, her mother resigned from her job simply because there were admirers pursuing her at the company. Once suspicion arose, it became inescapable, in a bid to prove her innocence. Su Baijiu's mother opted for resignation. Yet this action only deepened her father's discontent, as he perceived it as evidence of guilt. Over time, her mother's health deteriorated. Her beauty faded, and her father grew increasingly aloof towards her. Later, when Su Baijiu graduated high school and was the subject of slander from suitors, her father uttered an incredulous remark instead of defending her. "You are just like your mother, fond of flirting with men." Biting her lip, Su Baijiu felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of returning home. She lay on her bed, glancing at her phone, seemingly awaiting something. At that moment, a notification chimed. "What are you doing?" Su Baijiu stared at the ceiling and then snapped a picture of the unremarkable view, sending it forth. Taken aback, Luo Yi was momentarily stunned. The image depicted the ceiling and a lamp, radiating warmth akin to the sun. He could envision Su Baijiu lying on her bed, phone in hand, gazing at the screen, before capturing such a whimsical photo. Although the picture was somewhat nonsensical, conversing with someone you admire often veers into the realm of absurdity. If one must struggle to find topics of discussion, it merely indicates a lack of mutual affection. When two individuals genuinely harbor feelings for one another, both ponder how to engage in conversation, allowing even the most trivial of images to spark dialogue. Luo Yi replied, "Senior sister, I surmise your arm must be weary from holding your phone. You're now lying sideways, your left leg draped over your right." As he sent the message, Su Baijiu happened to turn over in bed, her left leg crossing over her right. After completing these actions, a notification sound echoed, and Su Baijiu noticed a message from Luo Yi. She paused momentarily, realizing that her movements mirrored those of Luo Yi exactly. Subsequently, she turned over, facing the other side, and placed her right leg over her left. "Fairy senior sister, you guessed wrong." After sending this message, she took a photograph of her legs and sent it to Luo Yi, intending to prove that he was indeed mistaken. The moment the image was dispatched, Luo Yi was greeted by the sight of a pair of exquisitely fair and elongated legs on his phone. Su Baijiu's skin was remarkably smooth, and having just bathed, her legs had transformed into a breathtaking treasure that no man could resist gazing upon. Furthermore, Su Baijiu was clad in shorts today. She was indifferent to her attire while at home, exposing nearly her entire length of legs. However, in the next moment, the photograph was retracted. Lying on her bed, her originally aloof expression turned a deep shade of crimson. How could she have inexplicably sent Luo Yi a picture of her legs? She simply intended to demonstrate that he was mistaken, without contemplating the ramifications. It was merely a fleeting second. Surely, he hadn't seen it, had he? Su Baijiu pondered, silently praying that he had missed the photo. Yet, the thought that he might not have seen it inexplicably stirred a twinge of regret within her. She had safeguarded her flawless figure for 21 years, with only herself as witness. Even when she ventured outside, Su Baijiu invariably donned long pants or skirts, the shortest being just above the knee, exposing only a hint of her calves. Aware of her beauty, She loathed the sensation of being scrutinized, thus refraining from wearing revealing attire. Noticing the lack of response from Luo Yi, Su Baijiu grew anxious and sent another message. Fairy senior sister, what are you doing? With this new message, Luo Yi finally reacted, hastily replying, I didn't see anything. The excessive denial only confirmed her suspicions. Su Baijiu was certain he had indeed seen it. With this thought, she tossed and turned on her bed, her head shifting from left to right, unable to settle. The two continued their conversation, with topics flowing seamlessly one after another, as if an endless stream. Unbeknownst to her, Su Baijiu's mood transformed into one of profound tranquility. The earlier discontent dissipating into thin air. She was reluctant to return home, as it was a place rife with judgment and gossip about her. Each recollection of her recent high school graduation, where she was the subject of widespread scrutiny, weighed heavily on her heart. Chapter 30. A culinary desert before she knew it. The clock struck 11:30, and the dawn of a new day loomed. After exchanging goodnights, Luo Yi reviewed their chat history, astonished to discover that they had exchanged hundreds of messages throughout the evening. As Luo Yi gazed at the messages, an inexplicable sense of contentment filled his heart. Soon, he succumbed to slumber. Originally, during this 7-day holiday, he had intended to increase the updates for his novel, as everyone was on break and could enjoy some leisurely reading. However, his thoughts were entirely consumed by the enchanting senior sister, leaving little room for contemplation about his writing. Nonetheless, he could not neglect his responsibilities entirely. Thus, he resolved to ensure a minimal daily word count. For Luo Yi, who had been single for 18 years, producing 4,000 to 6,000 words was a mere trifle. Before long, he fell asleep. The following morning, he awoke in the spacious hotel room, gazing around with a dazed expression as he began his morning routine. Looking into the mirror, he found himself questioning his very existence. Where am I? What am I doing? Oh, I'm in Hangzhou, as the senior sister's home is in this city. After completing his wash, Luo Yi decided to visit some of Hangzhou's renowned attractions. Although the city was not particularly large and the entertainment options limited, it possessed a unique charm. The city was teeming with internet celebrities and infamous pedestrian streets. One could hardly take a few steps without encountering someone live-streaming with a phone tripod. Consequently, the city was abundant in handsome men and beautiful women. After enjoying breakfast, Luo Yi prepared to start his writing for the day. His plan was to write in the morning and explore the sights in the afternoon. However, the first order of business upon waking was to send a good morning message to the senior sister. Su Baijiu replied with an image, depicting the window of a high-speed train, indicating that she was already on her way home. Luo Yi chose not to meet her at the train station. He felt that being overly attached to a member of the opposite sex, even one he admired, was somewhat inappropriate. Moreover, the senior sister was unaware of his presence in Hangzhou, and meeting her at the station might be perceived as intrusive. It sufficed that he would be there for her when needed. Thus, the question arose, what delectable dishes should he indulge in today amidst this culinary desert? Luo Yi began to search online for Hangzhou's gastronomic delights, ultimately settling on something he had never heard of before. Longjing hot pot? Intriguing, indeed. Were there options for cola hot pot or liquor hot pot? By midday, he had completed his writing for the day and made his way to the hot pot restaurant featuring Longjing tea. Meanwhile, Su Baijiu had arrived home. Approximately 15 kilometers from the city center of Hangzhou, there stood a charming community that was not particularly upscale but still quite attractive. Su Baijiu expertly navigated her way to the entrance of her home. Pausing momentarily before the door, she inserted the key into the lock. However, she soon found herself bewildered, for the key would not unlock her own door. Confused, she attempted to call her mother, but the call did not connect. Had her family changed the locks? At that moment, the neighbor residing across the street, an elderly woman, heard the commotion outside. She opened her door, and, upon seeing Su Baijiu, her face softened with kindness as she gently remarked, "Ah, is it you, my dear Zhuizhua? Would you like to come in and have a seat at Grandma's?" Grandma Lu possessed a warm disposition and had watched Su Baijiu grow up. Thus the young girl felt a deep affection for her. Entering Grandma Lu's home, Su Baijiu noted that, although it was a holiday, the elder's children were absent. Only her 4-year-old granddaughter was present, munching on snacks in another room. Su Baijiu settled onto the sofa as Grandma Lu poured her a cup of tea and then said, "Zhuizhua, it seems your parents' relationship has been deteriorating lately. Last month, after you returned to school, your father came home late, having been drinking. Your mother, unwell as she is, didn't hear him knock and he kicked the door open. My dear, we are all family. Why must we live like this? Hearing these words, concern etched across Su Baijiu's face as she could not help but inquire, Grandma Lu, what about my mother? Grandma Lu glanced at her, sighed, and her gaze turned sympathetic as she softly replied, after your father kicked the door, he woke your mother. If I hadn't heard the commotion and intervened, he would have resorted to violence. The next day, your uncle took your mother away. It seems they are contemplating divorce. Upon hearing this, Su Baijiu's expression revealed no surprise. She had long believed her mother should have divorced that man, yet her mother's health was poor, and she feared that if they divorced, she would have to live alone, which caused her to hesitate. Even if divorce was inevitable, it seemed her mother wished to wait until Su Baijiu graduated, ensuring she had the time to care for her. Yet, she did not wish to burden her daughter. Thus she had been enduring the situation. But now, it appeared that she could no longer bear it. Su Baijiu sat on the sofa in a daze. Upon returning home, she was confronted with so many issues, and now she could not even find solace in her own house. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Grandma Lu peered through the peephole and discovered a man, inebriated beyond measure, sitting at her doorstep and pounding on her door. It was her father. He had taken to drinking daily, and with Su Baijiu's mother absent, he frequently forgot his keys. Open the door, you wretched woman, Su Changqing shouted, kicking and punching the door. Hearing her mother being insulted, Su Baijiu sprang from the sofa, hurried to the door, flung it open, seized the man's arm, and with her other hand, struck him forcefully across the face. Mind your words, she glared at him coldly. Su Changqing, clutching his face, began to sober slightly. He glared at the girl before him, his expression contorting with rage as he spat, bastard child, like your mother, you're nothing but a wretch. Behind them, Grandma Lu exclaimed with indignation, how dare you speak of your own daughter in such a manner? It is not your place to criticize how I raised her. With that, Su Changqing swung his arm and delivered a slap across Su Baijiu's face, the sound echoing sharply in the air. Upon that exquisite visage, a distinct handprint emerged. Su Baijiu's gaze dimmed, losing the last vestige of hope she harbored for her father. When did this man transform into such a figure? Was it because her mother possessed beauty? Was it that all her mother's suitors were far more accomplished than he? Was it due to his lifetime of failures while her mother could have embraced a life of affluence with the slightest compromise of dignity? Yet, her mother had never relinquished her pride. Having struck his own daughter, Su Changqing was abruptly jolted from his intoxication. He gazed at his palm, a flicker of regret crossing his features. Zhou, I have had enough. Su Baijiu spoke with an icy detachment. She cast a grateful glance at Grandma Lu behind her, then turned to depart, uttering not a single word. She wished to exchange no words with this father, a man who had known only failure. After leaving the community, Su Baijiu sat on the steps at the entrance, staring at the place where she had grown up, feeling an overwhelming sense of estrangement. For reasons unknown, she found herself yearning, not just a little, but immensely, to return to school, to see a particular person there. Chapter 31. You are my fortunate charm disgusting. Help. I am truly at my wit's end. What is this bizarre flavor? The Dragon Well hot pot had drawn forth an avalanche of expletives from Luo Yi. With a face full of disdain, he exited the hot pot restaurant, opting to heed the suggestion of the waitress from the previous day and seek out Lanzhou ramen instead. At this hour, his senior should have arrived home by now, he mused. Luo Yi pulled out his phone and sent a message to his enchanting senior. Luo Yi, have you reached home yet? In no time, a notification chimed. Her response was almost instantaneous. Enchanting senior, not yet. Pondering this, Luo Yi thought. It was already noon. Surely, she couldn't still be on the high-speed train. Luo Yi, have you eaten yet? Enchanting senior, no? Luo Yi, what do you wish to eat? Your loyal junior can order takeout for you. Enchanting senior, I don't feel like eating. Luo Yi, is your appetite not well, senior? Enchanting senior, I don't know. Luo Yi paused, a hint of perplexity crossing his mind. Although each of her messages was curt, they were returned with alacrity, creating a contradiction. If she wished to ignore him, she could easily do so. Yet, she responded, albeit coldly. Could it be that she was subtly indicating her discontent? His thoughts wandered back to the reminder from Gu Mingxian before the holiday. With that in mind, Luo Yi began to compose another message. Luo Yi, your home is in Hangzhou, right? Are there any interesting places to visit there? Enchanting senior, none. Luo Yi, do you have any memorable spots? I wouldn't know where to go when I visit Hangzhou. Upon receiving the message, Su Baijiu found herself pondering earnestly. Sitting at the entrance of her neighborhood, her visage was one of fatigue, Yet her mind wandered to the delightful attractions of Hangzhou, the city of her upbringing. Despite its familiarity, she momentarily struggled to conjure an answer. At that instant, a message from Luo Yi arrived. Hangzhou actually has an observatory? Luo Yi inquired. Does the senior enjoy stargazing? In response, Su Baizhou lifted her gaze, albeit momentarily, before lowering her head once more, a look of bewilderment crossing her features. Surely, she must have lost her senses. In broad daylight, where could one possibly find stars? Luo Yi's messages had led her thoughts astray, and upon mention of stars, she instinctively glanced upwards. Suddenly, another message from Luo Yi appeared. Senior, you've been deceived by a rogue. Hangzhou does not have an observatory. Unable to suppress a chuckle at this revelation, Su Baizhou read on. However, Hangzhou does have Lingyin Temple. Is it the Lingyin Temple associated with Jigong? Su Baizhou confirmed with a simple affirmation, yes. Those two words elevated Luo Yi's spirits, for it seemed the senior had shed some of her initial aloofness. Did this imply that her mood had improved? Then, would you like to go and seek a fortune? Luo Yi suggested. Perhaps misfortune will take its leave. The thought of seeking a fortune had crossed Luo Yi's mind as well. He intended to seek blessings for love. Yet, considering the upcoming 7-day holiday, the temple would likely be thronged with visitors. Upon reading Luo Yi's message, Su Baizhou's expression turned slightly fierce. Was this junior's message meant to amuse a child? Humph. She tapped on the screen where Luo Yi's avatar appeared, murmuring softly, knock some sense into you. Nevertheless, the idea of seeking a fortune intrigued her, though she had never tried it before. Would such a practice truly bear fruit? She wished for her mother's health and happiness. Just moments ago, her mother had replied, mentioning she was with her uncle at their ancestral home in the countryside, inviting Su Baizhou to visit if she had the time. With no urgency, Su Baizhou resolved to visit Lingyin Temple to seek a talisman for her mother's safety before returning home. Though she understood the practice to be more superstition than science, the sentiment behind it was what truly mattered. With this thought in mind, Su Baizhou rose to her feet. Unbeknownst to her, her mood had shifted. The earlier sorrow seemed to have dissipated, as though she had forgotten the distressing incident, save for the lingering imprint on her face, which no longer pained her. Just as she prepared to depart, she spotted a familiar figure approaching. A girl of unremarkable appearance, dragging a suitcase, was making her way toward the neighborhood. She was Su Baizhou's childhood friend, someone with whom she had shared classrooms until high school, and they could have been very close friends. However, upon graduating, when rumors about Su Baizhou circulated, she had believed her friend would stand by her. Yet, she had underestimated the nature of humanity and had never truly understood her childhood companion. Upon encountering Su Baizhou, the girl visibly paused in surprise. Subsequently, the two passed each other like strangers, their paths diverging. Su Baizhou glanced back momentarily, but chose not to dwell on the incident. Whether she believed in herself had become inconsequential, for they had grown up together. She understood herself and was aware that she was the victim of slander. Nevertheless, she opted for disparagement. The city where Su Baizhou had spent her formative years felt utterly alien, as if every corner was shrouded in gray. She gathered her belongings, preparing to visit Lingyin Temple to seek a divination. Meanwhile, Luo Yi had already arrived at Lingyin Temple. He snapped a photograph and shared it in the dormitory group chat, inquiring what his friends desired in terms of fortune slips. Wang Dachui exclaimed, "Wow, you little rascal made it to Hangzhou? Impressive." Li Haoyang chimed in, "May the Buddha be merciful." Xin Xiao added, "You crack me up, coach." Amitba. The three roommates were as lively as ever. The dormitory group chat was often silent, but once someone spoke, it erupted like fireworks. Lingyin Temple was nestled within a scenic area, surrounded by vast tea hills that appeared to stretch endlessly. Luo Yi captured several photos to prove his visit. The vicinity was teeming with people, and even before reaching Lingyin Temple, he encountered a crush of humanity. Despite it being afternoon, it seemed they would have to queue until dusk to seek their fortunes. At that moment, Luo Yi received a private message from Xin Xiao, requesting his assistance in obtaining a safety talisman. He readily agreed, although he was puzzled as to why a male celebrity would want such a thing as a father. He felt it was his duty to fulfill his son's request. After waiting in line for 3 hours, Luo Yi finally had the opportunity to pay his respects and light incense. In addition to the item Xin Xiao requested, he made 3 wishes of his own. First, he hoped for his parents to be reborn as joyful beings. Second, he wished for world peace. Third, he desired for the fairy-like senior to become the happiest girl in the world. Initially, He contemplated wishing for romantic fortune, but reconsidered, realizing that such matters should not be left to fate, but rather pursued by oneself. When he departed Lingyin Temple, it was already 6 in the evening, and the temple had closed its doors. Entry was no longer permitted. Truly, it was a sacred place, adhering to a strict schedule. As Luo Yi stepped beyond the threshold, preparing to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure. Not far away, a strikingly beautiful girl sat quietly on the steps at the entrance, her suitcase beside her, her expression one of confusion. Su Baijiu had arrived too late. She had also stood in line for a considerable time. But by the time it was her turn, they were no longer accepting visitors. What, then, was the purpose of her lengthy wait? Was it destined that she could not obtain her fortune? Reflecting on it, perhaps not receiving it was a result in itself. Su Baijiu silently stared at the ground, her demeanor resembling that of someone lost in thought. At this moment, she exuded no aura of a distant goddess, but rather appeared as a fragile young girl. Suddenly, a figure materialized before her. Amitabha, a somewhat familiar voice reached her ears. Su Baijiu lifted her gaze and beheld a handsome, sun-kissed boy, his hands clasped together. Smiling as he addressed her, "What troubles you, dear practitioner? Might you share your woes with this humble monk?" Upon seeing his visage, a wave of emotion surged within Su Baijiu, leaving her at a loss for words to describe the sensation. She felt a tightness in her throat, and had she not held back, tears would have already streamed down her face. Though numerous questions swirled in her mind, the most significant realization was that her venture today had not been in vain. She had acquired the finest signature in the world. Chapter 32. The face of a senior sister. What brings you here? Su Baijiu inquired. Just here for some fun, Luo Yi replied, handing her a cup of milk tea. He had noticed the ethereal senior sister's presence and had taken the time to procure the beverage before returning. Observing the distinct handprint on her face, Luo Yi's heart skipped a beat, yet he refrained from probing further. It was evident that some unpleasant incident had transpired, whatever the senior sister wished to articulate. She would do so in her own time, and if she chose silence, he would not pry. Accepting the milk tea, Su Baijiu rose and declared, "This place is no longer serving customers." "Indeed," Luo Yi responded, glancing around before his stomach let out a grumble. He had not eaten well since the previous night, and after a meager lunch of blue porridge and noodles, he was now quite hungry. Upon hearing the rumble, Su Baijiu gathered her suitcase and softly suggested, "Let us go eat." However, due to the holiday and the location of Lingyin Temple atop a mountain, taxis and buses descending were exceedingly crowded. The two opted to walk down, embarking on a rather lengthy journey. Luo Yi seized the suitcase from Su Baijiu's grasp, offering to carry it as they commenced their descent. After approximately half an hour, they had distanced themselves from the bustling crowds, yet neither expressed a desire to hail a cab. Throughout this half hour, silence enveloped them as they walked side by side. Eventually, they passed by a convenience store, where Luo Yi halted. At the entrance, a sausage grill emitted an enticing aroma, and he realized his hunger was becoming quite pressing. Su Baijiu glanced over as well. Unlike Luo Yi, she had not eaten all day. Instinctively swallowing, she turned to him and said, "If you wish to eat, I can buy 2. "Insufficient, far too few," he replied, waving his hand dismissively and purchasing 6 sausages. Placing them in a bag, he offered one to the senior sister, assuming she would eat less, planning to consume the remaining 5 himself. Su Baijiu, holding the sausage in her hand, began to eat. As she finished the last of her snack, Su Baijiu noticed that only 1 sausage remained in Luo Yi's bag. "Mine, give it to me," she declared earnestly, extending her palm in demand. For reasons unknown, Luo Yi found this ethereal senior unexpectedly charming, embodying a delightful contrast of a celestial being descending to prepare meals in a kitchen. Such a senior radiated an irresistible allure. It was unclear when it had happened, but the once seemingly unattainable fairy-like senior had become a familiar presence beside him, transforming moments once rare, like walking side by side, into commonplace occurrences. After consuming a few sausages, Luo Yi felt his hunger subside. A glance at his watch revealed it was already past 7. The sky had completely darkened, and after strolling a while longer with Su Baijiu, they arrived at the lakeside. This was the most renowned spot in Hangzhou, the West Lake, which lent its name to the famed West Lake vinegar fish. Apart from Luo Yi and Su Baijiu, numerous couples strolled hand in hand, indulging in the tranquil ambience. The lake was breathtaking, with the distant peaks housing Lingyin Temple illuminated by soft, enchanting lights. Luo Yi exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, It's quite far. I didn't realize we had walked so long. In the past, he would have complained of fatigue long before, but with the fairy-like senior by his side, he felt as though the path could stretch on infinitely. He wished to walk forever. Just as Luo Yi was savoring the picturesque scenery, Su Baizhou pulled out her phone to summon a taxi. The destination was the bus station. She had just purchased 2 tickets to return to her rural home, 40 kilometers away, and it was the right time to catch a night bus. By the time Luo Yi regained his senses, the taxi had already pulled up at the curb. Once inside, he asked curiously, "Senior, where are we heading?" "To the bus station." Back to Jiangqing?" he inquired. "No." Su Baizhou turned her gaze out the window and cracked it open slightly. A gentle breeze wafted in, lifting her long hair and carrying an intoxicating fragrance that enveloped Luo Yi. The alluring scent quickened his heartbeat as he gazed at the stunning profile of his senior, hesitantly asking, "Then, where to?" "To my home." Su Baizhou understood that Luo Yi had no place to stay in Hangzhou, so she could only invite him to her mother's residence. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi lowered his head, feeling a pang of anxiety. His luggage remained at the hotel. Oh well, it was merely some clothes, which seemed unimportant compared to being with the senior. The taxi soon arrived at the bus station, where they found their bus for the night journey. The vehicle was sparsely populated, and silence enveloped them, interrupted only by the chirping of crickets from the nearby grass. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Su Baizhou's exquisite face, which was breathtaking from every angle. Su Baizhou was seated comfortably inside the bus, while Luo Yi clutched her suitcase, sitting outside. With her chin resting on her hand against the window, Su Baizhou gazed serenely out at the passing scenery. In contrast, Luo Yi was engrossed in his phone, occasionally glancing at the freshman group chat out of boredom. Within this digital space, a few ostentatious individuals often caught his attention. At that moment, one self-proclaimed rich second generation was boasting about his supercar, lamenting, "Had I known, I wouldn't have driven here. Parking at school is such a hassle." The responses were filled with exasperated emojis. Remarkably, this rich kid tagged Tang Anki in the chat. "Tang Anki, Anki girl, don't you think my car looks cool?" Tang Anki, however, dared not reply. While it was possible that he truly was affluent, this was a school environment where reputation often outweighed wealth. Responding directly would make her appear materialistic. Indeed, outside the confines of academia, most would prioritize financial gain over social standing. Yet, it was undeniable that school was one of the few places where the facade of equality prevailed. Suddenly, the bus jolted, causing Su Baizhou to lean instinctively against Luo Yi, who felt a soft weight settle on his shoulder. His expression changed as an overwhelming sense of tension washed over him. "Senior?" he murmured softly, but received no reply. Turning slightly, he noticed that the icy goddess beside him had fallen asleep. No wonder she had appeared so composed. He had assumed she was merely admiring the scenery. As he beheld her angelic visage, Luo Yi was captivated, his gaze fixated on her delicate features. She truly was breathtaking. Despite her seemingly formidable demeanor, she was, in essence, a gentle soul in need of care. At that moment, the imprint of a hand had faded from Su Baizhou's face, and Luo Yi found himself unconsciously reaching out to touch her cheek. He had never before caressed a girl's face, and now he merely allowed his fingers to lightly poke her. So soft, he mused, wondering if all girls' faces felt like cotton. Unbeknownst to him, Su Baizhou's brows fluttered slightly, yet her eyes remained closed. Chapter 33. The gaze from Uncle arriving soon, arriving soon. The bus announcement echoed twice before the driver chimed in. Luo Yi turned to Su Baizhou, who had been resting her head on his shoulder for the 2.5-hour journey. It was uncertain whether her slumber had begun as feigned or genuine, but it was unmistakably real now, as evidenced by the glistening droplet on his shoulder. "I can't believe the senior is drooling," he thought, gently nudging her arm. Her beautiful eyes fluttered open, revealing a hint of confusion. In front of her eyes, there stood a handsome and youthful face. Su Baizhou was momentarily taken aback, captivated by the sight. The fairy-like senior, just awakened, lacked her usual ethereal demeanor, instead presenting as an adorable girl, her dazed expression enchanting Luo Yi. It was surprising to witness such a look from the seemingly untouchable senior. At that moment, a small, transparent droplet lingered at the corner of Su Baizhou's mouth. When their gazes met, Luo Yi broke the silence, hastily retrieving a tissue from his pocket to wipe the corner of her mouth. Finally, Su Baizhou fully awakened, realizing with embarrassment that she had indeed fallen asleep, and quite soundly, to the point of drooling. How humiliating. A noticeable blush crept across the Ice Queen's face as she extended her arm, taking Luo Ye's hand and snatching the tissue from him. "Thank you," she murmured, regaining her usual composure. The two rose and departed the bus. Arriving in a quaint rural town, approximately 5 to 6 kilometers from Su Baijiu's mother's home, with the clock nearing 10 in the evening. There were no other buses or taxis in sight. Su Baijiu pulled out her phone to call her uncle for a ride. After ending the call, Luo Yi felt a surge of anxiety. Her uncle? And the fairy senior's mother? He swore he had merely come to Hangzhou for leisure, ostensibly due to the senior. Yet he never truly believed he would encounter her, let alone meet her family. The situation was evolving in an astonishing direction, and Luo Yi was unprepared for it. Noticing the young man's flustered demeanor, Su Baijiu reassured him, "They are easy to get along with." In response, Luo Yi wore a rather rueful expression, managing a wry smile as he said, "Senior, is it really all right for a boy like me to come home with you? If you don't come home with me, where will you stay?" Just as she spoke, Su Baijiu's brow furrowed in realization. She had forgotten about the existence of hotels and could arrange for Luo Yi to stay in one. However, it was now too late for that. Although the town had some inns, their quality was subpar, making them unsuitable for hosting Luo Yi. Moreover, the vehicle to pick her up had already arrived. Su Baijiu glanced towards the roadside, where an electric tricycle was parked, and a strikingly handsome middle-aged man was looking around. His eyes brightened upon spotting Su Baijiu, and he waved enthusiastically. "Let's go." She stepped forward, and Luo Yi, albeit apprehensively, followed suit. The middle-aged man, initially cheerful, darkened his expression upon noticing the boy trailing behind his sweet and adorable niece. Once they boarded the electric tricycle, the man turned the handle, and the vehicle took off swiftly, racing away from the town and into a nearby village. Su Baijiu's mother is named Fan Xinya, and her uncle is called Fan Jian. "Have you had dinner yet, Fan Fan?" Fan Jian inquired. "I had a little," Su Baijiu replied softly, then turned to explain to Luo Yi, "When I was born, my uncle named me Su Bai Fan, but my mother opposed it, so I was later called Baijiu, and Fan Fan became my nickname." This piece of information was unknown even to Qin Yuan. Only her friend from medical university in Jiangxing was aware of it. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi chuckled. "Bai Fan sounds lovely as well. After all, the senior is beautiful, so any name would sound nice." Fan Jian approved of this statement. "Young man, I must say, I appreciate your taste." Soon, the tricycle came to a halt in the courtyard. This was Fan Jian's home. Su Baijiu's grandparents had already passed away. Fan Jian's son, who was Su Baijiu's cousin, was working elsewhere, leaving only Fan Jian and his wife, along with Su Baijiu's mother, residing here. A beautiful woman, seemingly in her 30s, but with a considerable amount of silver in her hair, emerged with joy, exclaiming, "Fan Fan is back." She is Su Baijiu's mother, Fan Xinya, now 41 but appearing as if she were in her 30s. Indeed, she is the mother of a fairy-like senior, utterly enchanting, Luo Yi mused to himself. Upon noticing the boy standing beside Su Baijiu, Fan Xinya was momentarily taken aback, but seeing Luo Yi's bashful demeanor brought a look of surprise to her face. And she couldn't help but ask, "Fan Fan, who is this?" "This is Luo Yi, a friend who came back with me from Jiangxing," Su Baijiu replied expressionlessly. The word friend filled Luo Yi with delight. He had earned the senior's recognition. He was now her friend. Fan Xinya beamed. It seems that the boy who made Fan Fan use the word friend is the first. It appears Fan Fan feels quite differently about him. "Come in. We've saved dinner for you," she said, clearing her throat a couple of times, indicating that her health seemed less than robust. Upon entering the room, Luo Yi stood before the table, gazing at the sumptuous dinner before him, his eyes sparkling with delight. The culinary skills of the fairy-like senior were evidently taught by her mother. This looked absolutely delicious. Fan Jian's gaze was fixed on Luo Yi. In the Fan family, there was only this cherished daughter, and he was eager to discern what kind of fellow could accompany Fan Fan. As he watched, Su Baijiu furrowed her brow and said, "Stop staring and eat." Fan Jian chuckled awkwardly. In the Fan family, the men generally held little status. He had listened to his mother and sister as a child, obeyed his wife as an adult, and now he had to heed his niece. Fortunately, he had a son, so his position wasn't the lowest. However, upon observing Luo Yi, a mischievous smile suddenly crept onto Fan Jian's face. Perhaps his status could ascend even higher? However, to become Fan Fan's boyfriend, it ultimately hinges on whether her uncle approves. Luo Yi began to eat with great enthusiasm, almost on the verge of tears. The wild delicacies from the mountains always offered an unparalleled flavor, a stark contrast to the taste found in the city. Observing Luo Yi indulge with such fervor brought a smile to Fan Xinya's face, a testament to her culinary skills. Moreover, the child appeared somewhat innocent, unable to conceal his emotions. He unabashedly expressed his affection for delicious food. Notably, he only sampled a few bites of the most delectable dishes on the table, casting longing glances before moving on to other offerings. Clearly, he intended to leave some for others. But for whom? Fan Xinya glanced over at Su Baizhou, and her expression froze. There was Su Baizhou, also gazing at Luo Yi, and that look elicited an uncontrollable smile from Fan Xinya. She had once thought her daughter might remain single for life. Chapter 34. A trip to the restroom that evening. Luo Yi arrived at a room. Fan Jian remarked, "This is my son's room. It has been vacant since he left for work. You can sleep here." "Thank you, uncle," Luo Yi replied politely. However, Fan Jian furrowed his brow. "Uncle? Who are you addressing as uncle?" He turned to glance at the adjacent room, which housed Fan Xinya and Su Baizhou. Their courtyard contained 3 rooms, his and his wife's, his son's, and 1 empty room. After bringing Fan Xinya back from Hangzhou, she had occupied the empty room. Originally, if Su Baizhou had returned, she would have stayed in Luo Ye's room, but with Luo Yi present, Su Baizhou had no choice but to share a bed with her mother. The restroom was outside the courtyard, requiring one to step outside to use it. This aspect was still somewhat unfamiliar to Luo Yi. However, when in Rome, one must adapt. Yet, Fan Jian did not leave. He plopped down on the edge of Luo Ye's bed, his expression stern as he inquired, "Young man, what do you see in my Fan?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yi assumed a serious demeanor. Before his uncle, he dared not conceal anything. Having come to his senior's home, if he were to claim he did not like her, he could only imagine being promptly expelled by his uncle. Consequently, Luo Yi felt exceedingly anxious, neglecting to pay attention to titles. "I don't know," he replied with conviction. Then, noticing Fan Jian's fierce expression, he recoiled slightly and added earnestly, "I cannot articulate it, but my senior is truly exceptional. Just mentioning her elicits my admiration for everything about her." Hearing this, Fan Jian nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, his Fan was undeniably remarkable. However, his sister's marriage was far from blissful, and regarding the significant affairs of his niece's life, as her uncle, he felt compelled to impose strict expectations. "Young man, what does your family do for a living?" My aunt and uncle run a company. They develop video games." "Who inquired about your aunt?" "I was asking about your parents." Fan Jian's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Luo Yi. His evasive response and topic diversion were heavily penalized. "Parents? I have none." Luo Yi spoke these words with an unremarkable demeanor, clearly accustomed to a life devoid of parental figures from a young age. "What?" Fan Jian furrowed his brow, looking at Luo Yi with confusion. "I have no parents. They sacrificed themselves when I was too young to remember." Faced with the young man's calm expression, Fan Jian was momentarily taken aback. In a single sentence, Luo Yi had evoked profound guilt within him. The moment those words left his lips, Fan Jian felt as though he was pricked by needles, the discomfort overwhelming. As a father himself, he could easily envision his own child growing up without parents, feeling isolated and alone. Yet he steeled himself. He could not afford to be soft-hearted. The cautionary tale of Fan Xinya loomed large, and regardless of Luo Ye's pitiable circumstances, he was still an outsider. He had to prioritize Su Baizhou's future. His niece was remarkable, reportedly gaining admission to graduate studies at Jiang University, and soon the Fan family would celebrate their first postgraduate, not to mention her beauty, which raised his standards for her future partner considerably. Gaining the approval of parents like him was not something that could be achieved through mere pity. Furthermore, it was not that he harbored any prejudice against children without parents. Growing up in adverse environments often shaped their personalities in ways that could lead to significant differences with others. He could empathize with others, but he could not risk his own kin. Wait a moment, the boy did not say passed away, but rather sacrificed? What did that mean? "What do you mean by sacrificed?" Fan Jian inquired, his voice laden with silence. At that moment, Luo Yi recalled his aunt's words. His parents had not abandoned him. They were the ones who loved him most in the world. However, their roles dictated that they could not remain with their loved ones, ultimately sacrificing themselves in the pursuit of justice against criminals. Upon hearing this tale, Fan Jian was moved to tears. "Damn those criminals," he exclaimed, striking the bed with his fist before embracing Luo Yi and solemnly declaring, "Child, From this moment forth, I shall be your uncle, your family. Luo Yi responded. You are rather sentimental. He had garnered Fan Jian's acknowledgement, but in truth, it held little significance. Within the family hierarchy, Fan Jian ranked only slightly above his son, even less esteemed than the old yellow dog in the yard. This dog, a loyal guardian for nearly a decade, was far more useful than Fan Jian could ever be. After Fan Jian departed, Luo Yi lay on the bed, gazing at the somewhat rough ceiling above him. Although this place lacks the clamor of a city, it evokes a warm, comforting feeling. Luo Yi began to reminisce about his experiences of the day, and soon, his thoughts settled on the moment when the enchanting senior leaned against his shoulder on the bus. Upon recalling this, Luo Yi rolled back and forth on the Kong, exhilarated and unable to calm himself. Fortunately, he had completed the updates for his novel earlier that morning. Otherwise, the readers would have been left wanting. In the dead of night, Luo Yi was awakened by the urgent need to relieve himself. Groggy, he sat up in bed, wearing a dazed expression. Where's the restroom? Slipping on his slippers, he opened the door to his room and stepped into the yard. The rural night, devoid of moonlight, could be described as pitch black. At that moment, Luo Yi could see nothing at all. He wandered around the yard, searching for the location of the restroom. Before long, he stumbled upon a small, dark room. Unable to locate the light switch, he resorted to using the flashlight on his phone. Observing the interior of the small room and catching a whiff of the pungent air, Luo Yi confirmed that this was indeed the restroom. After finishing his business, he turned off the flashlight and exited the restroom. Just then, a figure entered, and they collided. Su Baizhou let out a yelp, and upon recognizing the voice of the senior, Luo Yi quickly reacted, stepping forward to wrap his arms around her waist. However, just as he was about to show off, his foot slipped, causing him to fall. Yet, before hitting the ground, he managed to pull Su Baizhou in front of him, cushioning his fall. Are you okay, senior? Luo Yi inquired. I'm fine, Su Baizhou replied, looking at the young man pressed against her with a neutral tone. However, in the darkness, Luo Yi could not see her flushed cheeks. It was too dark to discern anything, save for the faint glimmer in their eyes. The two instinctively locked gazes, neither speaking a word. Su Baizhou's body felt soft. She usually wore loose clothing, and it was only in this close proximity that Luo Yi realized how perfectly shaped she was. He could distinctly feel the warmth of her body pressed against his chest, leaving him breathless. Cradling the senior in his arms, one thought consumed his mind. Happiness. Have you had enough of the embrace? Su Baizhou, though not resisting, felt that if this continued, she might faint. For reasons unknown, her face was burning, and her consciousness was beginning to blur. Chapter 35. The enchanting senior knows how to bargain. The next morning, Fan Jian treated everyone to breakfast. With an average cost of less than 5 yuan per person, it was a price unattainable in the city. Fan Jian owned a house in the city. He had returned to the village solely to attend to matters concerning his sister, while Su Baizhou's aunt, who was also his wife, remained in the city for work. Sitting at the table, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Luo Yi and Su Baizhou were both subconsciously reflecting on the events of the previous night, avoiding each other's gaze. Their relationship seemed to have plummeted to a freezing point in an instant, yet there was no palpable tension. Fan Jian struggled to articulate the situation, but Fan Xingya understood immediately. This was not merely a matter of discord. Rather, it signified a pivotal threshold in their relationship. If these two young individuals could navigate this phase, their bond would undoubtedly deepen. Fan Xingya smiled gently and handed Luo Yi an egg, remarking, Xiao Yi, you appear to be in poor health. Do ensure you consume more protein. Thank you, Auntie, Luo Yi responded politely. His late-night habits were evident, leaving him looking rather fatigued. She continued to advise, Xiao Yi, since you and our Fan attend the same school, please look after her. This girl has an erratic schedule. Though you are both young, it's essential to consider your future as well. You are right, Auntie. I will certainly remind my senior often, he assured her. Fan Xingya's health had never been robust. In her youth, she was a workaholic, a powerful woman greatly admired in the company, which led to her husband's dissatisfaction. Not everyone appreciates a strong woman, nor do all men favor those who surpass them in prowess. After breakfast, Fan Jian called out to Luo Yi and Su Baizhou, mounting his electric tricycle. Sitting in the back, Luo Yi inquired with curiosity, Uncle, where are we headed? Upon hearing the term uncle, Su Baizhou glanced at Luo Yi but chose not to comment. Fan Jian replied, Yesterday, Fan mentioned you lacked clean clothes, so today, I shall take you to town to purchase a couple of outfits. The The fact that Fan Jian referred to himself as uncle caused Su Baizhou to look ahead again, pondering when these two had reached such a mutual understanding. Furthermore, given Fan Jian's stern demeanor towards Luo Yi the previous day, it was perplexing how their relationship had suddenly improved. Before long, the tricycle arrived in town. Today was particularly special. It was market day. The marketplace was teeming with people, and at a glance, one could see that few were adorned in lavish attire. Instead, the crowd was clad in simple garments. The air was filled with the sounds of haggling, and some individuals, in their fervor to negotiate, were even exchanging harsh words with the vendors. Su Baizhou observed this scene with an unperturbed expression. Today, she wore a simple outfit, an ordinary white long-sleeve top paired with loose black trousers. She had forgone makeup. Her hair styled in a bun at the nape of her neck, exuding an air of understated grace. At that moment, Fan Jian received a phone call from Fan Xinya. The contents of the conversation seemed to alter his demeanor sharply as he turned his attention to Luo Yi and Su Baizhou. Subsequently, he began to speak aloud to himself, exclaiming, there's an issue at home that requires my return? All right, I will head back immediately. Without giving Luo Yi and Su Baizhou a moment to react, Fan Jian mounted the electric tricycle and proclaimed, Fan, purchase 2 outfits for Xiao Yi and take her out for a stroll. Once you're done, give me a call. I shall come to fetch you. No sooner had he uttered these words than the electric tricycle seemed to transform into a roaring motorcycle, issuing a thunderous sound before executing a complete 360-degree turn and vanishing in an instant. Only Luo Yi and Su Baizhou remained, staring blankly at the spot where the tricycle had disappeared. That senior? Luo Yi glanced at Su Baizhou's profile, memories of the previous night flooding his mind once more. He lowered his head, feeling too shy to meet her gaze. Su Baizhou turned and said coolly, let us go. She walked ahead while Luo Yi trailed behind, casting curious glances around. Nearby, a woman grabbed Luo Yi's arm, cheerfully exclaiming, young man, freshly caught white catfish, would you like one? No, thank you, Luo Yi politely declined. But the cacophony around him stirred a sense of unease. Clearance sale? Everything for just 9 yuan. Snails. Stir-fried snails. Young man, care for a serving? Bargain prices on watermelons. If it's not sweet, you don't pay. The enthusiastic vendors overwhelmed Luo Yi, prompting him to shrink his neck and hasten to Su Baizhou's side, feeling that without her, he might be whisked away by the eager stallholders. Observing Luo Yi's reaction, a subtle smile danced at the corners of Su Baizhou's mouth, as if she were on the verge of laughter. In a soft voice, she inquired, what color do you prefer? By this time, they had arrived at a street lined with clothing vendors. The array of garments dazzled Luo Yi, nearly overwhelming him. The prices were astonishingly low. A pair of trousers next to him was priced at merely 99 yuan for 3. Isn't this practically giving it away? Anything is fine. What does the senior prefer? He asked. Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou stepped forward towards one of the vendors. Unbeknownst to him, she had rolled up her sleeves, exuding a readiness for battle. She pointed at a pink top priced at 300 yuan and boldly asked, would you sell it for 50? Luo Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. 50? Cutting it down by 6 times? Surely, she won't be beaten for this? The vendor's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by the audacity of this seemingly young girl. 50? Young lady, that's below cost. How about 260, and you take it? At most 80. If not, I shall leave, Su Baizhou stated, turning on her heel to walk away. Wait, is 150 acceptable? 100? Luo Yi, aware of the bargaining dynamics, felt certain that she would turn back. To reduce the price from 300 to 100 was already a remarkable feat. However, Su Baizhou did not look back. The vendor gritted his teeth and exclaimed, 80 it is. Luo Yi's mouth fell agape, utterly astonished. The senior is truly remarkable, he thought, giving her a mental thumbs up. Following her lead, he joined her in haggling for bargains. In the end, Su Baizhou purchased 2 sets of clothing for him, spending less than 300 yuan in total. Although the garments were not particularly stylish, they were perfectly suited to Luo Yi. Moreover, they bore the aura of being a gift from the senior. Subsequently, the two strolled around, indulging in various delicacies, as Su Baizhou planned to cook a meal herself. After witnessing Luo Yi's delight in the food prepared by Fan Xinya the previous day, Su Baizhou felt a twinge of competitiveness. Thus, she procured a fish and a chicken. With the fish in one hand and the chicken in the other, Luo Yi stood alongside the enchanting senior, awaiting his uncle's arrival outside the market. Both the fish and chicken were still alive. Luo Yi inquired, "Are we going to kill them when we get back?" "Indeed. I shall personally send them off into the afterlife," she replied. At her words, Luo Yi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. It seemed that the awkwardness between them had dissipated, and their excursion to the market fostered a sense of familiarity akin to that of an old married couple. Chapter 36. The king of Ultraman Fan Jian, grinning broadly, came to fetch Luo Yi and Su Baizhou back home. Today's lunch was to be prepared by Su Baizhou and Luo Yi. She took charge of the cooking, while he assisted by chopping vegetables. One delectable dish after another emerged from the kitchen, eliciting nods of approval from Fan Xinya and Fan Jian, who found this lifestyle quite agreeable. After placing a dish on the table, Luo Yi said, "Auntie, uncle, if you're hungry, please help yourselves. I'll return to assist the senior." "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Yi," Fan Xinya responded, increasingly fond of the young man before her. Upon returning to the kitchen, she remarked, "This child truly adores our little Baizhou." It was evident. Fan Jian suddenly fell silent, whispering, "Sister, do you know about his family background?" Fan Xinya glanced at him and shook her head. "In our Fan family, we do not concern ourselves with family backgrounds when marrying off our daughters. Brother, as long as the suitor is affluent, our Baizhou is more than exceptional enough to match. If the suitor is impoverished, our Baizhou would never look down upon him." "No, sister," Fan Jian murmured some hushed words into her ear. Her expression shifted in surprise, followed by a deep sense of regret. So it was. When Luo Yi emerged from the kitchen once more, Fan Xinya's gaze softened even further, as if he were her own son. Just then, the phone rang. She picked it up, and upon seeing the caller ID, her brow furrowed. Fan Jian snatched the phone from her hand, answering angrily. "What face do you have to call my sister?" On the telephone, the voice of Su Baizhou's father, Su Chongqing, resonated. "Xinya, is Zhou with you?" Fan is my niece. What business is it of yours if she is here?" Fan Jian was filled with uncontrollable fury. Before he could continue his tirade, Su Baizhou emerged from the kitchen, apron tied around her waist. She snatched the phone and spoke firmly. "If you divorce my mother, I will stay with her." With that, she hung up the call and returned to the kitchen with an expression of calmness. Fan Jian and Fan Xinya sat in stunned silence, exchanging glances, uncertain of what to say next. Before long, Luo Yi brought dish after dish to the table. This was the result of his collaboration with the enchanting senior. And although he had not contributed significantly, the sight of the sumptuous lunch filled him with satisfaction. After the meal, the neighbors requested Fan Jian's assistance in harvesting corn, and his warm-hearted nature led him to agree without hesitation, bringing Luo Yi along. For Luo Yi, this was a remarkable experience that allowed him to appreciate the toil of the farmers. Though October marked the transition from the tail end of summer to the onset of autumn, the weather remained warm. The sun hung high in the sky, causing beads of sweat to cascade down Luo Yi's brow. Over the past few days, he had been working in the fields, and his genuine disposition endeared him to the local residents. Ultimately, he earned 200 yuan for his efforts. In comparison to the nearly tens of thousands he earned monthly from writing, this modest sum felt immensely precious to him. With 2 crisp red bills tucked into his pocket, Luo Yi rode home on a small tricycle alongside Fan Jian. During these days, he had become well acquainted with the villagers, even earning the title of the king of children in the village. Especially with his skills in games like PUBG and Honor of Kings, he instantly captivated the local primary schoolers. His status as an invincible war god and glorious king was legendary among them. Moreover, his gaming account had been funded, boasting a golden skin for his vehicle that left the children in awe. However, all joyous moments must come to an end. The 7-day holiday had reached its 5th day, and Su Baizhou and Luo Yi were set to return to Jiang City. At the village entrance, they sat in Fan Jian's electric tricycle, a throng of children trailing behind them. One chubby little boy sobbed, "King of Ultraman, I'll wait for your return." Hearing this, Su Baizhou instinctively glanced at the young man beside her. Luo Yi wore an awkward expression. "My Ultraman father will also await your return." "I will wait too," declared other children, their eyes sparkling with excitement. A girl shouted, "Brother Luo Yi, I want to marry you when I grow up." At this, Su Baizhou's expression darkened, while Luo Yi felt a sudden chill, sensing an ominous aura that made him uneasy. As he turned to face the source of the ominous aura, he found Su Baizhou staring expressionlessly at another direction, appearing utterly unfazed. Fan Xinya remarked with a smile, "Ranfan, the weather will soon turn cold. Make sure to buy a few more clothes so you don't catch a cold. Yes, Mom, you should take care of your health as well. Perhaps the concern from parents is often quite simple. When it comes to their children's studies and careers, they are unable to offer any substantial help. So they can only remind you to avoid catching a cold and to eat well. Mom, divorce him. I will stand by your side, Su Baijiu stated earnestly. I understand. After I rest at home for a while, I will return to discuss this matter with him. After a brief conversation between mother and daughter, Fan Jian, seated in the front of the vehicle, turned around and said, Sister, don't worry. These two kids are quite sensible. Our Ranfan has little Yi to take care of her. Upon hearing this, a group of elementary school students covered their mouths in astonishment, their gazes towards Luo Yi and Su Baijiu shifting to mischievous grins. Su Baijiu shot a fierce glare at Fan Jian, who sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled, then switched on the power of the tricycle. Let us go. The tricycle retained its exaggerated charm. Although it was an electric vehicle, it emitted an impression of exhaust fumes, leaving a layer of dust in its wake. Upon reaching the station, the two boarded the train back to Jiacheng. And Su Baijiu and Luo Yi seemed to revert to their previous demeanor from school. They sat in their respective seats, not uttering a word. Luo Yi glanced at Su Baijiu and comforted her. Senior, don't be sad. If the bad doesn't leave, the good won't come. I'm not sad. In truth, Su Baijiu was not at all disheartened. In her heart, she believed her mother should have divorced that man long ago. Thus, she felt only happiness for her mother. Then why does the senior have such a stern expression? Luo Yi inquired curiously. At his words, Su Baijiu shot him a sidelong glance and replied nonchalantly, Haven T, I always been like this? It was just that in front of her mother these days, she had behaved like a dutiful daughter, so reverting to her old self felt somewhat unfamiliar to Luo Yi. The senior's expression was cold, and as Luo Yi gazed at her profile, he found himself entranced. Initially, Su Baijiu managed to pretend she hadn't noticed, but as Luo Yi continued to stare, she felt her heartbeat quicken unnaturally. Just as she turned her head to question him about his gaze, she suddenly froze. At that moment, her eyes met Luo Yi's. His eyes were beautiful, exuding a pure and clear aura. It seemed as though they had never been tainted by the mundane world. Through them, one could glimpse the owner's thoughts. Luo Yi was like that. Before the ethereal senior, he showed no inclination to hide his true self. He softly spoke, Senior, you don't have to wear yourself out in front of me. Chapter 37. Show me what you can do. Jiangxing University, Family Building, Unit 5, Room 614. Su Baijiu opened the door and walked in with Luo Yi. Su Baijiu gestured towards the empty room and remarked, You may reside there, but only for today, tomorrow, and the day after. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi, filled with curiosity, inquired, What happens after the holiday ends? That will depend on your conduct over these 3 days. Su Baijiu replied with a gentle smile. This smile momentarily startled Luo Yi, evoking a sense of warmth within him. He realized that after his exchange with the senior, she no longer appeared as aloof. However, when she mentioned performance, Luo Yi's expression turned serious, and he adopted a more solemn demeanor. He felt compelled to present himself as a paragon of virtue over the next 3 days. Otherwise, he feared being shown the door by the senior. Observing his earnestness, Su Baijiu found the sight somewhat amusing, akin to a mischievous child striving to earn a teacher's coveted star sticker by feigning obedience. Why don't you go buy the ingredients for dinner today? Su Baijiu suddenly suggested. Me? Buy? Luo Yi asked, puzzled. Yes, you shall buy whatever you wish to eat, and I will prepare it upon your return. Understanding her request, Luo Yi signaled with a thumbs up and departed from the living room. As he softly closed the door behind him, Su Baijiu settled onto the sofa, propping her chin in thought. Does this mean we are cohabiting? She pondered. No. It can only be considered a shared rental. She mused on whether to establish some sort of agreement, like in novels. Yet, he was only permitted to stay for 3 days. Extending his stay would be impolite. But this was her cousin's house, and she had merely rented a room. Was it truly right to send him back? Su Baijiu's expression was fraught with conflict when her phone rang. She answered it, and a familiar female voice greeted her. Jojo, why haven't you contacted me during the holiday? Would you like to come over and play these next few days? I can't, Su Baijiu declined. I have matters to attend to. Matters? What could possibly be more important than me at Jiang University? The voice questioned, laced with skepticism. It belonged to Li Xia, Su Baijiu's close friend, who was currently an intern at Jiang City Medical University. They had been classmates since elementary school, sharing a bond that had only deepened over the years. Of course you are my priority, but I truly have something to handle tomorrow. I will visit you the day after. Su Baijiu's heart raced as she nearly let slip her thoughts. Tomorrow, October 6th, was Luo Ye's birthday, a date she remembered vividly. On the line, Li Xia continued, her tone doubtful. What do you mean you're prioritizing me now? Am I no longer significant to you in the future, Zhou? I feel you've changed. I have not changed, Su Baijiu replied, her voice retaining the cool demeanor that Li Xia knew so well. However, the latter felt that something was amiss. Every unknown change could yield a singular conclusion. Li Xia's gaze sharpened as she spoke earnestly into the phone. Zhou, if someone you are very familiar with suddenly seems like a completely different person, do you know the reason behind it? I don't know, nor do I wish to. Su Baijiu replied nonchalantly. There is but one truth that can lead to such rapid transformation. Love. Beep, beep, beep. The moment the word love escaped her lips, Su Baijiu abruptly ended the call. How mundane. How could she possibly be in love? She was merely assisting Professor Gu in caring for his younger brother. Caring for the younger brother, Luo Yi? Why did the mention of love evoke thoughts of Luo Yi at this moment? As she pondered, Su Baijiu realized her mind was filled with the visage of a young man. Perhaps she did harbor some affection for Luo Yi. But mere affection did not equate to love. Even if she truly liked him, it did not necessarily mean they were destined to be together. Indeed, that was the case. On the television, an animated show was airing, wherein a young man unleashed a skill while proclaiming, "You have already chosen the path to demise." Su Baijiu frowned and switched to the next channel. In the second program, a character on screen exclaimed, "Stubborn as a dead duck." At these words, Su Baijiu stood up, staring intently at the character, and solemnly declared, "I am not. You deny it, yet it is clear you have fallen for him." The character insisted with certainty. Su Baijiu shook her head and changed to the third channel. However, as she continued watching, she found the dramas increasingly tedious and ultimately turned off the television. Sitting on the sofa, she lingered for a moment before frowning. Why hasn't he returned yet? Glancing at the clock, she realized that only 10 minutes had elapsed since Luo Yi had left. Why did time seem to drag so slowly? Meanwhile, Luo Yi had arrived at the market. Today was yet another occasion for his senior to cook, and he needed to carefully select ingredients for dinner. King crabs were on special, priced at 588 per pound, a true bargain. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi approached the seafood vendor and said, "I would like a king crab, please." "Very well. A promising young man like you can afford king crab at such a young age. Do you have a girlfriend?" "No," Luo Yi replied defiantly, then lowered his gaze and added softly, "But there is someone I like." "What a pity. I was just about to introduce my son to you," the seafood vendor said, shaking her head with a look of regret. "Ha ha ha. You truly have a sense of humor, ma'am." Luo Yi chuckled, scratching his head, though beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. What son? He must have misheard. Soon enough, a king crab was expertly prepared and placed into a box, which Luo Yi took in hand. "Should I also buy a chicken? Perhaps a leg of lamb as well." "Beef is delicious. I should get some beef." "Please bring 2 more lobsters," he said, sharing one with his senior. "What else should we buy?" "The family building." Su Baijiu observed the table overflowing with packages and items. Though his expression remained impassive, it was evident that an air of unease enveloped Luo Yi. She remarked coolly, "It seems you are not only inept in culinary skills, but also lack a fundamental understanding of ingredients." Luo Yi lowered her head, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Nevertheless, with such an abundance, it should suffice to prepare a variety of dishes. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Su Baijiu's lips as she entered the kitchen and tied on an apron. Luo Yi had anticipated a reprimand from her senior, but was taken aback when nothing of the sort occurred. Suddenly, Su Baijiu emerged from the kitchen wielding a kitchen knife, her gaze stern as she fixed her eyes on Luo Yi. She stated matter-of-factly, "Next time, refrain from purchasing such extravagant items. I can prepare delectable meals with more affordable ingredients." Chapter 38. Breakfast. "I understand, Senior," Luo Yi replied earnestly. He then busied himself with chopping vegetables, placing unnecessary items into the refrigerator, only to realize that it was already overflowing. One might have thought he was preparing for a grand celebration at home. Eager to impress, he had overpurchased, and now it seemed clear that pursuing a romantic interest should not be rushed. One must remain grounded and approach matters with a calm heart. When, he wondered, would he confess his feelings to his senior? "Junior," Su Baijiu called from the kitchen, half her body peeking out as she held a spoon. "Come help me." "Coming, Senior," Luo Yi exclaimed, his thoughts abruptly interrupted as he hurried into the kitchen. Before long, dinner was ready. Given that there were only two of them, Su Baijiu had not prepared an excessive amount. However, she had devised a plan for the substantial ingredients Luo Yi had purchased. She intended to create bento boxes, ensuring that the meat and seafood remained fresh, which could then be preserved until the day after tomorrow when classes resumed, allowing Luo Yi to share them with his roommates. Otherwise, the two of them would never finish all the fresh produce before it spoiled within a day or two. After dinner, Su Baijiu settled on the couch to watch television while Luo Yi washed the dishes. Once finished, he joined her on the couch. They sat at opposite ends, their eyes glued to the screen, though their minds wandered far from the show. After a while, Su Baijiu broke the silence, asking, "Is your family quite wealthy?" Luo Yi was taken aback by the question. Surely, it stemmed from her observation of the evening's ingredients. He scratched his head, replying, "I have a part-time job, so I've earned some money." Su Baijiu did not press further, nor did she inquire about the nature of Luo Yi's job. Instead, she simply said, "Next time, there's no need to buy such expensive items." "I understand, senior." Soon, evening descended, and Su Baijiu rose to her feet. "Time for bed." The two retreated to their respective chambers. In Luo's room, although devoid of a quilt, the early October weather was mild enough not to require one. Luo Yi retrieved his phone and began to type in solitude. After 2 hours, having crafted 4,000 words, he stretched languidly and glanced at the time, midnight. Cautiously, Luo Yi opened his door, peering into the darkened living room. The bathroom light was aglow, revealing a graceful silhouette within, indulging in a bath. Quietly, Luo Yi closed the door, his heart racing. Why was the senior bathing at this hour? He was aware that the enchanting senior had an irregular sleep schedule, yet he did not expect her to be bathing in the dead of night. However, upon reflection, it made sense. When Luo Yi was in the living room, Su Baijiu would naturally refrain from bathing, only venturing out when she believed he had fallen asleep. But Luo Yi had not, and without his computer, he typed away on his phone, making not a sound. The room was enveloped in silence, save for the gentle sound of running water echoing through the living room. Seated on his chair, Luo Yi absent-mindedly scrolled through short videos. In the freshman group chat, a wealthy second-generation youth was still seeking attention, sharing photos of his luxury car while inquiring about parking. Among his 5 messages, one notably tagged Tang Enki, indicating a keen interest in the new campus beauty. This affluent individual, Gao Yuming, was one of the 3 prominent figures among the freshmen. The other 2 were Xin Xiao, known for his striking looks, and of course, Tang Enki, the celebrated campus belle. While the school boasted several affluent students, none flaunted their wealth quite like him. Watching the ostentatious exchanges in the freshman group was Luo Yi's way of passing time. Before long, the sound of water ceased. Su Baijiu emerged from the bathroom clad in her nightwear and returned to her room. The light in the master bedroom remained illuminated, suggesting that the enchanting senior was still at work. Stealthily, Luo Yi exited his room to use the restroom. The air was thick with a familiar fragrance, Su Baijiu's signature scent. After a brief visit, he returned to his chamber. Despite sharing a roof, Luo Yi opted to send a message to the senior. "Get some rest, senior." Upon receiving the message, Su Baijiu glanced at her phone, her gaze drifting. She then looked at her computer. She had completed only 70% of her part-time task and estimated that it would take at least another hour to finish. During the originally intended holiday, Su Baijiu would not have been so occupied, yet due to pressing matters for the following day, she found herself awake late into the night. Tomorrow was to be entirely devoted to her tasks. At 2 in the morning, Su Baijiu stretched languidly, preparing to retire for the night. Observing that the lights in the fairy-like senior's room had finally extinguished, Luo Yi climbed into bed, closed his eyes, and drifted into slumber. The following day, at 8 o'clock, Luo Yi opened his eyes. He dressed and prepared to freshen up. Upon exiting his room, he was taken aback by the neatly arranged breakfast on the table: a steamer of dumplings, 2 fried dough sticks, 2 cups of soy milk, and 2 tea eggs. Su Baijiu sat at the table, awaiting his awakening. As Luo Yi entered the bathroom, he suddenly realized he had no toothpaste, nor even a towel. He returned to sit across from the fairy-like senior. Noticing his lackluster demeanor, Su Baijiu remarked casually, "Do you feel this way every day?" "Not too bad," he replied, stifling a yawn. After staying up late for so long, waking up early can be quite exhausting. He then popped a dumpling into his mouth. After consuming one, he curiously inquired, "When did you buy breakfast, senior?" Before him, Su Baijiu donned loose black attire, her hair slightly damp, suggesting she had just finished exercising. Luo Yi recognized this appearance. He had seen her like this on the playground that day after morning runs when she had purchased breakfast, propping her chin on her hand. Su Baizhou gazed intently at Luo Yi, as if anticipating something. Feeling shy under her scrutiny, he lowered his head and resumed eating. For reasons unknown, Su Baizhou found great joy in watching Luo Yi eat. He appeared charmingly engrossed, his entire focus dedicated to his meal. Meanwhile, Luo Yi contemplated that he must emulate his senior and engage in morning runs daily to maintain good health as he aged. However, it was certainly not merely the desire to run alongside the fairy-like senior that motivated him. After finishing her breakfast, Su Baizhou rose, returned to her bedroom, and gathered her bag, seemingly preparing for a shopping trip. "I'll be back shortly," she left him with those words as she departed. Uncertain of her whereabouts, Luo Yi returned to his room and resumed his writing. Whether writing or on the path to writing, he truly was a diligent and capable wordsmith. In the narrative of his novel, the male protagonist had forsaken his longtime crush, the secondary female character, and his bond with the primary female character deepened. The comments section erupted in applause, proclaiming it thrilling. Luo Yi began to devise the next plot twist, envisioning the male protagonist developing feelings for the female lead, who would reciprocate in due course. It was indeed a remarkable affair for someone who had been single for 18 years to be penning a romance novel. Soon, the morning writing task came to an end. Luo Yi, seated in his chair, prepared to indulge in some short videos. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had forgotten something crucial. What could it be? He fell into contemplation. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang with a video call, the name Ant flashing on the screen. Startled, Luo Yi hastily answered the call. On the screen appeared a regal woman, her beauty exquisite. Adorned with expensive earrings and a necklace, her attire exuding luxury. Though her face bore the traces of time, Chen Xiaoman, who diligently maintained her skin weekly, still radiated an enduring elegance. "Ah, is that our little Yi?" Ant began, her opening line shattering any semblance of dignity. With the visage of a wealthy matron, she spoke in an endearing tone, reminiscent of a girl enamored by a kitten, her eyes sparkling with affection. Luo Yi felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Yet he found it impossible to be angry. In this household, no one dared to express displeasure towards Ant. In her youth, Chen Xiaoman had embodied the essence of a noble young lady. One could say charmingly refined, or unflatteringly, a green tea personality. As her husband often remarked, she was not just any green tea, but his beloved sister. Consequently, her husband was utterly captivated, perpetually entranced by her charm, and whenever Ant shed a tear, both Luo Yi and Gu Mingxian would find themselves at the receiving end of his wrath. Thus, Ant remained a cherished figure within the family, despite the passage of time. Noticing Luo Yi's expression, Chen Xiaoman feigned sorrow, murmuring softly, "Little Yi hasn't called me in a month. I truly miss you. It breaks my heart. Have you been busy?" Luo Yi chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood. "Not at all," she replied, shaking her head, a frown marring her features. "I only have one little nephew, and for a month, I've been worrying about whether you're doing well in school, whether you're eating properly. That scoundrel Gu Mingxian left the country right when you started school. It's infuriating." Gu Mingxian thought to himself, "Am I not your only son?" As Ant rambled on, Luo Yi managed a wry smile and asked, "What prompted your call, Ant?" "What? Little Yi, do I need a reason to call you?" "Your words truly wound my heart," she sobbed melodramatically. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Luo Yi's forehead. He forced a smile, speaking gently, "Ant, that is not the case at all. I think of you every day. You can call me anytime." It was precisely this nurturing demeanor that led Gu Mingxian to remark on Luo Yi's ability to care for women. Orphaned at a young age, Luo Yi received more affection from the Gu family than Gu Mingxian, resulting in a considerably heavier burden, one stemming from the expectations of Chen Xiaoman. "Your words bring joy to Ant," she said, her mood visibly lifting. Chen Xiaoman's face instantly brightened, her gloom dissipating as if she had never been troubled at all. "Little Ye, today is your birthday, yet you haven't returned home. Your Uncle Gu and I were pondering what gift to bestow upon you." Hearing these words, Luo Yi felt a warmth in his heart and smiled gently. "Auntie, your nurturing alongside Uncle Gu has been the greatest gift of all. That simply won't do. My dear nephew must receive a present on his birthday. Gu, transfer 50% of your company's shares to Little Ye." At this proclamation, Luo Yi's lips twitched. In the video, his uncle, Gu Rancheng, emerged with a wry smile, helplessly declaring, "My dear, though I am a director. I do not possess 50% of the shares myself. I don't care. You must find a way. Why are you still hesitating? Have you ceased to love me? Woe is me. Gu, you no longer love me. Tears streamed down Chen Xiaoman's cheeks like tiny pearls, prompting Gu Ranxing to kneel down and comfort his wife. Despite being nearly 50, the couple's affectionate banter felt youthful, rendering Luo Yi unable to bear the display. Seizing the opportunity while the couple indulged in their affection, Luo Yi exchanged a knowing glance with his uncle before terminating the call. Although Gu Ranxing's company was not considered a top-tier conglomerate in the capital, it ranked among the foremost in game development nationally. Aside from the companies behind PUBG and Honor of Kings, no one could contest Gu's second place. The shares were predominantly held by Gu Ranxing and Gu Mingxian, who together owned 55% and possessed the primary decision-making power. Luo Yi held none. It was evident to all that Luo Yi's temperament was ill-suited for corporate management or leadership roles. Should he assume such responsibilities, he might find himself selling the company while counting others' money. Consequently, he merely needed to grow up carefree, devoid of any ambition in that realm. Thus, Chen Xiaoman's earlier remarks were merely playful banter. Moreover, given Luo Yi's disposition, he was unfitted for nominal shares, ownership without involvement in company affairs, rendering him vulnerable to exploitation. A youth of less than 20 could hardly contend with seasoned shareholders in their 40s and 50s. Conversely, Gu Mingxian had been groomed from a young age by Gu Ranxing to be the company's heir, resulting in an impressive resume that seemed to radiate an aura of a protagonist. Meanwhile, Luo Yi enjoyed an untroubled upbringing, having already lost his parents. Neither Chen Xiaoman nor Gu Ranxing desired to impose any pressure upon him. They only wished for him to pursue his own aspirations freely. After concluding the video call, Luo Yi suddenly realized he had forgotten something significant. Today was his birthday. Yet here he was in Jiacheng, with the 7-day holiday aligning perfectly. And his roommates were all absent. It appears that on this, his 19th birthday, he will celebrate alone. Yet, that is not entirely accurate. He has his devoted readers. At the end of today's update, Luo Yi penned a heartfelt message, "Wish me a happy birthday." Soon after, the comments section was flooded with well wishes from readers. Although this group is often quite critical of the plot and occasionally resorts to harsh words, in moments of significance, each one exhibits a remarkable tenderness. They truly are a delightful bunch of readers. Chapter 40. Little tears after departing from the family residence, Su Baizhou arrived at Jiangxing Medical University, where she met her close friend, Li Xia. Dressed in a white top and denim jeans, Li Xia possessed an innate beauty reminiscent of a social media influencer. Tall and slender, though modest in her bust, she casually crossed her legs while seated in a CAF near the affiliated hospital of Jiangxing Medical University. Upon noticing Su Baizhou sitting across from her, she smiled gently and inquired, "Zhou, we doctors only have this one day off, and I used it to see you. So what is on your mind?" In response, Su Baizhou replied nonchalantly, "You're still just an intern, right? The one running errands." Li Xia shrugged off the comment, saying, "Becoming a doctor isn't a simple task. Without years of experience, I can't perform surgeries." Not wishing to engage in idle chatter, Su Baizhou decided to be direct. Xia, what do you usually gift your boyfriend on his birthday?" "Boyfriend? Which one are you referring to?" Li Xia asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Li, perhaps?" Su Baizhou ventured tentatively. "That one is no longer in the picture," Li Xia replied flatly. Suddenly, it dawned on her, and her expression shifted dramatically as she fixated on Su Baizhou, exclaiming, "What did you say? A birthday gift for a boyfriend? Who are you planning to gift? Since when do you have a boyfriend?" Seeing her friend's exaggerated reaction, Su Baizhou maintained her composure, having anticipated this moment. She cleared her throat lightly and replied, "It's merely a male friend, and I'm just inquiring on behalf of a friend." Li Xia's lips twitched. It was evident to anyone that this was a feeble excuse. "Which friend? I recall you have only one at Jiang University." "Indeed, it's Qin Yuan," Su Baizhou answered with unwavering calm. Li Xia appeared at a loss for words. However, she chose not to confront Su Baizhou directly. Instead, a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes as she regarded Su Baizhou with a knowing smile, contemplating. So, Wen has someone she fancies? If she wishes to gift him something, she must first ascertain what he likes. What does Luo Yi enjoy? Su Baizhou's mind conjured his visage, yet she found herself at a loss for an answer. Their acquaintance had been brief, little more than a month, and true familiarity had only blossomed in recent days. "Silly Zhou," Li Xia, suppressing her laughter, remarked. I suspect that the boy must have a fondness for Wenwen. If you let Wenwen present herself as his gift, would that not be the finest birthday offering? As soon as the words left her lips, a fleeting image flashed through Su Baijiu's mind, only to vanish almost instantly. A blush crept onto her cheeks. Yet she maintained an air of indifference as she replied, Indeed, you are a master of romance, having dated more than a dozen boys, but Wenwen remains an untouched flower. How can you say that? Although I have had many online relationships, I too am an untouched flower. Li Xiao, observing Su Baijiu's reddened face and her earnest facade, felt a surge of joy. The Ice Queen is in trouble. She has fallen in love. Su Baijiu, today is your day. Clearing her throat, Li Xia continued, Zhou, since you have sincerely inquired, I shall generously enlighten you. When dealing with men, the essence lies not in the gift itself, but in the sentiment behind it. Now, the question arises, what kind of sentiment can captivate a man, making his birthday truly exceptional? The answer is a sense of exclusivity. You must present him, oh no, Wenwen must present him with a gift that only he can receive, one that no one else can have. This is the essence of exclusivity. After pondering Li Xiao's words, Su Baijiu raised an eyebrow and, with a cool demeanor, responded, Doesn't that still imply that Wenwen should offer herself to him? Oh dear Zhou, why can't you grasp this? The feeling of uniqueness does not stem from just one avenue. Come, let's go to the mall and select a gift. Without waiting for Su Baijiu's response, Li Xia grasped her hand, and they departed from the CAF, heading towards the nearby shopping center. Barely had they left when Luo Yi arrived at the entrance of the Jiangxing Medical University affiliated hospital. He had intended to deliver the talisman for peace that he procured for Shen Xiao, having nothing else to occupy his time. However, he wondered why the address Shen Xiao provided led him to this hospital. Puzzled, he ventured inside and, following the directions, entered a patient room. Inside, Shen Xiao was administering a massage to a girl of striking beauty. Shen Xiao had previously shown him her photograph, and the girl appeared just as she did in the image. The only distinction was that the girl in the photo radiated optimism and joy, while the one before him lay motionless in a hospital gown. Upon noticing Luo Yi, Shen Xiao greeted him with a faint smile and gestured for him to enter. As Luo Yi stepped into the room, he glanced at the girl on the bed, then turned to Shen Xiao, inquiring with curiosity, Brother Shen, who is this? This is Xiao Lei, my girlfriend. She is in a vegetative state. After handing the talisman to Shen Xiao, Luo Yi settled into the hospital's activity area, observing the diverse array of patients. It dawned on him that indeed, male celebrities could have girlfriends. Her name is Xiao Lei, as Shen Xiao affectionately calls her. She has a penchant for tears, which is why he often refers to her as Xiao Lei, Little Pearl, or the Crybaby, among various other endearing nicknames. After graduating from high school, Xiao Lei embarked on a journey with her family, only to be met with a tragic car accident. Initially, it seemed that the entire family would perish on the spot, but her parents selflessly shielded their daughter, resulting in Xiao Lei being left in a persistent vegetative state. Now, bereft of her parents, all her medical expenses are shouldered by Shen Xiao's family, and despite these efforts, the likelihood of her awakening remains exceedingly slim. Consequently, Shen Xiao's relationship with his family has become increasingly strained, leading to recent quarrels. He feels no obligation to remain by Xiao Lei's side, nor to cover her expenses. Yet, during their high school days, they had maintained a distance in pursuit of admission to prestigious universities. Although they were a couple, to outsiders, they resembled mere friends. They had once promised to attend university together in Jiangcheng, to fantasize about a beautiful future, to become a normal couple, to mend the regrets of high school, sharing meals, dating, and traveling, like birds that, having escaped their cage, are yet to see the vast skies before being targeted by hunters. At the time of Xiao Lei's accident, it was also when Shen Xiao loved her the most. Luo Yi, as a novelist, possesses a profound sense of empathy. He has experienced Shen Xiao's feelings. If he were Shen Xiao, how could he bear to witness his beloved girl remain a mere shell of her former self for eternity? Fate has bestowed upon Shen Xiao an extraordinary handsomeness, enabling him to effortlessly attract love. It has also granted him steadfast principles and then gifted him a girl he adores, only to snatch her away in the end. Oh, cruel heavens, do you not ponder the consequences of your actions? Chapter 41. The coach's identity is a fish. Luo Yi's mood was somewhat dismal. After leaving the hospital, he wandered aimlessly for a couple of rounds before deciding to return to the dormitory. Upon entering, he noticed that Su Baijiu had yet to return. He settled onto the sofa, turned on the television, and began to watch. As time passed, his sitting posture gradually transformed into a reclining one, and he soon succumbed to sleep. When he awoke, it was already afternoon, and Su Baijiu was still absent. Today was a holiday, and he wondered what the senior sister had been up to all day. Glancing at his phone, he sent a message to Su Baijiu. Luo Yi, senior sister. When will you be back? Hungry emoji. As usual, she replied in an instant. Fairy senior sister, in the evening. Haven't you had lunch yet? Luo Yi, I accidentally overslept. Fairy senior sister, you can heat up the leftovers in the fridge. I trust you know how to do that? Luo Yi, of course. After their exchange, Luo Yi opened the refrigerator and found one of the boxed meals that the senior sister had prepared for his dormitory. These were leftovers from yesterday, as they could not finish their meal, so they had turned them into boxed lunches for him to consume when school resumed. Subsequently, Luo Yi entered the kitchen, took out the steamer, poured in water, placed the steaming tray on top, and ignited the gas. He would heat it up, though uncertain of the duration required. After a brief online search, he began to calculate the time. When the moment arrived, Leah lifted the pot lid, gazing at the delectable dishes within, a look of longing illuminating his face. Indeed, the meal prepared by the enchanting senior was irresistible. Even the leftover rice exuded an enticing aroma. Luo Yi extended his hand, ready to retrieve the plate. The instant his fingers brushed against the plate, a wave of steam enveloped him, causing him to reflexively withdraw his arm, though his fingers suffered a minor burn. With a resigned sigh, Luo Yi remarked that those unfamiliar with cooking often lack fundamental kitchen knowledge. Nevertheless, this trivial injury was inconsequential. It would heal in due time. He procured a cloth and successfully retrieved the plate. After finishing his meal, Luo Yi washed the dishes, ensuring the house was left immaculate. He then descended to purchase a towel, preparing for a shower. Lacking his personal toiletries at home, he had refrained from bathing the previous day. Upon entering the bathroom, Leah turned on the shower head and commenced his wash. As he scrubbed, a glance at the wall caught his attention. Two peculiar garments hung there. One was white, adorned with delicate lace patterns, appearing both simple and innocent. Such attire, of course, could not belong to a male. The other was triangular in shape, something only a girl would wear. Leah's cheeks flushed, and he turned his head away, daring not to look further. These were the old garments the senior had hung there after her bath the previous night, intending to wash them when time permitted. In other words, these were her unwashed intimate items. The memory of their collision at the countryside restroom flashed through Leah's mind, recalling the soft sensation of the senior's touch. Did she wear this very piece at that moment? With this thought, Luo Yi's spirits soared, his heart brimming with desire. As if the items on the wall were akin to Pandora's box, beckoning him towards transgression. Yet, being a man of virtue, he resolutely twisted the faucet, transforming the warm water into a refreshing chill. The invigorating coldness lifted his spirits, dousing the fervor of his desires. After his shower, Luo Yi settled onto the sofa. Yet his thoughts soared far beyond the confines of the room. Soon, sensing a resurgence of enthusiasm, he reproached himself, lamenting his lack of ambition. If only he had the courage to win the senior's heart, he would possess everything he desired. Rising, he returned to his room. Push-ups, 1, 2, 3, 4, ineffective. He hurried outside, running laps around the schoolyard. Exercising. After 18 years of singlehood, nay, today marked the beginning of his 19th year, Luo Yi, who had never experienced romance, felt his mind growing increasingly muddled. Today marks the 6th day of the 7-day holiday, and a few classmates have begun to return to school. Luo Yi has completed 5 laps, but feels fatigued and decides to stop. However, compared to earlier, he has improved by 2 laps. As the sky gradually darkens and night approaches, Luo Yi sits on the playground to recuperate. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens as he notices a pair walking side by side along the roadside outside the playground. While he does not recognize the young man, the young woman appears familiar. Is that not the long-legged lowly Lu Bingxin? He observes Lu Bingxin engaging in light-hearted conversation with the young man. Although they maintain a respectful distance without any intimate gestures, they seem to share a close bond, reminiscent of her interactions with Li Haoyang before they started dating. Though Luo Yi is single as a romance novelist, he is a master of theory. Despite lacking personal experience, he possesses profound understanding. Rising from the playground, he prepares to investigate further. Stealthily, he follows the pair until they reach the entrance of the female dormitory. At this point, he is close enough to overhear their conversation. Lu Bingxin expresses her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for picking me up from the airport and helping with my luggage. I truly appreciate it. How about I treat you to dinner this weekend? The young man responds with a gentle smile, exuding charm, and replies, no need to be polite, Junior. How about I take you out for dinner tonight instead? Upon hearing this, Lu Bingxin exhibits a moment of hesitation, reflecting thoughtfully, tonight, well. She refrains from finishing her thought, leaving the young man an opportunity to inquire further. As anticipated, he asks, do you have plans tonight? I can assist you. Lu Bingxin quietly responds, it's just that I haven't finished the assignment our teacher assigned last week, and class is approaching the day after tomorrow. She adds, I thought it was something serious. This is a minor issue. I can handle it myself. The young man insists, it's no trouble at all. Leave it to me. So, Junior, let's meet at the school gate tonight, and we won't lose sight of each other. Hearing this, Luo Ye's expression shifts to one of astonishment. What kind of game is this? Even this senior seems to be led around by Lu Bingxin, doing her homework for her and inviting her to dinner, all while smiling. Believing he has gained a significant advantage. It's no wonder the coach is utterly enchanted. With his emotional intelligence, he is completely under Lu Bingxin's control. I cannot allow the coach to stray down the wrong path. Lu Bingxin is undoubtedly a master of the tea arts, and the fish around her are not limited to just Li Haoyang. Luo Yi opens a private chat with Li Haoyang, ready to speak, when suddenly a message pops up on his phone. Senior Fairy, where are you? Has the senior returned? Luo Yi exits the chat with Li Haoyang and hurriedly messages the senior. Luo Yi, I'm here. After sending the message, he departed from the entrance of the girls' dormitory, cheerfully making his way towards the residential complex. Chapter 42. Birthday. Luo Yi opened the door. The living room was eerily silent, yet the light in the senior's room was aglow. Just as Luo Yi prepared to turn on the light, the door to the senior's room swung open. At that very moment, the light in Su Baizhou's room extinguished. The living room was engulfed in darkness, and Luo Yi could only discern a shadowy figure at the threshold of the fairy-like senior's room. Senior? Luo Yi queried, puzzled. Su Baizhou stepped forward, the sound of high heels echoing in the living room. High heels? Why was the senior wearing them? She approached the table and retrieved a newly purchased lighter from her pocket. Upon hearing the flick of the lighter, the table illuminated, revealing a row of candles flickering atop a cake. Luo Yi was momentarily taken aback. He approached the table, his expression one of bewilderment. Senior, this is your birthday cake. Su Baizhou handed him a birthday hat and gently instructed, put it on and make a wish. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi sat down, glancing at the birthday hat before looking at the senior before him, who, despite her neutral expression, was intently focused on him. At that moment, Luo Yi felt that Su Baizhou appeared more beautiful than ever. Previously, he had merely thought her strikingly attractive, but now, she embodied beauty itself. Love possesses a certain radiance. From the moment one develops affection for another, attractiveness transcends mere physical appearance. It was akin to how Luo Yi perceived Su Baizhou at that instant. The candlelight was faint, barely illuminating the table, yet it allowed them to discern each other's faces. Luo Yi donned the birthday hat, gazing at the candles. He closed his eyes and began to speak. I wish. Wishes lose their magic when spoken aloud, Su Baizhou softly reminded him. However, Luo Yi had no intention of voicing his desire. After uttering the words I wish, he silently conveyed his wish in his heart. I wish the fairy-like senior liked me too. Then, Luo Yi extinguished the candles and opened his eyes. The living room was once again shrouded in darkness. Only Su Baizhou's voice lingered in Luo Yi's ears. What did you wish for? In response, Luo Yi said, Senior. Wishes lose their magic when spoken aloud. Indeed, he had just reminded her of that, and now it was his turn to remind himself. She was genuinely curious about Luo Yi's wish. Though she was unaware of its content, she hoped that this junior, who brought her joy, would find happiness. Suddenly, the lights flickered on. Su Baizhou turned to Luo Yi, who stood by the switch, her expression momentarily frozen as if she had yet to grasp the situation. Why did he suddenly turn on the lights in the living room? Senior sister, what's the matter? Luo Yi displayed a look of confusion, sensing something amiss with the ethereal senior. Why did her expression seem somewhat unnatural? It's nothing, Su Baizhou replied, standing up and awkwardly making her way to her room. The sound of her high heels echoed once more, and Luo Yi glanced over, his eyes widening in shock. Senior sister, what is this? Before him stood Su Baizhou, adorned in a black spaghetti-strap mini-dress that revealed her smooth, fair arms. For someone who usually wore short sleeves, even this attire felt slightly embarrassing for her. The dress barely covered above her knees, yet it could not conceal her long, exquisite legs. Paired with the heels, her legs resembled a work of art, pale and straight, captivating anyone's gaze. Absolutely stunning, simply perfect. The sight of the senior sister in such a dress was likely unparalleled at Jiang University. Turning her back, her cheeks flushed. Su Baijiu softly inquired, "Do I look good?" "You look great," he responded, and upon hearing this, she breathed a sigh of relief. Li Xiaohan deceived her. It truly worked. Su Baijiu had initially resisted wearing this outfit, but Li Xiao had insisted on taking her to the mall, purchasing the entire ensemble, and even urging her to try it on in the fitting room. Gazing at her alluring reflection in the mirror, even Li Xiao, a girl herself, found it irresistibly tempting, let alone Luo Yi, a boy. When the Ice Queen played at being innocently seductive, the contrast was simply unmatched. At Li Xiao's insistence, Su Baijiu had bought the outfit. However, her heart raced with anxiety, and after stealing a glance at Luo Yi, she hurried back to her room to change into her pajamas. Her pajamas were quite modest, a light blue eye silk short-sleeve top and long pants, adorned with a bunny pattern. In her hands, she also held another gift intended for Luo Yi. It was a keyboard, a pink one, no less. Su Baijiu remarked, "I heard from Professor Gu that you're always typing on your keyboard at home, so I got this for you." Hearing this, Luo Yi's mouth twitched. He was typing for his writing, after all. Yet, as it was a gift from the ethereal senior, he graciously accepted it. Little did he know that from the moment he grasped that pink keyboard, a profound bond would soon develop between it and his knees. A night passed in silence. The next morning, Luo Yi awoke. Today marked the return to Jiang University, and their class would be taking attendance that evening. This also meant he would reunite with his 3 roommates. To join the ethereal senior for morning exercises, he had risen early. In the living room, Su Baijiu changed into her usual black attire for running. Just as she was about to head out, she heard a noise behind her. Noticing Luo Yi's lackluster demeanor, Su Baijiu inquired, "Are you all right?" These 3 words struck a chord with Luo Yi. "I'm definitely fine," he declared. Su Baijiu chose not to engage further and stepped out of the living room, with Luo Yi trailing behind her. Together, they arrived at the nearby Jiang University, commencing their morning run on the track. At this hour, the sun had yet to rise, although the dawn had already begun to break. Not far away, an elderly couple practiced Tai Chi. The old man among them greeted Su Baijiu, to which she responded with a polite nod. Luo Yi, puzzled, asked, "Who is that person?" "Vice Dean of Jiang University, my mentor," Su Baijiu replied. "Vice Dean? That is impressive. Wait, what does mentor mean?" Luo Yi pondered, recalling that the fairy-like senior S teacher was Gu Mingxian. Hence, Gu Mingxian's teacher would be the senior S mentor. Upon realizing this, Luo Yi glanced back at the elderly man. So, the Vice Dean of Jiang University is not only a teacher to his cousin but also an elder to him. After their run, Luo Yi and Su Baijiu went for breakfast. This time, Luo Yi joined them, so they ate directly at the breakfast shop. The proprietress was quite familiar with Su Baijiu, as she frequented the shop after her morning runs, only occasionally dining at the cafeteria. Upon seeing a boy accompanying her this time, the proprietress smiled knowingly but said nothing. After breakfast, they returned to the faculty apartment building. Luo Yi sat silently on the sofa. He was likely to be kicked out soon. Meanwhile, Su Baijiu changed into her regular clothes and emerged from her room, stating, "The student council is undergoing a transition, and I've been quite busy." "Transition?" Luo Yi echoed. "Yes, the seniors are interning, so we juniors have many tasks to undertake, and we will be passing on our positions to the sophomores." Realizing the implication, Luo Yi remembered that his senior was already in her 3rd year. In less than a year, she would begin her internship, while he would still be a sophomore. He wondered what their relationship would be at that time. As Su Baijiu prepared to leave, he asked, "Senior, how have I performed these past few days?" Su Baijiu paused, having forgotten about his inquiry. However, noticing his earnest yet somewhat anxious expression, she felt a sudden urge to tease the junior. "Guess," she said, her expression as impassive as that of an ice goddess. Luo Yi was momentarily perplexed by the riddle, but with Su Baijiu already gone, he could only sigh, glancing around, particularly at the kitchen. Luo Yi stepped into his room, meticulously organizing his belongings, and packed a meal from the fridge. He carefully placed the pink keyboard gifted by his senior fairy into his bag before making his way to the door. Taking a final glance at the house, Luo Yi resolved that he would confidently reside here in the future. After leaving, he returned to his dormitory. Room 515 was, as always, devoid of any occupants. Just like at the beginning of the semester, he was the first to arrive. True to form, Li Haoyang was the second to show up. Upon seeing the coach, Luo Yi suddenly remembered that he had something important to discuss with him. Coach, I have something too. Something can wait, Luo Yi. Brother Chun is looking for me. Before Luo Yi could finish his sentence, Li Haoyang hastily dropped his luggage and exited the dormitory. As the class monitor, it was only natural for him to attend to matters involving Counselor Chen Xiongjian, especially since he was in charge of roll call later. Due to his responsibilities, Li Haoyang was the busiest person in the dormitory, juggling fitness, class affairs, and a romantic relationship. However, the latter was likely to falter soon. Luo Yi decided to discuss the matter with his other roommates first, and then find an opportunity for a serious conversation in the dormitory. Though they often teased one another, they would never falter when it truly mattered, demonstrating their unwavering camaraderie, particularly Wang Dachui. Before long, Wang Dachui burst in, backpack slung over his shoulder. Ha ha, sons. I missed you so much. Like a monkey, he leapt into the room, plopping down onto a chair. Upon noticing that Luo Yi was the only occupant, he asked, "Where's the coach? Didn't he say in the group that he had arrived?" "He's busy," Luo Yi replied, his expression turning serious as he looked at Wang Dachui. "Brother Chui, I need to talk to you. Something to discuss?" Wang Dachui glanced at Luo Yi's pink shirt and the pink keyboard on the table, his eyes widening in shock as he exclaimed, "What the hell, Luo Yi? Are you in a relationship?" Luo Yi felt his carefully cultivated mood shatter at Wang Dachui's words. How could one maintain a serious demeanor when conversing with this person? No, it's about something else. After sharing what he had witnessed, Wang Dachui's eyes widened. And he lamented, "You brat, stop slandering the beautiful Bingxin in front of me. Although she is now the coach's girlfriend, I suddenly find her even more intriguing." Hee. Oh. And don't tell the coach about this. I'm afraid he might hit me. At this, Luo Yi grew anxious. "You fool. How can you not trust your brother?" "All right. Luo Yi, I can see that Bingxin might not be as she seems, but you must understand that the coach has low emotional intelligence. Without experiencing such matters, how could he possibly grow?" Wang Dachui suddenly adopted a serious tone, leaving Luo Yi feeling unaccustomed. "Could you refrain from being so dramatic, fluctuating between excitement and calmness?" "Brother Dachui is right." Shen Xiao entered, maintaining his usual serene demeanor, and remarked, "If we do not teach the coach a lesson, there will inevitably be a second and third unscrupulous woman approaching him. Shall we do nothing then?" Luo Yi inquired. Shen Xiao pondered for a moment before responding. "Just tell him the truth. How he perceives it and what actions he takes will depend on his own decisions." Both Luo Yi and Wang Dachui nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Wang Dachui lunged at Luo Yi, wrapping his arm around his shoulder with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Hey, wild boy, don't change the subject. What else with your pastel outfit? Huh, this fabric looks rather poor. Didn't you go to Hangsheng? How did you find time to come back to the village?" "What did you say? This outfit is poor quality?" Luo Yi retorted, growing agitated, and immediately started playfully tussling with Wang Dachui. Although their scuffle was in good fun, Shen Xiao found it amusing. Seizing the moment, he swiftly approached and yanked down Wang Dachui's trousers. "Who ambushed me?" Wang Dachui spun around. Shen Xiao smirked and whispered, "Little bird." Upon hearing this, a mix of embarrassment and anger flickered across Wang Dachui's face as he pulled up his trousers. Exclaiming, "I'll take you down." Shen Xiao remained unfazed. However, his expression soon shifted. To Luo Yi's astonishment, Wang Dachui had pinned Shen Xiao onto the bed. They were still dressed, so Wang Dachui was merely teasing Shen Xiao. Even Shen Xiao, usually composed, could not suppress a string of expletives, his face betraying a profound sense of existential doubt. "How perverse," Luo Yi mused. "Wild boy, what about you?" Wang Dachui turned his gaze toward Luo Yi, causing him to shudder, goosebumps prickling his skin. "Brother Luo Yi, take him down," Shen Xiao urged. "My apologies, Brother Chui." Wang Dachui was soon overwhelmed by the two. Before long, it was time for roll call. The three tidied their clothes, and the dormitory was in disarray, coupled with their appearances. It seemed as if a scandalous event had transpired. They exchanged glances and could not help but laugh. "Let us go, time to sign in." They strolled off, arms draped over each other's shoulders, as if nothing had happened, heading toward the classroom. Chapter 44, Delicious Boxed Lunch. Roll call will now begin. Li Haoyang stood at the podium. In the front row, sitting in the center, were Luo Yi, Shen Xiao, and Wang Dachui. Making eye contact with Li Haoyang from close range. "Su Xiaojia, here. Luo Yi, present." As the roll call continued, Li Haoyang's gaze swept across the front row, noticing the trio making comical faces at him. Their antics nearly brought a smile to Li Haoyang's face. However, he was currently taking attendance a serious matter. Yet the gaze of his roommates compelled him to stifle a laugh. Zhang San. Here. Li Si. Here. Li Si curiously lifted his head, casting a puzzled glance at Li Haoyang. Although his name seemed rather casual, was it not somewhat excessive to mock him so brazenly? Once attendance was completed, everyone returned to their respective homes, seeking their mothers, dining, or heading back to their dormitories. Li Haoyang then joined Luo Yi and the others. Observing the coach's demeanor, the trio wore expressions of concern. What is with that expression? Li Haoyang inquired, puzzled. However, glancing down at his phone, he remarked, "Let us go eat." Upon hearing this, Shen Xiao asked, "Why aren't you dining with your girlfriend today?" She said she had something to attend to. It's no concern of mine. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi and Shen Xiao exchanged knowing glances, each comprehending the underlying meaning. Wang Dachui draped an arm around Li Haoyang's shoulders, expressing sympathy. A true gentleman is adaptable. Come. I'll treat you to beef noodles. Extra scallions and cilantro, of course. At that moment, Luo Yi suddenly recalled the multitude of boxed lunches he had yet to consume and promptly punched Wang Dachui playfully, stating, "Back to the dorm. I have something delicious." "Oh, quite the schemer, aren't you, wild kid?" Wang Dachui pushed Li Haoyang aside, then embraced Luo Yi's shoulders, as if anyone could instantly become his good brother. Upon returning to the dormitory, witnessing the aromatic and visually appealing boxed lunches on the table, Wang Dachui exclaimed in shock, "Is this a boxed lunch? I'd believe you if you claimed it was a grand feast." Shen Xiao also displayed a hint of surprise, glancing at Luo Yi with a half-smile and asking, "Brother Luo, this doesn't appear to be from a restaurant, and you haven't been home. Pray tell, who prepared this for you?" Under the scrutinizing gaze of his three roommates, Luo Yi took a step back. It was made by a senior. The moment the words left his mouth, Shen Xiao immediately recognized who it was. To his astonishment, things were progressing quite rapidly. However, Wang Dachui remained oblivious. Looking at Li Haoyang, he scratched his head and remarked, "Another senior? Coach, did you know? I vaguely recall seeing a girl next to Brother Luo during morning runs, but I didn't catch a clear glimpse of her." Li Haoyang recalled that day when Lu Bingxin mentioned a girl following Luo Yi, yet he hadn't seen her. Wang Dachui's gaze, filled with mischief, turned towards Luo Yi. "Wild kid, who is she? So mysterious. I initially thought it was Tang Enki, the freshman campus beauty, who is also your high school classmate." Tang Enki? Hearing that familiar name again, Luo Yi shook his head, saying, "I did like her in high school, but that's no longer the case." "Oh, come now, wild kid. We all know you came to Jiang University for her. Without her, you wouldn't even have met us." At this remark, Luo Yi's expression faltered. If it weren't for Tang Enki, would he have ever encountered the enchanting senior? One can only say it is uncertain, for Su Baizhou is a student of Gu Mingxian. And in the future, they may indeed have the opportunity to meet, although that is a distant prospect, reliant on mere chance, with a low probability. Therefore, he must express his gratitude to Tang Enki, as she has solidified his unwavering choice to attend Jiang University. After all, he would not enroll here merely because his cousin is present. His original intention was to attend a school where no one knew him, allowing him to concentrate on his writing. Noticing Luo Yi's silence, Wang Dachui exclaimed, "You don't seriously harbor feelings for Tang Enki, do you? Let me tell you. Enki is mine. Oh, please. Everything belongs to you. Yet you have the audacity to pursue them," Luo Yi retorted dismissively. However, it is evident to all that among the new students, there is a wealthy second generation who is fervently pursuing Tang Enki. Is it Gao Yiming? He is on the basketball team, robust and handsome, a quintessential rich young man, almost perfect save for his somewhat arrogant demeanor. In comparison, Wang Dachui feels overshadowed. Luo Yi silently mourned for Wang Dachui for 3 seconds. Currently, no one at Jiang University knows the true nature of Luo Yi and Su Baizhou's relationship. Even Shen Qiao merely perceives them as acquaintances, unaware of their deeper connection. Luo Yi intends to amass wealth discreetly, planning to astonish everyone in the near future. The group sat in their dormitory enjoying takeout meals. It should be noted that these meals were crafted by Su Baizhou, a delicacy not easily savored by mere mortals. Upon taking the first bite, even Li Haoyang, known for his discerning palate, was taken aback, giving a thumbs up. Within 10 minutes, the takeout boxes were emptied. and the group lounged in their chairs, displaying expressions of indulgence. Luo Yi unobtrusively captured a photo of them and sent it to the enchanting senior. Luo Yi, picture. Luo Yi got it. Upon seeing these photos, Su Baizhou smiled slightly and replied, a small feat at that moment. Su Baizhou was seated in a classroom, interviewing freshmen wishing to join the student council. Following the recruitment, a transition of leadership would occur. Both tasks were scheduled to be completed within the week. Observing the stunning girl in a white dress before her, Su Baizhou, with an expression of calm composure, inquired, why do you wish to join the student council? Upon hearing this, the girl glanced at Su Baizhou, feeling overwhelmed by the commanding presence of the senior, enveloped in an aura reminiscent of an ice queen. All eyes were drawn to the two of them. On stage, the campus beauty of Jiang University, the Ice Queen, a remarkable talent. Below, the new campus beauty, an innocent and charming girl in white, who may well become the new campus belle after Su Baizhou's graduation. The dialogue between these two top-tier beauties captivated everyone's attention, rendering the other interviewers unable to interject. I want to become someone like you. Tang Enki mustered her courage to assert firmly. She aspired to become an exceptional individual like Su Baizhou, a decisive student council president, a remarkable talent from Jiang University. Su Baizhou, with an impassive expression, cast a casual glance at the girl before her and said, you may leave. Notifications regarding admission will be sent shortly. This single utterance silenced Tang Enki, who had prepared a multitude of words. It was clear that Su Baizhou held no fondness for her. In the gaze of this freshman, Su Baizhou discerned an ambition that burned fiercely. Such individuals are never content with the status quo. They strive relentlessly to ascend, reaching for positions that provoke envy in others. Within the school, her goal was to become the student council president. Beyond its confines, she aspired to be a general manager or even a president. She would never find satisfaction, seeking to possess all that is beautiful. Yet, she was adept at concealing her true nature, presenting herself as a naive girl devoid of desires to those around her. However, she was still too inexperienced, too transparent, allowing Su Baizhou to see through her essence. For Su Baizhou was a force far more formidable than she. Chapter 45. The disheartened coach. I don't believe it. After hearing the accounts from his three roommates, Li Haoyang expressed his disbelief, stating, how could the stunning Bingxin possibly be a sea queen? His skepticism was palpable. Wang Dachui, wearing a lewd grin, glanced at Shen Xiao and said to Li Haoyang, do you remember when we visited the mall? Bingxin mentioned bringing Shen Xiao next time. Should we have a male celebrity test the waters? Li Haoyang turned his gaze towards Shen Xiao, fell into silence, and pulled out his phone to message Lu Bingxin, inquiring if she wished to stroll around the playground later. Her reply was a simple, I'm tired. Subsequently, he added, Shen Xiao will also join. Shortly thereafter, Lu Bingxin informed him that Tang Enki was interested and that they were preparing to head out. Upon receiving this message, Li Haoyang looked at Luo Yi and asked, Brother Luo, do you know Tang Enki? Do you think she would be interested in Brother Shen Xiao? After pondering for a moment, Luo Yi replied, perhaps. But she wouldn't he express it so overtly. Therefore, it's likely just Lu Bingxin's own notion. Gritting his teeth, Li Haoyang declared, let us go. The four of them got ready, donning their most stylish outfits, striding towards the playground as if on a runway. As evening enveloped the playground, numerous club activities unfolded, singing, dancing, and various games, with many boys and girls running laps to shed weight. Some students crafted handmade artworks, setting up stalls to earn pocket money. The four, clad in striking black attire and sporting sunglasses, walked side by side across the playground, creating an eye-catching spectacle. How handsome. Absolutely stunning. My goodness. Is this the new campus heartthrob? A group of girls rushed over, encircling Shen Xiao, quickly whisking him away. Only Luo Yi and the other two remained, standing alone as they gazed at Shen Xiao in the distance, who shone like a moon surrounded by stars. The trio wore expressions of exasperation. A male celebrity, indeed, was always the center of attention no matter where he went. They removed their sunglasses. Without the presence of the male star, they felt as blind as bats. Although Luo Yi was handsome, he lacked Shen Xiao's breathtaking allure. The former possessed a charm that could easily capture attention amidst a crowd. Li Haoyang, a muscular figure, presented a different vibe in sunglasses, exuding a sense of security. Wang Dachui, on the other hand, appeared rather lewd. Before long, two familiar silhouettes approached the playground, the long-legged lowly Lu Bingxin and the freshman campus belle Tang Enki. Their arrival captivated many gazes. particularly from the boys jogging on the field, who seemed to run with renewed vigor. However, to their surprise, a boy accompanied Tang Yanqi. This young man, Gao Yuming, was quite renowned among the new students, a wealthy second-generation heir who flaunted his riches, a local from Jiancheng, possessing a villa in the city center, and known for his naivety and straightforwardness. Now, the three prominent figures of the freshmen were gathered: Shen Xiao, Tang Yanqi, and Gao Yuming. At this moment, Luo Yi and his companions felt like mere small fry, hardly noticeable in the crowd. Li Haoyang waved to Lu Bingxin, who approached with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Haoyang, where's Shen Xiao?" "Over there." Li Haoyang pointed to a spot not far away, where Shen Xiao was surrounded by 7 or 8 girls vying for his attention. Meanwhile, Gao Yuming glanced at the trio without uttering a word, his eyes clearly fixated on Tang Yanqi. "Truly, the campus heartthrob is exceptionally popular," Lu Bingxin remarked in awe. Li Haoyang felt a pang of discomfort. Thoughts of Luo Ye's words in the dormitory made his girlfriend seem strangely distant. Although he was not particularly close to her, they had only been together for just over a month since they met. Upon reflection, did he truly harbor feelings for Lu Bingxin? She was beautiful and had an enviable figure, and given that Li Haoyang had never been in a relationship before, he was rather simple-minded. How could he possibly refuse the affections of a stunning girl who expressed interest in him? Despite this, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. After all, Lu Bingxin could be considered his first love. "Haoyang, what's wrong?" Lu Bingxin asked curiously. "Nothing much," Li Haoyang replied, his spirits low. He sighed and said to Wang Dachui and Luo Yi, "I'm going to take a nap." The two watched the despondent figure of their friend, enveloped in silence. What does he mean by that? Lu Bingxin furrowed her brow slightly. "Perhaps he is just in a bad mood," Tang Yanqi suggested from the side. Luo Yi and Wang Dachui exchanged knowing glances, yet neither chose to reveal Lu Bingxin's confusion. Not far away, Shen Xiao finally extricated himself from the encirclement and joined the others, displaying an expression of anger as he exclaimed, "We all came together. Yet none of you offered me any assistance. Isn't being popular a good thing?" Wang Dachui retorted with a dismissive smirk. Upon noticing the two girls beside him, Shen Xiao's demeanor shifted to one of calm politeness. "Shen Xiao, allow me to introduce myself. We are your classmates. I am Lu Bingxin, and this is Tang Yanqi." Lu Bingxin said, extending her hand. "I am Shen Xiao," he replied, courteously shaking Lu Bingxin's hand, though the contact was brief and devoid of any lingering touch. While others often found themselves compelled to caress her delicate, fair hand, Shen Xiao merely brushed against it before swiftly retracting his own. Observing this, Lu Bingxin seemed to become more intrigued by Shen Xiao. With Li Haoyang absent, she felt more liberated. However, before she could utter a word, Shen Xiao had already turned and departed with Luo Yi, leaving Wang Dachui alone. Although he would have relished the opportunity to stroll the playground with the two beautiful girls, he unhesitatingly chose his roommate over them. Once the occupants of room 515 had left, Tang Yanqi queried, "Bingxin, isn't Li Haoyang your boyfriend? Why are you still interested in Shen Xiao? Isn't it quite normal to be attracted to handsome men?" "Although my current boyfriend is Haoyang, the future is uncertain," Lu Bingxin responded. Taken aback by this statement, Tang Yanqi found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Behind her, Gao Yuming widened his eyes, finally managing to utter a single impressed remark. A moment later, Tang Yanqi sighed, expressing her resignation. "Bingxin, you truly live life to the fullest. Chi, in this era, loving someone earnestly can lead to great suffering," Lu Bingxin reflected wistfully. Li Haoyang was not her first boyfriend. She had once deeply loved another young man, only to have her affections toyed with. Since then, love had become the most trivial of commodities in her eyes. "Chi, shall I treat you to dinner?" Gao Yuming suddenly proposed. Tang Yanqi hesitated, pondering the late hour, yet her desire for food lingered, especially since Gao Yuming's treats were typically beyond the reach of ordinary people. It was already 8 in the evening, the 7th day of a week-long holiday. Though they had returned to campus to sign in, the school year had not truly commenced, and thus, there were no curfews. Why not enjoy a free feast? Lu Bingxin grasped Tang Yanqi's hand, leading the way, with Gao Yuming playfully trailing behind. Chapter 46. The contrast game of the fairy senior sister. Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Haoyang cocooned himself in his blanket, remaining silent. The sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. Room 515 may not be large, yet the malice of human nature had been vividly displayed. While Li Haoyang was engulfed in sadness, Wang Dachui found himself in high spirits. He revealed a mischievous expression, standing at Li Haoyang's bedside and wiggling his hips. Muttering to himself, "Another single woman has joined my harem." Wang Dachui's court expands. Ha. Ecstatic, he began to sing. "Brothers, let us get hyped." Wang Dachui's elation stood in stark contrast to Li Haoyang's demeanor. Luo Yi and Shun Qiao exchanged exasperated glances at this spectacle. Suddenly, a message notification chimed from Luo Ye's phone. "Fairy Senior, chicken?" Upon seeing this, Luo Yi promptly replied, "Eating." This was a secret code he shared with Senior Qin while gaming, and the reason it was sent by Su Baizhou now was likely because they were roommates. And Senior Qin had informed Fairy Senior. After a long day's work, Su Baizhou invited Luo Yi to play games. Both were exceptionally skilled. Not to mention Luo Yi was ranked first on the elimination leaderboard for multiple seasons. Su Baizhou was also a formidable female warrior, a top-tier sharpshooter. Although neither were streamers nor professionals, and their fame in the realm of battle royale games was modest, they were among the elite players in the casual gaming community. Even when matched against professional gamers or technical streamers, the outcome remained uncertain. They preferred not to match with teammates, often playing as a duo in a 4-player format. As they entered the matchmaking interface, Luo Yi donned his headphones. Since his relationship with Fairy Senior had improved, she was now willing to communicate via microphone during games. However, for some reason, Senior Qin had become elusive lately, not reaching out to Luo Yi at all. Could it be that she was upset? It was understandable. After befriending Fairy Senior, he had neglected to contact Senior Qin, treating her as merely a means to connect with Fairy Senior. He resolved to find Qin Yuan one day to express his gratitude in person. "Start," Su Baizhou said nonchalantly. All right. The game commenced, and they leaped into the most populous area on the map, initiating a chaotic killing spree. "Hey, you little rascal, are you secretly gaming without us?" Wang Dachui exclaimed. Leaning over Luo Ye's bed, his eyes widening in astonishment at the latter's phone screen. "You're still carrying girls?" Su Baizhou was using Qin Yuan's account, as her own was humorously claimed to belong to Qin Yuan. Thus, she had to substitute with Qin Yuan's gaming account. The usernames for both Qin Yuan's PUBG and Honor of Kings accounts were the same. "Do as you please," Wang Dachui replied, brimming with excitement. "Carry me too. I want to carry girls as well." Since Su Baizhou was using Qin Yuan's account, Luo Yi perceived her gaming skills as rather lacking. The statistics on her account bore little resemblance to a competent player, possibly even inferior to a primary school student. Luo Yi joked that he could scatter rice on the screen, and even the chickens would outperform her. Given this context, the addition of a novice like Wang Dachui would only amplify the pressure on Luo Yi, leading him to decisively decline Wang Dachui's request. Upon entering the game, Luo Yi quickly discovered that things were not as they seemed. Not only was the enchanting senior sister exceptionally beautiful, but her gaming prowess was equally impressive, rivaling that of Qin, another senior sister. It was only natural, considering that both resided in the same dormitory and likely played together frequently, resulting in similar skill levels. However, Luo Yi found himself perplexed by the account's historical data and dismal performance. Lost in thought, a grenade landed at his feet and exploded, snapping him back to reality. By the time he regained his composure, his character lay on the ground, awaiting rescue. A grimace crossed Luo Yi's face. He felt utterly humiliated before the goddess. This was his inaugural attempt at playing Battle Royale with the enchanting senior sister, having only dabbled in Honor of Kings a few times prior. His skills in Battle Royale far surpassed those in Honor of Kings, making this setback all the more surprising. Before long, Su Baizhou arrived, eliminating foes and reviving Luo Yi. Eager to redeem himself, Luo Yi asserted, "Senior sister, let me take the lead this round." With newfound determination, he transformed into a formidable force, driving Su Baizhou across the island map, wreaking havoc wherever they went. Given that Qin Yuan's account was merely at the platinum rank, Luo Yi viewed it as a low-level competition. Once the match concluded, Wang Dachui finally found an opportunity to interject, expressing his curiosity. "Luo, is this the senior sister you've been so enamored with?" Nodding in response, Luo Yi instinctively replied, "Yes." The moment the words left his lips, he suddenly realized the implication of his confession and hastily muted his microphone. Oh no, she heard that. Meanwhile, in the teacher's dormitory, upon hearing the phrase "so enamored," Su Baizhou paused momentarily before breaking into a smile and typing, "Are you coming back?" Absolutely. Luo Yi would never decline the opportunity to play with the enchanting senior sister. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Tang Enki logged into the game and, upon seeing Liu online, felt a flicker of interest. She was aware of Liu's gaming skills, having played alongside him during high school. She also knew he had a gaming partner named Love Hotpot, though their relationship was merely online and shrouded in mystery regarding their true identities. However, upon clicking on Liu's team invitation, Tang Anki was taken aback to discover that the person currently playing with him was named Xiongda. You decide. The name distinctly suggested a confident girl. Contemplating this revelation, Tang Anki clicked on Liu's invitation. Shall we play the next round together? The response came swiftly. The other party has declined your invitation. Tang Anki was momentarily stunned. This marked the first time she had seen the word decline since knowing Liu. Was he really rejecting her for the girl he was currently duo queuing with? A slight frown creased her brow. Luo Yi may not harbor affection for her, and she can accept that. However, she cannot bear the thought of Luo Yi developing feelings for someone else. She can relinquish her own possessions, yet she cannot allow others to take what belongs to her, especially since she still harbors feelings for Luo Yi and has not entirely given up on him. She is merely contemplating her next move. She is curious to discover who it is that has captured Luo Yi's heart. Her phone incessantly buzzes with messages from Gao Yuming, a man who, buoyed by his family's wealth, possesses an air of arrogance that Tang Anki finds off-putting. Moreover, his persistent harassment only serves to deepen her disdain for him. In comparison, Luo Yi, despite his less affluent background, surpasses Gao Yuming in numerous other aspects. In the dormitory, Lu Bingxin is absent. After dining out with Gao Yuming, she has wandered off with another senior named Shui Kuan, a third-year student who once pursued Tang Anki but, upon realizing his unrequited affection, turned his attentions to Lu Bingxin. Although university life is delightful, it inevitably attracts its share of unsavory characters. Chapter 47. The Daily Standard of Su Baizhou in the Dormitory. Wang Dachui and Shun Qiao have joined the fray, leaving only Li Haoyang in a gloomy state, sulking under his blankets. Luo Yi and Su Baizhou, in tandem, are dominating the game with reckless abandon. The following morning, devoid of classes, Luo Yi rises swiftly to prepare for his day. He glances at Li Haoyang's window and finds him still cocooned in his bedding. The coach, who used to be the first to rise for morning runs, has succumbed to lethargy. Luo Yi refrains from speaking and instead heads toward the athletic field. Upon arrival, he surveys the surroundings but does not spot the fairy-like senior. Odd. He muses, has she not come today? Just then, Su Baizhou's voice floats in from behind. What are you doing? Turning around, he is greeted by the sight of the senior, clad in her customary loose black attire, a black cap perched atop her head, her ponytail secured behind it. It turns out she has simply yet to arrive. Senior, what a coincidence. Are you here for a morning run as well? Luo Yi exclaims with a naive smile. Indeed. Quite the coincidence, Su Baizhou replies as she approaches him. Aren't you going to start? This time, I want to let you take the lead. No need for that. Luo Yi waves his hand dismissively, responding with nonchalance. You should maintain your usual pace. During their first morning run, Su Baizhou had accompanied Luo Yi for only 3 laps. This time, however, he is determined to impress her. The two of them begin to jog side by side on the track. Don't you have classes? Su Baizhou inquires softly as they run. I have one in the morning and another in the afternoon. What about you? He replies. I only have 6 classes a week. She states flatly. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi's expression shifts to one of envy. Third year sounds wonderful, with so few classes. By the way, has the student council's transition concluded? He asks suddenly. Not yet, Su Baizhou replies, her expression remaining unchanged. She was not particularly fond of conversing while running. However, when the junior beside her inquired about various matters, she felt reluctant to remain silent. As their conversation unfolded, she came to realize that her aversion to chatting during runs was merely a reflection of her solitude, as she had no one to accompany her. Particularly with this individual, Luo Yi, she found herself enjoying the dialogue while jogging. Before long, they had completed 3 laps together. On his first morning run, Luo Yi had struggled to catch his breath by this point, nearly panting as if he might faint. Yet, after approximately half a month, he was merely slightly out of breath. It wasn't that he was incapable of running. He had simply grown unaccustomed to physical activity after a prolonged hiatus. After finishing their 6 laps, Luo Yi sat on the grassy field, sweat pouring down his face. With autumn approaching, the air had grown cooler, especially in the early morning. A chill breeze swept over him, causing him to shiver. Observing this, Su Baizhou retrieved a towel from her bag and offered it to Luo Yi. Thank you, senior. Luo Yi said, accepting the towel and beginning to wipe the sweat from his brow. The towel bore a distinctive fragrance that belonged solely to Su Baizhou, one he had also detected in the family dormitory's bathroom. So, this is your frequently used towel? I'm giving it to you. Remember to bring it next time you run in the morning, or you might catch a chill. And what about you, senior? I'll buy a new one, she replied, turning to leave. Noticing that Luo Yi remained seated on the ground, she glanced back and softly asked, Aren't you going to eat, Junior? Eat, 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 Luo Yi exclaimed, springing up with vigor. However, he rose too abruptly, and for a moment, darkness clouded his vision, nearly causing him to topple over. Anyone who understands the aftermath of exercise knows that suddenly standing up after sitting can be dizzying. Nevertheless, Luo Yi quickly regained his composure, coughed lightly, and nonchalantly said, Senior, let us go? Watching the amusing sight of this silly boy, Su Baizhou couldn't help but smile inwardly as she resumed her stride. The two walked side by side along the path of the school. This scene was something Luo Yi had never dared to imagine just a short while ago. Su Baizhou had also never contemplated that one day she would stroll alongside a boy on their way to the cafeteria. The time was now 8:10. With the first class starting at 8:30, students were already hurrying to their classes, and many were gathered in the cafeteria for breakfast. Su Baizhou headed to the third cafeteria, located next to the girls' dormitory. As they entered the cafeteria, Luo Yi slowed his pace, trailing behind Su Baizhou at a distance. He feared that others might misconstrue their relationship. Su Baizhou walked ahead, and few were aware of her habit of morning runs, making it unlikely for anyone to recognize her. After all, she was clad in loose black attire that concealed her figure and wore a baseball cap. Unless one is directly scrutinizing faces, those who can afford to enjoy breakfast at the university daily are, for the most part, individuals of remarkable self-discipline, who would casually spend their morning fixated on the features of others. To take a step back, Su Baizhou truly did not mind being recognized. She turned around and noticed Luo Yi trailing behind her at a distance of 4 or 5 meters. What is the matter? She inquired softly. Senior, there are too many people. I have social anxiety, Luo Yi replied, sheepishly scratching his head. You have social anxiety? Su Baizhou expressed her disbelief, finding a vacant seat and resting her chin on her hand. Fixating her gaze on Luo Yi, he stood before the table, initially puzzled, but quickly grasped the situation. It dawned on him that his senior was subtly indicating her desire for him to fetch breakfast. Memories of the breakfast Su Baizhou had purchased during their time at the staff quarters flooded his mind. That was undoubtedly her morning ritual. The intricacies of detail. Luo Yi felt quite clever, a little rascal indeed. He dashed to the counter, procuring 2 eggs, 2 fried dough sticks, and 2 hand-grabbed pancakes before returning to the table. Upon observing the items before her, Su Baizhou frowned slightly. Are you certain that what you bought is the same as what I had at the staff quarters? Yet, seeing the eager expression on Luo Yi's face, she couldn't bring herself to shatter his enthusiasm and simply remarked, All right, let us maintain this standard moving forward. From that moment, Su Baizhou's breakfast routine transformed. Previously, she had only indulged in a select few items, not for any particular reason, but rather due to her indecisiveness about food, leading her to establish a fixed menu for her morning meals. Now, however, her breakfast standard hinged upon whatever Leah chose to buy. Was this the sensation of not having to ponder? Su Baizhou began to comprehend why so many individuals pursue romantic relationships. With someone to care for you, there is no need to overthink. When faced with challenges, one is not always required to resolve them independently, as it is perfectly acceptable to ask for assistance from a partner. Gazing at the young man before her, Su Baizhou felt her heart race unexpectedly. Initially, when she encountered Luo Yi, she maintained a demeanor of aloofness, exuding an air of distance akin to how she interacted with others. Yet now, Luo Yi radiated warmth akin to a little sun, rendering her unable to remain cold and unapproachable. After finishing her meal, Su Baizhou prepared to return to her dormitory to check on the solitary elder, Qin Yuan. Luo Yi, too, was heading back, despite having no classes during the first period. His second class commenced at 10:20, less than 2 hours away. He wished to catch a brief nap. Luo Yi accompanied Su Baizhou to the entrance of the women's dormitory, standing on the steps as he watched the figure of the enchanting senior gradually fade from view. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Luo Yi, turning to look, he found no one in sight. I'm here. A petite girl stood at the bottom of the steps, bouncing up and down, waving her hands in an attempt to catch Luo Yi's attention. Chapter 48. Tang Enki's confidence, Su Xiaojia? Observing the endearing girl, Luo Yi exclaimed, "What are you up to?" "Oomph, as if you don't know. I saw you coming out of the cafeteria with a beautiful girl. So who is she?" Luo Yi was perplexed, unable to recall when he had become so familiar with Su Xiaojia. Yet, she was quite the chatterbox. And since no one in the girls' dorm engaged her in conversation, she often roamed the school alone. She appeared lively and charming throughout the day, yet remained solitary, seizing any opportunity to converse with acquaintances. "She is a senior of mine." "Oh, a senior? You are not trying to pursue her, are you?" Seeing Su Xiaojia's flirtatious expression, Luo Yi felt his cheeks flush before he reluctantly nodded in affirmation. "Who would have thought? You are quite the innocent one. By the way, why isn't the class monitor with you? I recall he also has a morning running routine." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi glanced at Su Xiaojia. Astonished, "You know that? You must have put in quite an effort." "Of course. He is the man that my esteemed self has set her sights on." Luo Yi was rendered speechless by her words. The man she admired was already entangled with another girl, and they were on the verge of breaking up. Yet she remained blissfully unaware. However, if Li Haoyang were to split, it would indeed open a door for Su Xiaojia. In his eyes, she was a delightful and vivacious little girl, a true embodiment of a kind-hearted spirit. The legendary petite beauty, sassy in speech, and fierce in her studies. Moreover, judging by Su Xiaojia's demeanor, she might even be a little heiress. Unlike Luo Yi, who was raised in a conventional household, she might genuinely belong to the affluent class. Recently, Brother Haoyang might not be in the best of spirits, Luo Yi stated earnestly. "What?" Su Xiaojia became serious, her adorable brows furrowing as she inquired, "What happened?" "He is about to break up." "Is that so? That is truly unfortunate." "Wait, what did you say?" Su Xiaojia's expression transformed into one of sheer excitement. Luo Yi echoed her words. "Not that. I didn't mean that. You're killing me with laughter." In a whirlwind of shock and humor, Su Xiaojia's emotions flickered between the two expressions, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to articulate her feelings. Soon, she regained her composure. Though still somewhat astonished, she asked, "When did he start dating?" "Just 7 days before the holiday. They went on break and are now on the verge of parting ways." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaojia erupted into laughter. "He encountered a heartbreaker, huh?" Observing her mirth, Luo Yi inquired, "Shouldn't you be saddened? The person you like is with someone else. But you just said they're about to break up, right?" "Nonetheless, it is quite amusing that, while I was oblivious, a romance blossomed, only to swiftly dissolve." "Ha ha ha, serves him right for not choosing me, the illustrious Miss Su." Gazing at the petite girl before him, Luo Yi found himself questioning the very fabric of existence. What could possibly be the structure of this little one's mind? At that moment, 2 girls emerged from the dormitory, seemingly having just risen to partake in breakfast. They were Tang Enki and Lu Bingxin. Upon spotting Luo Yi, Lu Bingxin offered a casual greeting, while Tang Enki's gaze fixated upon Su Xiaojia. "Luo Yi and Xiaojia, good morning," Tang Enki greeted politely. "Oh, good morning," Su Xiaojia replied with an air of disdain. She harbored no affection for Lu Bingxin, nor for Tang Enki. Both Tang Enki and Luo Yi hailed from the same hometown as Su Xiaojia, having come from the capital, which initially prompted her to exchange contact information with Tang Enki. However, after a brief exchange, she deemed Tang Enki to be insincere. In her eyes, a pure-hearted campus beauty should embody the essence of youthful humor. Noting Su Xiaojia's unabashed contempt, a flicker of anger surfaced in Tang Enki's eyes, though it was swiftly concealed. Lu Bingxin then taunted, "Miss Su, do you understand why you lack friends? If you don't temper your haughty demeanor, be wary of not making a single friend throughout your university years. No need for your concern. If the only friends I could make were of your ilk, I would prefer to traverse this university alone," Su Xiaojia retorted, displaying a proud expression, her face adorned with a hint of satisfaction, while her eyes subtly glanced at Luo Yi, as if to convey, "Do you see how charming I am?" A wry smile crept across Luo Yi's face. This little one remains unaware that Lu Bingxin is Li Haoyang's girlfriend. In that case, she may as well continue being herself and see who can endure her temperament. With that, Lu Bingxin strode away with her long legs, while Tang Enki cast a glance at Luo Yi, inquiring gently, "Luo Yi, were you playing games with her yesterday?" "I am at your disposal, Bear," Tang Enki remarked, eyeing Su Xiaojia's nearly flat figure, almost certain that this name belonged to her. After all, one often yearns for what one lacks. "What?" Luo Yi expressed confusion. Su Xiaojia placed her hands on her hips, indignantly declaring, "What are you asking? You meddle in everything. Can you also dictate our Luo Ye's affairs? The rumored new campus beauty can't possibly have a secret crush on our Luo Ye, can she?" Luo Ye remained silent, finding himself at a loss for words in the face of this female quarrel, unable to interject even a single phrase. However, what is this title of little Luo Ye? Who is little? Tang Enki furrowed her brow, realizing she could not possibly contend with this petite girl. She turned to Luo Ye and said, "Luo Ye, would you care to join us for a meal?" She is the one whom Luo Ye has secretly admired for 3 years. Even though the latter has developed feelings for someone else, she possesses the confidence to effortlessly win him back. After all, she has the allure and the capability. In the entire Jian University, her beauty is surpassed only by one. However, Luo Ye shook his head and declined, stating, "I have already eaten." Tang Enki was taken aback. She had been rejected once more. From the moment she arrived at Jian University, Luo Ye had consistently turned her down. It is only in times of smooth sailing that one can perfectly conceal their true character. Once faced with setbacks, one's true nature inevitably surfaces. Luo Ye, Tang Enki smiled, her beauty striking and her smile capable of making hearts race. "I'll see you next time." True to her nature, she would not linger excessively after rejection. She had always believed that Luo Ye's change in attitude towards her after entering university stemmed from her failure to uphold their agreement to be together. She admitted that initially, she harbored hopes of encountering a perfect partner in college. However, she later realized that although there were individuals more distinguished than Luo Ye, none possessed his pure heart. Upon recognizing this reality, Tang Enki discovered her genuine fondness for the boy from high school. And now, even if that boy no longer harbored feelings for her, so what? Throughout her life, she had always been the center of attention wherever she went. With top grades and the title of campus beauty in high school, she had never lacked admirers. A mere hint of affection from her would leave boys utterly enchanted. Luo Ye was no exception. His rejection stemmed from disappointment. But as long as she reignited hope in him, her charm would render him unable to resist. In all of Jian University, aside from the formidable student council president, known as the ice goddess Su Baizhou, she would not be outdone by anyone. Chapter 49, Brothers, Beat Him. Watching Tang Enki depart, Su Xiaojia smirked and couldn't help but ask, "Little Luo Ye, do you know this White Lotus?" White Lotus? Luo Ye looked at Su Xiaojia, puzzled. Was Tang Enki referred to as a White Lotus? Although he no longer had feelings for her, he was uncertain if she truly fit that description. Nonetheless, her classification held no significance for him at this moment. "Come on, you don't actually like this White Lotus, do you?" "No, I used to," Luo Ye replied candidly. Su Xiaojia shot him a speechless glance and sighed. Being so honest can lead to trouble. Upon hearing these words, Luo Ye chuckled and remarked, "My aunt says the same. Thus, I became a novelist. As long as I avoid interactions with others, I shan't be deceived." Su Xiaojia interjected, "By the way, where were we?" "Ah, yes, the class monitor. Is he still feeling down? Shall we invite him out for dinner this evening?" Observing the petite girl suddenly adopt a cautious demeanor, Luo Ye hesitated. That might not be appropriate. He hasn't broken up yet. "What? Still not broken up? Oh right. You mentioned it earlier. It's just a matter of time." Which scoundrel is toying with the class monitor's affections? Su Xiaojia's small stature was now animated with indignation. And Luo Ye directed his gaze toward the third canteen, extending his finger. It was that one who just passed by Lu Bingxin. "What?" Su Xiaojia exclaimed in shock. It so happened that she was roommates with Lu Bingxin and Tang Enki, leaving her with no friends considering her poor relations with these two. After all, a significant portion of university life is spent in the dormitory, and social circles generally revolve around it. It's actually that little vixen. Upon hearing this, Luo Ye's expression turned astonished. "What scandalous words are you uttering?" "Oh, I forgot there's also a male involved." Su Xiaojia, with her lifeless fish-like eyes fixed on Luo Ye, replied monotonously, "Remember to inform me when they break up." Learning that Li Haoyang's girlfriend was Lu Bingxin left Su Xiaojia feeling utterly soulless. One must admit, this fellow's emotional transitions were remarkably swift, one moment crying, the next laughing. If the coach were to be with this character, the days ahead would likely be anything but peaceful. Su Xiaojia then headed to the canteen for a meal. Luo Ye, after purchasing an energy drink from a nearby supermarket, returned to the dormitory to lie down for a moment before heading to class. The atmosphere in room 515 was exceedingly tranquil. With no classes during the first period, most opted to indulge in sleep, and if one had no classes throughout the morning, they would typically sleep until noon. Were it not for the senior's habit of morning runs, Luo Yi would certainly have been among the majority. He had bought breakfast for the entire dormitory, and upon returning, he gazed at his roommates' slumbering faces, a peculiar feeling swelling within him. It was akin to a father, having risen early to prepare for work, observing his children still lost in dreams. An overwhelming sense of achievement washed over him. He cleared his throat, preparing to awaken his roommates for breakfast when, suddenly, a panda appeared before him, locking eyes with him. Startled, Luo Yi focused and realized it was not a panda, but Li Haoyang. "Coach, are you still alive?" Li Haoyang's eyes were vacant, dark circles under his eyes resembling strokes from a calligraphy brush, thick and black. "Huh." Li Haoyang, listlessly gazing at Luo Yi, replied in a daze, "Am I still alive?" "I'm asking you," came the response. "I don't know." Is this an instance of excessive sorrow causing a mental crash? Upon seeing Li Haoyang's demeanor, Luo Yi was reminded of the day he received his admission notice from Jiang University after graduating from high school. Gaining acceptance to Jiang University meant he could be with Tang Yanqi. Thus, he eagerly shared the news. However, Tang Yanqi did not respond. The first day passed without a reply, and the second day followed suit. The entire summer vacation elapsed without a word from her. Initially, he felt much like Li Haoyang, experiencing a lack of motivation in life, questioning the significance of his university admission. Yet ultimately, life is meant to be lived for oneself. One cannot remain in the shadows indefinitely. Luo Yi patted Li Haoyang on the shoulder and earnestly asked, "Coach, shall we drink tonight?" In their dormitory 515. The drinking capacity was predominantly held by Xin Xiao and Luo Yi, while Wang Dachui and Li Haoyang contributed minimally. Nevertheless, Luo Yi extended the invitation to the coach. Upon hearing the mention of drinking, Li Haoyang seemed to regain a spark of motivation, his eyes brightening as though he had found a new source of inspiration. Sadness is not inherently daunting. What is truly fearsome is the solitude of one's sorrow. Yet, the coach, like a father, stood by his side. That day, an additional evening study session was scheduled for a class on current affairs and policies, while the administrative teacher would be absent the following day. After the second class concluded in the afternoon, the class representative announced this news, prompting a chorus of lamentations to fill the classroom. As the class monitor, Li Haoyang had been dozing off throughout the day, having pulled an all-nighter. During this time, Lu Bingxin had come to check on him, but upon realizing he was unresponsive, she had no choice but to leave. To this day, no one has informed Lu Bingxin why Li Haoyang suddenly changed so drastically. However, this was of little consequence. As a senior who had been spending time with Lu Bingxin recently appeared at the door of their classroom after the lesson. The senior, Shuai Quan, was a third-year student. When he initially pursued Tang Yanqi, he would wait at the entrance of the girls' dormitory for a chance to date her. Now, having shifted his focus, he employed the same tactic, lingering at the entrance of Lu Bingxin's classroom. True to his name, Shuai Quan was strikingly handsome, possessing a third of Xin Xiao's good looks. Dressed in overalls and sporting a center-part hairstyle, Luo Yi recognized this individual and relayed the details to his three roommates. Instantly, the atmosphere in dormitory 515 transformed. Li Haoyang awakened like a lion. Xin Xiao's gaze sharpened, resembling an aloof campus heartthrob, and even Wang Dachui appeared like a grinning teddy bear. Soon, most of the class had departed, leaving only the four from dormitory 515, along with Tang Yanqi and Lu Bingxin. Noticing the dwindling number of students, Shuai Quan boldly walked in, heading straight for Lu Bingxin. The latter's expression shifted to one of mild panic. She had not anticipated that this senior would be so audacious as to wait for her at the entrance of her classroom, especially with her boyfriend still present. "Bingxin, would you like to join me for dinner?" Shuai Quan inquired, taking a seat beside Lu Bingxin, his face adorned with a broad smile. Lu Bingxin shook her head. Although she was not an entirely virtuous girl, she had not yet become so brazen as to agree to dine with her suitor in front of her boyfriend. However, she also did not wish for Shuai Quan to know about her relationship. Just as she was about to decline, a loud bang resonated as Li Haoyang stood up, slamming his palm against the table. The definition of the muscles on his arms was striking, rendering him particularly intimidating. Observing this, Luo Yi, Wang Dachui, and Xin Xiao also rose to their feet. "Dinner? Let us go, brothers. Beat him up." As soon as the words left his mouth, the four surged forward, dragging Shuai Quan into the blind spot of the camera, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Chapter 50. The monk Tang Xuanya Tang Enki and Lu Bingxin watched in stunned silence, astonished to witness such an incident unfold within the confines of their university. Soon, Lu Bingxin regained her composure and turned to Li Haoyang, her expression icy as she said, "Haoyang, you have truly disappointed me. Fighting in university can lead to severe consequences, including disciplinary records that could jeopardize future evaluations and scholarships. If you injure Shuai Kuan, you might even find yourself in legal trouble. At the very least, your position as class monitor will be revoked." The reason Lu Bingxin had chosen to be with him was due to his role as class monitor, coupled with his earnest and ambitious nature, which hinted at potential future success. After all, the position of class monitor in university was significantly different from that in high school. It was the role closest to the counselor, ensuring that any favorable opportunities over the next 4 years would preferentially come his way. At that moment, Li Haoyang was consumed by rage. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned, preparing to throw a punch. "Coach, please calm down. Brother, be mindful. You're about to hit a woman." Luo Yi and Wang Dachui each grabbed one of Li Haoyang's arms, exerting all their strength to restrain him. Gradually, Li Haoyang began to regain his senses. Despite being a fitness enthusiast, this was his first experience in a fight. "Bingxin, I faced with such a beautiful girl." Li Haoyang lowered his head, resembling a child who had committed a transgression. Expelled. Shuai Kuan, lying on the ground, his body marked with bruises, pointed a trembling finger at the four before him, seething, "You will all face repercussions. I am an officer of the student council, and I will inform the teachers immediately." With that, Shuai Kuan rose, weeping and wiping his tears as he fled the classroom. Wang Dachui spat derisively at his retreating figure, muttering, "What a pathetic crybaby." Shen Xiao maintained a calm demeanor as he remarked, "Coach, we stand together through thick and thin. There is nothing to fear." Indeed, Luo Yi echoed. With his loyal companions expressing such solidarity, Li Haoyang began to stabilize his emotions. If he faltered now, it would surely disappoint his brothers. Reflecting on this, Li Haoyang took a deep breath and looked seriously at Lu Bingxin. The expression in his eyes momentarily startled Lu Bingxin. Despite their brief acquaintance, she had never witnessed such a demeanor from Li Haoyang. "Lu Bingxin, let us part ways," he declared. Upon hearing these words, Lu Bingxin's face contorted with disbelief. After casting a glance at Li Haoyang's solemn countenance, she inquired, "Are you truly ending our relationship simply because I have grown closer to a senior? Have you lost your mind?" "I'm not insane. Let us break up," he replied resolutely. No sooner had he spoken than Li Haoyang strode out of the classroom with an air of nonchalance. Luo Yi, Wang Dachui, and Shen Xiao followed suit, strutting past Lu Bingxin without a backward glance. Once they exited the academic building, Li Haoyang proposed, "Shall we indulge in some drinks, my friends?" "Absolutely, we must." Luo Yi chimed in enthusiastically. "But there's a night class we must attend." Li Haoyang hesitated. After all, he was the class monitor. A university experience devoid of any truancy would be far from perfect, Shen Xiao quipped. This remark sparked an epiphany in Li Haoyang. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Truly, a wise statement befitting a male star. So what if I, as the class monitor, lead the way in skipping class?" Li Haoyang appeared to embrace a newfound buoyancy. Shedding his former demeanor, he became markedly more vivacious, even bordering on exuberance, resembling a spirited individual as he gravitated towards Wang Dachui's exuberance. The myriad experiences that foster male maturation include love, and although Li Haoyang's romance lasted less than a fortnight, it was nonetheless his first love. Meanwhile, Shuai Kuan dashed into the school office, only to find Su Baijiu seated alone. "Where's the teacher?" he queried. "The teacher has gone for a meal. Do you have something to discuss?" Su Baijiu was occupied with reviewing the student council interview list, hence her presence in the office. Noticing Shuai Kuan's battered visage, Su Baijiu frowned. "Have you been in a fight?" Despite her disdain for him, she took matters of school discipline seriously. "Yes, a few freshmen attacked me. This new batch of students is utterly unruly. Expulsion is imperative." At this, Su Baijiu's expression grew increasingly frosty. From Shuai Kuan's words, it was evident that multiple freshmen were involved. Who was responsible? "This matter is quite serious, and I shall address it with the utmost gravity," Su Baijiu stated. "It's the computer science majors. One of them is that infamous new student heartthrob. They all reside in the same dormitory and assaulted me," Shuai Kuan retorted angrily. "The new student heartthrob?" Su Baijiu's expression shifted to one of incredulity. She vaguely recalled Qin Yuan showing her a photograph of the new student heartthrob. which featured Luo Yi. Could this incident possibly involve Luo Yi as well? Su Baizhou scrutinized Shuai Kuan once more and remarked, "The freshmen have only been in school a little over a month. As a senior and a student council officer, you ought to exhibit a degree of magnanimity. In my opinion, this matter should be overlooked." Upon hearing this, Shuai Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a portrait of incredulity. What had he just heard? The resolute and impartial president of the student council, surprisingly, is shielding the new students? Who was it that insisted on a stern handling of the matter? He stepped forward, pointing to the bruises adorning his face, and exclaimed, "Su Baizhou, take a look at what I have been reduced to." Su Baizhou, however, did not meet his gaze, directing her attention elsewhere, and calmly remarked, "As a male, such minor injuries should not pose a significant issue. You aren't the one who suffered the beating. Your flippant remarks only add insult to injury." Shuai Kuan was thoroughly exasperated. Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou frowned and inquired, "What did you say?" Noticing her reaction, Shuai Kuan wilted, nervously stammering, "In nothing." He dared not confront Su Baizhou. She was renowned at Jiang University, both as an exceptional talent and as the campus beauty. If he provoked her, his standing at Jiang University would be jeopardized. Since President Su has spoken, I shall concede. But surely a formal reprimand should at least be issued to the entire school? No sooner had he uttered these words than he realized Su Baizhou had returned to her seat, engrossed in her tasks, as if his previous comments had gone unheard. Shuai Kuan gritted his teeth. Faced with Su Baizhou, he found himself utterly powerless and could only depart the office in resignation. As he left, Su Baizhou retrieved her phone and sent a message to Luo Yi. "What are you up to?" Shortly, Luo Yi replied, "I am the humble monk Tang Xuanya, journeying from the Eastern Tang dynasty to the West to seek scriptures." He continued, "Allow me to introduce my second disciple, Bajie," accompanied by an image of Wang Dachui holding a beer bottle as if it were a nine-toothed rake. Upon reading these messages, a flicker of exasperation crossed Su Baizhou's composed features. Why is this junior once again indulging in alcohol? Nevertheless, she found it rather endearing. Chapter 51. Marrying the King of the Kingdom of Women. Luo Yi, inebriated, responded to the fairy sister's messages. No, he was not Luo Yi. He was the little white dragon of the waves, or rather, he was Tang Xuanya. "Master," Wang Dachui said with utmost seriousness, "the monster has been captured by the master." Hearing this, Luo Yu cleared his throat and replied gravely, "Bajie, refer to me as master." "The monster. The elder brother has been captured by the master." Wang Dachui pointed at Li Haoyang not far away. At that moment, Li Haoyang held a bottle in each hand, sipping from one and then the other, as if each side had a beautiful maiden. "Ha ha ha, forget about Lu Binjing and Zhou Mei, I still prefer you." He laughed heartily, kissing the bottles affectionately. His gaze filled with flirtation. Observing this, Luo Ye's expression sharpened. He raised a finger, stamped his foot, and shouted, "Vixen, spare my elder brother. Master is here to rescue you." The three of them were enacting a scene that left Shen Qiao utterly bewildered. He couldn't comprehend a single word of their banter. Yet he chose to pull out his phone, silently recording this amusing spectacle. They had been drinking for an hour and a half. Luo Ye had consumed an entire case. While he had downed two, Wang Dachui and Li Haoyang each drank 2 bottles, with Li Haoyang particularly noteworthy, as the 2 bottles in his hands represented his consumption over the past hour, and he had yet to finish them. Soon, reminiscent of their first communal meal in the dormitory, Shen Qiao found himself flanked by Li Haoyang and Wang Dachui, while Luo Ye trailed behind alone. After hailing a cab to the university gate, Luo Ye gazed at the 4 prominent characters spelling out Jiangqing University, an expression of confusion crossing his face. Is this the Western paradise? Indeed, I have come to seek enlightenment. As Shen Qiao turned to look at Luo Ye, he noticed him standing there, lost in thought. Just as he was about to call out to him, he spotted a graceful figure approaching. Taken aback by this sight, Shen Qiao's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he disregarded Luo Ye, opting to accompany the others back to their dormitory. Luo Ye stood there, staring blankly at the security guard at the school entrance. His face flushed as he asked, "Kind sir, I am here for enlightenment. Could you kindly open the gate?" The security guard, unable to suppress his amusement, chuckled heartily, replying, "Have you had too much to drink? I've seen drunken antics before, but never someone who believes himself to be the Tang monk. Indeed, I am Tang Xuanya." "All right then." The security guard waved his hand, still chuckling, and the middle-aged man was left breathless from laughter. "Hurry inside. If the school authorities catch you, you're bound to receive a scolding." "The school authorities?" Are you referring to Dathagata or Guanyin? Luaya stammered as he stood before the facial recognition system at the entrance. The electronic gate had already opened, yet he lingered. Behind him, a girl approached and stood beside Luaya. Upon seeing her, the security guard exclaimed, "Ah, it's Student Sue. Hurry inside. This is your campus beauty. You don't want to embarrass yourself in front of her." "We know each other," Su Baijo replied softly. The guard paused for a moment at her words. Hearing the voice of the enchanting senior, Luaya turned around in confusion, his gaze landing on the captivating face before him, causing his cheeks to flush as he lowered his head. "Kind sir, I am a monk and must not linger in the kingdom of women." "Oh." Su Baijo regarded the charming young man with curiosity, asking, "Who do you perceive me to be?" "The queen of the kingdom of women." At this, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Su Baijo's eyes. The queen of the kingdom of women, not only the most beautiful woman in Journey to the West, but also a figure of unparalleled allure. Most importantly, she was the one whom the Tang monk found most difficult to resist. Had his willpower been slightly weaker, he would have succumbed to her charm. This is not the Western paradise. This is the kingdom of women. Come, let us return home. With that, Su Baijo stepped into the school. Watching the enchanting senior's retreating figure, Lia stood frozen, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. He had come to seek enlightenment. To seek enlightenment. Yet, as he gazed after her, he found himself captivated by her silhouette and promptly followed in pursuit. Su Baijo glanced back at Luoyi and softly inquired, "Are we not going to seek scriptures anymore?" "No, we're not," Luoyi replied, swaying like a penguin as he followed closely behind her. "If we are not seeking scriptures, what purpose is there in following me?" A playful impulse surged within Su Baijo. "To get married," she teased. Luoyi chuckled. "No longer a monk?" "No longer." Their banter evoked a suppressed laughter from Su Baijo, though there were no other souls around. And Luoyi could not see her expression, leading her to laugh heartily. She wondered if this junior would remember the day's events. Su Baijo led Luoyi to the family quarters. Upon opening the door, Luoyi plopped down onto the sofa, his face adorned with a silly grin, excitement dancing in his eyes. Su Baijo prepared a pot of hangover soup in the kitchen and placed it on the table. "What is this? What purpose does it serve?" Luoyi peered curiously at the bowl of soup. "It's lotus seed soup, made with the Buddha beads of the golden cicada." Upon hearing this, Luoyi's eyes widened in astonishment. "My Buddha beads?" "Yes, will you eat? If not, I shall pour it out." "I will eat," he replied obediently, consuming the hangover soup. Then he glanced at the queen of the daughter kingdom beside him and cautiously asked, "Darling, when shall we marry?" "Marry?" Su Baijo turned her face towards him, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "Have you mixed up the order? One must marry before calling someone darling. Is that the crux of the matter?" Su Baijo felt a stir within her, realizing her earlier response might have been misguided. Shouldn't she have refuted him? Why was her instinct to adjust the sequence instead? "I understand now. First darling, and then marry," she declared. "Do you wish to hear the nonsense you're uttering?" Suddenly, Luoyi's consciousness seemed to drift as his head gently leaned against Su Baijo's shoulder. Her expression shifted, her heart racing. What was happening? Why did this junior suddenly lean in? Before she could react, a pair of arms wrapped around her waist, drawing her closer. Instantly, Su Baijo's face flushed crimson, her demeanor visibly flustered. However, her initial response was not to push Luoyi away. Instead, she sat rigidly on the sofa, paralyzed by the unexpected intimacy. When had she ever been this close to a boy? The last time was at the door of the restroom back home, and that had been beyond her control. But what of this moment? Turning to gaze at Luoyi, she noted that he made no further movements. After embracing her, he had drifted into slumber against her. For reasons she could not fathom, Su Baijo felt a sense of relief. Once she realized Luoyi was asleep, she began to scrutinize his features with newfound seriousness. This little fellow, upon closer inspection, possesses a certain charm. Moreover, she does not seem to mind physical contact with him. Su Baijo assisted Lia to his room, gently placing him on the bed. After ensuring he was settled, she slowly exited the room. At the moment she closed the door, she cast one last glance at Lia, who, having turned over in bed, murmured softly, "Fairy Senior, I like you." The hushed words reached Su Baijo's ears just as she shut the door, returning to her own chamber. That night, beneath the same roof, one person succumbed to slumber while the other remained wide awake. Chapter 52. Only you in my heart. In the middle of the night, Lia was roused by an urgent need to relieve himself, stumbling groggily into the bathroom. Upon exiting, a flicker of confusion crossed his face. "Where am I? He was awake, yet not entirely alert. A throbbing headache and a body riddled with discomfort assaulted him. The after effects of alcohol, such a tormentor it is. Shaking his head, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him and collapsed onto the living room floor, sprawled out in sleep. Despite the unforgiving hardness of the floor, he slept soundly. The following morning at 7:30, Su Baijiu emerged from her room in her pajamas, intending to freshen up, only to find someone lying by the bathroom door. Approaching, she gently nudged Lu Ye with her foot. He merely turned over and continued to sleep. Observing this, Su Baijiu's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she crouched down to capture a flurry of photos of his sleeping face. After taking dozens, she selected the least flattering and sent it to Gu Mingxian. In no time, she received a reply filled with surprise, accompanied by the query, "Disciple, what mischief has my little brother engaged in to find himself sleeping on the floor? I must say, bickering between young couples is unnecessary." Su Baijiu's expression turned exasperated. Had she known, she would not have shared that photo with Gu Mingxian. She had expected the professor, as an elder, to reprimand Lu Ye for his drinking. But it appeared the brothers were in cahoots, focusing on an entirely different aspect of the situation. Clearly, this matter required her direct intervention. However, in what capacity could she scold him? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, suddenly, Lu Ye's phone alarm blared from his room. "Get up. If you don't get up now, you'll miss the senior's morning run. Get up." On the third ring, Lu Ye's eyes flew open, and he sat up abruptly from the floor, startling Su Baijiu. She stumbled back, inadvertently sitting down on the ground with a wince of pain. "Oh no, it's too late for the morning run." Lu Ye rose, intending to change clothes, only to realize he was not in the dormitory. He looked around in confusion and discovered that the enchanting senior was seated on the ground, her hands propping her up as she gazed at him in astonishment. Lu Ye had never witnessed such an expression on her face before. Senior, why are you sitting on the ground?" Su Baijiu responded, "Your roommate left you at the school gate and walked away, and you followed me here." Upon hearing this, a look of embarrassment crept onto Lu Ye's face. It seemed he had drunk too much and could remember nothing. What a disgrace to have been seen in such a state by the senior. His image was utterly ruined. He stole a glance at the enchanting senior's face and tentatively asked, "Senior, I didn't do anything out of line, did I?" "No," she replied. Lu Ye let out a sigh of relief, grateful that nothing had happened. However, the next moment, Su Baijiu raised an eyebrow and, with a somewhat cold tone, said, "You were just shouting the name of the Queen of the Kingdom of Daughters and insisting you wanted to marry her." Upon hearing this, Lu Ye's expression shifted dramatically, and his knees nearly gave way beneath him. "Senior, for the love of heaven, I don't even know who the Queen of the Kingdom of Daughters is. My heart only holds." Seeing that he could not continue, Su Baijiu stepped forward, almost pressing him for an answer. Only what? Under the powerful aura of the senior, Lu Ye felt himself wilt. Yet, he was a man, and he could not persist in showing himself as the weaker party in front of her. Thus, in a moment of defiance against her questioning, he summoned all the courage he could muster, fixed his gaze on Su Baijiu, and earnestly declared, only you." Su Baijiu froze momentarily, and then two faint blushes appeared on her cheeks. Although she had overheard Lu Ye's ramblings in his dreams the previous night, the current experience felt entirely different. She turned away, not wanting the junior to see her flushed face. Seeing this, Lu Ye calmed down, observing her silhouette. However, Su Baijiu remained silent, and the atmosphere around them became distinctly awkward. After a moment of silence, Lu Ye grew anxious once more, scratching the back of his head and saying, "Senior. Ha, I was just joking. I'll take my leave." He dashed out, forgetting to close the door behind him. By the time Su Baijiu turned around, the redness on her face had faded somewhat, but the rise and fall of her chest remained somewhat tumultuous. Thankfully, Lu Ye had left. Had he lingered, she genuinely did not know how to proceed. The tension was palpable, and it was not only Lu Ye who felt it. Su Baijiu was equally on edge. This time is different from the past. With her beauty, she has been confessed to countless times since childhood, yet this occasion feels uniquely special, evoking an entirely different sensation. In the past, her immediate reaction to such declarations was always rejection. However, this time, although it cannot be termed a confession, she finds herself somewhat at a loss. Su Baijiu placed her hand on her chest, feeling the unrestrained rhythm of her heartbeat, and took a deep breath. Though inexperienced, she was acutely aware that this was the prelude to romance. For this reason, she resolved to approach the matter with utmost seriousness. If she were to experience love in her lifetime, She wished for it to be a singular encounter, one that either lasts until old age or leads to solitary twilight. Thus, for the junior, aspiring to pursue the senior sister, the challenge is undeniably formidable. Luo Yi hurried to the entrance of the residential building, glancing back with a heart full of trepidation. Alcohol can lead to trouble. It's a perilous foe. He had acted impulsively, uttering those ambiguous words today. What would he do in the future? Surely, the senior sister hadn't deleted him from her contacts? He retrieved his phone, opened the messaging app, and initiated a transfer to Su Baizhou. Halfway through, upon seeing the character Zhou in the transfer details, he let out a sigh of relief. She hadn't deleted him. That was a comfort. Yet, how was he to communicate with the ethereal senior sister henceforth? It had been rash. Such words should not have been spoken. Nevertheless, to advance their relationship, this step was unavoidable. Today, there was no morning run. Instead, Luo Yi accompanied the senior sister to the cafeteria for breakfast. Sitting across from her, he lowered his gaze, uncertain how to face her. Su Baizhou maintained a calm demeanor, observing the anxious young man before her, and coldly inquired, "Did you get into a fight yesterday?" At this, Luo Yi looked up in surprise, exclaiming, "Senior sister, how did you know? Why was there a fight?" Su Baizhou refrained from directly reproaching him, opting instead to inquire about the circumstances. Luo Yi explained, "I was pursuing a girl who already has a boyfriend, my roommate, in fact. I felt he deserved a beating." Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou nodded in agreement. His reasoning was sound, the action was justified. However, engaging in fights is unequivocally wrong. One must learn to be more astute in the future to avoid leaving behind potential repercussions, Su Baizhou stated sternly. "I understand," Luo Yi replied earnestly, nodding his head. He made a gesture as if to cut his throat, and said in a low voice, "Next time, I will ensure he is rendered speechless in a swift and decisive manner." Su Baizhou was momentarily at a loss for words. "I merely meant for you to consider the consequences of your actions when you resort to violence. Your conclusion seems somewhat misguided." After having breakfast, Luo Yi glanced at the time and realized there were merely 2 minutes left before class commenced, causing his expression to turn frantic. He rose hastily from the cafeteria table and exclaimed, "Senior, class is about to start. I must take my leave." With that, he hurried out. At the entrance of the cafeteria, a soft-spoken girl walked in just as Luo Yi rushed out, resulting in a collision that sent her sprawling to the ground. "I'm so sorry, classmate. Are you all right?" "Oh, Senior Qin, I truly apologize. I have class now, but I'll treat you to a meal another day." Luo Yi helped the dazed Qin Yuan to her feet and offered a few more apologies before dashing off to his class. Aside from a sore backside, Qin Yuan was momentarily bewildered. By the time she regained her composure, the young man who had knocked her down had already disappeared. Frowning, she muttered, "What kind of person collides with someone and then acts as if we are familiar, and then talks about treating me to a meal? How disingenuous." Qin Yuan entered the cafeteria, purchased breakfast, and located Su Baizhou, then sat down across from her. Being roommates, she was well acquainted with Su Baizhou's habits and knew she would likely be at the cafeteria at this hour. Yet even Su Baizhou was somewhat taken aback, saying, "Wen, you actually managed to wake up for breakfast? Who do you look down upon?" "I, Qin Yuan, have resolved to stop slacking off and to study diligently every day," Qin Yuan declared with fervor. After a moment of hesitation, Su Baizhou replied, "There's no time left. We are already in our 3rd year. And you want to learn much more." "What?" Qin Yuan gasped, her mouth agape, feeling the harshness of reality. But soon, she regained her composure and remarked, "It's all right. I can still pursue graduate studies." "You want to pass," Su Baizhou replied bluntly. Qin Yuan, who had merely coasted through her 3 years of university, reflected on her lack of effort. Hearing this, she displayed a dejected expression and lamented, "I, Qin Yuan, have barely begun my entrepreneurial journey only to face untimely failure. By the way, Baizhou, with your sharp tongue, you must not undermine anyone's confidence when you eventually have a boyfriend." "I won't," Su Baizhou replied nonchalantly. "Won't? How is that possible? With your attitude, what did you say? You claim you won't." Qin Yuan seemed to have uncovered a momentous secret. Her entire demeanor transformed in astonishment. She gazed at Su Baizhou's face, recalling the series of unusual behaviors exhibited by her friend. Boldly, she speculated, there must be something amiss. "Baizhou, your eagerness to move into the teacher's apartment, is it because of a man? Are you hiding a man in the teacher's quarters?" Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou expressionlessly sipped her soy milk. She neither nodded nor shook her head, instead casually replied, "Guess." "Ah, Once again, it was this way. Qin Yuan was on the verge of a breakdown. For the past few days, her gaming account had been utilized by Su Baizhou, and she was well aware that her dear roommate had been playing with the same individual. However, she remained oblivious to the identity of this person, and after all, it was merely a game. The genders were fictitious. If Su Baizhou insisted that the player known as Falling Leaves returning home was a girl who merely set her gender as male, then there was little she could do. Baizhou, you are so peculiar. Be honest with me. You don't fancy any boys at school. Have you fallen for someone online? Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou surprisingly fell silent. She was merely speechless at Qin Yuan's wild imagination. However, observing her silence led Qin Yuan to a different conclusion. Astonished, she exclaimed, "Indeed, you have fallen for someone online. No, this won't do. You've never been in a relationship, and with your beauty, once you meet in person, they might have ulterior motives." As she spoke, Qin Yuan volunteered, "I shall supervise you. I must see who has the audacity to charm my Baizhou into a romance. I am not in a relationship." Su Baizhou replied coolly. "Denying it is tantamount to admitting it. Baizhou, do not deceive me." On another note, 3 minutes after the class bell rang, Luo Yi arrived at the classroom door. In the last row, Wang Dachui and Shun Xiao exchanged knowing glances. Luo Yi, oblivious to their antics, shyly remarked, "Professor, I apologize for being late." Upon witnessing this, the expressions on Wang Dachui and Shun Xiao's faces conveyed their disappointment. At the podium, a somewhat aged professor furrowed his brows and inquired, "Late? Class monitor, did you not just announce that no one was tardy?" Li Haoyang stood up awkwardly and explained, "Professor." During roll call, Luo Yi was in the restroom. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi immediately realized and said, "Yes, teacher, I had a stomachache and was in the restroom." "All right. Take your seat and listen to the lecture." "Sure." Luo Yi settled down beside Shun Xiao and Wang Dachui. At that moment, he recognized the professor who was currently lecturing. It was none other than his mentor. Professor Li Ping, the associate dean of Jiang University, was Gu Mingxuan's teacher and also the mentor of the enchanting senior. Wait a moment. If he was now a student of his mentor, did that not place him on the same level as Gu Mingxian, even surpassing the enchanting senior? Luo Yi felt a surge of pride within. However, he could only consider himself a student of Li Ping, not a disciple. Only those like Gu Mingxian, who were admitted to his graduate program, could truly be regarded as formal disciples. The last student to arrive, please respond to this question. Professor Li Ping glanced in Luo Yi's direction. He recognized the lad from their last encounter on the playground, where this young man had jogged in the morning alongside Su Baizhou. Consequently, during this class, Professor Li Ping became familiar with him whenever a question arose. Luo Yi was the first to be called upon. Ultimately, Professor Li Ping committed Luo Yi's name to memory and designated him as the class representative. Chapter 54. The Student Council Election. Upon returning to the dormitory, Luo Yi acquired an additional title within room 515, class representative. "You, the wild lad, have now become our exemplar of study, the class representative." Wang Dazhua remarked somewhat sarcastically from his chair. "What with that expression, Brother Hammer? You seem rather displeased that I am the class representative," Luo Yi inquired, puzzled. "Humph. Among the 4 of us in this dormitory, one is a class monitor, another a class representative, and yet another the campus heartthrob, while I hold no title whatsoever," Wang Dazhua lamented. "Don't be disheartened, Hammer. You are the dorm leader of room 515. Upon hearing this, Wang Dazhua's spirits lifted instantly. He stood tall, hands on his hips, a triumphant smile adorning his face. "Indeed, I am the esteemed leader of room 515. Sons, as high as the mountains may be, never forget that I am the patriarch of this dormitory. Get lost, you rascal. Always up to no good." Wang Dazhua chuckled mischievously before turning to Luo Yi. "Wild lad, with the new season of chicken dinner commencing, carry me to the heights of the warrior tier." "I'm too busy," Luo Yi replied, having already reclined on his bed and logged into the game on his tablet. He had arranged to team up with a senior sister to ascend to the highest rank in duo matches, the invincible warrior, leaving no room for his roommates. "I, Berda, am at your mercy. My historical highest rank is Crown 2, achieved while playing with the fairy senior sister." As the new season commenced, Luo Yi resolved to elevate their rank alongside the senior sister. However, he pondered whether she would be available, especially since the student council had recently welcomed fresh talent and was currently undergoing elections. There were 3 candidates for the new student council president. It should be an easy choice, one would think. "Chicken, come." The familiar banter ensued. Though the initial ranks of the season were not particularly high, they were a mix of players. For Luo Yi, while challenging, it was not insurmountable. Nonetheless, to climb the ranks, one must be wary of the numerous ground-hugging players and even a fair share of cheaters at the season's outset. Caution was essential. Encountering them was merely a stroke of bad luck. Thus, the two resolved to strive for improved ranks in duo play, with Luo Yi at Platinum and Su Baizhou at Bronze. Starting from the ground up promised to be more engaging. After playing for a while, Su Baizhou suddenly announced she had matters to attend to and hastily logged off. The time was now 3 in the afternoon, and with only morning classes, Luo Yi found himself with ample free time. The senior must be attending the Student Council's election today, after which she will relinquish her position as president. However, her responsibilities are far from over. The newly elected council members must first confront the upcoming autumn sports event at Jiang University, which serves as a crucial test for both the new officers and the freshmen who have recently joined the student council. Thus, even though Su Baizhou is no longer the president, she will still partake in the preparations for the sports event, supervising and offering advice to assist the new officers in completing their inaugural task. Luo Yi rose from his bed, dressed, and left his dormitory. He purchased 2 cups of milk tea at the school entrance and proceeded to the venue for the student council elections. Having exchanged ambiguous words with the senior that morning, he felt compelled to take responsibility and pursue the enchanting senior. The venue for the election was vast, almost reminiscent of a stage. Su Baizhou, clad in formal attire, was the host for the day, standing alongside a male counterpart, Wen Zishu, who was the vice president of the student council. As the male and female hosts stood upon the stage, Su Baizhou radiated brilliance akin to that of a freshman gala, evoking an elusive sense of distance in those who beheld her. However, Luo Yi no longer felt this way. He blended into the crowd, crouching in a corner where no one noticed him. While Su Baizhou was delivering her speech, she suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure squatting in the dim recesses behind her, causing her to momentarily pause. Upon concluding her speech, she announced the new student council president, Lu Jianlai, who also happened to be the president of the Jiang University Hanfu Society. The crowd erupted into applause as Su Baizhou handed the microphone to Lu Jianlai and gracefully exited the stage. She approached a female classmate, conversing with her, after which the classmate glanced in Luo Yi's direction. Su Baizhou stood nearby, her gaze fixed on Lu Jianlai, who was delivering his speech. She had her duties to attend to, and with numerous eyes upon her, including a row of teachers seated in the front, she could not move freely. The female classmate made her way towards Luo Yi. "There are seats available over there. Please follow me." Perplexed, Luo Yi replied, "Oh, no need. I'm just waiting for my friend to come out. You need not trouble yourselves. Come on, handsome. Our president, Su, sent me to fetch you. It must be tiring squatting. Come sit with us." With the enthusiastic invitation from the senior, Luo Yi followed her to a seat in the back row. This area was reserved for freshmen of the student council, and those surrounding him were fellow first-year students who had also joined the council. "Luo Yi?" A familiar voice rang in his ears. Turning, he was surprised to find Tang Enki seated beside him. "It's you. Have you joined the student council?" "Yes." Tang Enki smiled gently as she noticed the 2 cups of milk tea that Luo Yi had placed on the table. "Has Luo Yi also joined the student council?" A wave of joy surged within her heart as her impression of him lingered on the memory of his efforts to help her gain admission to Jiang University. If he could go to such lengths for her, why wouldn't he join the student council on her behalf? Luo Yi had not changed. He remained the same, willing to act fearlessly for her. Who could resist being captivated by such a person? Why had she not noticed this before? Turning to Luo Yi, she whispered, "Luo Yi." He hushed her, signaling for her to remain silent, as the senior fairy had taken the stage to speak, and he wanted to listen attentively. Instantly, Tang Enki fell silent, her expression one of surprise. She then shifted her gaze to the stage, her eyes fixating on Su Baizhou, revealing a glimmer of admiration as she quietly inquired, "Luo Yi, do you know who she is?" "I do." Upon hearing this, Tang Enki smiled and remarked, "That makes sense. I suppose no boy at Jiang University is unaware of her. I aspire to become someone like her in the future." The president of the university's student council, in the grand scheme of things, is merely a stepping stone into society. Few would pay heed to whether or not you were a council member. Yet, Su Baizhou was different. Although she was still a student, she had already gained considerable renown within the entire Jiangxin computer industry, under the mentorship of the esteemed Professor Gu Mingxian. And with the traditional lineage of the Li Ping School, Su Baizhou naturally commanded attention. Furthermore, her role as student council president highlighted her multifaceted talents, proving her to be a versatile individual, adding luster to her already impressive profile. Thus, the position of student council president held a distinction unlike any other. Chapter 55. Holding the senior's hand, the student council's transition ceremony was underway, with Luo Ye's gaze fixed on Su Baizhou, clad in formal attire. The senior fairy appeared exceptionally beautiful. Aware that he was watching her intently, she felt somewhat uneasy standing on stage. It wasn't that she disliked being observed. After all, many eyes were upon her in such a crowded venue. However, Luo Ye's gaze evoked a peculiar sensation within her. The solemnity of the occasion prompted Su Baizhou to apply some lipstick, as she typically eschewed makeup, not out of indifference to her appearance, but rather because it seemed inconsequential to her. For her, makeup did not enhance her beauty, it merely altered her style. As another segment of speeches concluded, Su Baizhou descended from the stage, instinctively pulling out her phone to check her reflection and ensure her lipstick had not smudged. She then retrieved her lipstick from her pocket and reapplied it. After completing this series of actions, her expression grew serious, adopting a demeanor of utmost gravity. She must be mindful of her image, as so many eyes are upon her. She cannot afford to falter. Indeed, in such situations, Su Baizhou has never once stumbled. Yet this time, unlike any before, a slight tension enveloped her. She cast another glance at Luo Yi and noticed 2 cups of milk tea on the latter's table. How thoughtful. Upon sensing the gaze of the enchanting senior, Luo Yi felt her spirits lift. Beside her, Tang Enki remarked, "Luo Yi, I know Su Jia. You see, she was just looking at me." It was likely that her performance during the last interview had left a lasting impression on Su Jia. After all, she was the new campus belle, and once Su Jia graduated, she would become the flower of Jiang University. Thus, it was only natural for Su Baizhou to remember her. "You know her?" Luo Yi exclaimed, taken aback by Tang Enki's words. "Yes, I was the one who interviewed with Su Jia," Tang Enki replied proudly. "I see." Luo Yi exhaled in relief. She had initially thought that Tang Enki might be close friends with the enchanting senior. If that were the case, Luo Yi would have felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in, for all the trivial matters from high school would inevitably reach the senior's ears. Time had elapsed, and over half an hour had passed. Tang Enki extended her hand, instinctively reaching for one of the cups of milk tea before Luo Yi. Witnessing this, Luo Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. "What in the world? Why are you reaching for that?" she exclaimed, astonished. Su Baizhou, who was on stage reading her script, also noticed this scene. She furrowed her brow as her speech became somewhat stilted, her tone noticeably rigid. While others may not have perceived it, Luo Yi could sense that the enchanting senior was displeased. "Tang Enki, I bought that for someone else," Luo Yi hurriedly interjected. Upon hearing this, Tang Enki's movement halted. To be honest, having Luo Yi beside her, with 2 cups of milk tea, she had assumed it was meant for her. "For whom?" she asked, her brow furrowing. "For her." Luo Yi gestured towards Su Baizhou with her eyes. This subtle action did not go unnoticed by Su Baizhou. For reasons unknown, the sudden surge of irritation she had felt began to dissipate. Tang Enki looked at the stage and then sighed in relief. "Don't joke around, Luo Yi. Do you even know who that is? Are you just making up stories? If you don't want to give it, then don't." "I know," Luo Yi replied. "You know? That is Su Baizhou, who has maintained a scandal-free reputation since arriving at Jiang University. Aside from her studies and work, she has never engaged in any private interactions with boys, not even someone as outstanding as the student council vice president, Wen Jishu. Don't tell me you actually bought that milk tea for her?" Tang Enki was utterly unconvinced and believed Luo Yi was merely fabricating a story. "I genuinely bought it for her. I admire her, and I want to pursue her," Luo Yi confessed candidly. Upon hearing those words, Tang Enki smiled. She had assumed that Luo Yi recognized her, especially since during the summer vacation, she had left him on the sidelines, and he had not pursued her excessively. Even after they met again at the start of the new school term, Luo Yi refrained from questioning her about their past agreement. Thus, his impression of her was quite favorable. His affection stemmed from her undeniable excellence. He relinquished his pursuit after being rejected, demonstrating a commendable self-awareness. Yet now, Luo Yi foolishly proclaimed his admiration for Jiang Da's talented female scholars. Noticing the derision in Tang Enki's gaze, he began to feel that she had become somewhat unfamiliar. Perhaps Tang Enki had always been this way, externally gentle, yet internally proud. In the past, Luo Yi, enamored by her, had cast a halo over her, filtering out her flaws. Very well, you no longer harbor feelings for me. Whom you choose to like is your prerogative, and I have no right to intervene. I wish you success. Tang Enki ceased to engage with Luo Yi and instead lowered her gaze to her phone. She even suspected that he had deliberately purchased 2 cups of milk tea to sit before her, mentioning it was for Su Baizhou, hoping to provoke her. Their exchanges dwindled, as Luo Yi became engrossed in admiring the enchanting figure of the senior on stage. Soon, the lengthy transition meeting concluded. At that moment, Su Baizhou officially stepped down from her role as student council president, and once the postgraduate entrance examinations commenced, she would directly become Professor Gu's graduate student. After the gathering, everyone began to tidy up the venue. Tang Enki glanced at Luo Yi and remarked, "Weren't you going to deliver milk tea to Su Baizhou? I wish you luck." In her eyes, Luo Yi's lie was merely an attempt to irritate her, which she found rather childish. She departed, and at the entrance, Gao Yuming was already waiting for her. Witnessing this, Luo Yi felt a wave of nostalgia. Tang Enki remained unchanged, her allure drawing the attention of countless other boys wherever she went. However, he was content with his own senior. Shortly thereafter, Su Baizhou finally finished her tasks and began walking towards Luo Yi. His expression brightened, only for his smile to falter the next moment. Why was there a shadow trailing behind the enchanting senior? It was Wen Jishu, the vice president of the student council, who was from the same cohort as Su Baizhou. Though he lacked her radiance, he was equally outstanding, regarded as an exemplary student of both character and academics. Initially, some had even entertained the notion of a pairing between him and Su Baizhou, a stern student council president and a gentle vice president. However, after a whole year, Su Baizhou remained uninterested in him, and so the speculation faded. Yet, when Jishu was tall, handsome, academically gifted, and possessed a gentle disposition, attracting countless admirers. Throughout their 3 years in university, he too had remained single, indicating that he still harbored feelings for Su Baizhou. With this thought, Luo Yi's eyes turned lifeless, his jealousy unabashedly evident. In addition to Wen Jishu, Su Baizhou was accompanied by the senior who had previously assisted Luo Yi in finding a seat. She was also a member of the same student council. Her name was Yang Xing, and she shared a relatively close relationship with Su Baizhou within the council. She waved at Luo Yi, exuding a lively and charming demeanor. Su Baizhou approached Luo Yi and turned to the 2 behind her, saying, "You may leave first. Zhou, shall we dine together tonight? I will invite the other members of the student council for a farewell meal," when Jishu insisted. "I shan't go," Su Baizhou replied with a frown, eager for the 2 to depart. "Zhou, we have worked together for so long. Even if we leave the student council, we remain friends, don't we?" When Jishu pressed on, "Not friends," Su Baizhou replied, her tone somewhat cold. "You are not in the same major as I am, and we will have little interaction in the future. What kind of friends can we be?" Seeing that when Jishu was about to retort, Luo Yi stepped forward and grasped Su Baizhou's hand. Yang Xing covered her mouth in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. If anyone else had dared to treat Su Baizhou like this, she would have lost her temper long ago. Yet, at this critical moment, Luo Yi was unfaltering. He held the fairy-like senior's hand, cast a serious glance at Wen Jishu, and then turned to leave. The entire sequence was executed with a certain flair. Witnessing this scene left Wen Jishu momentarily stunned. In the next moment, Luo Yi returned to retrieve the milk tea left on the table, then rejoined the fairy-like senior. He once again clasped Su Baizhou's small hand and departed with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 56. A Reward. Luo Yi held Su Baizhou's small hand in one and 2 cups of milk tea in the other as they exited the venue of the student council's reshuffling meeting. He led the fairy-like senior to the entrance of the building. Upon noticing the frosty countenance of the fairy-like senior beside him, his mood tightened, prompting him to release her hand and step back, feeling somewhat anxious. "Senior, I observed that boy becoming overly forward. I understand the hero saving the beauty," Su Baizhou remarked indifferently. "Indeed, that's precisely it," Luo Yi agreed silently. However, despite her somewhat aloof expression, the hand he had just held felt warm, smooth, and soft. "Senior, I bought some milk tea." Luo Yi offered 1 cup to Su Baizhou, then added, "With this, our student council duties are concluded. I heard you will be pursuing further studies. Will you be quite free afterward?" Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou pondered and replied, "Well, I may be quite busy after graduation." Luo Yi displayed a thoughtful expression. He wished to pursue the senior but did not want to intrude upon her. Thus, He knew he must strive diligently before she became preoccupied. Su Baijiu took a sip of her milk tea and glanced at the label, inquiring, half sugar? Yes, he confirmed. Luo Yi recalled that the last time, the fairy-like senior sister drank her unsweetened coffee straight, indicating her aversion to sweetness. Hence, he opted for half-sweet milk tea, which bore a hint of sweetness without being overly saccharine. Next time, he decided to forego the taro balls. He preferred to keep drinking separate from eating, as he was not fond of having solid food mixed into his beverages. Luo Yi's expression reflected his confusion. Taro ball milk tea, without the taro balls. But just milk tea? Wait a moment, did he hear correctly? There would be a next time? His heart leaped with joy. Yet, suddenly a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to speak. Senior sister, the sports meet is approaching, and I am planning to sign up for the 3,000-meter long run. Upon hearing this, Su Baijiu shot him a skeptical glance, her eyes brimming with doubt. Long run? 3,000 meters? That amounted to 7 laps around the track. And he could barely jog 6 laps without gasping for breath. Could he truly engage in such a more intense activity? At times, Su Baijiu needed not to articulate her thoughts. A mere glance was sufficient for Luo Yi to grasp her sentiments. After all, her expressions were limited, and he had memorized their meanings. Interestingly, as he grew more acquainted with his senior sister, Luo Yi noticed her range of expressions expanding. Though she presented an aloof demeanor, he felt an exhilarating sense of adventure in exploring the depths of her character, akin to an unconventional form of character development. Senior sister, the sports meet is in 2 weeks. Just wait and see. I will definitely secure first place and not land in the last position. Initially, he intended to assert he would achieve first place, but he lacked the confidence to make such a claim. However, he felt assured he would not finish last. Is that so? Su Baijiu responded with little reaction. Speaking of the sports meet, she had not participated even once throughout her 3 years of university. If she skipped it in her 3rd year, she would have no time in her 4th. Su Baijiu pondered whether she should sign up for a few events in this year's meet. Beside her, Luo Yi inquired, Senior sister, if I don't finish last, what reward will I receive? At this, Su Baijiu stared at him in surprise, her expression wavering as she asked softly, where did you find that out? In that instant, Luo Yi froze. Oh no, he had been discovered. He had searched online for ways to pursue a girl and unearthed various methods. One of them was to set goals and offer rewards. It seemed rather kitsch. Yet for someone like Luo Yi, who had never been in a relationship, it felt remarkably effective and avant-garde, though he was unsure who had originated it. Unfortunately, he had been seen through by the fairy-like senior sister. He had acted hastily, underestimating her intellect. Observing the young man's conflicted demeanor, Su Baijiu contemplated for a moment and murmured, if you can place in the top 3 instead of finishing last, it wouldn't be impossible. Instantly, Luo Yi's expression brightened. Senior sister, I adore you. However, achieving a top 3 finish would indeed pose a considerable challenge for him. Each session of the long-distance running event attracts more than 3 participants from the athletics club. Luo Yi aspires to secure a top 3 position, which necessitates that he attains the level of Jiangda's athletics team within a fortnight. Although only the president of the club is a national-level athlete, the remaining members are all, at the very least, enthusiasts of the sport. To possess an affinity for such an endeavor typically implies a physique that surpasses the average standard. Yet, for Luo Yi, a mere coder who spends his days ensconced in a dormitory, aiming to reach their caliber seems rather unrealistic. However, if the goal were easily attainable, what merit would there be in the reward? The more arduous the journey, the more profound the significance of crossing the finish line becomes. He seeks to demonstrate to his senior that he is earnest in matters of the heart. Luo Yi has already resolved to arrange for specialized training with the coach, who, despite being a fitness aficionado, surely possesses considerable insights into long-distance running. Observing Luo Yi, who resembled a little hamster lost in thought, Su Baijiu found his earnestness amusing. This junior, it seemed, had no idea how to pursue a girl. Yet, does it truly matter whether one knows how to court? The possibility of 2 individuals coming together has never relied solely on unilateral effort and dedication. Shall we go? Su Baijiu inquired. Huh, what did you say, senior? Luo Yi's thoughts returned to the present, and he gazed at the ethereal figure before him, posing a question that pierced through his reverie. Did you not hear? I asked if we should go. Where to, senior? Upon hearing this, Su Baijiu paused for a moment before softly responding, you heard me. Why then do you ask what I said? She found this aspect of human behavior rather amusing. Often, despite hearing exactly what was said, the immediate reflex is to question. What? Luo Yi scratched the back of his head, chuckling sheepishly. I didn't quite process that at first, but now I have. By the way, senior, where are we headed? Someone wishes to see you. With that, Su Baizhou turned and began walking towards the campus exit. Luo Yi, slightly perplexed, followed suit. Upon arriving at a nearby CAF, he spotted a familiar figure seated there. Qin Senior? Upon hearing her name, Qin Yuan turned towards Luo Yi, her expression transforming into one of surprise. It's you, the impetuous lad who bumped into me this morning. Indeed, it's me, Qin Senior. Luo Yi acknowledged without hesitation, though he felt as though he and Qin Yuan were operating on entirely different wavelengths. Su Baizhou took a seat beside Qin Yuan and remarked casually, Wen, this is Professor Gu's younger brother. Oh, so it is you. Qin Yuan crossed her arms and regarded Luo Yi with a hint of scrutiny. Senior Qin, I truly apologize for this morning. I had been hoping to invite you to dinner, but couldn't find the opportunity. Couldn't find the opportunity? Qin Yuan replied with a smirk. I suspect you were perhaps captivated by some enchanting beauty? At this remark, Luo Yi felt a flush of embarrassment. What is your name, and which major are you in? Qin Yuan inquired. Huh. Luo Yi exhibited a look of bewilderment. Shouldn't Senior Qin have been aware of this? Su Baizhou cleared his throat softly. In an instant, Qin Yuan realized her oversight. Indeed, she almost forgot that Baizhou had mentioned the need to feign familiarity. What I mean to ask is, are you planning to pursue graduate studies? Which field are you considering? I don't know. I'm only a freshman. Well, pursuing graduate studies is quite significant. My advice is, Qin Yuan began to articulate with conviction. Their conversation felt exceedingly awkward, as if their words were mismatched, leaving Su Baizhou quite embarrassed. Chapter 57. The only shortcut is perseverance. Once Luo Yi departed, Qin Yuan turned her gaze sharply towards Su Baizhou, as though scrutinizing a stranger. Baizhou, this junior clearly harbors feelings for you. Su Baizhou maintained a blank expression and replied mildly, Aren't there many who like me? It's different. Qin Yuan exclaimed with excitement. Among all those who admire you, only this junior hasn't been distanced by you. Because he is Professor Gu's brother, and Professor Gu entrusted me with his care. Su Baizhou explained with an even demeanor. This reasoning was sound, leaving no room for rebuttal. Qin Yuan furrowed her brows and couldn't help but inquire. There is one more thing, Baizhou. Why did you ask me to act as if we were very familiar? Because he is quite shy. And I feared your enthusiasm might intimidate him. Qin Yuan remarked. In any case, arranging for Luo Yi to meet you in advance is wise. To prevent an awkward encounter later where you might unwittingly reveal your true feelings in front of him. Baizhou, speak honestly with me. How could it be merely because of Professor Gu that you treat his brother with such special consideration? You are not that kind of person. Tell me, do you also harbor feelings for this junior? Qin Yuan observed Su Baizhou intently. The latter remained silent, her lips moving slightly as she finally uttered two words that sent Qin Yuan into a state of despair. Guess. Baizhou, I will bite you to death. Upon returning to the dormitory, Luo Yi made his way to the playground immediately. Flanking him were Li Haoyang and Wang Dachui. The trio stood at the starting point of the field, striking a handsome pose, resembling extraordinary beings poised for a climactic battle atop a mountain. Their grandeur drew disdainful remarks from passers-by, who couldn't help but mutter about their pretentiousness. Li Haoyang spoke in a grave tone. Brother Luo, aiming for a top 3 finish in the long-distance run within 2 weeks is somewhat unrealistic. You must take shortcuts. What shortcuts? Luo Yi inquired with seriousness. In long-distance running, simply completing the race without stopping is already a victory. So, Brother Luo, begin running. The shortcut to long-distance running is perseverance. As he spoke, Li Haoyang glanced at Wang Dachui, who stood behind Luo Yi, and asked, What are you doing here? Wherever there is excitement, there you will find me, Wang Dachui. He replied with a challenging expression directed at Li Haoyang. Coach, it's merely a long-distance run. I don't believe you can outpace me. Fitness is fitness. And long-distance running is long-distance running. The two cannot be conflated. Wang Dachui, since childhood, has been lauded by neighbors as China's very own Bolt. In elementary school, his classmates affectionately nicknamed him Rabbit due to his remarkable speed. In high school, in a bid to impress his crush, he would dash to the cafeteria the moment classes ended, outpacing all the other hungry students, earning him the title of the Grandmaster of Infatuation. Dachui, I have no intention of competing with you. I am here solely for Brother Luo. Li Haoyang stated with a shake of his head. Huh, are you afraid, coach? Wang Dachui retorted, his expression dripping with disdain. The two locked eyes, and the air between them crackled with tension. Caught in the middle, Luoya sensed the peculiar gazes of those around him and remarked, "You two should stop pretending. Everyone else is looking at you as if you're fools." At this, Wang Dachui and Li Haoyang immediately turned away, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They had unwittingly become too engrossed in their roles. "Brother Luoya, there's no point in further discussion. Let us commence," Li Haoyang urged. "All right." As Luoya silently counted to 3 and prepared to run, suddenly, Li Haoyang and Wang Dachui, for reasons unbeknownst to him, launched into a sprint. By the time Luoya realized what was happening, the two had already covered several meters. "Are you both insane?" Luoya exclaimed. Not one to be outdone, he accelerated towards them, disregarding the fact that this was supposed to be long-distance running. Although sprinting alone on the track might seem embarrassing, with 3 participants, it transformed into sheer joy. Though the crowd at the track was sparse, there were still dozens of onlookers. The trio sprinted as if they had just suffered heartbreak. Li Haoyang led the charge, running as if his life depended on it. Not far off, a petite figure watched him, her eyes filled with concern. Su Xiaojia had been observing him from a spot where the coach was oblivious. Yet he had never noticed her presence. As they continued their sprint, their pace began to wane after the first lap. By the second lap, they were gasping for breath. By the third lap, their bodies felt numb. At this point, their speed had diminished to the level of Luoya, who was practicing long-distance running, panting as though he had been scorched under the summer sun for 8 hours. Yet, Luoya pressed on, lap after lap, drenched in sweat, refusing to relent. Wang Dachui and Li Haoyang collapsed onto the track, panting heavily, realizing Luoya was still running. "Coach, how many laps has the wild boy completed?" Wang Dachui inquired. 6 laps. "I believe," Li Haoyang responded, a hint of respect in his voice. After all, those 6 laps were not the same as his usual morning jog. Luoya had sprinted alongside them during the first lap, nearly exhausting his energy. Yet, he had persevered through 5 additional laps. Clearly, Luoya had taken to heart Li Haoyang's earlier words. The only shortcut in long-distance running is persistence. Only through relentless breakthroughs of one's limits can one truly cultivate their physical strength. Suddenly, a petite and charming girl approached Li Haoyang, playfully asking, "Class monitor, would you like a drink of Powerade?" Upon hearing her voice, Wang Dachui's eyes widened in astonishment. Recognizing Su Xiaojia, he exclaimed incredulously, "Who are you? This is a university. How did a middle school student get in here?" "You're the middle schooler. Your whole family is comprised of middle schoolers," Su Xiaojia retorted angrily. Li Haoyang gazed contemplatively at the Powerade before him, then shook his head. Powerade again. He vowed never to consume it again in his lifetime. It was through Powerade that he had met Lu Bingxin. Noticing that Li Haoyang declined the offer, Su Xiaojia glanced at the bottle of Wanshui Mountain mineral water in her other hand, which she intended for Luo Yi. Since Li Haoyang was not interested, she felt compelled to offer it to him instead. After all, she was also acquainted with Luo Yi. It would be rather deliberate to buy something solely for Li Haoyang. Meanwhile, Wang Dachui, seeing the 2 bottles of water, mistakenly believed the second bottle was intended for him and immediately reached out, saying, "Su Dajia, this one is mine, right?" As they were classmates, he had remembered the name of this petite girl, and his previous remarks had been merely in jest. "Who are you?" "That bottle is for Luo Yi," she replied. Wang Dachui, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? We 3 are practicing long-distance running, so why am I left out?" "So who are you?" Su Xiaojia questioned. Observing her utterly bewildered expression, which seemed genuinely perplexed rather than feigned, Wang Dachui felt utterly defeated. "We are classmates. Is it truly the case that Wang Dachui, have no luck with women?" Chapter 58. The matchmaker Qin Yuan. Ultimately, Luo Yi completed 10 laps before he began to rest. Su Xiaojia watched as Luo Yi approached and collapsed onto the ground. Her curiosity piqued. "Is there some event happening? Why are you all suddenly running?" "The sports meet is approaching, in about 10 days, Li Haoyang explained. "The sports meet?" Su Xiaojia echoed. "How come I didn't know about it?" "As class monitor, I have my sources. I will notify everyone in the class group shortly," Li Haoyang replied. "Ah, I see," Su Xiaojia nodded. Understanding that the class monitor would naturally be privy to such information, leading the entire dormitory to be aware as well. "Class monitor, which events will you participate in?" Su Xiaojia inquired further. "I won't be participating. I have worked hard to build my muscles, and I certainly do not wish to jeopardize them," he responded, affectionately stroking his bicep. Su Xiaojia was left speechless, even contemplating scolding Li Haoyang. yet she endeavored to maintain her demure image. Witnessing this scene, Luo Yi recognized that she was putting forth considerable effort to contain herself. He was well aware of Su Xiaojia's straightforward nature. She was one to speak her mind, and her aversion to injustice was palpable. The fact that she had refrained from critiquing the coach was already a significant concession. By the way, Luo Yi. The coach glanced at Luo Yi and said, "Be prepared when you wake up tomorrow morning." What? Luo Yi displayed a look of confusion. You will understand when you wake up. For someone who seldom exercises, a sudden bout of intense physical activity would likely leave them sore by morning. As for Luo Yi's 6 laps of morning jogging, that hardly constituted genuine exercise. It could be merely described as a means of strengthening the body. Oh, what the hell? Wang Dachui suddenly exclaimed. Li Haoyang, along with Luo Yi and Su Xiaojia, turned to look. Su Xiaojia frowned and asked, "What are you barking like a dog for?" Cheng Liao has officially declared. Wang Dachui pointed at a post on his phone screen. Upon seeing the image of a man and a woman, Luo Yi inquired, "Who are they?" Li Haoyang replied, "Cheng Liao, the class leader from the next class. When did you start flirting with her?" "Humph. After being called a simp for 3 years in high school, I intend to turn over a new leaf in college and become a battle wolf." The crowd was astonished. Could it be that you are indeed a genius? Hearing this, Su Xiaojia felt speechless. She realized that being around the residents of dormitory 515 often led to the observation of some rather ludicrous events. Though she felt out of place in the boys' dormitory, she could tell that they seemed quite happy. "All right, I have to stop by the office. You all head back first," Li Haoyang said, clapping his hands and preparing to leave. Since the breakup, the coach's demeanor seemed to have changed. He had gradually shifted from his previously earnest and honest self to someone a bit more brazen. Luo Yi had rested enough and promptly stood up, asking, "What time is it?" "It's dinner time, wild boy. Let us go eat," replied Wang Dachui. The two shared an unspoken understanding. Upon the mention of food, Luo Yi and Wang Dachui set off without hesitation. Su Xiaojia was momentarily taken aback. "Wait for me," she called out as she followed behind. If she didn't keep up, she would be alone. She had always been alone, attending classes alone, eating alone, and in the dormitory, no one spoke to her. She had no common language with the others in her room. Wang Dachui and Luo Yi headed towards the third cafeteria. As Wang Dachui wished to enjoy the sight of attractive girls while dining, Luo Yi, however, expressed disdain for such behavior. Inside the cafeteria, Wang Dachui's eyes darted around, searching for his prey. Suddenly, a long-legged girl walked past, and Wang Dachui lowered his head, his face turning red in shyness. Observing this, Luo Yi scolded him, "Brother Chui, you really lack backbone. You boast more than anyone else, yet when you encounter a girl, you're the first to blush. Do you think I want it to be this way?" Wang Dachui retorted, "Despite having pursued over 100 girls, I am still a pure, untainted young man who has never been in a relationship." Ugh, Su Xiaojia made a face of disgust. After finishing their meal, Luo Yi and Wang Dachui returned to the dormitory, carrying packed lunches for their coach and Xin Xiao. Meanwhile, Su Baizhou and Qin Yuan departed from the CAF and made their way to a noodle shop across from the school. They casually ordered a bowl of noodles and immersed themselves in their phones. At the entrance, a handsome young man passed by, and upon catching sight of Su Baizhou, he broke into a smile and strode in. "Zhou, who are you?" he asked, addressing her informally. "You call her Zhou too?" Qin Yuan, upon hearing his voice, flared up like a firecracker, turning around to reveal a disdainful expression. Her contempt deepened upon recognizing the visitor. When Jishu was a hypocritical figure she held in low regard. Throughout his 3 years in college, he had never pursued a romantic relationship, yet professed his affection for Su Baizhou, all the while being a central air conditioner, welcoming everyone while portraying himself as innocent. This was something Qin Yuan had personally discerned. She had once supported the idea of a romance between the two, even believing they might end up together. Thus, as Su Baizhou's devoted protector and the leader of the Ice Goddess support group, Qin Yuan had discreetly investigated Wen Jishu. It should be noted that Qin Yuan herself was quite attractive, renowned as one of the beauties at Jiang University, and was regarded as a goddess by Wang Dachui since the start of the semester. Additionally, Wen Jishu was unaware that Qin Yuan and Su Baizhou were roommates, which led him to be overly enthusiastic towards her. She was certain that Wen Jishu was merely a warm presence to everyone, indiscriminately friendly. Su Baizhou glanced at Wen Jishu and remarked nonchalantly, "What a coincidence to see you here in such a large school." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan quickly grasped the situation and questioned, "Are you following Zhou Zhou?" Su Baizhou had just attended a meeting and then went to the CAF, arriving at the noodle shop afterward. If Wen Jishu had been trailing her since she left, it was indeed possible for him to know her whereabouts. Feeling exposed, Wen Jishu reluctantly inquired, "What does that new student have that I lack?" He had harbored feelings for Su Baizhou for 3 years without even brushing against her clothing. While that new student had taken her hand immediately upon meeting her, his heart brimmed with resentment, especially after witnessing Su Baizhou accepting the new student's milk tea and engaging in conversation with him. He had known Su Baizhou for 3 years, yet their discussions had been strictly professional, with all personal matters rebuffed by her. "What does he have that you don't?" Qin Yuan scoffed. Although she was unfamiliar with Luo Yi, having met him today, it was evident that he surpassed Wen Jishu in several ways. For instance, Wen Jishu's affections were well known throughout the school, while Luo Yi's admiration was so discreet that even she, as Su Baizhou's roommate, had only just deduced it. Let me tell you, his affection is cautious, as he fears impacting Zhou Zhou. Even if he and Zhou Zhou do not end up together, he will earn everyone's respect. And you, by revealing your affections to everyone, are you not merely seeking to announce that Zhou Zhou has already captured your heart? From where does this possessiveness arise? Zhou Zhou holds no fondness for you. What is the purpose of your deeply sentimental facade? Remaining single from university until now. To whom are you attempting to demonstrate your emotional depth? Do you consider yourself exceptional? You have made your feelings known throughout the school. Do you believe that such actions will touch Zhou Zhou's heart? Or have you already been moved to tears by your own sentimentality? At this juncture, Qin Yuan spoke with a heavy tone. "Wen Jishu, you are enamored only with yourself. You perceive Zhou Zhou as the campus belle, and should she become your girlfriend, it would bestow upon you immense satisfaction and a sense of achievement. Thus, perhaps you are superior to Luo Yi in some respects, yet in matters of the heart, he surpasses you 1,000-fold. He possesses sincerity, which you lack." Chapter 59. Matchmaker Su Xiaojia. When Jishu departed, unable to remain in the face of Qin Yuan's scathing remarks, Su Baizhou gazed at her in surprise and said, "Wen, I never anticipated your understanding to be so profound. Of course, I am a renowned master of emotions." Qin Yuan replied, "Is that so?" Su Baizhou displayed a skeptical expression, for Qin Yuan could at best be considered a theoretical expert. She merely indulged in romantic novels and, in reality, possessed as little practical experience as Su Baizhou herself. Otherwise, she would not have been so easily swayed by Su Baizhou's words. However, today's events had led Su Baizhou to view her with newfound respect. After all, she would not engage in such lengthy discourse with Wen Jishu, nor did she care to waste words on those who bore no relevance to her. Yet, Qin Yuan had transformed into her voice of reason. Moreover, hearing Qin Yuan's praises for Luo Yi, Su Baizhou felt a flicker of agreement within her. Before long, the proprietor emerged from the kitchen with 2 bowls of noodles. As Qin Yuan ate, she inquired, "Zhou Zhou, if you genuinely fancy that younger student, I could act as a matchmaker." Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou displayed a peculiar expression. Little did Qin Yuan know, she had unwittingly already taken on the role of matchmaker. "That won't be necessary," Su Baizhou replied coolly. After finishing their meal, Su Baizhou wore a look of hesitation as if lost in thought. Now in her 3rd year, she had few classes and no longer held a position in the student council. While others prepared for graduate school entrance exams, she had already secured her place. She understood she would have ample free time, yet upon reflection, the forthcoming days seemed rather too idle. After their meal, Su Baizhou brought Qin Yuan to the faculty dormitory. Currently, only Qin Yuan resided in their shared accommodation, which had become quite dull, prompting her to occasionally visit Su Baizhou. She was aware that Luo Yi was Gu Mingxuan's younger brother, so she was not surprised to find some of Luo Yi's belongings here. However, she was astonished by Su Baizhou. Given her character, had she known that Luo Yi could also reside here, she would have likely been the first to terminate her lease. At the beginning of this semester, Su Baizhou had mentioned this matter to her, but at that time, Gu Mingxian stated that whether Luo Yi could stay here depended on her willingness, so she refrained from bringing it up again. Now it appears that Su Baizhou has tacitly agreed to this arrangement. Qin Yuan felt as though she no longer recognized Su Baizhou. "Zhou Zhou, I cannot believe you are living under the same roof as a man. It truly astounds me." In response, Su Baizhou nonchalantly remarked, "It's merely a shared living arrangement. Isn't cohabitation between genders quite common nowadays?" Indeed, cohabitation between men and women is not an uncommon occurrence, yet you are Su Baizhou, in my opinion, You must have feelings for him to tolerate his presence. Upon hearing this, Su Baijiu offered no reply. Perhaps she has already accepted this situation in her heart. However, liking someone and being together are distinct. If one enters a relationship unprepared, the eventual outcome may be unsatisfactory. After all, romance is not merely about having feelings. Affection is but an emotion that inevitably fades, a reality most people cannot escape. Today, Qin Yuan spent the night in the teacher's dormitory. The following morning, she awoke in a daze, gazing at the already risen Su Baijiu. Rubbing her eyes, she inquired, "Are you going for a morning run again?" "Yes," Su Baijiu replied. "Zhou, I must say, rather than running every morning, you might as well go to bed early. You only slept at 2 last night. You sleep as you wish." Su Baijiu retorted as she headed to the bathroom to freshen up before embarking on her morning jog. However, today, Luo Yi was absent from the playground. Since Luo Yi joined the morning running routine, this marked the first time he was not present at this hour. For someone unaccustomed to running, maintaining this routine for her sake was no small feat. Su Baijiu held no intention of chastising him. After all, it was his freedom to decide. Yet, running alone felt somewhat tedious. But she had always been accustomed to solitude. When had she begun to enjoy the company of another? At that moment, a message from Luo Yi arrived on Su Baijiu's phone. "Senior, I overslept today, haha." Seeing this, Su Baijiu replied with a simple mm. Meanwhile, in the male dormitory 515, Luo Yi sat on his bed, looking as though he were on the brink of death. His face contorted in pain as he watched Li Haoyang prepare to go to the playground for exercise. His legs hurt, his arms ached, and his back throbbed. Every part of him was in agony. Li Haoyang chuckled, "That's normal. You'll feel better in a few days. Coach, help me up. I want to go to the playground." Luo Yi attempted to rise from his bed, but even the slightest movement sent waves of discomfort through him. Had he known, he would not have exerted himself so intensely yesterday. "It's fine. You can wait until you recover to train. There's no need to push through the pain." Li Haoyang donned a sports bag and departed the dormitory. Luo Yi remained seated on the bed, feeling an eagerness that his body could not match. He could certainly inform his senior that he was feeling unwell. However, his discomfort had little relevance to her. Should he let her know that he was exerting himself for a reward? Such trivial matters were not something he wished to burden her with. Nor did he want to disrupt her peace. Upon arriving at the playground, Li Haoyang coincidentally brushed past Su Baijiu, who had just left the area. Su Baijiu glanced back at the silhouette of the boy, recalling that he was Lia's roommate. "Senior." Suddenly, a girl's voice called out. Su Baijiu turned to see a petite girl gazing at her. "Wow, Senior, you are so beautiful." Su Xiaojia exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Su Baijiu recognized the outfit she wore. It was the same one she had seen when Leo escorted Su Baijiu back to the girls' dormitory. Today, she had secretly come to accompany Li Haoyang and happened to spot her, prompting her to greet her. She was merely curious about the kind of girl who could capture Lia's affection, and she was pleasantly surprised by her beauty. "And you are?" Su Baijiu inquired, her expression neutral. "I am a friend of Lia's, but please don't misunderstand. We merely come from the same place, and I have a fondness for his roommate." As she spoke, Su Xiaojia discreetly cast a glance at Li Haoyang, who was warming up. Su Baijiu immediately comprehended the situation. "You are here to keep him company?" "Yes, but this fool never notices me," she replied, glancing around but failing to spot Luoya. "Luoya isn't here, is he?" Indeed, Li Haoyang was right yesterday. After intense exercise, one tends to feel sore the next day. Upon hearing this, Su Baijiu raised an eyebrow. "Intense exercise?" "Yes. Yesterday Luoya ran 10 laps around the playground for the sports meet." "Ha ha ha, he really is working hard." After finishing, Su Xiaojia asked, "Senior, are you going to eat?" Let's go together. Li Haoyang will probably run for half an hour, and I don't want to just stand here idly." Su Baijiu thought, "Is this little girl always so familiar?" Chapter 60. Selection. Lia only rested for a morning. By evening, he returned to the playground, running even more than he had the previous day. He realized that only by pushing his limits incrementally could he achieve progress in the shortest time. Although he felt exhausted and the pain in his body was quite unbearable, he managed to complete one more lap than the day before. After finishing, Luoya checked the time and noted that it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. It would soon be 5 o'clock. He sat on the podium of the playground, observing the men and women strolling about. Many couples walked hand in hand. When would he have the opportunity to walk here with the enchanting senior? Not far away, the sound of a gunshot drew Luoya's attention. At the starting point of the track, a crowd had gathered, and with the sound of the gun, 6 individuals dashed down the runway. Luo Yi caught sight of a familiar figure, the current president of the student council and the head of the Hanfu Club, Lu Jianglai. Although this individual often exhibited a rather effeminate demeanor, his presence during work was undeniably charismatic. Approaching him, Luo Yi inquired, "President, what are you engaged in?" "Oh, it's you, Junior Luo Yi," Lu Jianglai replied with a smile. "This is the selection for the track and field events. The sports meet requires registration by department, and each department will select its representatives for the competition." Luo Yi was taken aback, exclaiming, "There's a selection process?" Observing Luo Yi's astonished expression, Lu Jianglai chuckled softly and said, "Indeed. Have you signed up for an event?" "I've registered for the 3,000 meters," Luo Yi admitted, worry etched across his face. If each department's athletes were to be selected, would he even stand a chance? The thought of not being able to qualify for the event weighed heavily on him. Long-distance running is different, Lu Jianglai reassured him. While track and field events are organized by department, long-distance running does not have a participant limit. It's somewhat of an unspoken rule, offering an opportunity for anyone willing to take on the challenge. Relieved by this revelation, Luo Yi felt a sense of ease wash over him. Otherwise, if the selection were happening right now, he might as well have been doomed before he even began. By the way, Junior Luo Yi, the sports meet will be held alongside a fun sports event. If you're interested, you could participate in some activities related to that. Fun sports event? Luo Yi queried, looking at Lu Jianglai with curiosity. What is that? Have you seen boys and girls go forward? Lu Jianglai asked. I have. It's similar to those unconventional sports. Leaning closer, Lu Jianglai whispered, there are many paired events in the fun sports meet. You might want to sign up and see. A spark of excitement flickered in Luo Yi's eyes. He wanted to participate. He needed to devise a way to invite the senior over, although it seemed challenging. He was eager to attempt it. The most intriguing aspect of the fun sports meet was the requirement for special props and unique rules. Essentially, there was no way to prepare in advance, relying entirely on spontaneous performance, making it highly entertaining and enjoyable. As Luo Yi observed others undergoing selections on the playground, he noticed a gathering of many sports enthusiasts and members of the track and field club, allowing him to glean a wealth of knowledge. Despite Li Haoyang's expertise in fitness, when it came to track and field, he was still a novice. Beside Lu Jianglai stood the current president of the track and field club, Meng Chao, who, while not particularly tall, possessed a lean physique with visibly defined muscles in his arms and legs. However, when it came to sheer muscularity, the coach still surpassed him. Standing next to Meng Chao, Luo Yi pondered, is this the national first-level athlete? Doesn't he seem particularly extraordinary? Nonetheless, his reputation was formidable. He was reputed to be the fastest university athlete in the entire Jiangxing, even ranking among the top 8 in the province. He also registered for the sprint, and for him, this selection round was merely a formality. With the crack of the starting gun, a new round of selection commenced. Meng Chao shot forward like a bolt of lightning, creating an insurmountable gap between himself and the second-place competitor. The difference was unmistakable, and one could aptly describe it as a commanding lead. Both Meng Chao and Lu Jianglai were sophomores and presidents of different clubs, so they naturally knew each other. After the race, Lu Jianglai nodded and remarked, Old Meng is still formidable. Hey, Old Lu, why don't you sign up as well? Meng Chao suggested. Forget it. I lack athletic prowess, Lu Jianglai chuckled. Suddenly, a short-haired girl in athletic wear appeared before Lu Jianglai. Her complexion was not particularly fair. In fact, it was somewhat dark. But her eyes sparkled with brightness. President Lu, when does the selection for the girls begin? She inquired. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianglai glanced at Meng Chao, who replied, This is Yu Qiuyu, a newcomer to our athletics club, and she is quite impressive. Lu Jianglai nodded and said, The girls' selection is about to start. Among the participants in the girls' selection were people known to Luo Yi, including Tang Enqi and Lu Binjing. He even spotted Shuai Kuan and Gao Yuming standing on the sidelines, watching the soon-to-be competitors, Lu Binjing and Tang Enqi. With the girls' selection about to unfold, Luo Yi lost interest. Several beautiful girls donned form-fitting athletic attire, some revealing their long, fair legs. However, Luo Yi's heart belonged to another, making it difficult for him to appreciate the sight. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Jianglai called out to him, Junior Luo Yi, are you leaving already? Hearing this, Luo Yi turned back, puzzled. President, is there something else? Noticing Luo Yi's confusion, Lu Jianglai spoke mysteriously, just wait and see. There may be a surprise shortly. Luo Yi displayed a look of bewilderment, but since it was the president's suggestion, he chose to stay. Soon, a voice emerged from the playground that caused countless exclamations. Is it really her? Why is she here? It was Su Baizhou, the esteemed beauty of Jiang University, known for her aloofness. She was no longer the student council president. What brought her to the playground? In the final round of the girls' selection, Tang Enki and Lu Bingjing stood on the track. To everyone's astonishment, Su Baizhou also took her place at the starting line. Luo Yi finally understood why Lu Jianglai had urged him to remain. The enchanting senior had indeed registered for this sports meet. As the familiar sound of the starting gun rang out, Su Baizhou's movements were impeccably executed, her stunning beauty capturing the attention of nearly everyone present. Even the new campus beauty, Tang Enki, appeared overshadowed beside her. She launched into her stride, leading the pack. However, Yu Qiuyu from the athletics club currently held the first position, leaving all others trailing behind. Following closely was Su Baizhou, whose daily morning exercises at the university had endowed her with a physique superior to many of her peers. With this round of selections drawing to a close, today's editions also reached their conclusion. The selection process spanned 3 days, with opportunities to register still available today and tomorrow. Ultimately, participants would be ranked based on their overall performance, determining representatives for each department. After the event, Lu Jianglai promptly approached Su Baizhou, offering a greeting. In a sense, he had become her successor, having taken over the roles of student council president and president of the Hanfu Club from her. Chapter 61. Sipping on senior's milk tea, noticing Luo Yi behind Lu Jianglai, Su Baizhou feigned ignorance and merely nodded in acknowledgement of Lu. The latter was taken aback. What had transpired? Had there been a conflict? Lu Jianglai glanced back at Luo Yi, then turned to Su Baizhou, inquiring, Su, would you be interested in participating in the fun sports meet? Perhaps a 3-legged race? I'm not interested, Su Baizhou replied curtly, turning away and departing. Observing her retreating figure, Lu Jianglai paused, then turned to Luo Yi, saying, did you upset her? Huh. Luo Yi looked bewildered. Seeing his expression, Lu Jianglai couldn't help but chuckle. You've never been in a relationship, have you? Upsetting a girl isn't a grave matter. Couples inevitably face disagreements. What truly matters is the reason behind the anger and how one addresses it. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi glanced at Lu Jianglai and nodded earnestly. He looked after the enchanting senior's silhouette and followed her. Luo Yi, Lu Jianglai called out from behind, seemingly wanting to offer a reminder. However, after a moment's hesitation, he chose silence. In the realm of emotions, only through personal experience can one truly grow. Others' advice, while well-meaning, often fails to address the core issues. Lu Jianglai merely wished to convey that to win over a lioness, one must exhibit greater strength. Yet, he could only muster 2 words, good luck. Though he considered himself knowledgeable about Su Baizhou, he recognized that each individual approaches romance differently. He believed that the methods to pursue her might not necessarily be effective. Ultimately, the success of the pursuit depended on the suitor himself. And with Luo Yi, he felt a sense of confidence. After all, to evoke any emotion from Su Baizhou amidst her numerous admirers was a testament to Luo Yi's significance in her heart. Su Baizhou and Luo Yi departed the playground in tandem. Tang Enki observed this scene, her gaze lingering on the 2 figures. Beside her, Gao Yuming approached with a bottle of water, cheerfully asking, Chi-Chi, feeling tired? Shall we grab a bite soon? No, thank you, Tang Enki declined, her mood inexplicably sour. Could it be that the person Luo Yi admired was truly Su Baizhou? However, that was Su Baizhou, the aloof campus belle who had never been embroiled in scandal. Lu Bingxin grasped Tang Enki's hand and smiled. Come on, let us dine. Gao Yuming is treating. Upon hearing this, Tang Enki cast a glance at Lu Bingxin and then at Gao Yuming. Ultimately, she nodded in agreement. Among the trio of rising stars, Gao Yuming's reputation had shifted from that of a showy rich kid to a wealthy sycophant, incessantly clinging to Tang Enki, constantly offering warmth to a cold shoulder. It was perplexing how he, undeniably affluent, was so determined to pursue her. On another front, Su Baizhou had departed from the school and arrived at the entrance of the residential building. She was aware that Luo Yi was stealthily trailing her, behaving like a thief. A chuckle escaped her as she found the situation amusing. She bore no resentment towards Luo Yi. However, this morning, he had claimed he missed practice due to oversleeping, when in truth, he was simply suffering from body aches. She struggled to articulate her feelings, yet felt compelled to give Luo Yi a slight reprimand, to signal that deceit was unacceptable. In simpler terms, it was just a fleeting emotional whim from a young woman, sudden and inexplicable. Su Baizo had never experienced such sentiments before. Perhaps her recent idleness had heightened her emotional sensitivity. Standing at the entrance of Unit 4, Building 5, Su Baizo remained still, while Luo Yi lingered 20 meters behind her, neither hiding nor approaching, resembling a couple embroiled in a petty quarrel. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a message from Luo Yi. "Senior, have you eaten?" Surprised, Su Baizo paused momentarily. Although Luo Yi was right behind her, he dared not approach to speak directly. "Fairy Senior, no, I haven't tea." "Luo Yi, shall we go eat together?" Turning around, Su Baizo regarded Luo Yi, who was looking down, then mustered the courage to trot to her side. Observing his bashful demeanor, she said coolly, "Head upstairs, sweep the floor, and mop it once more. I will wait for you here." Hearing this, Luo Yi lifted his head, momentarily stunned, before his expression transformed into one of determination. "Senior, your judgment is impeccable. I was born to do housework. I handle the cleanliness of our dormitory." With that, Luo Yi dashed into the unit, swiftly tidying room 614. When he finally descended half an hour later, the space below was devoid of the fairy senior's presence. He scanned the area and approached the trash bin, peering inside as he murmured, "She's not here. Where could the senior have gone? What are you doing?" Su Baizo's voice floated from behind him. As Luo Yi turned around, he not only beheld the senior he had longed for, but also noticed the 2 cups of milk tea in her hands. Aware of Luo Yi's gaze, Su Baizo, with an expressionless face, remarked, "You've been up there for quite a while. I was thirsty and purchased a cup." "A cup?" he queried, bemused, "yet there are clearly 2. The second one is half price. I thought it unwise not to buy it, so I'm planning to give it to a neighbor." Upon hearing this, the joyful expression on Luo Yi's face instantaneously froze. "Neighbor? Who is the neighbor? Is the senior quite familiar with them?" "Let us go," Su Baizo said, turning away. Observing her, Luo Yi inquired, "Senior, isn't that meant for the neighbor?" Su Baizo halted her steps and turned to fix her gaze upon him. She remained silent, yet her eyes seemed to convey a multitude of unspoken words. Luo Yi felt as if the ethereal senior was looking at him as though he were a fool. Yet, he was certain he was no fool. He considered himself rather clever. Wait a moment, neighbor? Wasn't the senior's neighbor himself? Realizing this, Luo Yi stepped forward and seized the milk tea from Su Baizo's hand, taking a hearty sip. "Senior, it truly was for me," he thought. She had even thoughtfully inserted a straw for him. Despite her usual cold demeanor, she was, in fact, a gentle senior. However, his attention soon shifted to the other hand of the ethereal senior, which held an unopened cup of milk tea, along with an unexpected flicker of emotion amidst her usual indifference. What was going on? Luo Yi glanced at the straw in his cup. The ethereal senior had a peculiar habit of biting her straws, and the straw in his cup was noticeably crumpled, clearly having been bitten before. Chapter 62, The Master of Outlining and Unerring Precision across from Jiang University at Jiangcheng Beef Noodles. Su Baizo frequented this establishment, known for its delectable noodles. Sitting at the table, Luo Yi's gaze remained fixated on the milk tea before him. The mere thought that it had been sipped by the senior stirred a small thrill within him. Fortunately, she appeared to regard it as an accident and was not concerned. Even if she were, what difference would it make? The die was cast, the rice had been cooked, and the outcome was immutable. Luo Yi felt as if he had discovered a new continent. Yet, he quickly brushed away such thoughts. That was an approach fraught with peril and entirely inadvisable. Looking at the ethereal senior before him, Luo Yi asked, "Senior, which events did you register for?" "Women's 800 meters, women's 60 meters, and women's 3,000 meters, she replied succinctly. In just 3 sentences, 15 words, she astonished Luo Yi for a lifetime. The first 2 were manageable, but the last, women's 3,000 meters? Do female participants even compete in that event? And the senior was going to participate as well. Luo Yi could hardly envision how his ethereal senior would fare in the 3,000-meter race. However, since she had registered, he felt an even greater impetus to strive harder. "Senior, would you be interested in the Fun Sports Day?" Upon hearing this, Su Baizo fell into contemplation. To be candid, having served as the president of the student council for quite some time, she was well aware of what the Fun Sports Day entailed. It was, after all, the most vibrant and popular aspect of each annual sports event, thus piquing her interest. Nevertheless, the essence of the Fun Sports Day lay in its interactive nature, which might not suit someone like Su Baizo, who had few friends. Noticing her hesitation, Luo Yi felt a flicker of hope. There was potential to persuade her further. Senior, the prizes for the Fun Sports Day are quite intriguing. For instance, there is a duo event where the prize is a medal inscribed with the most harmonious duo. Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou glanced at Luo Yi, silently pondering his intentions, as if to say, "Do you think I'm unaware?" However, she neither agreed nor declined immediately. Instead, she lowered her head to focus intently on her noodles. After finishing her meal, Su Baizhou rose to her feet. In the past, aside from her academic responsibilities and meals, she would retreat to her dormitory to study or engage in part-time computer work. Now, however, she found herself standing at the entrance of the noodle shop, gazing at the school gate not far away. Was it too early to return? Having ventured out, perhaps she could linger a while longer. Su Baizhou would never actively invite Luo Yi to accompany her, yet she knew that as long as she remained silent, he would quietly follow in her wake. Indeed, upon leaving the noodle shop, Luo Yi trailed behind her like a devoted shadow. Gradually, he shifted from following her to walking alongside her. To pursue a girl, one must first possess perseverance. To put it pleasantly, it is perseverance. To put it bluntly, it is simply audacity. With sufficient boldness, one could claim the title of good friends. Jiang University is situated in the heart of Jiang City, surrounded by numerous recreational venues. Within less than 2 kilometers from the school, there lies a grand shopping mall, and on its lower level resides the liveliest food court in the area. Naturally, the two, having just dined, were not headed to the food court. Each floor of the mall boasted a row of claw machines, which were Su Baizhou's true objective. As a talented scholar of Jiang University, Su Baizhou had never bowed her head to anyone, yet she had succumbed to the allure of the claw machines. During her freshman year, she and Qin Yuan had come here and were immediately drawn to the claw machines, resulting in a half-hour of futile attempts to win any prizes. Subsequently, Su Baizhou would sneak in alone whenever she found time, even employing physics formulas, yet her efforts were still in vain. Eventually, she lost interest in the claw machines altogether, ignoring them entirely as she passed by. But was she truly indifferent to these contraptions? Certainly, that is utterly impossible. Individuals often find themselves haunted by the things they strive for yet fail to attain. Thus, here stands Su Baizhou once more, the embodiment of an ice-cold goddess. Poised before the claw machine, her typically aloof countenance now betrays a flicker of eager anticipation, reminiscent of a challenger ready to engage. Observing this, Luo Yi, perplexed, inquires, "Senior, do you enjoy catching dolls?" Su Baizhou remains silent, her gaze intensely fixed, her expression grave as she scrutinizes the mechanical claw within the machine. It is evident that she is calculating her angles in her mind. In the next moment, she presses the button. The mechanical claw descends in response, grasping the doll's head nestled within the glass enclosure. The doll is lifted, its face adorned with a mocking grin. Within this machine, the dolls bear various expressions, and the one Su Baizhou has seized happens to express derision. As she watches with bated breath, the doll plummets, striking the edge of the exit. She momentarily freezes, yet reassures herself, it matters not, for she has purchased 20 tokens, granting her 10 attempts. Subsequently, Luo Yi observes closely from behind her. With each opportunity, Su Baizhou approaches with utmost seriousness, deliberating for an extended period, exhausting her efforts, yet to no avail. Soon enough, all her chances are depleted, and she stands there, momentarily stunned. Before long, her expression returns to its usual composure. It is of no consequence. If she cannot catch it, then so be it. After all, she has never successfully caught a doll in her life, which is entirely normal. The claw machine is merely a tax on intelligence found by the roadside. Those who play are the ones who ultimately lose, and the outcome has little to do with skill. At least, that is Su Baizhou's belief. Did you not notice how the doll she almost caught fell midway? The claw is flimsy, swinging back and forth, clearly designed to thwart any attempts at success. Indeed, it is not her fault. Rather, it is the machine's flaw. Suddenly, the clattering sound of numerous coins reaches Su Baizhou's ears. She turns to see Luo Yi, who has also purchased 20 tokens. This contraption is merely a tax on intelligence, Su Baizhou remarks nonchalantly. Huh. Luo Yi, holding the coins, appears slightly puzzled. Then, glancing at the claw machine before Su Baizhou, he smiles and says, "Senior, I've never caught a doll before. Whether it's a tax on intelligence or not, I'd like to give it a try." Being a young man who typically engages in activities with other boys, he has seen claw machines, but has never played with one. Su Baijiu steps aside to allow Luo Yi his turn, who promptly inserts 2 coins into the machine. Without hesitation, he presses the button. Su Baijiu, standing beside him, observes the scene with an impassive expression. His approach is far too casual. How could he possibly succeed in catching a doll this way? A cheerful melody emanates from the machine. Luo Yi retrieves the doll he has just won from the exit. Grinning at Su Baijiu, "Senior, I truly am lucky." Su Baijiu observed the doll that Leah had retrieved, its face adorned with a cheerful expression, exuding an aura of cuteness and vivacity, reminiscent of Leah himself. Luo resumed his endeavor, and to Su Baijiu's astonishment, he managed to grasp an array of dolls from the claw machine. Out of 10 attempts, he succeeded 7 times. While the 3 unsuccessful attempts were merely strategic maneuvers to position the dolls in more favorable spots for the next grab. Chapter 63. The first doll of life. This seemed utterly unreasonable. A clear sense of skepticism manifested on Su Baijiu's face. Despite Luoya's seemingly casual approach to the game, he consistently triumphed in his efforts. In contrast, her earnest attempts, meticulously analyzing angles, yielded no success. She had always believed the claw machine to be a mere tax on intelligence, a contrivance designed to extract money, yet Luoya's performance today shattered that notion entirely. So where did the disparity lie? Have you truly never played before? Su Baijiu inquired. Not at all, Luoya replied. I have merely observed others, but never participated myself. He cradled 7 dolls in his arms, each displaying a unique expression, nearly overwhelmed by their quantity. As school had just let out, throngs of children in the mall cast envious glances at Luoya. Their astonishment was not rooted in his clawing prowess, but rather in their desire for such an abundance of dolls, which their parents denied them the opportunity to acquire. Noticing the children's eager faces, Luoya gently placed the dolls on the ground and said, "Let me see if there are enough dolls to share." Upon hearing this, the children's expressions brightened, and they formed a neat little queue, each receiving a doll from Luoya. After collecting their prizes, they bowed politely, sweetly thanking him as Big Brother. Luoya found himself enchanted by their endearing calls of Big Brother, effortlessly connecting with the little ones he had just met. For Luoya, spending 20 coins for 20 yuan was a trivial matter. However, for these elementary school children, such an amount was often unattainable without parental support. If their parents disapproved, they would never have the chance to engage with the claw machine. Adults often deemed the dolls within the machine as a waste of money if they were not successfully obtained, believing it more prudent to simply purchase them outright. Observing this scene, Su Baijiu recalled how, during their time in the village, the young junior had quickly become the favorite among the local children. This fellow truly had a way of winning their affection. Soon, all the dolls in Luoya's possession had been claimed, except for one little girl who remained empty-handed. She gazed at Luoya with a look of mild disappointment, yet still spoke with utmost politeness, saying, "Big Brother, it's all right. I will go back to find my mother now." Wait. Luo Yi gently stroked the little girl's head and said with a smile, "Would you like your sister to help you catch your doll?" He glanced in the direction of Su Baijiu, and the little girl followed suit. Su Baijiu was momentarily taken aback, feeling a flutter of nervousness within her. All right. The prospect of receiving a doll clearly delighted the little girl. Luo Yi purchased another 20 game tokens, not out of desire to buy more, but because the minimum sale for the game currency was set at 20. He handed the tokens to Su Baijiu and said, "Senior, it's entrusted to you." Upon hearing this, Su Baijiu hesitated for a moment before nodding. She gazed at the little girl's cherubic face and spoke gently, "Which one do you want?" The little girl scrutinized the lovely older sister before her. Su Baijiu's beauty was indeed striking enough to captivate even a child. However, the little girl did not respond immediately. Instead, she looked at Luo Yi and inquired, "Are you and Big Sister a couple?" At this, Luo Yi felt a sudden rush of panic and quickly replied, "Not yet." He leaned in closer to the little girl's ear and whispered, "But Big Brother likes Big Sister." "Oh," the little girl exclaimed in surprise. She turned her attention to another claw machine and studied Su Baijiu intently. That bunny hat. She pointed at the white bunny plush within the machine. It was an adorable hat, adorned with a beaming bunny face, featuring 2 little switches on either side that made the ears wiggle when pulled. Su Baijiu approached this particular claw machine, taking a deep breath in preparation for her attempt. Yet, contrary to her hopes, her first attempt ended in failure. The second, third, fourth, and even the 9th attempts yielded the same result. Even Su Baijiu began to feel a sense of grievance. Was she destined to be thwarted by the claw machine? Now, only one chance remained. The little girl, however, did not display disappointment. Instead, she tugged at Luo Ye's sleeve, signaling him to crouch down. Confused, Luo Ye complied, only to hear the little girl whispering in his ear, "Big brother, could you help sister?" At her words, Luo Ye glanced at Su Baizhou. The fairy-like senior seemed a bit disheartened. He stood up and positioned himself behind her. At that moment, Su Baizhou had inserted the last 2 game tokens into the machine, one hand gripping the joystick while the other hovered over the button. Her expression was tense as she focused intently on the mechanical arm within the claw machine, maneuvering it meticulously. Just then, a pair of hands encircled her waist, resting gently on the backs of her hands. Su Baizhou paused, instinctively turning her head. In that instant, her nose accidentally brushed against the side of Luo Ye's face as he stood closely behind her, his head hovering near her shoulder. To the casual observer, they appeared as a couple, with Luo gently embracing Su Baizhou from behind. "Sister, look ahead," Luo softly urged. With her mind a blank slate, Su Baizhou instinctively complied, turning her head back. "Sister, winning a prize requires skill, and this skill cannot be easily articulated. Thus, I shall teach you step by step." Luo grasped Su Baizhou's hand, guiding the joystick. The ability to seize a plush toy relies on intuition. At times, that instinct is more crucial than the angle, just as it is now. The sound echoed in Su Baizhou's ears. Intuition outweighs angle. Her heart raced, affirming this truth. Without that instinct, she would never allow a boy to be so close, let alone touch her hands. As the cheerful music from the claw machine filled the air, a small white rabbit plush tumbled out. "I got it." A radiant joy illuminated Su Baizhou's face, akin to the smile on the bunny-eared hat. Though assisted by Luo, this marked her first successful capture of a toy in her life. Luo took 2 steps back, applauding as if encouraging a child, exclaiming, "Sister, you're amazing." Su Baizhou retrieved the plush from the dispensing slot, glancing towards the little girl who had been there moments ago, only to find she had already wandered off. Nearby, the girl's mother was holding her hand, preparing to take her home. As they departed, the little girl's face beamed with a sense of accomplishment. Though she had not won a toy, she had engaged in something far more meaningful. She had helped another. For children, emotional satisfaction far surpasses material gain. Luo waved goodbye to the little girl's retreating figure, who waved back. Then, Luo turned to Su Baizhou, eyeing the white bunny hat, and then her features. Reflecting on the girl's choice of this particular claw machine, Luo appeared to understand something profound. "Sister, don't you think this hat suits you perfectly?" A stoic ice queen, adorned with an adorably cheerful bunny-eared hat. It seemed the little girl had never intended to win the toy. Rather, she wished for the sister to don the hat, hoping the joy of the bunny smile would illuminate the beautiful sister's face. Luo shared that hope. Chapter 64. Watching a movie. Su Baizhou donned the white bunny ears. This whimsical accessory seemed tailor-made for her. Upon wearing it, her demeanor, though still aloof, was softened, the aura of distance washed away by the hat. The 5th floor of the mall housed the cinema. Luo glanced at the time. They had just finished dinner, and it was only 7 o'clock. He promptly inquired, "Sister, shall we watch a movie?" Su Baizhou glanced at Luo and replied softly, "Not watching." As she spoke, she tugged at the strings on either side of her cap, causing the little rabbit ears to wiggle adorably, which nearly melted Luo's heart. The enchanting demeanor of the fairy senior was undeniably captivating. "Are you really not going to watch?" Luo inquired as he walked beside her, discovering ticket information for a film on his phone. This film was lauded as a premier science fiction masterpiece from abroad, receiving considerable acclaim, and Luo thought the senior might appreciate such a genre. However, the film had already been released for a week, meaning the audience was sparse, perhaps even non-existent for the entire showing. "Not watching," Su Baizhou reiterated, yet she cast a fleeting glance at Luo's phone screen. The science fiction film failed to pique her interest, but among the recommendations below, a horror film with a rather terrifying cover caught her attention. "This one looks quite good." Upon hearing this, Luo checked his phone and realized the fairy senior was referring to a horror movie from another country. It was well known that such films from abroad often faced fewer restrictions, thereby appearing more authentic. Luo swallowed hard. Horror films did intimidate him a bit, as the author's immersive storytelling was quite intense. Nevertheless, since the film was screening in theaters, it must have passed the necessary cuts, right? With that thought in mind, Luo gritted his teeth and promptly purchased 2 tickets. "Then let's watch this," he declared, heading towards the elevator with resolve. Su Baizhou smiled behind him. Initially, she had no intention of watching, as movies rarely interested her. However, The title of this horror film, The Vanishing Senior, intrigued her, and she was curious about Luo Ye's reactions to a horror film, especially since he hardly seemed like someone with a stout heart. Settled in the massage chairs of the cinema on the 5th floor, Luo Ye indulged in a large bag of popcorn and 2 cups of cola. After a brief wait, the film commenced. He and Su Baijiu occupied the 3rd row, with a young couple seated in front of them. The movie was indeed frightening. Yet due to the protagonist being a junior and the female ghost a senior, Luo Ye felt a strong sense of immersion. He was not scared at all. After all, the ghost was a senior. What was there to fear? She was so beautiful and kind to him that he would even welcome her as a ghost. As a novelist, his imagination and ability to immerse himself in stories were exceptional, although he did feel a twinge of trepidation towards horror films. Envisioning the fairy senior's face as the ghost made the petite specter appear quite charming, resonating deeply with his heart. Throughout the film, Su Baijiu's attention remained fixated not on the screen, but rather on Luo Ye as she observed his reactions. The outcome left her disheartened each time the female ghost appeared. An expression of astonishment graced Luo Ye's countenance. In the moments when the ghost was absent, his eyes were suffused with an anticipatory gleam. He was, astonishingly, eager for the ghost's emergence. Su Baijiu glanced at the spectral figure on the screen, which was grotesque, with a distorted visage and an incomplete face. It was hard to fathom that Luo Ye possessed such audacity. Suddenly, a horrifying scene flashed across the large screen, startling the girl seated in front, who gasped and instinctively clung tightly to her boyfriend. Soon after, the narrative unfolded to reveal that the female ghost was, in fact, a victim of treachery, transformed into a specter seeking vengeance. The plot was rather kitsch, yet it deeply moved Luo Ye, who seemed intent on championing the ghost's cause. The senior is simply too pitiful, he lamented. Upon hearing this, Su Baijiu cast a surprised glance in his direction. She was well aware that the senior he referred to was from the film, yet it felt oddly personal, as if he were addressing her. Grasping a handful of popcorn, she noticed Luo Ye reaching for some as well. Their hands brushed against one another, and both paused in surprise. Such a trite scenario, yet it proved effective each time. Luo Ye turned to meet Su Baijiu's gaze, seized a handful of popcorn, and nonchalantly began to eat, though internally he was a bundle of nerves. The illumination of the cinema relied solely on the grand screen at the front, and in the surrounding darkness, Su Baijiu's eyes sparkled beautifully. The soft glow from the screen cast a gentle light upon her face, rendering her reminiscent of a beauty under the moonlight. Coupled with their simple physical contact, it was impossible for Luo Ye not to feel his heart race. It is often said that the period of ambiguity between men and women is the most intoxicating. Could this moment with the senior be their own phase of ambiguity? For Su Baijiu, merely being close to him and having repeated moments of solitude was already indicative of a budding intimacy. Not to mention, sharing a film and engaging in hand-holding constituted a level of physical connection that would be met with disbelief throughout the campus. When Luo Ye had previously sought advice on how to pursue a girl, the esteemed search engine had advised him to grasp the girl's hand as the film progressed. Stealing a glance at the enchanting senior, Luo Ye observed that Su Baijiu was engrossed in the movie. Her attention was fixated on the screen, and Luo Ye marveled at how seriously she was watching. The search engine had suggested that he take advantage of the girl's immersion in the film to subtly take her hand. If she did not resist, it would signify potential for future intimacy. If she did, it would be an early indication of failure. However, Luo Ye overlooked a crucial factor: the nature of the film they were watching. Luo Ye, with a fleeting glance, observed the delicate hand of his senior, the fairy-like figure. Before swiftly taking action, akin to the moment he captured a toy from the claw machine. This time, however, the sensation was distinct. While the claw machine had been a means to amuse his senior, this act was merely one of holding hands. Upon noticing Luo Ye's gesture, Su Baijiu did not resist. She merely stared blankly for a moment, and then there was no further reaction. This junior truly lacked the finesse in pursuing a girl, employing cliches that were pathetically outdated. Yet, despite such bold and audacious behavior, she found herself unable to oppose him. Perhaps she would chide him later. For now, they would simply enjoy the film together. Before long, the movie concluded, and Luo Ye continued to hold the fairy senior's hand. Her hand felt soft and warm, an addictive sensation that tempted him to hold on indefinitely. However, as the film had ended, they stood to leave the cinema, their hands inadvertently loosening their grip. In the restroom, Luo Ye had endured considerable discomfort, finally able to relieve himself. Had he known, he would have refrained from purchasing soda, having consumed copious amounts of liquid. Although he could have excused himself during the film, that would have meant relinquishing the enchanting hold of his senior's hand, so he had held it in. Regrettably, the film was quite disappointing. Crucial scenes had been edited out, leaving many moments shrouded in confusion. Lo Yi managed to engage with the film only by imagining it through his senior's perspective, while Su Baiyo had been entirely disengaged. Chapter 65. Drawing closer, the two walked towards the school, with Jiang University merely 2 kilometers away, not far, yet not exactly close on foot. Nonetheless, they both opted for a leisurely stroll. As night descended, cars traversed the road. Jiang City, a bustling metropolis, was just beginning to awaken to its nightlife. They ambled side by side at a pace akin to a casual walk. The distance between them had gradually diminished from an arm's length to nearly a fist's width, their bodies occasionally brushing against one another as they walked. They resembled a couple, the only distinction being the absence of hand-holding or affectionate embraces. Meanwhile, Su Baiyo sported adorable rabbit ears. If one were to ignore her face, the fairy-like senior appeared remarkably cute. However, upon gazing at her features, Lo Yi could only conclude that she was even more charming. Casting a glance at her profile, Lo Yi said, "Senior, you are truly beautiful. The moonlight tonight is exquisite. And so are you, like a fairy." Su Baiyo remained silent, instead offering him a subtle glance. Being complimented by someone she admired evoked a unique joy within her, though she chose not to display it upon her countenance. She was well aware of her beauty, but when those words slipped from Luya's lips, she couldn't help but think how sweet the young man's tongue was. She remained silent, instead playfully tugging at the little strings on either side of her head, her rabbit ears twitching, reflecting her current mood. This was her first time catching a toy. It was not only her achievement, but also one she had shared with Luya. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Jiang University. Su Baiyo paused momentarily. The 2-kilometer walk was not particularly short, yet in the company of this junior, time seemed to fly by. The rear gate of the faculty dormitory was located within Jiang University, making their path quite convenient. As they entered the campus, their pace unconsciously slowed. Within the school grounds, there lay a small grove, a place Luya had never ventured into but had heard tales about. The stories came from Wang Dachui, who seemed to know everything, even the gossips circulating within the school. They passed by the enchanting grove, though they merely strolled past without stopping. Arriving at the back gate of the staff building, Luya realized that today marked the day he would part ways with his senior. Despite having met just yesterday, he felt an unmistakable sense of reluctance. Watching the fairy-like figure of his senior depart, Luya waved his hand and called out, "Senior, see you tomorrow." Su Baiyo glanced back at him, her expression neutral, and replied, "Goodbye." She turned and walked away. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned her head, stating nonchalantly, "I might consider participating in the fun sports meet." Luya was taken aback, then a smile of joy illuminated his face. He stood there like a stone statue, watching Su Baiyo's figure until it completely vanished from his sight. "Is that you?" A voice behind him broke the silence. Luya turned to find it was Gao Yuming. Wasn't this fellow a loyal admirer of Tang Yanqi? What was he doing here alone? "What are you doing?" Gao Yuming couldn't help but ask. "Nothing much, and you?" Luya inquired in return. Seeing Gao Yuming, who had feelings for Tang Yanqi, reminded Luya of his former self. "I just dropped Yanqi back at her dorm and was about to head out." Gao Yuming, being a wealthy second-generation heir, did not stay in the dorms, and with his personality, he was ill-suited for dorm life. Curious, Luya cast a glance at him and asked, "How do you feel about her now?" Luya understood all too well what it felt like to like Tang Yanqi. Her charm could only be described as perfect. She was kind-hearted and beautiful, a first love and a cherished dream for many during high school. Even when Gao Yuming pursued her, she had turned him down, though Lu Bingxin had been instrumental in keeping them in a friendship. "I feel great," Gao Yuming replied with a smile. "I've heard her mention you. You were classmates in high school, and you like her." "I no longer have feelings for her," Luo Yi stated. "I understand. Your feelings are quite apparent to me. However, it seems she harbors some reluctance towards you. Does she not?" Luo Yi shook his head, responding, "She does not care for anyone. She only loves herself." Upon hearing this, Gao Yuming sighed and remarked, "I am aware, yet she is the only woman among all I have encountered who does not covet my wealth. The disparity between her and Lu Bingxin is starkly evident." Luo Yi glanced at Gao Yuming in surprise. It is said that he is a mindless rich heir. But is he truly devoid of intellect? When it comes to love, perhaps everyone begins in a similar fashion. He is merely pursuing his own affection. Standing beside Luo Yi, Gao Yiming hesitated for a moment before asking, if she were to pursue you, what would be your choice? I have already stated, she only loves herself, so she would not lower her pride to chase after me. Who knows what the future holds? I am speaking hypothetically, if she were to realize her feelings for you. Gao Yiming did not finish his thought, but instead gazed earnestly at Luo Yi. The latter also immersed himself in that scenario. If Tang Enki were to suddenly confess her feelings for him, no, he could not envision it. His mind was currently occupied with the enchanting senior. Luo Yi shook his head and declared, that day will never come. If it did, I suspect someone on my side would be envious. He recalled the indifferent expression on the enchanting senior's face when he held her hand, and the piercing gaze Tang Enki had shot at him during the last meeting when she picked up the milk tea he had bought for the enchanting senior. Luo Yu understood that the moment for his confession was drawing nearer. In response, Gao Yiming appeared momentarily taken aback before stating, that is sufficient. The ensuing matters will depend on myself. Do you truly care for her? Luo Yi asked, puzzled. Perhaps, yes. She is the most extraordinary person I have encountered. As long as she remains single, I shall remain devoted. Call me a dog for her, or whatever others may say. After all, is life not about gradual growth? Gao Yiming turned to Luo Yi, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Though they were not well acquainted, perhaps Gao Yiming was not as he was rumored to be. He departed from the location. While Luo Yi held high hopes for him, he knew that despite Tang Enki's seemingly amicable demeanor, she possessed an inner pride that could not be swayed by the passage of time. After Gao Yiming left, Luo Yi returned to his dormitory. As soon as he entered, his roommates, who had been waiting for his return, greeted him. We cannot proceed with our gaming session without you. Why did you return so late? The dorm next door has challenged us. You are our only hope. What? Someone dares to provoke us? Let us teach them a lesson. Luo Yi feigned indignation. At that moment, a message from the senior arrived on his phone. Fairy Senior, do get some rest. Upon reading this message, the expression on Luo Yi's face vanished, replaced by a smile as sweet as honey. Observing this, Wang Dazhu exclaimed, goodness gracious. What expression is that? You look like a blooming chrysanthemum. Chapter 66, The Basketball Girl in Dormitory 517, where residents often played basketball with those from Dormitory 515, a rivalry gradually developed between the two. Whether in basketball or video games, they regularly vied for superiority. In Chicken Dinner, they not only competed for victory but also for bragging rights. However, with Luo Yi in the mix, unexpected outcomes were unlikely. The match was best of 5. At the outset, Luo Yi charged forth single-handedly, executing an impressive 1-against-4, decisively overpowering the opposition. In the second round, the adversaries attempted to outsmart him, launching grenades at Luo Yi. Yet, his grenade skills proved superior. With a double explosion, he followed up with a Molotov cocktail to block their path, then a flashbang, and finally unleashed a flurry of bullets, securing a clean victory. In the third round, prioritizing the enjoyment of the game, Luo Yi refrained from intervening. Wang Dazhu and the others surged forward, engaging the opponents in a back-and-forth battle, reminiscent of a legendary duo, with both sides exchanging blows. Remarkably, they emerged victorious. Having played alongside Luo Yi for quite some time, their skills had undoubtedly improved, far surpassing those of average players. With their triumph in the Chicken Dinner competition, the next challenge was basketball. Should they win both contests, Dormitory 515 would earn the highest accolades among the boys, marking them as formidable competitors. The 8 of them gathered on the playground for the basketball match. The residents of Dormitory 517 were typically amiable, and neither group was particularly professional. Luo Yi hailed from the computer science department, while the neighboring dormitory belonged to the film academy, with a focus on photography. Among them was a stout fellow named Lu Guangfu, who shared a personality akin to Wang Dazhu's, and the two quickly bonded. On the basketball court, Lu Guangfu attempted a dunk, but failed miserably, leaping with all his might, yet only managing a jump of 20 centimeters. Subsequently, Shen Xiao swatted the ball away, and Wang Dazhu dashed over like a rabbit, seized the basketball, and executed a layup, scoring effortlessly. Lu Guangfu displayed a look of frustration. Beside him stood a tall, slender figure, towering at nearly 6 feet 3, who remarked, "Are you even aware of your own height?" "What did you say?" retorted Lu. "Just because you're tall doesn't mean you're imposing. You look like a bamboo stick. Who can you defend?" Thus, a friendly rivalry ensued between them. One was tall and lean, while the other was short and stout, resembling an animated duo of misfits. The taller one was named Wang Kai, who was older and a veteran. The basketball exchange continued, with Luo Yi playing steadily while Shen Xiao thrived in her home court advantage. He is handsome and excels at basketball, truly the epitome of a dreamboat in college. Although the hour is late, passing girls cannot help but pause and admire him. Who is he? You don't know? He is quite famous among the freshmen. I believe his name is Shen Xiao, majoring in computer science. A computer science heartthrob? Oh my goodness, how delightful. A throng of female admirers gathered nearby, invigorating every male player on the basketball court, as if they were facing fierce rivals in a life-and-death struggle. At this moment, a short-haired girl clad in a jersey and sneakers approached the basketball court. Is anyone missing? She asked shyly, moving from court to court. Upon reaching Luo Yi's game, he recognized her with a sense of familiarity. It quickly dawned on him. It was Yu Qiuyu, the freshman from the athletics club. He recalled her running alongside the senior goddess, and notably, ahead of her. Could you take my place? I need a break, Luo Yi said. Really? Thank you. Yu Qiuyu's expression brightened significantly. There aren't many girls who enjoy playing basketball, and she often struggles to find companions to play with, which leads her to approach the courts alone, asking one by one. However, with her average looks and somewhat tanned skin, she typically faces rejection, leaving her to watch from the sidelines. Occasionally, when the court is deserted, she manages to shoot some hoops by herself. Yu Qiuyu did not know Luo Yi, but found him quite agreeable. Meanwhile, Luo Yi departed the court, seizing the opportunity to jog a few laps around the playground, determined to make the most of every chance to enhance his fitness. Upon seeing Luo Yi leave, Wang Dachui and his companions exchanged puzzled glances. Just then, a girl who seemed to be Luo Yi's acquaintance arrived. Who are you? Wang Dachui inquired. Would you like to join us? Yu Qiuyu asked, her personality being outgoing with those she knows, but socially anxious with strangers. Her previous boldness on the playground was due to the presence of a friend, but now that she was alone, she felt a bit bashful. All right, just don't hold us back, Wang Dachui said nonchalantly. However, to everyone's surprise, Yu Qiuyu displayed remarkable athletic prowess. Despite lacking physical advantages, her agility shone through, and being a member of the athletics club, her stamina surpassed that of most boys. After several games, Wang Dachui and Shen Xiao were panting, while she remained spirited and enthusiastic. During halftime, Wang Dachui went to the vending machine nearby to purchase several bottles of energy drinks, distributing them among the group. He turned to Yu Qiuyu, exclaiming, You played quite well. What is your connection to that wild lad? Perplexed, Yu Qiuyu responded, Wild lad? The guy you replaced. Oh, I don't know him. Don't know him? Indeed. Yu Qiuyu took a couple of sips from the energy drink and inquired, Could you add a green bubble? I shall cover the cost of the water. What? Wang Dachui's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, What did you just say? I said I'll cover the cost of the water, Yu Qiuyu replied, somewhat taken aback. No, I mean the first part. Wang Dachui swallowed hard, as if he were experiencing auditory hallucinations. Upon hearing this, Yu Qiuyu pondered for a moment and tilted her head, tentatively suggesting, Add a green bubble? Yes, ha 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 ha, add it. Wang Dachui was overwhelmed with excitement. It was the first time a girl had requested a green bubble from him. Yu Qiuyu furrowed her brow, regarding him with suspicion, wondering if he might be some sort of weirdo. However, as they were not well acquainted, she felt it necessary to exchange contact information to repay him for the drink. Most importantly, with the exchange of contact details, they would become friends on the court, enabling them to connect whenever they wished to play basketball. This way, Yu Qiuyu would not have to continually ask around on the court. After transferring the money for the drink to Wang Dachui, Yu Qiuyu went off to practice her shooting, while Shen Xiao and Li Haoyang prepared to return to their dorms for a shower and rest. Wang Dachui decided to follow suit, ready to leave as well. Observing this, Shen Xiao turned back and remarked, Are you really going to leave that girl all alone here? Hearing this, Wang Dachui glanced back at the court. The occupants of dorm 517 had just departed. With only 20 minutes left before the lights on the court would extinguish, the vast space appeared somewhat desolate. All right, you two head back first. I'll wait for her to finish before I leave. Chapter 67. More water in the rice. Luo Yi was the last to return to the dormitory, drenched in sweat. After taking a quick shower, he hastily laid down on his bed to sleep. During this period, his fellow dorm mates in 515 had witnessed his dedication to improving his physical fitness. Although the reasons remained unclear, it was evident that Luo Yi was sincerely striving to secure a position in the 3,000-meter long-distance run. Despite the increasing demands on his time, he continued to update his novel consistently, Recently, perhaps due to his acquaintance with the enchanting senior, the relationship between the protagonists in his narrative had blossomed, reaching unprecedented levels of sweetness and garnering rave reviews. The story had even begun to exhibit tendencies towards adaptation into a comic format, with editors recently reaching out to discuss the matter. Under the pen name Falling Leaves Return to Roots, he had evolved from a novice author to one of the prominent newcomers, ranking among the top authors in October. His romance novel, titled Youth Continues, narrates the tale of letting go of a past infatuation and encountering a cool senior in college, as they together forge a more beautiful. This book has ascended to the top of the campus romance category. As for his identity as an author, currently, aside from himself, no one else was privy to this information. He had never met his editor, and during the summer after graduating from high school, although Gu Mingxian was aware that he was tapping away at the keyboard every day, he remained oblivious to the content of his writings. As for his roommate, he did not take the initiative to share his endeavors, fearing it might come across as a tad boastful. He preferred to maintain a low profile. Of course, if his roommate were to inquire, he would not hesitate to divulge. Similarly, his roommate was aware of his daily writing but was unaware of the specifics, particularly Wang Dachui, who had been urging Luoye to compose something for mature audiences for quite some time. Naturally, Luoye felt elated as his own work continued to improve. Every novelist dreams of having their creations seen by a wider audience, whether adapted into a comic, an animation, or even a television series. Such achievements are indeed a cause for celebration. Reclining on his bed, Luoye had just received a message from his editor. His novel was set to be adapted into a comic. However, being a novice author, the illustrator assigned to his project was also a budding talent. Nevertheless, her artistic skills were commendable. She was a computer with a solid foundation in the arts, and adapting a comic merely required following the storyline of the novel, which posed no significant challenge. This illustrator, known by the pen name Rice with Extra Water, had reportedly signed a contract with Tomato just days prior. Upon signing, she expressed an interest in adapting Youth Continues into a comic, which led her to discuss the adaptation with Luoye's editor. However, this newcomer appeared to possess a rather reclusive personality, as she did not share personal contact information and insisted on communicating solely through the Tomato platform. Luoye fully supported this arrangement, recognizing that the functionalities of the chat software provided by Tomato were entirely adequate for discussions related to the comic adaptation. With this in mind, Luoye accepted the request for adaptation and expressed complete trust in the novice illustrator. Subsequently, he bid goodnight to his senior and promptly drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in the faculty dormitory, Qin Yuan lay on Su Baizhou's bed, dressed in her pajamas. She suddenly noticed that Su Baizhou's expression seemed somewhat unusual, prompting her to ask, "Zhou, what is wrong? You seem a bit happy." "Oh, do I?" Su Baizhou replied nonchalantly. Indeed, she was quite pleased, as many events had unfolded that day. Qin Yuan spotted an image on Su Baizhou's computer screen, likely a cover, and it was remarkably well crafted. The girl depicted on the cover was strikingly beautiful, while the boy appeared somewhat handsome, one exuding a cool demeanor, the other exuding shyness. Qin Yuan's eyes were fixated on the image, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The image was in comic form and lacked color, which momentarily obscured her recognition. "This is the draft cover for the comic Youth Continues," Su Baizhou remarked. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan widened her eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, "What?" She leaped off the bed and gazed at the computer for a moment, then turned her serious gaze back to Su Baizhou and asked, "Zhou, wasn't this book recommended by me last week?" Indeed, Su Baizhou usually indulges in novels, yet she rarely delves into online literature. After finishing Sherlock Holmes, she found herself at a loss for reading material. Subsequently, Qin Yuan recommended Youth Continues to Su Baizhou, fervently asserting that anyone who encountered this book would inevitably feel compelled to pursue romance. Skeptical yet intrigued, Su Baizhou decided to read it. She found the first half of the book quite heart-wrenching, depicting a male protagonist who loves unrequitedly, silently observing from the shadows of his unattainable muse. However, upon meeting a senior, it was as if a portal to a new world had opened, and all her previous frustrations dissipated. This newfound appreciation for the book blossomed within Su Baizhou. As she perused the comment section where fellow readers beseeched the author for a comic adaptation, she felt a surge of confidence that perhaps she could undertake this task herself. Being a prodigy from the computer science department, she possessed top-notch expertise across various domains, including drawing. Even if her artistic skills were modest, she could easily manage simple animations, as most of her evening part-time work consisted of such projects. Thus, she submitted an application to Tomato for a contract as a comic artist, aspiring to adapt this novel into a comic format. After all, she was already engaged in part-time work every evening, so seeking a stable and consistent position seemed sensible. Becoming a comic artist was an excellent choice, especially since this novel was currently popular, making the adaptation almost certain to yield profit. For Su Baijiu, this was also a challenging endeavor, as the book's content resonated with her deeply, evoking a strong sense of familiarity. "Zhou, isn't it somewhat beneath your talents to draw comics?" Qin Yuan inquired from the side. After all, while drawing certainly adds value to a computer science background, its absence does not hinder one's capabilities. Ultimately, Su Baijiu excelled in computer science, and her artistic skills were merely supplementary. This was just a part-time gig, and there was nothing inherently wrong with being a comic artist. Su Baijiu harbored no extravagant fantasies. Thus, within this industry, she could only adapt other stories. As she gazed at the draft cover before her, she resumed her work with the drawing software. The mouse in her hand felt akin to a pencil, sketching the outlines of the characters. Drawing demands concentration and time. Yet for Su Baijiu, this was not a formidable challenge, as the characters she illustrated had tangible references, one being herself. Chapter 68, Senior Sister's Guidance After Nearly a Week. The first episode of the comic adaptation of Youth Still Continues has been released. The inaugural chapter has garnered much affection from readers, and even Luo Ye expressed his satisfaction. The sole reason for this delight lies in the fact that the talented artist, Rice with Extra Water, has condensed the opening scenes featuring the male protagonist and his ethereal muse to a mere line. With the opening trimmed, the comic now solely showcases the sweet narrative. The character designs resonate profoundly with Luo Ye's sentiments. This burgeoning artist possesses remarkable skills. The portrayals of the male and female leads mirror Luo Ye's envisioned ideal almost perfectly. Throughout this week, Luo Ye has diligently committed to exercising each morning and evening, significantly enhancing his physical fitness compared to before. What once seemed insurmountable is now within his grasp. Regardless of whether he secures a place in the upcoming sports meet, Luo Ye is assured of personal growth. After his morning classes, Luo Ye returned to the dormitory, opened his laptop, and found himself engrossed in a myriad of incomprehensible symbols on the screen. "Brother Hammer, I need your assistance," Luo Ye stated with a serious expression. "What's the matter, kid?" "I'm here to help," Wang Dachui replied, curiously peering over Lia's shoulder at the computer. "Isn't this the assignment assigned by Teacher Wang just earlier?" Indeed, Luo Ye scratched his head, feeling utterly incapable of completing the task. It was worth noting that during his high school years, his performance was merely mediocre. It was only due to Tang Anqi's encouragement to strive for Jiang University that he began to exert himself academically. From an initial average score of 480 in monthly assessments, he miraculously improved to 590, a feat that remains a topic of admiration among his former teachers, often recounted to current third-year students. Nevertheless, he barely managed to meet Jiang University's admission threshold, coming perilously close to being overlooked. Thus, the specialized courses in computer science pose a genuine challenge for Luo Ye. "Can you not figure this out?" Wang Dachui scrutinized Luo Ye's screen with intent focus. Those from their province typically face higher admission standards to local universities, resulting in Wang Dachui and his peers achieving slightly superior scores compared to Luo Ye. However, upon entering university, all are treated as equals. Wang Dachui shook his head, grinned broadly, and candidly admitted, "I can't do it either." Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Li Haoyang was preoccupied with his duties as class monitor, burdened with a myriad of responsibilities. As for Shen Xiao, his whereabouts were a mystery. Luo Ye sighed, contemplating the daunting nature of the assignment. Suddenly, he recalled that the enchanting senior sister is a prodigy in the computer science department. Perhaps he should seek her guidance. With that thought, Luo Ye closed his laptop, stowed it in his bag, and departed the dormitory. Wang Dachui gazed at the empty room, a look of solitude crossing his face. Everyone seemed engrossed in their own endeavors, whether busy with class matters or mysteriously disappearing only to return with enigmatic smiles. In the past, when Shen Xiao had no classes, he would often take naps in his dormitory. Recently, however, he has been going out whenever he has free time, and it remains a mystery where he disappears to. Only Wang Dachui remains mostly in the dormitory, engaging in nothing but attending classes and eating. He feels profoundly lonely, as no one seems to understand him. Sitting at his desk, Wang Dachui opened a game and began playing a parachuting simulator. Meanwhile, Luo Yi had arrived at the door of the teacher's apartment 614. He knocked gently and called out, "Senior, are you home?" Before long, a cool voice from within responded, "Come in." Luo Yi took out his key and entered directly. At that moment, Su Baizo emerged from her room and, settling onto the sofa, asked lightly, "What brings you here?" "I can't complete my assignment." Luo Yi replied as he sat beside Su Baizo and placed his laptop on the table, opening up his homework. Observing Luo Yi's computer, Su Baizo paused momentarily before remarking, "Isn't this an introductory course?" At the mention of introductory, Luo Yi's expression faltered. Did that imply this was the simplest level? He truly lacked any aptitude for coding, and the major in computer science was not even his chosen path. In truth, he had no particular major in mind. He merely thought that as long as he attended Jiang University, he could study anything. Yet, if he couldn't grasp even the most basic concepts, would the esteemed senior look down on him? After all, she was a brilliant student from the computer science department. Soon, Su Baizo began to study the material seriously and stated, "These are all foundational theoretical concepts. You struggle because you lack the fundamental knowledge." With that, she stood up, her pink pig slippers adorably contrasting her seriousness, and walked back to her room. Luo Yi had never ventured into the realm of the senior's personal space before. Moments later, Su Baizo reappeared, holding a book titled Fundamental Theories of Computer Courses. Upon seeing the title, an unsettling feeling washed over Luo Yi. "The sixth section of the first chapter relates to your assignment," she informed him. At her words, Luo Yi opened the book to take a look. A minute later, his brow furrowed, and his expression turned grave. He couldn't comprehend it. Truly, he could not grasp it. He recognized the letters, could read them when arranged. But once they entered his mind, their meanings eluded him, much like deciphering an untranslated classical text or trying to understand an English sentence after just memorizing the alphabet. Seeing his distress, Su Baizo frowned and said, "If you can't even understand this, it indicates you weren't attentive in class." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi lowered his head like a chastised child, akin to a primary school student being scolded by a teacher. The senior was right. He hadn't paid any serious attention during lectures. During class, he found it futile to attempt comprehension and ultimately chose to disengage. Consequently, his mind became consumed by the intricate plots of novels. Although the narratives occasionally drew inspiration from reality, the mundane occurrences of daily life seldom offered material worthy of a tale, necessitating that he conjure most scenarios from his imagination. When Su Baizo spoke with emphasis, Luo Yi felt compelled to silence himself. However, this matter warranted seriousness. Su Baizo declared sternly, "If this continues, you are likely to fail your major courses." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi turned to Su Baizo, puzzled. "Isn't the final examination in college quite simple?" "Indeed, it is rather straightforward," she replied with a stern countenance. "But if you receive the exam paper and cannot answer a single question, the probability of failing becomes exceedingly high." Shifting her tone, she continued, "Your brother entrusted me with your care. Should you fail, it would reflect poorly on me. Henceforth, I shall tutor you in your major courses." At this proclamation, Luo Yi's expression brightened. "Senior, you are my savior." Yet, the next moment brought a caveat. "The foundation of this tutoring hinges upon your ability to retain fundamental knowledge. You must memorize 20 pages of foundational theory from this book daily, and I shall inspect your progress. From this moment forward, you cannot leave until you have completed your memorization." Observing the stern demeanor of his enchanting senior, Luo Yi's expression darkened. "What is the matter? Are you unwilling?" "Of course not. I am most eager to learn, senior." Luo Yi's heart lamented. Nevertheless, he resolved to find joy amidst hardship. This was merely the price of residing in a haven of gentleness. Chapter 69. Making soup for the senior. Luo Yi arrived around noon, and it was now nearly 2 in the afternoon. He sat on the sofa, brows furrowed, nearly wishing to devour the book before him. While he struggled with comprehending sentences, he could grasp the words themselves. Even if the meanings eluded him, he could memorize them through sheer repetition. Although university knowledge did not mandate rote memorization, achieving success in his field necessitated the assimilation of professional knowledge. Luo Yi possessed a commendable ability to memorize. He had risen to prominence in high school, improving by 100 points in 6 months, solely through relentless memorization. While others relaxed after class, he studied. While classmates played basketball, he recited, and even during meals, he memorized as he ate. The situation remained unchanged as he glanced at the text, then lifted his head to recite it silently. Occasionally, a look of confusion crossed his face, as if he had momentarily lost focus. Yet, after a brief moment, he shook his head and resumed his memorization. When he struggled to retain information, he would furrow his brow, deeply contemplating what he had forgotten. Su Baijiu observed this scene from the dining table, her expression serious. The sight of the younger student immersed in his studies was quite amusing. However, it seemed that Luo Yi had arrived without having eaten, and she herself had not dined either. Rising from her seat, Su Baijiu made her way to the kitchen, where she prepared a stir-fried rice dish with leftover rice. Upon completion, she frowned, clutching her abdomen with one hand, appearing to be in considerable pain. After enduring the discomfort for a while, she felt the pain diminish and served herself a bowl, placing it on the table before beginning to eat in silence. Though it was merely fried rice, the enticing aroma caught Luo Yi's attention, and he gazed over with a look of longing. "Do you wish to eat?" Su Baijiu quietly observed Luo Yi, who nodded in response. "How much have you memorized?" 10 pages, Luo Yi replied. "Memorizing 10 pages in less than 2 hours is quite ordinary," said Su Baijiu. "Nonetheless," she added, "you may eat once you have finished memorizing." Hearing this, Luo Yi lowered his head. He patted his stomach, reassuringly murmuring, "Dear belly, it's not that I don't want to feed you. It's just that my mind isn't cooperating." Returning his focus to his studies, he realized that in order to enjoy his meal, he had no choice but to resume memorizing. Before long, Su Baijiu had finished her bowl of rice and headed into the kitchen. The junior, having studied for such a long time, must surely be hungry. Not wishing to tease him further, she decided to prepare a bowl for him. The fried rice was at the perfect temperature, neither too hot nor too cold, and importantly, the pan contained plenty of eggs, as she had only consumed a small portion. Carrying the bowl back to the living room, Su Baijiu placed the fried rice on the table and casually remarked, "You may eat now." "Luo Yi," she called out, but received no response. Turning towards the sofa, she noticed that Luo Yi's head had drooped, his entire face buried in the book. This junior had fallen asleep again. Why did she use the word again? A memory surfaced of their first outing, when Luo Yi had also dozed off while enjoying afternoon tea. Su Baijiu approached and gently tapped his shoulder. When he did not awaken, she lightly touched the top of his head. Upon making contact, she experienced a strange sensation. She placed her palm atop Luo Yi's head and began to stroke it slowly. The next moment, Luo Yi suddenly stirred, causing Su Baijiu to step back. He lifted his head and, upon seeing the stern expression of the senior, immediately exclaimed, "Senior, don't worry, I'll finish memorizing it right away." "Stop memorizing," Su Baijiu softly urged, feeling a subtle relief within her heart. "No, I must memorize," Luo Yi insisted, his determination unwavering as he clutched the book, fixated on the words before him. Wait, where had the material he just memorized gone? Desperately searching his mind, Luo Yi found that he could not recall a single word of the 10 pages he had just studied. "Oh no, after a brief nap, I've forgotten everything." His expression turned somewhat despondent. Observing his distress, Su Baijiu felt a pang of sympathy. After a moment's hesitation, she suggested, "Let us eat first. The material you just memorized is easily forgotten. Truly mastering knowledge requires repeated review to make a lasting impression. After reviewing once, the second time will be much easier." Luo Yi approached the dining table and began to indulge in the egg fried rice prepared by his senior. In this particular bowl, the eggs surpassed the rice in quantity. Nevertheless, Luo Yi had a preference for rice. He was aware that his enchanting senior's nickname was Fan Fan, meaning rice. After finishing his meal, he proceeded to wash the dishes. Su Baijiu, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her abdomen, uttered a brief remark before retreating to her room and closing the door behind her. Realizing the situation with his senior, Luo Yi hastily finished the egg fried rice and made his way to the kitchen to clean up. Once he had completed the task, he visited the restroom. Upon glancing at the contents of the trash bin, his expression turned to one of bewilderment. He began to comprehend why the enchanting senior had returned to her room. It was that time of the month. Even someone as ethereal as her could not escape the trials that every woman faces monthly. However, the fact that she had retreated to her room indicated that her discomfort was quite severe. Panic surged within Luo Yi as he searched online for remedies to alleviate pain. Drink brown sugar water, consume more hot fluids, take ibuprofen, use a heating pad, or perhaps have her boyfriend give her a gentle massage. What? His eyes widened in disbelief at the last suggestion. Massaging the enchanting senior's abdomen was, of course, out of the question. However, Preparing some brown sugar water was still within his capabilities. He peered into the refrigerator but found no brown sugar, prompting him to head downstairs to purchase some. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Su Baijiu emerged from her room and glanced around the living room. He left? She limped slightly as she stepped out, a testament to the toll her irregular schedule and her responsibilities as student council president had taken on her body, making her monthly discomfort unpredictable and agonizing. Lying on the sofa in the living room, she surveyed the emptiness around her. With silence enveloping her, the pain in her abdomen became unbearable, leading her to turn on the television, seeking at least a semblance of liveliness. Since meeting the junior, she had suddenly recognized her own loneliness. No, it was when he was absent that the feeling intensified. Once an independent and capable woman, she now found herself secretly yearning for companionship during moments of discomfort. Yet, her junior had departed, leaving her with unfinished tasks. She had recently encountered numerous videos discussing the challenges of nurturing a relationship with a careless boy. Even with substantial effort, the desired growth might not manifest. Donning the rabbit hat she had won from a claw machine, she felt a slight sense of comfort wash over her. After resting for a while, she heard the sound of the door opening. Curiously, she turned to look. The door swung open, revealing Luo Yi, who entered, carrying a plethora of bags. Upon seeing his senior lying on the sofa, pale and alone, watching television, Luo Yi's heart ached for her. "Senior sister, wait a moment. I shall prepare something for you." Due to the abundance of items purchased, it took him a little while longer. In addition to brown sugar, he also acquired red dates, ginger, longan, and a type of black sugar he had never heard of before. He mentioned menstrual discomfort, prompting the shopkeeper to recommend the black sugar, which, despite his unfamiliarity, Luo Yi impulsively purchased. He also bought half a black chicken and all the necessary ingredients for making black chicken soup. Although he lacked culinary skills, he was eager to learn. Chapter 70. Personally feeding the senior sister. Upon entering, Luo Yi hurried to boil water. The moment he stepped through the door, Su Baijiu's previously drooping rabbit ears instantly perked up. She sat up from the sofa, determined to maintain her aloof senior sister demeanor. Once the water boiled, Luo Yi added the brown sugar, red dates, and ginger, letting it simmer for a while longer. Peeking his head from the kitchen, he mischievously gazed at Su Baijiu, saying, "Senior sister, I will have it ready shortly." With that, he returned to the kitchen, while simultaneously searching for the recipe to stew black chicken soup on his phone. Since the soup required several hours to prepare, he aimed to have it ready in advance for her dinner later that evening. Although he had heard that the effects of these ingredients would not be immediate, he felt compelled to do something. Once the brown sugar water was ready, Luo Yi took a sip, only to find it rather bland. He had added too little brown sugar, and the ginger flavor dominated. He added a tad more brown sugar, took another sip, and nodded in satisfaction. Hearing that brown sugar water could be used to boil eggs, he cracked an egg into the mixture, uncertain of the resulting flavor. As the egg cooked, a thought struck him. He crushed it into small pieces and stirred it in, allowing it to be consumed alongside the brown sugar water. Finally, he poured this luxurious version of brown sugar water into a large bowl and placed it on the coffee table in front of her. "Senior sister, would you like to have some?" Luo Yi looked at Su Baijiu with anticipation. She remained silent, staring at the lavish brown sugar water, her expression somewhat distracted. "Oh dear, how could I forget to bring a spoon?" Luo Yi exclaimed, jumping up and rushing into the kitchen before swiftly returning with a metal spoon for her. However, the ethereal senior sister appeared frozen in place, as if in a trance. Luo Yi was taken aback, cursing himself internally. How could she drink it when it's so hot? He dashed back to the kitchen, fetched a small bowl, and ladled some of the concoction from the large bowl into it. He then took a small spoonful, gently blowing on it to cool it down. Afterward, Luo Yi sat beside Su Baijiu, bringing the spoon to her lips, holding the small bowl underneath to catch any spills. At that moment, Su Baijiu glanced at the spoon beside her mouth, realizing it was too late to refuse. What had she been daydreaming about? As Su Baijiu gazed into Luo Yi's expectant eyes, she found it difficult to refuse and could only part her lips slightly to take a tentative sip. To be frank, the porridge was rather mediocre. It was overly sweet due to an excess of brown sugar, while the ginger was scarcely present, rendering its essence almost non-existent. The red dates had already disintegrated. However, the egg was commendable. Su Baijiu detested drinking concoctions that contained solid morsels, which is why she typically refrained from ordering milk tea, taro balls, or pearls. Those items, without the opportunity to be chewed, posed a risk of choking. Yet at that moment, The egg within the brown sugar water had transformed into tiny morsels that could be consumed without lingering in the mouth, making them easy to swallow. Even so, the flavor remained unimpressive. One might even declare it the most unpalatable brown sugar water Su Baijiu had ever tasted. If such a simple concoction could be rendered thus, perhaps Leia possessed a certain genius in some respects. However, without granting Su Baijiu further time for contemplation, Leia extended his arm, offering her a second spoonful. Glancing at the brown sugar water near her lips, Su Baijiu hesitated for but a moment before again opening her mouth to drink its contents. Indeed, it was not enjoyable. Yet, she felt an inexplicable urge to continue consuming it. Though it was the most distasteful, it had also become a flavor she could not forget, persistently drawing her in. Compelling her to sip it down, Luo Ye gradually encouraged the fairy-like senior to finish the entire bowl. "Are you feeling better, senior?" he inquired with concern. Su Baijiu nodded gently. To be honest, she had momentarily forgotten her stomachache, her attention wholly absorbed by the brown sugar water before her. "Do you want more?" Luo Ye asked. In response, Su Baijiu remained silent, instead taking the small bowl from Luo Ye's hands, serving herself a portion, and began to drink once more. Luo Ye had prepared approximately 3 small bowls, all of which were quickly consumed by Su Baijiu. Adorned with bunny ears, she sat cross-legged on the sofa, her petite feet occasionally fidgeting, rosy and adorable. Although the senior's expression was somewhat aloof, her body language was undeniably cute. Naturally, Luo Ye's attention was not fixated on the fairy senior's delicate feet. After all, he was no prison warden. Observing that the senior seemed to be all right, Leia retreated to the kitchen to prepare black-bone chicken soup. To be honest, he held little confidence in his soup-making abilities, especially with a dish that demanded several hours of preparation. Nevertheless, the senior was still in pain, and he felt it imperative to conquer this humble chicken soup today. Luo Ye opened his phone and extracted a cooking app, his expression more serious than during a lesson. He meticulously followed each step from the very beginning, reading every word multiple times to ensure he understood the process. When the text proved insufficient, Luo Ye even sought out video tutorials. Ultimately, he discovered that the video explanations were monotonously similar, offering no unique methods. Thus, he resorted to his final strategy, seeking assistance from his friends in the reading group. It is worth noting that the readers in the book club are not only handsome but also exceptionally talented, with remarkable abilities. Surely, the trivial matter of chicken soup is hardly worth mentioning. After establishing the group chat, Luo Ye had never spoken using his author account. He merely observed quietly through a secondary account, occasionally engaging in banter with some fans. However, this time he boldly posed a profound question using his author account. "Dear readers, does anyone know how to make chicken soup?" The sudden emergence of the usually silent group leader caused an uproar in the chat. "I can't believe it. Is this truly the author himself?" exclaimed a user. "It's real. Incredible to see the author make an appearance in our lifetime," another added. "What chicken soup? Is the author actually cooking? Is it for his wife?" The responses varied widely, with usernames as quirky as the comments themselves. "I'm still a college student. The concept of a wife is rather distant. It's soup for a girl. I need assistance urgently. Thank you. Dear patrons," Luo Ye clarified. Ultimately, a user named Warm-Hearted Guy privately messaged Luo Ye, guiding him through the cooking process almost step by step. Truly, he was knowledgeable. After placing the lid on the pot, Luo Ye needed only to wait 2.5 hours for it to be ready. Glancing at the clock, he noted that he had arrived around noon, studied until nearly 2, then went out to shop, returned to make brown sugar water, and learned how to prepare soup. Now, it was already 3:20. Although he had no class during the first afternoon period, he had a class at 3:30, which was just 10 minutes away. He exited the kitchen, announcing, "Senior sister, I've made soup. Please wait for me to return." In Chapter 71, as the aloof campus belle began to exhibit her haughty side, the final second before class began saw Luo Ye rush into the classroom, precisely seated beside Wang Dezhu. In the past, he would have been late, but now, with the ambitious goal of placing in the top 3 of a 3,000-meter run, he certainly would not be tardy for such a trivial matter as class. The subject was advanced mathematics, and fortunately, Luo Ye felt no anxiety as long as it was not Professor Li Ping's class. After all, he was the class representative for Professor Li and always the first choice for answering questions during roll call. The most crucial aspect was that he could hardly answer any questions pertaining to computer science. "Where have you been?" Wang Dezhu inquired, perplexed. Nearby, Xin Xiao regarded him with a knowing smile. as if she were privy to all his secrets. Luo Yi responded mysteriously, "The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. Watch it. You've grown wings and are keeping secrets from your old man," Wang Dazhu teased, pinching Luo Yu's leg, causing him to gasp in pain. Unable to contain himself, he asked, "Who taught you such a delicate gesture?" "Heh, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed." As he spoke, Wang Dazhui swept his hair back with both hands. And when he released them, his hairstyle had transformed into a middle part. In that moment, Luo Yi came to understand that this young man was indeed a thoroughgoing basketball enthusiast. "Hey, let's grab some lunch after class and then head to the court for a game," Wang Dazhui said with a playful grin. Luo Yi glanced at Wang Dazhui, confirming with a knowing look that he was, without a doubt, a basketball fanatic, even at a time like this. He shook his head, declining. "I have something to attend to. Another task? I must say, ever since military training concluded, you've been preoccupied with personal matters. In this unfamiliar Jiangqing, what could you possibly be sneaking around to do?" Wang Dazhui had been curious about this for quite some time. In response, Luo Yi spoke earnestly. "I am engaged in an important endeavor. It is best that fewer people are aware of it before it is completed." With that, Luo Yi began to listen attentively. After class, amidst Wang Dazhui's puzzled gaze, Luo Yi hurriedly made his way to the teacher's dormitory. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Su Baizhou seated on the sofa, adorned with adorable bunny ears, munching on potato chips. What? The enchanting senior is indulging in snacks? This simply cannot be. Luo Yi strode over and, to Su Baizhou's astonishment, snatched the chips from her hands. "Senior." Luo Yi feigned an expression of anger. Su Baizhou was taken aback. Her typically aloof demeanor gave way to visible incredulity. "When did this junior become so assertive?" "You can have just a little," Su Baizhou murmured, her expression blank as she gazed at Luo Yi. She then moved her arm slightly, reaching out as if to reclaim the chips, but halfway through, she hesitated, concerned about her image, leaving her hand suspended in midair. Observing this, Luo Yi took a chip from the bag and placed it in Su Baizhou's poised hand. "You may only have one." With that, he carried the chips into the kitchen to check on the soup. Before entering, he popped a chip into his mouth, prompting a scowl from Su Baizhou. "You won't share with me, yet you still indulge?" She huffed, her bunny ears twitching as if to express her dissatisfaction. At that moment, Su Baizhou sulked, resembling a small carrot buried in the ground, impossible to extract. Once in the kitchen, Luo Yi lifted the lid of the pot, and a wave of enticing aroma wafted towards him, eliciting an excited expression. "So fragrant. It's ready." However, only an hour and a half had passed of the 2.5 hours required. He would need to wait another hour for the dish to be fully prepared. With that thought, Luo Yi finished the last of the chips in the kitchen before stepping back out. Upon seeing him emerge empty-handed, Su Baizhou inquired with a hint of indifference, "Where are the chips?" "I finished them," he replied. Luo Yi sat calmly beside Su Baizhou, feigning ignorance about the situation. "Compensate me," Su Baizhou stated, her expression devoid of emotion, her rabbit ears transitioning from a gentle twitch to a fervent flapping. Her small hands gripped the strings of her hat, moving rapidly up and down, one hand to the left and the other to the right. Luo Yi turned to observe the frantic little rabbit beside him, her ears flailing dangerously close to his face. "I want milk tea," Su Baizhou reiterated, her tone flat as she noted Luo Yi's indifference. Truth be told, she was aware that indulging in such snacks during her visit to relatives was frowned upon. Yet she deliberately chose to say so, eager to witness the concern etched on Luo Yi's face. "Senior," Luo Yi said earnestly, locking eyes with her, "once your pain subsides, I will buy it for you every day." "Humph." Su Baizhou let out a subtle huff, then ignored him. The two settled in to watch a drama. On the screen, a couple ran through the rain, embracing and then kissing. The scene was undeniably awkward, yet regardless of the discomfort, the kiss was unmistakably genuine. Luo Yi instinctively swallowed, then turned his head away, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Su Baizhou, her rabbit hat providing a veil, lowered her head while stealing glances upward, intently focused on the unfolding scene. A flush gradually crept across her cheeks as her heart raced at the sight, her mind unwittingly weaving fantasies. An hour passed in silence between them. Soon, Luo Yi's phone blared an alarm. "Get up. If you don't rise now, you'll miss the morning run with your senior." The panic on Luo Yi's face was palpable. He sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "The soup is ready. I'll go serve it." Luo Yi silenced the alarm and hurried to the kitchen. "What a blunder, I forgot to change the alarm tone." Observing his hurried figure, Su Baizhou couldn't help but smile slightly. The alarmed tone of this junior remained unchanged. She recalled how, the last time Luo Yi had drunk too much, he had fallen asleep on the living room floor, and she had heard that very sound. She was merely surprised that making soup required an alarm. Not long after, Luo Yi emerged with a pot of black-bone chicken soup. He held the pot with a cloth, yet one hand bore the marks of a burn. As Luo Yi sat at the dining table and tossed the cloth onto the surface, Su Baizhou immediately surmised what had transpired in the kitchen. Most likely, he had attempted to carry it directly with his hands and got burned before resorting to the cloth. "Senior, the soup is ready. Dinner can be served," he announced. Su Baizhou remained silent, rising from the sofa to retrieve her small medicine box from her room. Influenced by her friend, who was a doctor, having a medicine box at home was quite ordinary for her. Finding the topical ointment, she approached Luo Yi and softly instructed, "Extend your hand." "Oh." Upon understanding the intentions of her senior, Luo Yi obediently extended his hand. Su Baizhou grasped Luo Yi's hand, crouched down, and began to administer treatment, murmuring softly, "Such clumsy hands." At this, Luo Yi was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, gazing at the ethereal beauty of his senior, he could not help but exclaim, "Senior, you are truly beautiful." Su Baizhou paused her actions, a hint of bashfulness crossing her face, though it was swiftly concealed. "You certainly know how to flatter." Chapter 72. Only the senior says it's delicious. The area where Luo Yi had burned himself was expertly bandaged by Su Baizhou, adorned with a delicate bow. He looked at his hand, meticulously wrapped, and remarked, "Senior, I only burned one finger. Is there a problem with that?" Su Baizhou replied, her expression devoid of emotion. "None at all. You did a splendid job, senior. I shall seek your assistance again next time." Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou nodded in acknowledgement. "If you have the gift of words, do share more. I appreciate it." Today's dinner was prepared by Luo Yi. It is worth noting that typically, not even his closest aunt receives such treatment at home. He had never cooked before, and on the rare occasions he attempted, his culinary experiments were ridiculed and disparaged by his aunt and cousin. Thus, he seldom ventured into the kitchen. However, today's chicken soup marked the most earnest effort he had ever put into cooking. Su Baizhou served herself a bowl and, under Luo Yi's eager gaze, took the first sip. His eyes widened in anticipation, fearful of any sign of discontent from her. Yet, the enchanting senior took a second sip, followed swiftly by a third. And soon the entire bowl of chicken soup was consumed. Stars seemed to sparkle in Luo Yi's eyes as he gazed at Su Baizhou, akin to a savior, or, rather, an unparalleled hero. The emotions reflected in his gaze could even be described as magnificent, leaving Su Baizhou feeling somewhat bashful. "Is it delicious, senior?" he inquired eagerly. After a moment's hesitation, Su Baizhou offered her expert assessment. "The flavor is rather lacking." No sooner had she spoken than Luo Yi's exaggerated expression froze on his face. Doubting her words, he took a bite himself. Indeed, the taste was somewhat bland. While it retained the essence of chicken soup, it could hardly be deemed gourmet. Were his aunt to sample this dish, she would likely exclaim, "Darling nephew, this is splendid. Please refrain from cooking in the future." He had devoted an earnest 2.5 hours to this endeavor, even consulting the culinary experts in his friend group, only to discover it still fell short. It appeared he truly lacked any innate talent for cooking. However, in a sudden shift, Su Baizhou remarked, "It's actually quite good. The flavor may be lacking, yet it is enjoyable." This contradictory assessment, though perplexing, was one that only Su Baizhou could deliver. Luo Yi gazed at her, shaking his head as he said, "There's no need to comfort me, senior. I'll just order takeout. You can discard these." He paused, contemplating the waste, and added, "No, it would be wasteful. I'll take it back for my roommate." As he reached for the chicken soup to depart, Su Baizhou frowned and commanded, "Put it down." Luo Yi hesitated momentarily before obediently placing the chicken soup back on the table. "I'm hungry. I'll make do with what I have." With that, Su Baizhou resumed her drinking. This gesture stirred a wave of emotion within Luo Yi. "Senior, to endure such an unpleasant drink solely to comfort me, I'm truly moved." He resolved never to cook again. From now on, if his senior visited, he would simply order takeout. He must never allow her to feel inconvenienced. Throughout the day, Luo Yi remained in the faculty apartment, keeping his senior company on the living room sofa while they watched television. As evening fell, he watched her return to her room, and he prepared to head back to his dormitory. It wasn't that he disliked the faculty apartment. Rather, the student dormitory enforced a curfew at 10:30 in the evening. Thus, he could only stay there during holidays. Standing at the threshold of his senior's room, he said, Senior, make sure to get to bed early. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow morning. With that, Luo Yi hurried off towards the dormitory. Before leaving, he even boiled water for her. In the boys' dormitory, Luo Yi checked in with the dormitory supervisor and then returned to room 515. At that moment, Wang Dachui lay on his bed, looking as if he were on the brink of collapse, his eyes vacant and his demeanor listless. He seemed to desire sleep, yet slumber eluded him. Luo Yi had thought he was returning late, but to his surprise, he found Wang Dachui alone in the dormitory. Where are the others, Hammer? Wang Dachui glanced at Luo Yi, boredom etched on his face, and replied, the coach was called away by the counselor and hasn't returned. As for Xin Xiao, I have no idea. He is probably off working a side job. A side job? Luo Yi mused, incredulous that a male star would take on such work. It was only the second month of their first semester, and they had only just begun to find their footing at school, shedding the label of freshman. Was Xin Xiao already seeking part-time employment? Luo Yi recalled the scene he had witnessed earlier at the hospital. Xin Xiao's girlfriend was in a persistent vegetative state. That tragic accident had also claimed her parents, leaving her as a burden no one wished to finance. With her hospitalized, each day incurred expenses, and Xin Xiao had been pleading with his family to cover the medical costs. Their argument before the 7-day holiday must have stemmed from this very issue. Now, with Xin Xiao resorting to a side job, did it imply that his family had ceased to support his girlfriend's medical expenses? From the parents' perspective, it was not entirely unreasonable. After all, Xin Xiao's girlfriend was not a blood relative nor an officially recognized daughter-in-law. They would naturally prefer him to find someone else. Luo Yi returned to his bed, reflecting on the complexities of their circumstances. Wang Dachui gazed vacantly at the ceiling, engulfed in a profound sense of boredom. How had he, Wang Dachui, descended to the state of being alone in his dormitory? Before long, Li Haoyang returned. Shortly after, Xin Xiao messaged in their dormitory group, informing them that the entrance to the male dormitory had been locked, urging them to seek the dormitory supervisor to unlock the door. Luo Yi rose and departed from the dormitory, sprinting from the 5th floor to the ground level. He knocked on the window of the dormitory supervisor, saying, "Excuse me, could you please open the door? My roommate is outside." The supervisor, roused from her slumber, opened the window in a huff, pointing to her watch and exclaiming, "What time is it? Look at the hour. It's 12:10. Can you not grasp the concept of time?" "My sincerest apologies," Luo Yi replied. "It was an urgent matter that caused the delay. Please, do not be angry. I will ensure he understands the gravity of this. Humph, this is the last time." She grumbled, yet despite her irritation, she unlocked the door. Outside, Xin Xiao appeared weary but smiled faintly upon seeing Luo Yi, saying, "Thank you. There's no need for thanks. Just ensure you rest well upon your return," Luo Yi replied. The supervisor, noticing Xin Xiao's striking appearance, felt her grievances dissipate, even going so far as to overlook his dormitory check. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xin Xiao collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, both Luo Yi and Li Haoyang awoke simultaneously. Apart from the dreaded Monday, the remaining 4 days of classes were relatively light, with ample free time each day. However, they did have an early class today, with 1 session in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Wang Dachui and Xin Xiao were still asleep. After completing their morning routines, Luo Yi and Li Haoyang made their way to the playground together. Chapter 73. Of course, It's Me. The morning run commenced without the presence of the senior sister. Naturally, her absence was expected, given her visit from relatives. After completing the run, Luo Yi proceeded to the cafeteria to purchase breakfast, which he then took to the faculty apartment to deliver to the senior sister. Upon opening the door to apartment 614, he softly called, "Senior sister?" Not receiving a response, he cautiously entered. She was likely still asleep. He placed the breakfast on the table and, noticing the time was nearing for class, hurriedly made his way to the classroom. It was already Wednesday, and the opening ceremony of the sports meet was set for the following Tuesday. Time was of the essence, and Luo Yi seized every available moment to train his body. Although he understood that in just half a month, even a miracle might not suffice to effect change, he was determined to strive toward his goal. The senior sister had promised him a reward. What reason did he have not to exert himself? As soon as the afternoon class concluded, Luo Yi rushed to the playground. At that moment, the athletics club was also conducting its regular training. With the sports meet approaching, many participants were practicing on the track, preparing for their respective events. Due to his punctuality in running laps every day, Luo Yi has become quite familiar to the athletics club. In fact, Yu Qiuyu, recognizing her acquaintance with Luo Yi, even invited him to join their training sessions. Meng Chao, the president of the athletics club, appreciates individuals like Luo Yi who demonstrate unwavering persistence, even though he perceives Luo Yi's athletic prowess as rather meager. At this moment, invited by the athletics club, Luo Yi is running behind them. However, for the athletics club, running serves merely as a warm-up, while for Luo Yi, it represents the pinnacle of his efforts. There exists a significant disparity between ordinary individuals and these sports enthusiasts, as well as professional athletes. This gap can only be narrowed through relentless training, complemented by innate talent. After completing the run, Yu Qiuyu crouches before Luo Yi and inquires, "My dear classmate, with such diligence, have you set any goals?" "Indeed," Luo Yi replies. "I have promised someone that I will secure a top 3 finish in the 3,000 meters." Upon hearing this, Yu Qiuyu's expression shifts to one of astonishment. Gazing at Luo Yi, she cannot help but exclaim, "A top 3 finish. Are you aware that only 3 of us from the athletics club are participating? Moreover, there are more than 60 contenders from the entire school, many of whom are highly skilled. To be honest, aside from the president, even we lack confidence in achieving a top 3 finish. With over 60 participants, the race will undoubtedly be chaotic, and many will abandon the race midway." Luo Yi recalls his coach's words, "The only shortcut in long-distance running is perseverance." Wiping the sweat from his brow, he rises from the grass and continues to run laps. This is the only course of action available to him. Observing this single-minded youth, Yu Qiuyu feels a sense of admiration. It is evident that he is eager to attain a commendable position, a goal of great significance to him. On the other side of the track, Lu Bingxin, Tang Enqi, and 2 other classmates are also engaged in physical training, preparing for the upcoming sports meet. However, after only 2 or 3 laps, they cease their efforts, as they have not registered for the long-distance event. Witnessing Luo Yi's relentless laps, Lu Bingxin exclaims, "Chi-Chi, has your high school classmate gone mad?" Tang Enqi remains silent. Yet she possesses a certain understanding of Luo Yi's character. Thus, she knows that his fervent dedication cannot possibly be for his own sake. Such an earnest commitment to something that does not pique his interest must be for the benefit of others. In Tang Enqi's view, this behavior appears rather juvenile. In other words, when Luo Yi had previously exhibited such tenacity for her sake, she found it childish. Yet now, witnessing his determination for others, she feels a tinge of envy. People are often constrained by unattainable desires of their youth, leading to a lingering sense of regret. But what constitutes true regret? It is the missed opportunities of one's youth that evoke such feelings. Tang Enqi's heart is filled with a bittersweet ache. She finds herself at a loss for words to articulate her emotions at this moment, only aware that a wave of tears threatens to spill forth. Yet she could not shed tears in front of others. She needed to convey to everyone that she harbored no regrets. Only in this way could she find a modicum of solace within her heart. After all, her inner self was one of pride. Tang Enqi departed the playground alone, ignoring even Lu Bingxin. Outside the playground, in a foul mood, Tang Enqi noticed a gathering of people in the distance. However, she was not inclined to join the commotion and merely passed by. Tang Enqi. Suddenly, she heard someone call her name and instinctively turned to look. There stood Gao Yuming, adorned in expensive attire, clutching a bouquet of roses, with a luxury watch gracing his wrist. The car keys dangling from his pocket were particularly eye-catching. Emerging from the crowd under the gaze of all, he approached Tang Enqi, presenting the roses with a radiant smile, and implored, "Be my girlfriend." Tang Enqi regarded the scene with a blank expression. Noticing her lack of response, Gao Yuming repeated, "Be my girlfriend." Already overwhelmed with sorrow and on the verge of tears, Tang Enqi lost her composure and retorted, "Can you please stop bothering me?" With that, she quickened her pace and left. Gao Yuming stood frozen in place, while the surrounding onlookers wore expressions of derision. So what if he was a wealthy heir? He too had been mercilessly rejected. Yet he remained unfazed, managing a bittersweet smile before taking a deep breath, adjusting his emotions, and retreating quietly. This brief interlude did not disturb the activities on the playground. Until the athletics club's event concluded, Luo Yi lingered on the field. Sitting on the grass, he gazed at the dimming sky, lost in contemplation. That cloud resembled a fairy sister. After a while, he stood to return to his dormitory, only to suddenly spot a familiar figure not far away. The silhouette donned a white hat with 2 bunny ears adorning it, exuding an endearing charm. At that moment, she was clad in a fluffy white pajama set that harmonized perfectly with her hat. Somewhat familiar, could it be the fairy sister? Curiosity piqued. Luo Yi approached her and circled to her front, discovering that this adorable creature was indeed the fairy sister. Sister, what brings you here in your pajamas? When did you arrive? Luo Yi squatted before her, observing the fluffy little bunny. Su Baizhou looked at Luo Yi with a stoic expression and replied nonchalantly, I don't know. I forgot. The evening air was slightly cool, but the fairy sister's pajamas were thick enough to keep her warm. Sister, aren't you afraid of being recognized sitting here on the playground? In response, Su Baizhou coolly countered, who would recognize me? This remark indeed left Luo Yi momentarily speechless. Indeed, who would have imagined that the aloof campus belle would don a thick onesie and a delightful bunny-eared hat, sitting upon the grass of the playground? Yet, Luo Yi thought of someone immediately, exclaiming, of course, it's me. Chapter 74. The Riddler. You are truly clever, Su Baizhou remarked, her expression devoid of emotion. Observing her seated on the field, Luo Yi could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, Senior, what are you up to? In response, Su Baizhou coolly replied, someone has yet to find me to recite today as 20 pages of knowledge points. At her words, the once innocent expression on Luo Yi's face stiffened. His demeanor quickly darkened. He had forgotten about this obligation. Every day, he was to seek out the senior to memorize 20 pages from Fundamentals of Computer Science. He had already recited 20 pages the previous day, and now it had to be done again. With a sigh, Luo Yi lowered his head, despondently saying, I understand. Let's go, senior. Observing Luo Yi's woeful expression, Su Baizhou felt a chuckle rising within her, yet maintained a stern faade. This matter could not be taken lightly. Failing a university course would be quite troublesome, and given Luo Yi's current grasp of the material, he was at high risk of failure, unless, of course, he resorted to cheating on the final exam. Although such practices were not uncommon in university settings, with some instructors turning a blind eye, it was ultimately a gamble, and one could not rely on luck alone. Luo Yi followed the little bunny obediently, leaving the playground behind. Witnessing this scene, Yu Qiuyu remarked, Luo Yi is incredibly swift. Just 2 months into the semester, and he already has a girlfriend. Beside her, the club president, Meng Chao, retorted, he's a boy. That would be a girlfriend. Oh, my apologies, slip of the tongue. President, who is that girl? Meng Chao scrutinized her intently, only to shake his head, indicating he could not discern her identity. Little Yu, do you like Luo Yi? At this, Yu Qiuyu was taken aback, quickly shaking her head. How could that be? I just think he is a really nice person. Ha ha. Don't be so tense. I was merely jesting. The young girl was so startled that her dialect slipped out. Then who do you like? You are the gem of our athletics club. Share with me, and I shall offer you my counsel. Seeing Meng Chao's eager expression, Yu Qiuyu self-deprecatingly remarked, I'm dark and unattractive. Who would like me? Do not speak so. Our little Yu possesses charms that the average person cannot perceive. Meng Chao affectionately patted Yu Qiuyu on the head, as one would comfort a child. Meanwhile, as Luo Yi entered his room, he sank onto the sofa, opening the book on the coffee table to begin his memorization. By the time he finished, it was already past 8 in the evening. He had not only dined at the staff quarters, but had also taken a shower. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found Wang Dachui sprawled on the bed, wearing the same expression as the day before. Seeing this, Luo Yi felt a profound ache in his heart. How has the once mighty Wang Dazue fallen to such a state? Noble youth, extend your life, he said, trembling as he reached out to Luo Yi. The latter's expression shifted, instantly grasping the situation. He swiftly retrieved his phone, activated a catchy tune, and cranked the volume to its maximum. GNI is so beautiful. GNI is simply exquisite. Upon hearing the enchanting melody, Wang Dazue was revitalized. Leaping from his bed to perform a dance for Luo Yi, he then rummaged beneath the bed and produced a basketball, exclaiming with fervor, let us play. The two friends, arms draped over each other's shoulders, exited the dormitory together. As they descended the stairs, Wang Dazue's nose twitched. He leaned closer to Luo Yi's shoulder, inhaling deeply. Something's amiss. Why do you smell so delightful? It's because I've just showered, Luo Yi replied. At this, Wang Dazue pushed Luo Yi away, regarding him with the gaze of a betrayed lover. There's no such fragrant shower gel in our dorm, and I didn't see you wash up. Where did you clean yourself? Of course, it was somewhere else, Luo Yi replied with a mysterious smile, withholding the truth from Wang Dazue. At that moment, Wang Dazue felt akin to a male version of Qin Yuan, on the verge of losing his composure. The Riddle Master should just leave this planet. The duo arrived at the table tennis court. There, on a public bench beside the table, sat two figures, one tall and one short. One slim and one stout, smoking cigarettes and looking quite dashing under the moonlight. Upon spotting Wang Dazue and Luo Yi, they extinguished their cigarettes. The stout Lu Guangfu stood up and declared, "Men's doubles, best of 5, 11 points per game." Incensed, Wang Dazue retorted, "What the hell with your table tennis? I brought a basketball. Hammer, I merely said we play. I didn't specify which sport." "That was your oversight," Lu Guangfu replied, his expression more lecherous than Wang Dazue's. "Table tennis it is. Even so, you shall find that I can easily handle both of you." The opposing team had brought 4 table tennis paddles, more than sufficient for the match. Luo Yi partnered with Wang Dazue, while Lu Guangfu teamed up with Wang Kai. Surprisingly, their height and stature complemented one another, making them a formidable pair. Luo Yi, wielding his paddle, executed a powerful smash, scoring the first point. However, it wasn't too long before their opponents closed the gap, pushing the score to 1-3. Ultimately, Wang Dazue felt immense frustration as they faced defeat. "How about a game of basketball then?" Lu Guangfu scoffed. "Basketball? You think you can win?" Lu Guangfu dismissed him with a wave. "We can play 3-on-3, but there's a condition. You must recruit a girl." "What?" Wang Dazue immediately erupted in argument with Lu Guangfu. Neither of them could summon a girl, and the stipulation was clearly a mutual trap. Suddenly, a notification chimed from Wang Dazue's phone. "Yu Qiuyu, care to play?" Upon witnessing this, Wang Dachui's expression brightened with delight as he made a playful grimace at Lu Guangfu, sticking out his tongue in a rather provocative manner. "Look at me, Brother Hammer. I can attract girls, but what about you? Can you even manage that?" He chuckled heartily. Hearing this, Lu Guangfu's countenance darkened. Had he known better, he would have refrained from mentioning such conditions, for he had effectively shot himself in the foot. Wang Kai and Luo Yi exchanged glances, their expressions clearly reflecting their disapproval of such childishness. How utterly embarrassing. Once Yu Qiuyu arrived, Li Haoyang also found time to join, and the group of 6 made their way to the basketball court to play. Yu Qiuyu formed a duo with the shorter members, standing at the center, resembling a foolish female antagonist leading a pair of hapless accomplices. Although the sports meet did not include a basketball match, a competition would soon follow its conclusion. The events featured table tennis and badminton. However, Luo Yi chose not to participate. Despite having been the champion of the boys' singles in table tennis during elementary school, it held no relevance now. The levels were simply incomparable, and he lacked both the desire and interest to compete in the university's table tennis contest. After their game, the group settled under the basketball hoop to rest. Yu Qiuyu, with curiosity, inquired, "Luo Yi, who was that girl on the playground tonight? Is she your girlfriend?" No sooner had she spoken than Wang Dachui's gaze sharpened, his eyes widening with intensity as he turned towards Luo Yi. "That girl." Luo Yi glanced at Yu Qiuyu, exchanging a knowing look. She quickly grasped the implication, returning him a similar glance. I understand. She is your goddess, isn't she? Hiding her away, eh?" But Wang Dachui was nearing a breakdown. Why must there be riddles, and why the cryptic conversation? Shared interests can swiftly forge friendships. And after just 2 basketball games, Yu Qiuyu had fully integrated into the circle of boys. Chapter 75. The full days passed quietly, leading to yet another dreadful Monday. Luo Yi's face was etched with anguish, as if life had dulled his edges, rendering him almost soulless. During this time, both his body and spirit endured relentless torment. The daily task of memorizing 20 pages of material, coupled with his commitment to long-distance running training, had culminated in the impending sports meet scheduled for the next day. Yet, he pondered, why was the sports meet not today? Why couldn't this cursed full-course Monday be offset? Observing Professor Li Ping at the podium, Luo Yi instinctively knew he would soon be the subject of inquiry. "Class representative, please answer this question," came the inevitable prompt. With a resigned sigh, Luo Yi stood up amidst the gleeful expressions of Wang Dachui and Li Haoyang. "Teacher, he intended to confess his ignorance. However, a glance at the blackboard revealed a question he actually knew the answer to. He had memorized it from his textbooks. Luo Yi immediately recited the standard answer with unwavering confidence, as if he had undergone a profound transformation. Both Wang Dachui and Li Haoyang were left utterly astonished. Even Professor Li Ping adjusted his reading glasses, casting a bewildered glance at Luo Yi. What was happening? Could it be that this young man had suddenly opened the meridians of Ren and Du? Indeed, he spoke rightly. Please take your seat. After class, Luo Yi was invigorated, feeling as though he had finally emerged victorious after enduring the most challenging part of his studies. Although 2 more classes remained, for Luo Yi, the day was already over. After all, having navigated through the toughest hurdles, the rest seemed trivial and easily surmountable. Thus, the day swiftly passed. The following day, at 6 in the morning, Luo Yi opened his eyes. The opening ceremony of the sports meet was scheduled for 10 o'clock, and it was rumored that there would be a variety of performances. However, that was of little consequence to him. He had only signed up for the 3,000-meter long-distance run, which would take place the following afternoon. Therefore, the first day of the sports meet felt like a holiday to him. Nevertheless, he made his way to the spectator stands. As the initial event was the first round of the 60-meter sprint elimination, the enchanting senior had registered for this event. She had signed up for the 60 meters, 800 meters, and 3,000 meters. It must be said that after not participating in any sports meets for 2 years of college, she returned with such grand ambitions. 2 long-distance events and 1 short sprint. After the opening ceremony concluded, the stands were not particularly crowded. After all, this was a university sports meet. And unlike in high school or middle school, there was no compulsion for every class to attend. If attendance was not mandatory, who would willingly watch a sports meet? 3 days of events equated to 3 days of leisure. Wasn't that far more appealing? At that moment, numerous small tents dotted the grassy field, serving as resting areas for athletes, logistical zones, and teams of referees and staff organized by the student council. Despite the sparse audience, the atmosphere on the field was vibrant, with the student council's various departments contributing to a gathering of over 100 individuals. Luo Yi, Li Haoyang, and Shen Xiao sat together in the stands, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the men's 100-meter race, as Wang Dachui had registered for this event. He had donned a complete athletic outfit along with his treasured running shoes. Warming up on lane 2. What a buffoon, Li Haoyang remarked without mercy. Meanwhile, Shen Xiao had already raised her phone and started recording, capturing every moment of Wang Dachui's run. On Wang Dachui's back was a number 250, indicating that he was the 250th athlete among all participants in this sports meet. Remarkably, this number seemed tailor-made for him. With the sound of the starting gun, Wang Dachui took off, sprinting from the starting line and swiftly crossing the finish line. The 100 meters was a brief distance, completed in just over 10 seconds. With 6 lanes available, only the top 2 competitors would advance to the next round. Wang Dachui was exceptionally fortunate. Within his group, there were no formidable competitors, allowing him to secure the first position effortlessly. Shen Xiao displayed a look of disappointment as she promptly deleted the video she had just recorded. Wang Dachui, with a carefree demeanor, settled beside his 2 companions, his face radiating joy. Isn't Brother Chui handsome? It's merely luck, Shen Xiao remarked, and the other 2 nodded in agreement. Next came the second group, where the events were categorized by departments, except for the 3,000 meters, which was open for voluntary participation across all faculties. After a lengthy wait, it was finally time for the women's 60 meters. In the first round, Yu Chuyu dominated, claiming the top spot in the first group and establishing herself as a frontrunner for the championship. By the 4th round, Luo Yi finally caught sight of the enchanting senior. Though the audience was sparse, approximately 70 to 80 individuals were present. Upon seeing the figure on lane 3, everyone was momentarily stunned. Who was the girl with a ponytail? Dressed in loose black attire? Why was she so stunning? Wait a moment, she looks so familiar. Some spectators deduced her identity with astonishment. No one had mentioned that Su Baizhou would participate in this sports meet, yet her appearance was undoubtedly the greatest surprise. Soon, some staff members revealed the events in which she was competing. In addition to the 60 meters, she was also signed up for the 800 meters and 3,000 meters. This news quickly made its way to the announcement board. Su Baizhou secured second place in her heat, advancing to the next round. As the audience learned of her participation, the number of spectators gradually increased. Even though she was the elusive ice goddess, her mere presence was a visual delight. At some point, aside from Shen Xiao, who wore a smile, the other 2 had distanced themselves from Luo Yi. When Su Baizhou began her race, Luo Yi cheered the loudest in the audience, nearly drowning out the host's microphone. This fellow was utterly reckless, a source of embarrassment. Initially, Su Baizhou led the race, but ultimately fell to second place, leading them to speculate that the ice goddess might have been intimidated by Luo Yi's exuberant shouts. Wang Dachui, leaning against the side, teasingly remarked, "You, my friend, must be a fervent admirer of Su Baijiu, right? What a coincidence, so am I." Meanwhile, the audience swelled from the initial 70 or 80 to now 300 or 400. Since Su Baijiu stepped down as the student council president, she had seldom graced the school with her presence. Recently, the campus beauty had shifted to Tang Enki, and the image of the ice goddess had been a rare sight. It was evident that the ice goddess still commanded significant popularity. After completing her race, Su Baijiu lingered on the grass, observing the competitions of other groups before making her way to the athletes' rest area. Qin Yuan approached with a bottle of mineral water, her excitement palpable. "You're incredible. Zhou, just look at the audience. After the announcement on the confession wall about your participation in the sports meet, the crowd has multiplied 4 or 5 times in less than half an hour. It's astonishing. You resemble a star." Upon hearing this, Su Baijiu turned her gaze towards the audience. Although the number of spectators had increased, she still remembered Luo Ye's position. Recalling the fervent encouragement from the junior earlier, she murmured, "Fool." Chapter 76. Why isn't the ice goddess leaving? Wang Dachui was eliminated in the second round. The students from dorm 515 dispersed, returning to their respective homes. Li Haoyang went to assist the student council. As the class monitor, he naturally played a logistical role among the athletes from the computer science department. Shen Qiao had left Jiang University, likely to take on another part-time job. Wang Dachui remained on the field, captivated by the beauty of the women's track and field events, which truly were a splendid sight. Luo Yi wanted to leave, but Dachui wouldn't let him. Reluctantly, he sat in the audience, a look of despair on his face as he searched for the enchanting senior's figure in the athletes' resting area. With no events of his own today, he was purely there to watch her. Now that the senior had no events either, he had long wished to escape. Before long, the second round of the women's 60 meters commenced. Luo Yi stood up. Wang Dachui, sensing something, quickly distanced himself from Luo Yi. However, the audience had transformed. With Su Baijiu commanding attention, the crowd had swelled to nearly 1,000. As Su Baijiu began to run, many cheered for her, alleviating some of Luo Ye's embarrassment. Few girls could match Su Baijiu's speed. Unless she encountered Yu Qiuyu, almost no one could surpass her. Reflecting on what his uncle had said, Luo Yi recalled that the enchanting senior had grown up in a village. Back then, she was not yet fully grown, her face resembling that of a mischievous boy. Su Baijiu would roam the village daily, even managing to catch a large goose with one hand, stepping on the old yellow dog at the village entrance, and using a slingshot to shoot at the freshly laid eggs of the neighbor's hen. She was quite the little tyrant of the village. It was hard to imagine the enchanting senior was once so mischievous. It was endearing. However, if Su Baijiu found out that her uncle had shared these stories with Luo Yi, she would likely scold Fan Jian upon returning. Coupled with her morning runs at university, the senior was indeed quite fast, at least superior to most. In the second round, Su Baijiu claimed first place in her group, seamlessly advancing to the third round. Once that concluded, the final round would follow. The majority of the audience was astonished to see Su Baijiu finish first. No one had anticipated that the aloof campus beauty, Su Baijiu, not only excelled as a talented student in the computer science department and a former student council president, but also possessed such remarkable athletic prowess. What is there in this world that she is incapable of? Such a flawless girl has remained single throughout her 2 years in university. The crowd displayed expressions of dismay. It is not that Su Baijiu looks down upon men, but rather that they lack the excellence to capture her attention. At that moment, the morning's events were declared concluded. A group of girls adorned in beautiful dresses graced the track as the playground resonated with the music of cheers. The cheerleading squad commenced their spirited dance, led by none other than Qin Yuan. Upon seeing her, Wang Dachui's eyes widened in admiration, and he leaped to his feet, excitedly exclaiming to Luo Yi, "My goddess! My goddess!" Observing this, Luo Yi discreetly shifted to the side, creating distance from Wang Dachui, who had suddenly become the subject of disdain. Once the cheerleaders finished their performance, the morning's happenings came to a close. The afternoon events were set to begin at 3, while the women's 60-meter final was scheduled for the following day. This meant that Luo Ye's involvement at the playground had come to an end. He resolved to return to his dormitory in the afternoon to play video games and prepare for the 3,000-meter race the next day. Together with Wang Dachui, he made his way toward the cafeteria. At that moment, the cafeteria was bustling with activity, filled with numerous long legs. Though the weather had turned cooler, everyone aspired to be the most radiant presence on the playground. showcasing their figures and good looks. Only Su Baizhou, having completed her event, seemed to vanish entirely. Only Luo Yi knew that after finishing her race, she donned a hat and settled in the audience, watching the competition from a corner. At that moment, Su Baizhou was also in the cafeteria, having lunch with Qin Yuan. The university cafeteria tables were predominantly designed for 6. Su Baizhou and Qin Yuan occupied one such table, leaving 4 seats unfilled. Although Su Baizhou wore a black cap, revealing only the lower half of her face, it was sufficient to discern her extraordinary beauty. Moreover, seated opposite Qin Yuan, it was easy to surmise that she was the enigmatic goddess Su Baizhou. As a result, no one dared to approach their table, primarily out of fear of embarrassment. There had been instances before when someone attempted to join, only to leave before finishing their meal, creating an exceedingly awkward situation. Meanwhile, the majority of the girls and most of the boys crowded into the third cafeteria, rendering the first cafeteria near the boys' dormitory somewhat forlorn. After purchasing his meal, Wang Dachui, upon finding no available seats, boldly approached Qin Yuan's table. Witnessing this brave soul, the onlookers raised their thumbs in approval. A true role model. With an air of nonchalance, Wang Dachui took a seat beside Qin Yuan. The 6-person table had an empty seat between them, placing them on opposite sides. For Wang Dachui, while he enjoyed admiring beautiful women, the allure of mere beauty could never outweigh the necessity of a meal. Here, there was an empty seat, and he took it without any particular reason. Even though Qin Yuan was his idol, in her presence, he regarded her merely as a stranger. He could still discern the distinction between fantasy and reality. Noticing someone seated beside her, Qin Yuan glanced at him and then frowned, saying, "Zhou, shall we take our food to go? I haven't finished eating." Su Baizhou replied nonchalantly. Not far away, Luo Yi held a bowl of noodles, looking around in confusion. There were too many people. He was lost in the cafeteria. Where is Hammer Brother? Where did he go? Wang Dazhu stood up and waved at Luo Yi. Upon seeing him, Luo Yi approached. As he walked, he realized that the table where Wang Dazhu was seated also had the senior fairy present. Damn it! Was this kid doing this on purpose? Reluctantly, Luo Yi sat beside Su Baizhou, leaving an empty seat between them. The others around them were astonished. Another brave soul. Yet, something felt amiss. Why hadn't the Ice Mountain Goddess left yet? Hammer Brother, why are you sitting here? Luo Yi whispered. There's a seat here. Where else can you find one? Luo Yi glanced around and indeed confirmed this. Is it you? Qin Yuan looked at Luo Yi, as if recalling something. Unable to restrain herself, she remarked, I knew you were just making empty promises. You said you would treat me to a meal as compensation. How long has it been? At her words, Wang Dazhu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Luo Yi. Though he didn't speak, Luo Yi understood his unvoiced thoughts. You actually know Qin Yuan? Chapter 77. I am no longer alone, Senior Qin. I forgot, Luo Yi said, feeling embarrassed. It wasn't that he didn't want to treat her, he simply had no time. Recently, he had either been running or memorizing knowledge points in the teacher's dormitory. And he hadn't even sent Qin Yuan a message. Fine. I won't hold it against you, a junior, she said, glancing at Su Baizhou. Remembering the previous incident, she suddenly realized that her good roommate's lack of resistance to the approach of boys this time was likely due to Luo Yi. How delightful. At last, I, Qin Yuan, have discovered a new realm. She mischievously scanned the two of them, but being a beauty, her actions appeared charming rather than lewd. Wang Dazhu had been silently eating, occasionally casting a glance at Luo Yi as if observing a stranger. Before long, Su Baizhou finished her meal. With a neutral expression, she glanced at Luo Yi and then stood up to leave. Seeing Su Baizhou about to depart, Qin Yuan followed suit. Once the two left, the crowd in the cafeteria looked at Luo Yi and Wang Dazhu with admiration, akin to dragon-slaying heroes returning triumphant. At the outset, Su Baizhou indeed garnered considerable admiration, pursued by many. However, once her true nature became apparent, her suitors dwindled significantly. When an individual possesses exceptional qualities, it often deters others from seeking romantic involvement. Much like celebrities, one may hold a profound admiration for a star, yet find it challenging to entertain romantic notions towards them. As the chasm between ordinary individuals and celebrities is vast, Su Baizhou, with her aloof demeanor, exudes an air of distance that others readily perceive. Presently, the curiosity surrounding her revolves around the type of individual who might eventually capture her heart, a notion predominantly entertained by young men. In stark contrast, Women regard her with a gaze steeped in hostility. To them, Su Baizhou embodies a paragon of female excellence, an idol beyond the reach of any male. Unperturbed, Luo Yi finished his meal, acutely aware of the mixed feelings of admiration and animosity that surrounded him. Wang Dachui, sensing the atmosphere, promptly ushered him out of the cafeteria. Upon returning to their dormitory, Wang Dachui scrutinized Luo Yi with the intensity of an interrogator, his voice low and serious. Now, tell me, how do you know Qin Yuan? With his secret exposed, Luo Yi had no choice but to respond candidly, explaining that he had connections at school and that Qin Yuan was a student under his benefactor. Upon hearing this, Wang Dachui exclaimed in shock, "You sly dog, you managed to get in through the back door? What are you saying? I can eat whatever I want. But I won't tolerate slander. I earned my place through hard work." Observing Luo Yi's earnest expression, Wang Dachui smirked, "I was merely jesting." He then leaned in, a playful gleam in his eye, and whispered conspiratorially, "So, the mysterious senior you've been mentioning is none other than Senior Qin? What are you talking about? I can eat whatever I want, but I won't tolerate slander. My relationship with Senior Qin is entirely innocent." Luo Yi reiterated his previous statement, which piqued Wang Dachui's curiosity. This was indeed perplexing. He knew Luo Yi could not be lying, suggesting that the mysterious senior was likely not Qin Yuan. However, apart from her, he could not fathom whom else Luo Yi might know. Perhaps a senior from their Hanfu club? Outside of that organization, Luo Yi had not engaged with the student council, leaving him with few opportunities to familiarize himself with other seniors. As for Su Baizhou, Wang Dachui immediately dismissed that notion. It was inconceivable. During the freshman ceremony, Luo Yi had merely shared a stage with Su Baizhou for a single song, his excitement akin to that of a child. If he genuinely knew her, he would not have been so exhilarated at that moment. Since then, Su Baizhou had rarely been seen around campus, further diminishing Luo Yi's chances of making her acquaintance. After much contemplation, Wang Dachui ultimately found himself unable to deduce the identity of this enigmatic individual, resigning himself to the mystery. In the afternoon, two individuals commenced playing games, only to succumb to slumber shortly thereafter. Today, the enchanting senior did not summon Luye to recite knowledge points, and he also chose to forego his usual run. With a 3,000-meter run looming tomorrow, Luye resolved to take a complete rest today, seeking to alleviate his spirits. Upon awakening, he discovered it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The cacophony emanating from the playground was incessant, with the loudspeakers blaring accompanied by music, creating quite a ruckus. Luye rose from his bed, observing that Wang Dachui was still in slumber. The sun was nearing its descent, and the sky outside had taken on a somber hue. The dormitory was enveloped in silence, starkly contrasting the external clamor. A wave of loneliness gradually washed over Luye. The sensation of awakening from a prolonged afternoon nap was indescribable. Luye felt as though his existence had lost its significance. It had been nearly 2 months since he arrived at Jiang University. His sole cousin had ventured abroad for further studies, while his roommates were preoccupied with their own affairs, bustling about each day. The dormitory had become considerably more desolate, and he felt devoid of achievement, lacking in knowledge. Dejectedly, Luye sat at the edge of his bed, grappling with the emptiness in his heart. He decided to retrieve his phone and engage with short videos to enrich himself. However, as soon as he opened the app, a catchy tune resonated from his phone. Big Data was monitoring him, and he was now updated. Suddenly, Luye noticed he had numerous unread messages, ones from Li Haoyang, Su Xiaojia, and his aunt. Yet, his gaze was immediately drawn to a pinned message, time-stamped half an hour ago, where the enchanting senior inquired if he was prepared for the 3,000-meter run tomorrow. In that instant, Luye felt a surge of connection. Although Jiang City was vast, having a senior like her was more than enough. Luye replied, "I'm ready. I promise to complete the task." The enchanting senior responded, "Not in the top 3, no rewards." Luye sent an animated expression, cheering duck, and assured her, "I will give it my all." The enchanting senior acknowledged with a simple Luye continued, "You too, senior. You were amazing today. Let us strive together tomorrow." She replied with another After concluding the conversation, Luye turned his attention to the other messages. Li Haoyang asked if he was in the dormitory, as he had forgotten his keys. Su Xiaojia wondered where he had gone and if he had watched the sports meet. His aunt expressed that she missed him and attempted a video call, which Luye had missed due to his slumber. In light of this, he initiated a video call back to his aunt. As soon as the video connected, he heard Chen Xiaomon sigh. The child has grown up. And now he doesn't answer his aunt's calls. Upon hearing this, Luoyi shivered and quickly replied, "How could that be, aunt? I was asleep and didn't hear." No need to explain. Explanations are merely veils. At 3 or 4 in the afternoon, you tell me you were sleeping. I'm not buying it. Angie, do you believe him? Woof. See, even Angie doesn't believe it. Luoyi. In the video, Angie is a teddy bear that Luoyi despises the most. She is merely a sycophant raised by my aunt. Chapter 78. The innocence of a young girl after hanging up on my aunt. Luoyi gently patted Wang Dechue's face. The latter awoke in confusion, asking, "Luo, is it morning already?" "Yes, it's time for class. If you sleep any longer, you won't be able to sleep tonight," Luoyi replied. He decided to venture outside for a couple of laps. Should he succumb to sleep all day, his body would surely become lethargic by tomorrow. At this hour, the events of the sports meet had concluded, yet the playground was still bustling with activity. To his surprise, a light drizzle began to fall. Those remaining on the field sought refuge in tents to escape the rain. Luoyi approached the student council area, discovering that they were enjoying boxed lunches. The day's events had mostly consisted of elimination rounds, with the semifinals and finals scheduled for tomorrow and the day after. Thus, they needed to compile a list of those who advanced today for announcement tomorrow. Besides this, there were numerous other tasks to attend to. Lu Jiang was seated, engrossed in his phone, while the majority of the work was being handled by first-year newcomers. Upon seeing Luoyi, Lu Jiang set his phone aside and greeted him, saying, "Luoyi, back at the playground again?" "Yes, I have to run 3,000 meters tomorrow." "President, what are you up to?" Luoyi inquired, noticing the first-year students bustling about while their student council president leisurely played on his phone. "Of course, I'm letting the newcomers hone their skills. They will be the backbone of the student council in the future." Upon hearing this, Luoyi felt a sense of incredulity. Lu Jiang had only just become president himself, having served for barely over a year, yet he referred to them as newcomers. However, he understood that if the president had to manage even the simplest clerical tasks, then the position was not worth pursuing. Not far off, Li Haoyang was also lending a hand, while Tang Anqi was in a state of frantic disarray, struggling without the guidance of seniors. Today was also Tang Anqi's event, but she had already been eliminated. Beside Li Haoyang, Su Xiaojia was chattering incessantly, occasionally causing more trouble than help, further complicating matters for everyone. Luoyi approached Li Haoyang, who, upon seeing him, looked as if he had seen a savior. He promptly seized Su Xiaojia's arm and brought her over to Luoyi, instructing, "Keep an eye on this girl until I finish." At that moment, Su Xiaojia resembled a mischievous imp. Despite her good intentions, she managed to create chaos. She shyly stood behind Luoyi, sticking her tongue out at Li Haoyang. Once Li Haoyang returned to assist, Su Xiaojia sighed and lamented, "I didn't mean to cause this." "I know," Luoyi replied, guiding Su Xiaojia to a quieter spot. Observing her troubled expression, he felt akin to a caretaker of a mischievous child. "Do you really like the coach?" Luoyi suddenly asked. Upon hearing these words, Su Xiaojia's face flushed crimson as she hastily rose to her feet and shushed Luoyi, exclaiming, "Lower your voice." "Of course. It's true, but you mustn't tell him." Luoyi nodded in acquiescence. It was precisely due to her youthful disposition that she possessed such sincerity, her heart brimming with honesty yet tinged with a hint of timidity. Su Xiaojia's character resembled a delicate flower nurtured in a greenhouse, a young lady who retained her childlike innocence. One could only wonder how her parents could be so at ease allowing her to travel alone from the capital to study here. Contemplating this, Luoyi curiously inquired, "As a girl, do your parents truly feel comfortable with you studying so far away?" "Not really," Su Xiaojia replied with an innocent expression. "That's why my father bought me an apartment in Jiangcheng. He has friends working here who can take care of me." Upon hearing this, Luoyi's lips twitched. He felt it unnecessary to press further. Seeing his reaction, Su Xiaojia exclaimed in mock surprise, "It's just a 20-square-meter studio apartment. It didn't cost much." Luoyi countered, "Although Jiangcheng may not compare to the neighboring metropolis, it is still a first-tier city, with average housing prices exceeding 10,000 per square meter. Spending hundreds of thousands to buy a house for your daughter to study locally is quite absurd." He sighed deeply, pondering not just the coach's circumstances but his own. How fortunate he was to have met the enchanting senior. Nonetheless, he reasoned that he must have earned enough to justify such an expenditure. As Luoyi began to tally his earnings, Su Xiaojia, with a face full of curiosity, interjected, "Luoyi, I met that senior you mentioned last time." She is truly beautiful. You are quite lucky. At this, Luo Ye's expression transformed into one of astonishment. You've met her? Indeed. I even had a meal with her. Only later did I realize she is the aloof campus beauty, Su Xiaojiao responded, her face lighting up with admiration. Despite her well-off background, she couldn't help but feel a yearning for someone like Su Baizhou. As fellow girls, she wondered when she might possess such charm. Yes, I do like Senior Su. Please keep it a secret, Luo Yi said earnestly. All right, this will be our little secret, Su Xiaojiao declared, extending her small hand in an attempt to make a pinky promise. Luo Yi stepped back, his face a picture of rejection. How childish. Aren't we too grown for such antics? Seeing his resistance, Su Xiaojiao retorted, Luo Yi, are we not brothers anymore? In response, Luo Yi swiftly changed the subject, glancing at Li Haoyang and uncertainly stating, it seems the coach has finished his work. Really? Su Xiaojiao exclaimed, darting over eagerly. Luo Yi chuckled helplessly. In truth, Su Xiaojiao was quite endearing. With her around, the coach would surely not be bored. Not long after Luo Yi left the playground, Su Baizhou arrived. Upon seeing her, Lu Jianglai stood up and cheerfully said, Su Senior, what brings you here? I'm just here to take a look, she replied. As the former president of the student council, it was entirely reasonable for her to inspect the proceedings. However, her gaze did not linger on Lu Jianglai but rather wandered around. Noticing this, Lu Jianglai pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, Senior, you wouldn't happen to be looking for Luo Yi, would you? At this remark, a hint of unease flickered across the usually composed face of the campus beauty. Her expression subtly shifted before she replied earnestly, No, he just left. Without allowing Su Baizhou a chance to elaborate, Lu Jianglai firmly interjected. Seeing that Su Baizhou had not yet departed, Lu Jianglai further inquired, Senior, both you and Luo Yi have signed up for the 3,000 meters. Is there a particular reason behind it? In response, Su Baizhou cast him a glance and softly replied, Not much. I merely aim to secure a top 3 finish. Top 3 indeed, Lu Jianglai mused, recognizing that if anyone could achieve this among the girls, it would be Su Baizhou. Then I wish you success. He waved his hand, watching as Su Baizhou gradually faded into the distance. There was an inexplicable feeling that Su Baizhou's demeanor had softened compared to her previous aloofness. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Chapter 79. Go, Wild Kid. The women's 800-meter race took place in the morning, while the 3,000 meters was scheduled for the afternoon. Luo Yi sat in the stands, his eyes fixed on the ethereal figure of his senior at the starting line, so excited that he stood up. Fortunately, Wang Dachui, with his considerable strength, pressed him back down. The two sat in the audience, their expressions serious as they observed the rows of girls on the track. A total of 36 girls participated in the 800 meters. The long-distance race consisted of only one round, with everyone running together to determine the victor. At the sound of the gun, all the girls surged forward. Yu Qiyu did not enter the 800 meters, so even the girl in the lead did not create a significant gap from the second place. With so many participants, the spectators searched for Su Baizhou's figure, but only Luo Yi had his unwavering gaze fixed on her from the very start. Su Baizhou did not immediately take the lead, but she remained closely behind the front runners, managing her pace with ease. The 800 meters, encompassing merely 2 laps around the 400-meter track, necessitated a sprint from the outset. After approximately 200 meters, most competitors began to slow down. As they completed the first lap, it was evident that many were starting to tire. Lacking the stamina of professional athletes or avid sports enthusiasts, Su Baizhou effortlessly surpassed several opponents, taking the lead in the final 200 meters. It was noteworthy that her morning runs had been a steadfast routine throughout her university years. While she may not have possessed the fastest top speed, in terms of endurance, few could rival her outside of the professionals. Upon witnessing the enchanting senior sprinting to first place, with merely 100 meters remaining to the finish line, Wang Dachui could no longer contain his excitement for Luo Yi. The latter abruptly rose to his feet, brandishing a pre-prepared support banner inscribed with the words Go, Subaizu, adorned with 3 exuberant exclamation marks. Subaizu, go, Subaizu, go. His booming voice resonated across the track, reaching Subaizu, who did not feel embarrassed. Rather, this fervent cheer stirred an indescribable emotion within her. If one were to articulate this sentiment in words, it would be a desire to showcase her finest self to the individual who had been watching her all along. With a determined stride, she crossed the finish line, breaking through the red tape. A multitude had gathered at the finish line to welcome the long-distance runners. Qin Yuan was among them, arms outstretched, eager to embrace Subizu upon her arrival. However, Subizu halted before her, adopting a posture akin to a majestic bird taking flight, and inquired with a puzzled expression, "Wen, what are you doing?" In response, Qin Yuan awkwardly retracted her hands, clearing her throat and feigning nonchalance as she remarked, "Ahem, congratulations, Zhuozhua, on securing first place." "Indeed," Subizu replied, standing amidst the crowd. She lifted her gaze towards the stands. That person was also watching her. Their eyes met across a distance of over 100 meters. For her, the 800 meters was merely a warm-up for the afternoon. In the audience, Luo Yi, upon seeing the senior triumph, felt an exhilarating rush as if he were the one claiming first place. However, after the initial excitement, a wave of nerves washed over him. The 3,000 meters race was imminent. After preparing for so long, the day had finally arrived, leaving Liu feeling somewhat apprehensive. Yet, for the reward promised by the senior, he was determined to secure a place among the top 3 in the upcoming race. Following a hearty lunch, the clock swiftly approached 3 in the afternoon, marking the continuation of the next day's events. Liu went to collect his race number. He inherited Wang Dachui's number, which was 250, a request specifically made by Wang Dachui to the student council staff. "Carrying my number is akin to continuously encouraging my son," he chuckled heartily. In the audience, Wang Dachui could no longer contain his laughter, clutching his belly in amusement. As Luo Yi's race approached, Shen Xiao and Li Haoyang also arrived at the stands. The 3 friends seated closely together, ready to cheer for Luo Yi. The flags were crafted by Wang Dachui, with Li Haoyang waving them, while Shen Xiao was responsible for filming. The ritualistic camaraderie of Dorm 515 was something others could only envy. Standing on the track, Luo Yi gazed at the conspicuous figures above, silently praying that they would not embarrass themselves too much. The number of participants in the 3,000 meters was comparable to that of the 800 meters. More than 30 boys stood at the starting line, with an equal number of girls participating in the 3,000-meter race, making a total of over 60 competitors. At that moment, the male competitors had not been assigned specific lanes. Instead, they crowded together in groups of 3 or 4, awaiting the sound of the starting gun. The track measured 400 meters, and the 3,000-meter race comprised 7.5 laps. This was a test of endurance. Simply completing the race was a remarkable achievement. Soon, Lu Jiang came forward, holding the starting pistol, and positioned himself at the edge of the track. Observing the athletes before him, he called out, "On your marks." Luo Yi felt an overwhelming sense of tension. He gazed at the track, clearing his mind of all thoughts, focusing solely on the anticipated sound of the trigger. Bang! With the gunshot, the 30-plus competitors surged forward in unison. Meng Chao, the president of the athletics club, defied all expectations. As a national-level athlete, he sprinted from the very first lap, quickly establishing a lead of half a track length over the second-place runner, leaving the others far behind. There was no doubt about his dominance in the race. Even as Meng Chao's speed diminished in the second lap, his average pace remained faster than the full sprint of an ordinary runner. Having spent considerable time training with the athletics club, Luo Yi understood the importance of pacing. He remained closely behind the leading pack of 5 or 6 competitors, unwilling to fall behind. In the stands, Li Haoyang waved flags and cheered, while Wang Dachui even brought a megaphone, enthusiastically encouraging Luo Yi. On the grassy field in the center of the track, Su Baizhou's gaze remained fixed on Luo Yi, who was currently in 8th place. Whether he could break into the top 3 would depend on his ability to overtake the runners ahead in the final 2 laps. Before long, Meng Chao had completed the race, while the second-place runner was still a lap behind, and the last-place runner had only finished 2 laps. The gap between them was vast, demonstrating a stark polarization. Some were competing for positions, while others were merely participating. Unnoticed by most, the last-place runner was Wen Jishu, the former vice president of the student council. At this time, even Luo Yi had opened up a 3-lap lead over him. As the final lap approached, Luo Yi was determined not to squander the effort he had put in thus far. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to push himself to the limit and finish the last lap with a burst of speed. Luo Yi accelerated, quickly overtaking one runner. In the final lap sprint, he managed to secure 5th place. Just half a month ago, such a result would have seemed inconceivable to him. Now, he was merely 2 competitors away from the top 3. He continued to surge forward. Not far ahead, a figure ambled leisurely, the last-place runner Wen Jishu, whom Luo Yi was about to lap again. He noticed Su Baizhou in the stands, only to realize that her attention was directed towards something behind him. When Jishu turned around and caught sight of the freshman he had seen last time. At that moment, the expression in Su Baizhou's eyes was something he had never witnessed in the past 2 years. Contemplating this, he displayed a look of reluctance and, just as Luo Yi was about to pass him, feigned a fall, tumbling to the side. Luo Yi, in the midst of his sprint, was entirely oblivious, his mind consumed by the track ahead. Suddenly, it felt as though he had been tripped, and he experienced a dizzying spin, rolling several times on the playground. When he regained his senses, all he could feel was a wave of pain, and the only sight before him was the clouds above. The audience erupted in gasps of shock. The severity of the fall was evident and appeared quite painful. Wang Dachui's eyes widened in fury, rolling up his sleeves. He grabbed a megaphone and began to hurl expletives. What the hell? Did you do that on purpose? Xin Xiao and Li Haoyang also wore expressions of outrage. The three of them dashed down from the stands. However, someone closer to Luo Yi reached him even faster. At some point, Su Baizhou had already arrived by Luo Yi's side. Chapter 80. Indeed adorable. As Luo Yi lay on the ground, the only thought in his mind was, it's over. The top 3 positions were lost. Although his body ached intensely, the thought of his 2 weeks of hard work going to waste far outweighed the physical pain. Lying there on the playground, all he could see was an endless expanse of beautiful blue sky and white clouds. And then there was the fairy-like senior sister. The fairy-like senior sister? He noticed Su Baizhou gazing down at him, her typically aloof demeanor now revealing unmistakable concern. Are you all right? Su Baizhou's voice was laced with an anxiety she could not conceal. Upon witnessing the expression of the fairy-like senior sister and hearing her rarely gentle tone, Luo Yi's inner turmoil dissipated completely. Despite the pain coursing through his body, the overwhelming sense of satisfaction made him able to disregard it. In any case, whether joyful or sorrowful, his physical condition was of little consequence. Meanwhile, the other 3 members of Dorm 515 had arrived, anxiously watching Luo Yi. Lu Zhonglai, Yu Qiuyu, and Su Xiaojia hurried over as well. At the same time, Wen Jishu, who lay on the ground, remained unnoticed. Wang Dachui, seeing the numerous wounds on Luo Yi's body, particularly the gory abrasions on his legs from the rubber surface of the playground, felt a surge of heartache. After all, this wild child was like a close son to him. With this thought, Wang Dachui turned and charged towards Wen Jishu, seemingly intent on delivering a kick. Compared to Luo Yi, Wen Jishu only had a minor scrape on his arm, yet he was wailing and pointing at Luo Yi, accusing, with such a vast playground. Why did you have to pass right by me? You kicked me, and now I'm hurt. Can you even afford to compensate me? I'll compensate your grandmother. Wang Dachui leaped into action, executing a swift kick. Fortunately, Li Haoyang intervened, casting an intense glare at Wen Jishu. He addressed Wang Dazhua, saying, Brother Chui, this is the playground, and there are so many witnesses. Our immediate priority is to get Brother Liya to the infirmary. Upon hearing this, Wang Dazhua regained his composure. The 3 of them swiftly carried Liya toward the infirmary. Observing their retreating figures, Su Baizhou turned her gaze toward Wen Jishu. This marked her first earnest appraisal of him. Compared to her previous gaze directed at Liya, her expression was now notably frigid, a demeanor that Wen Jishu had never encountered before. Typically, Su Baizhou's eyes bore a placid countenance, rarely revealing her true indifference. Today, however, Wen Jishu witnessed it firsthand. A pang of anxiety surged within him. As Su Baizhou approached, she was promptly obstructed by Lu Zhonglai, who said, Sister Su, you should head to the infirmary as well. I will handle things here. Su Baizhou glanced at him, and he offered a slight smile, gently remarking, You chose me as your successor. Do you not trust my capabilities? You are concerned about Brother Luoya, aren't you? Go on. To this, Su Baizhou replied coolly, Thank you. Subsequently, she turned and hastened away from the playground. Observing her departure, it was the first time Lu Zhonglai witnessed her display such urgency for another. It appeared she had indeed developed feelings for Brother Liya. A hint of melancholy flickered in Lu Zhonglai's eyes, yet it swiftly dissipated, transforming into a sense of reflection, then acceptance, and ultimately, solace. Perhaps he too had once been captivated by a radiant sun. However, he understood that this sun did not belong to him. He was merely awed by its brilliance. Now, that sun had found its intended recipient, and he must aspire to become the new sun. Lu Zhonglai directed a stern expression at Wen Jishu, stating, literature leader. I have always held you in high regard, but your actions today have crossed a line. Lu Jianglai. Do you only see him collapsed on the ground and fail to notice my injury as well? Besides, he was behind me. In terms of responsibility, he bears the greater weight. Whatever injuries he sustained are his own doing, Wen Zhishu retorted defiantly. Lu Jianglai's gaze toward Wen Zhishu shifted to one of utter disappointment. Meanwhile, Yu Qiuyu interjected, "What are you saying? Anyone acquainted with athletics would recognize that the fault lies entirely with you. I merely fell. He collided with me." Wen Zhishu stubbornly clung to this assertion, and although Yu Qiuyu wished to counter, she found herself at a loss for words against him. Before long, a teacher arrived at the scene. Observing that the situation was escalating, Wen Zhishu stood up from the ground. His appearance suggested he had not sustained any significant injuries, rendering a trip to the infirmary unnecessary. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Luoya's leg had been bandaged, but as a precaution, he still needed to be transported to a nearby hospital for further treatment. Upon the entrance of Su Baizhou, Wang Dachui and his companions were utterly astonished. What could have prompted the aloof campus belle to visit the infirmary? Reflecting on the series of peculiar behaviors displayed by Su Baizhou on the playground earlier, a bold idea began to take root in Wang Dachui's mind. Could it be that the wild boy is acquainted with Su Baizhou? Observing their demeanor, could they possibly be quite familiar with one another? Surely not. The senior that the wild boy has been so infatuated with these days. Could it actually be Su Baizhou? This revelation was simply astounding. Li Haoyang, however, remained unfazed, as he held little interest in such matters. Meanwhile, Shen Xiao wore an expression of knowing, as if everything was within his grasp. He may have sustained a fracture. You should take him to the nearest hospital, the Jiangyi University affiliated hospital. I will call an ambulance. The school doctor stated. No. At the mere mention of an ambulance, Luo Yi, who lay on the bed, nearly panicked. That would be too much trouble. I can go by myself. Go by yourself? Just as the words left his lips, Luo Yi heard a familiar voice, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Su Baizhou entered the room, her gaze scrutinizing as she looked at him lying on the bed. You intend to go to the hospital alone? Luo Yi dared not breathe, feeling inexplicably that everything he uttered was misguided in her presence. Senior, the wild boy is just joking. I will take him, Wang Dachui declared, thumping his chest with confidence. I am the class monitor. I will accompany him as well, added Li Haoyang. Though Shen Xiao remained silent, he too was prepared to join. Without further ado, the three of them lifted Luo Yi once more. The school doctor had administered basic treatment to his leg, and as long as two individuals supported him, he would be fine. Feeling utterly humiliated as he was carried before the ethereal senior, Luo Yi could only reflect on the embarrassment of the situation. However, just before leaving the infirmary, he waved at Su Baizhou, calling out, Senior, good luck in the upcoming 3,000-meter race. Don't trip. His voice echoed as he departed. The women's 3,000-meter event was indeed about to commence. The school doctor couldn't help but chuckle. This must be a new student. Quite endearing. In response, Su Baizhou nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips. Indeed, quite adorable. Chapter 81. Residence Permit for Family Members on the Playground. This was merely a brief interlude. The women's 3,000-meter race proceeded as planned. As the starting gun fired, Su Baizhou closely followed Yu Qiuyu, securing her position in second place. Yu Qiuyu glanced back at the senior, realizing that she was the one with bunny ears standing beside Luo Yi on that day at the playground. It was no wonder she and Meng Chao had failed to recognize her. After all, who would expect the typically aloof senior to don such charming pajamas? Yet during the competition, she would show no mercy. She began to accelerate, leaving Su Baizhou behind. However, this time, Su Baizhou did not maintain her stamina at the front as she did in the morning's 800-meter run. Instead, she chose to sprint from the outset, closely trailing Yu Qiuyu. Although there was still a distance between them, it was not as exaggerated as it seemed. Yu Qiuyu, sensing her rival's intentions, realized that this aloof senior did not aim to surpass her. Rather, she was eager to finish quickly, hence her initial position just behind herself. The determination to complete the race must stem from a pressing desire to meet someone important. Yu Qiuyu sighed inwardly, wondering when she might encounter such a person herself. Come on, Xiaoyu. Not far off, members of the athletics club gathered, cheering for her. Simultaneously, several seniors jogged alongside her on the field, offering their encouragement. Although Yu Qiuyu was not particularly attractive and had a somewhat darker complexion, she was the only girl in the athletics club, regarded as the treasure of the entire team. Of course, the club was not entirely devoid of female members, but she was the only one who genuinely loved sports. The others merely participated to earn credits. Thus, for these sports enthusiasts, Yu Qiyu stood out as the sole girl in the athletics club. The audience did not react significantly to the earlier incident. After all, Su Baizhou was a former student council president, and it was entirely reasonable for her to check on an unexpected situation during the new student council's inaugural event. Soon, the women's 3,000 meters concluded, with Su Baizhou securing second place. Coincidentally, she had been lacking physical education credits, and achieving a podium finish in this competition allowed her to fulfill those requirements. In university, students must earn various credits, whether through clubs or student council activities, and participation in events can grant credit. Throughout her 2 years in college, Su Baizhou had not engaged much in athletic activities, hence her deficit in this area. However, attaining a top 3 finish in the sports meet could enable her to complete all necessary credits for her 4 years of university. This time, Su Baizhou won first place in the 800 meters and second place in the 3,000 meters, a truly remarkable achievement that highlighted her talents not only in computer science, but also in athletics. If she were not already a junior, Meng Chao would have sought to recruit her into the club. Nevertheless, after finishing her race, Su Baizhou did not rest. She merely took a sip of water, wiped her sweat, and prepared to leave the track. Qin Yuan, puzzled, called out from behind, "Zhou Zhou, where are you going?" "To the hospital." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan paused in surprise. As Su Baizhou's roommate, she had never seen her like this before. Then, feigning a tearful gesture, she said with a sense of pride, "Our Zhou Zhou has grown up." However, she could not accompany Su Baizhou, as she was part of the cheerleading squad and had to perform during the intermission. Jiangqing Medical University Affiliated Hospital. This is a place that Shen Xiao is quite familiar with, for his girlfriend resides here. Upon arrival, a hint of sorrow clouds his expression, yet he accompanies his roommates to see Luo Yi inside. At the entrance of the hospital, Su Baizhou's close friend, Li Xia, has been waiting for quite some time. As an intern doctor who has yet to graduate, she usually can only observe during surgeries. With some free time on her hands, she decides to lend a helping hand. However, medical students have longer academic years than those in conventional universities, so her internship will extend for a considerable duration. For a minor fracture like Luo Yi's, even though she is not from that specialty, she can at least take a look. "Come in," Li Xia calls to 2 nurses, who bring in a stretcher to carry Luo Yi inside. In the examination room, Li Xia takes a silent glance and then shakes her head. Observing this, Wang Dachui, filled with anxiety, exclaims, "Why are you shaking your head?" "My son merely injured his leg. He is not dead." "That's not it. I'm going to call someone." Li Xia responds, pulling out her phone to make a call. After the call ends, Li Haoyang, puzzled, inquires, "Aren't you able to examine him?" "I can a little, but I can't treat him," she replies. Hearing this, Wang Dachui furrows his brow. "Aren't you a doctor?" "Well, I'm an intern, and I specialize in neurology," she clarifies. Upon hearing this, both Wang Dachui and Li Haoyang nod in understanding, realizing she is from the neurology department. Their eyes widen in surprise. "Neurology? Isn't that for treating the brain? What are you doing here for a leg fracture?" Shen Xiao chuckles helplessly. He knows Li Xia. She is a medical intern assisting his girlfriend's attending physician, visiting her daily. Before long, Luo Ye's leg is tightly wrapped by the doctor, rendering him motionless on the bed. His spirit seemingly diminished. Until this moment, his mind is still preoccupied with the disappointment of not placing among the top 3 in the 3,000-meter race. Suddenly, Li Xia enters the ward wearing a white coat, accompanied by another girl, Su Baizhou. She strides directly to Luo Ye's room and, observing his leg encased in layers of bandage, asks gently, "How do you feel?" "Senior, I'm limping," Luo Yi replies dejectedly, lowering his head. Seeing this, Su Baizhou turns her gaze towards Luo Ye's roommates. Shen Xiao immediately grasps the situation. He reaches out, nudging Li Haoyang and Wang Dachui, and ushers them out of the ward. Li Xia smiles at Su Baizhou before exiting the room. Inside the ward, a heavy silence ensues. Su Baizhou takes a seat beside the bed, retrieves her phone, and snaps a photo of Luo Ye's bandaged leg. Hearing the camera click, Luo Yi bows his head, feeling humiliated before the entire school, and now his embarrassment is captured in a senior's phone. "What did the doctor say?" Su Baizhou inquires with an impassive expression. "The doctor informed me that my bones are quite resilient, and fortunately, I have not sustained any fractures. I will be hospitalized for a day for observation. But if all remains well, I shall be discharged. However, as a precaution, it is advisable for me to rest thoroughly until my injury heals, and it would be prudent to use a cane to prevent any further harm, lest I truly fracture a bone. Hearing this, Su Baijiu felt a sense of relief wash over her. Suddenly, Luo Yi sighed and remarked, "What a pity, I did not secure a position in the top 3. Observing his dejected demeanor, Su Baijiu gently replied, "I did." "Really? Congratulations, senior." Luo Yi felt a flicker of joy for the esteemed senior, yet his spirits remained somewhat subdued. Su Baijiu regarded him and said with a hint of indifference, "The agreement is mutual. If you attain a top 3 position, I shall reward you, and if I do, you are to reward me in turn." Luo Yi was momentarily taken aback, gazing blankly at the senior, unable to process her words. Noticing his lack of response, Su Baijiu's lips curled into a slight smile. "You shall take care of all the household chores, and remember, it is a daily obligation." With that, she casually observed Luo Yi. He was momentarily stunned before suddenly realizing the implication. Daily chores? Does this mean he has secured the right to reside in the teacher's dormitory? Chapter 82. The 5:15 judgment conference. The following day, Luo Yi was discharged from the hospital. At the school gate, he found himself in a wheelchair, being pushed at breakneck speed by Wang Dachui, resembling 2 madmen in a frenzy. "Whoa, Brother Hammer, slow down. Slow down." Luo Yi was nearly terrified out of his wits as Wang Dachui raced with reckless abandon. "Wild boy, let me show you a drifting stunt." With that, Wang Dachui accelerated wildly and abruptly turned at a corner. Luo Yi clutched the armrests of the wheelchair tightly, fearing he might be flung out. The ride was exhilarating, and upon returning to the dormitory, he felt as though he had just survived an adventure. He looked at Wang Dachui and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Hammer, don't you feel embarrassed?" Wang Dachui laughed nonchalantly and replied, "I live for my own happiness. It's none of anyone else's concern. Just tell me, was it thrilling?" "Thrilling? Indeed. Then that's all that matters." In the dormitory, Li Haoyang and Shen Xiao were absent. Li Haoyang was still assisting at the sports meet, which was wrapping up today, including events beyond athletics, such as badminton and table tennis. Tomorrow would feature a fun sports event. However, given Luo Yi's current condition, he would certainly be unable to participate. Nevertheless, not being able to partake this year does not preclude participation next year. Next year, the esteemed senior would be in her 4th year, and although seniors typically do not participate in general sports meets, fun sports events allow participation for both students and teachers without any restrictions. Luo Yi had already begun to devise plans for next year's fun sports event. Suddenly, Wang Dachui spoke up, "Hey wild boy, do you know what happened to Wen Jishu?" Hearing this, Luo Yi was puzzled and asked, "Wen Jishu? Who is that?" The name sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. Wang Dachui replied with exasperation, "The one who tripped you." "Oh, what happened to him?" Luo Yi remarked nonchalantly. Wang Dachui scoffed, his face etched with disdain. "That guy insists it's your fault, claiming you deserve it." Guess what? Before Luo Yi could respond, Wang Dachui continued, his expression one of vindication. "He didn't expect that the male star recorded the entire duration of your race. It was evident he did it intentionally. The rascal even glanced back at you before he fell. He has been marked by the school, leaving a blemish on his record. Serves him right." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi's attention was drawn elsewhere. "What? Shen Xiao recorded me?" Luo Yi exclaimed, his voice rising. His performance during the sports event was only acceptable at that time. If Shen Xiao were to witness his running from the sports meet, he would surely be the subject of ridicule. Let us not even go there. Who in our dorm hasn't been recorded by him? The time I drunkenly called out Dad, he is still replaying that. Hey, good son. Wild boy, are you feeling mischievous again? Though only 2 of them inhabited the dormitory, it certainly didn't hinder their boisterous banter. Such a lover of merriment. Brother Chui would soon find himself living a solitary life in the dormitory. Sighing, Luo Yi felt a wave of contentment wash over him. He had already purchased bedding, ready to furnish his teacher's apartment. Initially, he intended to move out of the dormitory, but with 4 years of university ahead, he would likely oscillate between the teacher's apartment and the dormitory, prompting him to acquire bedding for both. Once the delivery arrived and his leg had healed sufficiently, he could head straight to the senior sister's home to assist with chores. Oh no, he meant to go there to sleep. "Shui, help me get to the sports meet." "You're still going?" "Staying in the dorm is boring. I just want to take a look." The 2 departed the dormitory, with Luo Yi brandishing a newly purchased cane, bouncing his way to the playground. With the absence of Su Baijiu's event, the audience numbers had diminished considerably. Nonetheless, as it was the finals for many competitions, the atmosphere remained vibrant, with cheers for the competitors ringing out continuously. The overall performance of the computer science department was rather lackluster, ranking near the bottom among all departments at Jiang University. It seemed that the future programmers were indeed suffering from hair loss due to insufficient physical activity. The primary event on the third day was the relay race. Watching the athletes sweat and embody youthful vigor on the track, Luo Yi felt a stirring in the stands. Ah, youth. This was precisely why he aspired to be a novelist, to immortalize such moments in stories for all to witness, a truly fulfilling endeavor. After the sports meet concluded, all staff gathered below for a group photo. Among them stood Lu Jianglai, the student council president, flanked by Li Haoyang, who had performed exceptionally during the logistical activities. Although they were not in the same year, Lu Jianglai had recognized Li Haoyang's talent through this sporting event. Although the student union may seem trivial in comparison to society, joining it before entering the workforce is indeed a commendable method of personal development. Thus, Lu Jiang extended an invitation to Li Haoyang to join the student union, to which the latter readily agreed. This decision inevitably meant that Li Haoyang would be busier than ever. Furthermore, with Shen Xiao frequently taking on part-time jobs, it appeared that Wang Dachui was destined to languish in solitude within the confines of his dormitory. Of course, Luo Yi would come to visit him. After the sports meeting concluded, Luo Yi returned to the dormitory with Wang Dachui. That evening, Li Haoyang and Shen Xiao also made their return. Luo Yi was acutely aware that he was about to face an interrogation. He seated himself nervously at his desk, casting apprehensive glances at the three individuals before him. Wang Dachui bore an expression of utmost seriousness. Li Haoyang displayed curiosity, while Shen Xiao wore a charming smile. Yet, Luo Yi knew that this cunning man harbored ulterior motives. I am prepared. Let us begin, Luo Yi declared, taking a deep breath. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Dachui posed the first question. When did you meet the campus belle? On the very first day of school. As soon as the words left his mouth, the others reacted with astonishment. The first day of school? Wang Dachui exclaimed incredulously. Indeed, Luo Yi nodded affirmatively. Upon realizing this, Wang Dachui appeared to connect the dots and pressed further. So, you had already met the campus belle by the time of the freshman gala? Not quite. She likely does not remember me well. Not well? Haha. I was wondering why she unusually agreed to sing with you that day. I thought it was merely out of consideration for the newcomers. I was truly naive, Wang Dachui lamented, cradling his head in despair. Once blissfully ignorant, he had inadvertently become a matchmaker for others. He looked at Luo Yi with a tearless expression, suddenly serious. This matter cannot be resolved without a few meals. Dachui, you are quite untrustworthy. Since the freshman gala, I have already brought you numerous meals, Luo Yi retorted. At this, Wang Dachui recalled the truth of the situation. Indeed, Luo Yi had already repaid him for the freshman gala. However, the notion of having met the campus belle on the first day of school seemed utterly unfathomable. How did you come to know her? Li Haoyang inquired, utterly perplexed. That is quite a lengthy tale. It was a rainy day. Do not continue. I do not wish to hear it, Wang Dachui interjected, his expression clouded with frustration. And what is the nature of your relationship with her? Shen Xiao asked with a smile. One could consider us good friends. Luo Yi hesitated for a moment, contemplating his current rapport with the senior, before ultimately providing that answer. Upon hearing this, the trio fell momentarily silent. Then, Wang Dachui's lips curled into a broad grin, excitement soaring to new heights. Damn it. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought you were in a romantic relationship with the campus belle. Shen Xiao looked at Wang Dachui with exasperation, calmly remarking. That is Su Baijiu, the legendary ice goddess. She does not have any male friends. As of now, Luo Yi is the only one. Do you grasp my meaning? Upon hearing this, Wang Dachui's laughter abruptly ceased. Chapter 83. Those who are beautiful often have a dark side. On Saturday, Luo Yi's package arrived. His leg had mostly healed, and though he walked with a slight limp, he was no longer in serious pain. Carrying the bedding he had purchased, he arrived at the door of teacher's apartment 614. Taking a deep breath, he set the two large parcels down and was about to knock when his phone rang. Fairy Senior's sister, we're out of soy sauce at home. Please buy a bottle from the supermarket downstairs on your way here. Luo Yi was taken aback. He decided against knocking, placed the packages at the door, and turned back towards the elevator to buy soy sauce. After he left, Su Baijiu, hearing the commotion, opened the door and noticed two large packages at the entrance. But there was no sign of Luo Yi. This junior, arriving without a word, was rather thoughtless. She squatted down and carried the bedding inside. In the living room, Su Baizhou felt the packages and guessed they contained bedding items. She used scissors to open them and then carried the items into Luo Yi's room. Thereafter, she neatly arranged the mattress and sheets, thoughtfully putting the duvet cover on the comforter, tidying up the bed meticulously. Meanwhile, Luo Yi finally found the supermarket mentioned by the fairy senior sister. He had only been to the 5th building, 4th unit where she lived, and could hardly distinguish one place from another. At that moment, on the 1st floor of the adjacent building, the owner of the small supermarket was engrossed in a video game. Luo Yi paid him no mind and began searching the shelves for soy sauce. There were many varieties of soy sauce, yet he only spotted light and dark soy sauce. Unsure which to purchase, given his limited cooking experience, he decided to buy both. As they were not expensive, holding 2 bottles of soy sauce, he placed them before the owner to check out. "Wait a moment, I'm about to win." The owner's expression was grave, indicating that the game was quite intense. The small supermarket downstairs was run by local residents, thus the atmosphere was quite casual. In the next moment, the owner's wife approached, visibly angry at finding her husband slacking off. "All you do is play games. Customers are here, and you're not even ringing up the sales." After saying this, she completed the transaction for Luo Yi. Leaving the supermarket, Luo Yi reflected on the stories each person held. Even the middle-aged couple running the store downstairs must have experienced their own remarkable love story in their youth. Holding a bottle in each hand, he returned to the door of 614. Upon seeing the empty doorstep, his expression changed. "Oh no, my package has been stolen." Thinking this, Luo Yi hurriedly knocked on the door. Not long after, the door swung open, revealing Su Baizhou adorned with rabbit ears. Although this hat, even if purchased outright, was not expensive, it held a special significance for her, which made her fond of wearing it at home. However, before she could utter a word, she noticed the expression on Luo Yi's face that almost made her chuckle. It was a classic case of finding humor in hardship. He appeared visibly distressed, yet wore a facade of a smile. The corners of Su Baizhou's mouth twitched subtly as she fought back laughter. Luo Yi limped into the room and made his way to the kitchen, where he placed 2 bottles of soy sauce on the counter. Subsequently, he sank into the sofa, his expression one of utter despondency, seemingly lost in thought. After a brief moment, he retrieved his phone, his fingers gliding across the screen, oblivious to what he was viewing. Was he perusing videos of beautiful women? Su Baizhou approached and seated herself beside him, maintaining a respectful distance. She suddenly turned her gaze to catch a glimpse of Luo Yi's phone screen, only to discover that he was browsing bedding items. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind, quickly followed by the realization he couldn't possibly think his package had been stolen, could he? With that thought, Su Baizhou felt a surge of empathy and inquired, "Haven't you completed the household chores for today?" At her words, Luo Yi sprang to his feet, his previous gloom dissipating, and confidently declared, "Leave it to me. I will ensure that everything is spotless for you, senior." With that, he fetched the cleaning supplies and began his task. In truth, the house was quite tidy. Requiring no effort on Luo Yi's part, Su Baizhou merely wished to tease him. Nevertheless, he diligently went about his cleaning. Once he finished, he returned to the sofa and resumed his browsing of bedding items. At that moment, Su Baizhou, her expression impassive, asked, "Why haven't you left yet?" Luo Yi, taken aback, tilted his head in confusion, his large eyes filled with bewilderment. Su Baizhou maintained her aloof demeanor and coolly remarked, "I distinctly remember saying that you would handle the daily chores. I never agreed to let you stay here." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi's expression grew even more bewildered. Was this what they referred to as unrequited feelings? Given the ethereal nature of his senior, it was implausible that she would consent to him residing beneath the same roof, even in separate rooms. He lowered his head and locked his phone screen. If staying was not an option, then there was no need to purchase bedding items. With a sigh, Luo Yi stood up and said, a touch of stiffness in his voice, "I apologize, senior. I misunderstood. I shall take my leave now." He turned to exit. Observing his downcast demeanor and the way he limped away, a pang of compassion flickered across Su Baizhou's face. She had inadvertently made her junior unhappy. A voice reached his ears, belonging to the enchanting senior. In his memory, it seemed to be the first time she had called his name. He turned his head slightly, gazing blankly at Su Baizhou. The Ice Queen supported her chin, wearing a half-smile as she looked at him, her tone no longer so indifferent, but rather playfully stated, "You seem to have forgotten something in your room." Luo Yi responded with a hint of confusion. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to heed the senior's words. He turned around and limped towards the door of his room. The key to his room was inserted into the lock. This key had been in place since the very first day Luo Yi arrived here, yet today felt somewhat different. On the keychain, there was another key. This was the key to room 614, given to him by Gu Mingxian. However, upon discovering that the enchanting senior resided here, Luo Yi had returned the key to her. After all, it would be somewhat unsettling for a girl to have a boy possessing a key to her space. The room was not locked. The key merely rested in the lock. Luo Yi turned the doorknob and stepped inside. At the moment the door swung open, he beheld his neatly arranged bed and the packages strewn across the floor, their contents hastily unwrapped. From behind, the enchanting senior's voice chimed. "This room hasn't been cleaned up completely yet." Chapter 84. The fallen leaves returned to their roots, seeing his bed impeccably tidy, with the sheets and covers freshly arranged. Luo Yi was momentarily taken aback. The surprise came so suddenly that he found himself at a loss for words. He recognized the bed linens, which he had yet to encounter, and it was evident that the only person responsible for this tidy arrangement was the senior. Her efforts in preparing these items clearly indicated her approval for him to reside here. However, she had just playfully teased him moments before. Thus, Luo Yi reluctantly conceded a truth he had previously dismissed. He retracted his earlier statement. Beautiful people often possess a hidden cunning, and the enchanting senior was no exception. He stepped further into the room, admiring its cleanliness, and opened the window, taking out the scattered packages. He remained silent throughout the process, not from a lack of desire to speak, but rather due to the fluctuations of his emotions, leaving his voice somewhat tremulous. In simpler terms, he found himself stuttering. Consequently, he exited the teacher's dormitory, cradling the trash, intending to dispose of it downstairs. This would also serve as an opportunity to calm himself and regain his composure. Observing Luo Yi leave with an armful of refuse, Su Baizhou's rabbit ears twitched in curiosity, seemingly questioning whether he had indeed been affected by her teasing. "Oh well," she thought, "the junior is rather peculiar. I'll leave him be." She retreated to her room to work on her comic drawings. Recently, Su Baizhou had been regulating her schedule, ensuring she went to bed before midnight each night. Recently, she acquired a tablet, significantly enhancing her speed in creating comics. The first chapter of her comic received abundant praise, and she earned her first payment for her work. She has bypassed the segment concerning her white moonlight. Thus, she is not far from the latest chapter of the novel. Upon returning to her room, she opened the book. Youth continues to glance at the most recent chapter. However, instead of an update notification, she found a notice of absence. Fallen leaves return to roots. Dear readers, I have matters to attend to today and will take a day off. As you are aware, I did not request a leave when I injured my leg a few days ago, so today's situation is truly significant. Posted just now. Below, the readers commented, "Adorable Ishua. No, this is my only joy every day. You cannot leave us without updates. Scoundrel Muyu, please don't name me randomly darling. If you're so bored, come join me in safeguarding world peace. Adorable Ishua. Immature. Humph. That sounds even more tedious. Please call me Vampire Queen. Taking a day off? How dare you? At such a young age, you take a break? Are you even human? Warm-hearted dog lover. Author, are you perhaps meeting a goddess? Is your excitement preventing you from writing?" The author liked this comment. Upon seeing that the comment from warm-hearted dog lover had been liked by the author, Su Baizhou's expression turned peculiar. She glanced at Fallen Leaves' return to Root's notice of absence, noting his mention of injuring his leg days prior. With this thought, Su Baizhou seemed to have an epiphany. She opened Luo Yi's profile and examined his nickname. Note, Professor Gu's younger brother. This was the initial note she had given Luo Yi, which she had never altered since. However, among the list of nicknames, Luo Yi's online name was displayed as Fallen Leaves Return to Roots. Su Baizhou found this intriguing. At the time she added Luo Yi, she had not read this novel, so she had not paid attention to his online alias. Later, as she updated her note, she became even less aware. No wonder she felt a profound empathy upon encountering this novel, and no wonder it seemed familiar. Could Fallen Leaves Return to Roots truly be Luo Yi? With this thought, Su Baizhou read Youth Continues from cover to cover. The more she read, the more she became convinced that the author of this novel was indeed Luo Yi. However, this revelation was accompanied by descriptions of the male protagonist. Su Baizhou observed these passages, which depicted the protagonist's feelings for the heroine, evoking deep emotions among countless readers. Even Su Baijiu had developed a fondness for this novel due to these segments. If this novel was crafted by Lei using himself as a model, then his feelings for me, a hint of bewilderment flickered across Su Baijiu's expression. Yet, soon after, her demeanor shifted to one of indifference. She recalled a crucial detail that she had overlooked concerning the male protagonist's white moonlight during high school. Su Baijiu, seething with discontent, found herself increasingly agitated as she continued to read. The more she read, the more her frustration grew, to the point where she was oblivious to the sound of Lei returning home. Ultimately, she rose to her feet, teetering on the edge of exasperation. Despite her awareness that these events had transpired before Lei had come to know her, and that he bore no connection to that white moonlight, she could not quell her anger. Anger, after all, craved appeasement. Departing from her room, Su Baijiu settled onto the sofa in the living room. Beside her, Lui's initial excitement had subsided considerably, yet his face still radiated delight. However, the moment he beheld Su Baijiu's sulking demeanor, he was left momentarily perplexed. Hadn't everything been perfectly fine just moments ago? How had the weather shifted from clear skies to a thunderstorm? It was often said that a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean, but he had not anticipated that his senior's thoughts would be equally elusive, second only to his aunt. Senior? Lui ventured tentatively. Humph. A haughty little grunt reached Leia's ears, melting his heart. What an adorably charming sound. Although the fairy-like senior appeared displeased, she seemed to be sending silent signals, urging him to soothe her. Senior, who has made you upset? I shall go confront them, Luia declared, raising his fist in eager readiness. At his words, Su Baijiu cast a glance at him, followed by another huff. It was unclear when exactly the fairy-like senior had developed a hint of pride in his presence. Was it I who had caused her displeasure? Luia pointed to himself, then rose, seizing the television remote from the table and dramatically mimicking a self-inflicted demise. To make the senior angry, I am unworthy of living. Senior, I concede. This retreat shall be my final act. Oh, Luia obediently returned to his seat, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at his earlier theatrical display. Su Baijiu glanced at Leia's profile. Truth be told, upon seeing him, her anger had dissipated. Yet, being with Lei inexplicably made her feel like a child, unable to suppress her whims at any moment. Soon, with her arms crossed and a neutral expression, Su Baijiu inquired, "Is the new campus flower beautiful?" Hearing this, Luia tilted his head and replied honestly, "Are you referring to Tang Anki? She is indeed lovely." However, he quickly added, "Without a doubt, you, senior, are the most beautiful person I have ever encountered in my life." Surprised, Su Baijiu questioned, "She doesn't like you, and yet you praise her beauty? She is beautiful, and exceptionally talented as well. Her lack of affection for me is my concern, not hers." The statement left Su Baijiu momentarily stunned, reflecting on her high school graduation. She recalled the boy who had professed his love for her only to subsequently slander her when she rejected him, spreading malicious rumors. It dawned on her that not all boys were like that. Chapter 85. The personal photographer Lo Yi did not harbor any negative feelings towards the other party simply because they could not be together. When Su Baijiu glanced at him, she found the younger student to be rather endearing. After sharing a simple dinner, they each retreated to their respective rooms. Lo Yi had taken a day off and now lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Although this was not his first night sleeping here, it was different this time. It marked his first occasion staying here openly. The next day was Sunday, another delightful holiday. Lo Yi awoke in the morning and had breakfast with his senior before returning to his room to finalize the day's updates. By noon, he emerged from his room, savoring the meal prepared by the fairy-like senior. After washing his bowl, he settled on the sofa to watch television with her. He felt as though their life together resembled that of a married couple, simple yet fulfilling. "Where have you been in Jiangxing?" Su Baijiu suddenly inquired. Upon hearing her question, Lo Yi pondered seriously. Jiangcheng, a city of the southern water town, boasted numerous renowned attractions, including ancient towns, historic streets, and countless museums. However, as he contemplated his experiences, he realized he had scarcely visited any of them. After military training, he had dined with his roommates, then enjoyed a meal of spicy fish head prepared by his senior, visited Jiangxing Park, and subsequently traveled to Hangzhou. It seemed that his time in Jiangxing, nearly 2 months, had been spent without exploring at all. Seeing his expression, Su Baijiu anticipated this conclusion. "Grab your keys," she instructed, turning off the television and returning to her room to change clothes. Lo Yi understood that his senior intended to take him out. It was quite normal for a senior to show a newcomer around the city's attractions. When Su Baizhou emerged, Lo Yi was surprised to see her dressed in hanfu. Unlike the red hanfu she wore previously, this time she donned a black, androgynous style. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, her bangs absent, revealing her forehead. In her black hanfu, she resembled an ancient young general, exuding an impressive charm. Though she had styled herself in a masculine manner, it was evident to most that she was still a girl, especially given the noticeable differences in her physique compared to Lo Yi. He instinctively glanced her way. Su Baizhou noticed his gaze, crossed her arms protectively over her chest, and shot him a sharp look. Lo Yi's face flushed, and he quickly turned his head away. Subconsciously, it was merely instinctive, a man's innate reaction, not a deliberate desire. Let us proceed. Luo Yi, dressed in casual attire, regretted not donning traditional hanfu, knowing that his senior would be wearing it. However, changing now would be too cumbersome. So he opted to venture out as he was. Once again, he found himself in the passenger seat of his senior's pink fishhead car, gripping the steering wheel as he drove towards the community's exit, heading to Jiangqing Ancient Town. Su Baizhou spoke up, prompting Luo Yi to activate the navigation on his phone. Jiangqing, true to its name, boasted a wide river that bisected the city, delineating the southern and northern districts. Jiang University lay in the southern district, approximately 7 kilometers from the river. Nearby this river was an ancient town, renowned as the most famous attraction in all of Jiangqing. As it was the weekend, traffic congestion delayed them by half an hour. Upon locating a parking spot, Luo Yi hastily exited the vehicle, rushing to the other side to open the door for Su Baizhou. He extended his hand before her. She hesitated momentarily, but then placed her hand in his without refusal. As he felt the delicate touch of his senior's hand, his heart raced, yet he released her hand as soon as she stepped out of the car. Not far ahead, the ancient town's silhouette began to emerge. Though Luo Yi had visited ancient towns in the capital, each city offered a distinct architectural style. Here, the buildings prominently featured water elements, with numerous bridges of varying sizes arching over clear streams below. Small boats glided along the waterways. While the structures on either side varied in height, one could explore not only the ground floor but also the second, and in some instances, even the third. This novel architectural style was a first for Luo Yi. Walking side by side with his senior, they reached a quaint little bridge. Su Baizhou turned slightly, addressing Luo Yi with an air of nonchalance. "What do you think?" "What do you mean?" His eyes shone with a naive clarity, embodying innocence. "The scenery. Isn't it beautiful?" "Indeed," he replied, and Su Baizhou nodded in agreement. She then handed her phone to Luo Yi. Her phone, from a leading brand, was not the latest model, but rather an older version released 2 years prior. In contrast, Luo Yi wielded the newest iteration of a popular smartphone. Glancing at the screen, he noticed it was set to the camera interface. He understood now. His senior was inquiring about the scenery to capture a photo. It was only natural for a girl to desire a photograph when faced with such picturesque views. Yet, Su Baizhou had never posted a selfie on her social media. Perhaps it was due to a lack of someone to take her picture? Upon contemplating this, Luo Yi retrieved his latest model smartphone and activated the camera. "Senior, I am quite adept at photography. My phone is the latest model and captures images with remarkable clarity." With that, Luo Yi raised his phone. Su Baizhou did not decline. Instead, she struck a pose that suited her style, graciously allowing Luo Yi to take her picture. In truth, Luo Yi's claims were not exaggerated. His photographic skills were indeed commendable. However, he lamented that the score for photography at Jiangda was higher than that for computer science, rendering him unable to enroll. At home, his aunt's family possessed no artistic inclination whatsoever, and during family outings, they invariably relied on Luo Yi to take their photographs. After capturing several images, Luo Yi was exceedingly pleased. He approached Su Baizhou and inquired, "Senior, how do you find them?" "They are fine," Su Baizhou nodded in approval. The two prepared to continue their exploration and photography. Suddenly, a man with a camera approached, beaming with a smile. "May I take your picture, miss? It's complimentary." Luo Yi glanced at Su Baizhou, who nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, the man's expression brightened, while Luo Yi found himself overlooked. Typically, when a male photographer offers to take photos of a girl, it implies he intends to share the images with her, thus serving as an unobtrusive method to exchange contact information, often with captivating beauties. "Miss, Please step over here for your photograph, the man said, his smile unwavering. Although he had encountered numerous beautiful women, he had never seen anyone as stunning as Su Baijiu. However, his smile soon turned somewhat awkward as he witnessed the ethereal girl clasping the hand of the very boy he had disregarded. Su Baijiu glanced at Luo Yi and remarked calmly, "What are you standing there for? Go take a group photo, it's free." Ultimately, Luo Yi obtained a high-definition photograph, marking his first joint portrait with the enchanting senior. Subsequently, he added the photographer's contact on WeChat, who, with a frown, sent the photo along with the remark, 21 images. Puzzled, Luo Yi queried, "Wasn't he complimentary?" The group photo incurs a fee of 20. Though slightly disheartened, Luo Yi still paid the 20 yuan. Recognizing that he was not alone in this predicament, he had overheard other photographers offering the same rate, so he felt it was a fair exchange. In the picture, he stood beside the enchanting senior, holding one of her delicate hands. They leaned against the edge of a bridge, one adorned in a traditional black hanfu, the other in contemporary attire. Combined with the backdrop of the ancient town, it created the illusion of him having traversed time to fall in love with a noble lady, regaling her with tales of the vibrant future that awaited. The photograph was splendidly taken, with impeccable angles, rendering it strikingly lifelike. Before departing, Luo Yi couldn't help but give the cameraman a thumbs up. The latter's expression darkened, revealing a dejected demeanor. After a moment of joy, he found himself merely dressing another's bride. The ancient town of Jiangqing sprawls extensively, and it took Luo Yi and Su Baijiu quite a while to reach its end. Numerous vendors lined the streets. And though Luo Yi initially intended to make a purchase, he was halted by Su Baijiu, who informed him that the snacks at tourist attractions are not only exorbitantly priced, but also unpalatable. Such places are best suited for photography and not for consumption. As they retraced their steps, they stumbled upon a small stall at the entrance of the attraction selling tiny pets. Among a row of cages, Su Baijiu discovered a little rabbit confined within a pink cage, her expression softening with affection. It was rare for Luo Yi to witness the enchanting senior sister's heart sway, prompting him to inquire, "Senior sister, do you like rabbits?" Indeed, Su Baijiu nodded. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi's demeanor shifted. Realizing this was his moment to display his masculine charm, he stepped forward, pointing at the rabbit and declared, "Boss, I shall purchase this." The stall owner, holding an array of colorful rings, responded with confusion, "We only have ring toss games here, 10 yuan per attempt." Luo Yi's face flushed with embarrassment, but he quickly replied, "Let me try. 5 attempts minimum." The owner gestured towards a nearby sign full of rules, beginning to question Luo Yi's mental faculties. After acquiring 5 rings, Luo Yi aimed for the pink cage and tossed the first ring. It missed. He threw again. Still a miss. And again, no luck. With a deep breath, he pondered how this was unlike claw machines. With his 4th attempt, he failed again. But on his final throw, he succeeded. Ecstatic, Luo Yi grasped the little rabbit. The stall owner beamed with delight, for this rabbit was worth far less than 50 yuan. It was merely a creature typically destined for the dinner plate. Cradling the pink cage, Luo Yi approached the enchanting senior sister, retrieving the rabbit and presenting it to her. Su Baijiu nodded in satisfaction and remarked coolly, "Dinner is settled." Luo Yi, clutching the adorable rabbit, looked at the enchanting senior sister with astonishment for the first time. "A devil," he thought. "The rabbit is so cute. And yet you intend to eat it, senior sister?" He gazed at the innocent rabbit in his arms, contemplating whether to prepare it steamed or braised, and whether to sprinkle it generously with cumin. Little did he know that Su Baijiu's affection for the rabbit was not due to its cuteness, but rather a simple desire to feast upon it. After leaving the attraction, the two did not head to the parking lot, but instead made their way to the River Jiang. The River Jiang, a grand waterway traversing Jiangqing, is renowned within the city. Flanking the river are magnificent skyscrapers and an abundance of commercial districts, transforming this area into the most dazzling part of the city come nightfall. Whether in Jiangqing or the neighboring metropolis of Modu, or even in the hometown of the ethereal senior sister, Hangzhou, as well as the ancestral home of Lia, Jingqing. These first-tier cities and ultra-first-tier cities only reveal their opulence when one possesses wealth. In the absence of financial means, the city is rife with malice and pressure, a relentless machine that suffocates one's spirit at every turn. Su Baijiu leaned against the railing of the pedestrian viewing platform by the river, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at the towering skyscrapers across the river. Luo, observing this scene, found the city to be remarkably beautiful. Noticing the demeanor of the ethereal senior sister, Leia inquired. Senior, have you ever contemplated the future? No, Su Baijiu replied succinctly. She had never considered what lay ahead. Her life had always been a series of steps taken without foresight. Due to her exceptional abilities, her future seemed perpetually mapped out. But who was orchestrating this path for her? Perhaps it was herself, or perhaps the voices of those around her. In elementary school, her outstanding grades led others to declare she would surely gain admission to a prestigious junior high. The same expectations followed her into junior high, ultimately leading her to a distinguished high school, when everyone believed she was destined for the illustrious Tsinghua or Peking University. An illness on the day of the Gaokao caused her performance to falter, resulting in her enrollment at Jian University. Although Jian University is also a renowned institution, it pales in comparison to Tsinghua and Peking. That day, she could not forget the looks of her teachers and classmates, some tinged with mockery, others with pity, and some with regret. Despite her underperformance, she still ranked first in her class and among the top 5 in the school, leaving her perplexed as to why those with lesser achievements regarded her with such disdain, as if failing to enter the best university rendered her a failure. At that moment, she suddenly found life devoid of meaning. Compounded by post-examination confessions and rumors, she swiftly became the object of public scorn. It seemed that people relished in trampling on those who once surpassed them, using another's failure to highlight their own superiority. Thus began Su Baijiu's transformation into the aloof campus beauty. Upon arriving at Jian University, she maintained her excellence, becoming the first in her cohort to secure a place for postgraduate research. She also encountered the mentor who would provide her with this opportunity, Gu Mingxian. Gu Mingxian, akin to her in some respects, was fundamentally different. He quickly discerned Su Baijiu's shortcomings and spoke to her candidly. Your name is Su Baijiu, correct? Your grades are commendable, yet they are merely commendable, while you have scored full marks in both theoretical and practical assessments. If you genuinely aspire to enter the field of computer science, you lack the requisite flexible thinking. That was the first time she had ever been met with such denial. Yet, Gu Mingxuan's words rang true. She had merely memorized information, adhering to the teacher's instructions step by step, resulting in perfect scores in what had been taught to her. As for Gu Mingxian, being the heir of the conglomerate, the pressures he faced throughout his life far exceeded those of Su Baijiu, garnering more attention from others. His life, therefore, could not afford any blemish. Yet, his face perpetually radiated a smile, exuding an air of remarkable ease. He once mentioned that he had a younger brother, a rather amusing sibling. He added, once you meet him, you'll understand why I am so optimistic. Senior? Luo Yi waved his hand in front of Su Baijiu, puzzled. Are you lost in thought? What are you pondering? Surely not me. Ha ha ha. I'm just joking, Senior. On their way home, Luo Yi remained silent. The mere sound of the fairy-like senior's hum sent his thoughts soaring into the heavens. Had it not been for the necessity of focusing on driving, he would have sought an isolated place to rejoice exuberantly. Observing Luo Yi's serious demeanor while driving, Su Baijiu stifled a chuckle and remarked, for tonight's rabbit, shall we have it spicy or with cumin? Spicy, I love hot food. All right. Su Baijiu turned her head, rolled down the window, and propped her arm against the edge. Gazing at the ever-changing scenery outside, her long hair tousled by the wind. The scent emanating from her enveloped Luo Yi, stirring his heart. Each of her movements tantalized his emotions. After parking in the family building's lot, they returned to room 614. A significant event was about to unfold here. The act of slaughter. To prepare the adorable little rabbit, Luo Yi volunteered to take charge. He had researched online that this type of rabbit was specifically bred for consumption, indicating that the senior had indeed intended to feast on it from the very beginning. Luo Yi found a tutorial online, and, after apologizing to the rabbit, the scene turned gruesome, drenched in blood. When Su Baijiu entered, the kitchen was impeccably clean, with only succulent pieces of rabbit meat, expertly butchered by Luo Yi, remaining. Upon seeing this, Su Baijiu expressed her surprise, stating, "Your knife skills are quite impressive." For some reason, Luo Yi seemed more suited to assist in the kitchen rather than to cook. The subsequent task was entrusted to Su Baijiu. She changed into loungewear in her room, donning a lightweight, form-fitting long-sleeve top that perfectly embraced her figure, accentuating her flat abdomen and captivating curves. Without such fitted attire, one might hardly realize that this aloof campus beauty possessed such allure. Below, she wore off-white long pants, hinting at the presence of long, elegant legs beneath. Although these were merely homey garments, they emanated an extraordinary charm when worn by the senior, It was no wonder she preferred loose clothing when venturing outside. If she were to dress like other girls, in short skirts or shorts, the enchanting senior would undoubtedly captivate a multitude of admirers. Observing the spellbound expression on Luo Ye's face, Su Baizhou felt no aversion. Instead, she sauntered towards the kitchen, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Her demeanor tinged with a hint of pride. Girls, of course, possess their own little schemes. This outfit was intentionally chosen. Before long, an alluring aroma wafted from the kitchen, prompting Luo Yi to exclaim in delight. Truly, the senior's culinary prowess was remarkable. The fragrance was simply irresistible. Soon, Su Baizhou emerged from the kitchen clad in a petite apron, her hands cradling a pot of delectable braised rabbit meat, generously spiced with chilies. As Luo Yi had expressed a desire for spicy food, she had added extra chilies. However, Luo Ye's aunt hailed from Sichuan province, and having lived there for over a decade, their family had grown accustomed to meals devoid of the slightest hint of blandness. Thus, what Su Baizhou deemed extra spicy was, for Luo Yi, merely a trifling matter. Luo Yi began to indulge in the sumptuous, spicy braised rabbit meat paired with fragrant pearl rice, a truly delightful combination. He devoured 3 large bowls, ultimately leaning back in his chair, contentedly clutching his stomach. Upon noticing the enchanting senior still seated before him, he promptly straightened his posture to maintain his image. This amused Su Baizhou, who found it entertaining to observe the behaviors of her junior. She had not anticipated his remarkable tolerance for spice. As Su Baizhou began to eat, she realized that this was genuinely spicy for her. So she had prepared a carton of milk and a full glass of water on the table. After just a few bites, the chili oil had tinted her lips a vibrant red, adding an allure to her appearance. Luo Yi stole a glance before quickly lowering his gaze. The senior was likely feeling the heat, as her lips were now flushed. Yet, Su Baizhou maintained an impassive expression, seemingly unaware of her reddened lips. She continued to savor her meal, sipping milk whenever the spice became overwhelming, occasionally letting out a soft hiss, likely due to the heat affecting her tongue. She had intended to observe her junior's discomfort, but it seemed she was the one who had succumbed to the spice. Before long, she noticed Luo Yi staring at her intently, prompting her to furrow her brow and inquire, "What is it?" Luo Yi smiled, opened the selfie camera on his phone, and presented it to the enchanting senior. In the reflection of Luo Yi's phone, Su Baizhou caught sight of herself, momentarily taken aback. At that moment, her finger inadvertently pressed the shutter, capturing her current expression. She contemplated deleting it, but hesitated, feeling it would be inappropriate to delve into someone else's album, fearing she might stumble upon something she shouldn't. The next instant, a notification popped up from the top of Luo Yi's phone. "Hammer, wild child. Remember to wake me up tomorrow. I fear I might oversleep." Tomorrow marks the beginning of their full course week, and most of Luo Yi's textbooks are in the dormitory. From Monday to Friday, he mostly stays in the dorm, returning to the family building during holidays. "Your roommate has sent you a message," Su Baizhou remarked calmly. Subsequently, she seemed to realize her current appearance was somewhat unkempt and began to cover her mouth with her hand while eating. The sight of the senior fairy was quite adorable. "Why do they call you wild child?" Su Baizhou suddenly inquired. "I don't know, it's just a nickname. In our dorm, if we're feeling polite, we refer to each other as brothers. If not, we call one another sons. However, most of the time, we simply use nicknames." Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou fell silent and resumed her meal, which, though spicy, was quite delicious. After finishing, she watched Leah head to the kitchen to wash the dishes before returning to her room. Tomorrow is Monday, and it is also the release date for the 2nd chapter of Youth Continues. To be honest, Su Baizhou felt a twinge of anxiety. Despite her solid foundation in art, this was her first venture into an endeavor that took everyone by surprise. Neither her parents, classmates, nor even her closest friends had ever imagined that she was now creating a comic. Yet, the words that spoke of fallen leaves returning to their roots stirred within her a desire to transform those sentiments into visuals visible to the naked eye. She yearned for more people to witness her work. After reviewing the content of the 2nd chapter once more, Su Baizhou set a timer for the upload. Male dormitory 515. Upon seeing Shun Xiao engrossed in a novel as he returned, Wang Dachui curiously asked, "Star, what novel are you reading?" "A romance novel. It's beyond your comprehension," Wild Boar retorted. Infuriated, Wang Dachui exclaimed, "What did you say?" Shun Xiao chuckled, finishing the latest chapter before heading to chat in the book club. It's worth noting that he was the most active member of the group, even attaining the status of group administrator, going by the name of Warm Male Rear Dock.